With long wavy hair and cool sunglasses, Joni drives her family's new luxury RV, a graduation gift from her parents. The family happily starts their road trip to celebrate her graduation. How is it, sweetheart? Pretty good, right? Joanne's dad, sitting behind with his wife, smiles proudly. Very good. Very impressive. Joni cheerfully raises her right hand to give a thumbs up. Joanne's dad laughs loudly. Haha, as long as my girl likes it. My parents specially ordered this for me. Of course I like it, Joni says happily. Sweetheart, focus on driving, her mom calls gently, then glances at her husband. Old Joe, don't distract her. Drink your tea. Joanne's dad chuckles and touches his nose. Okay, we're about to leave the city. In a little while, we'll get on the highway. I need to concentrate on driving, Joni reports, slightly speeding up but still driving smoothly. Suddenly, Joni's pupils shrink. A runaway stroller appears ahead for no clear reason, with a happy little baby inside waving arms and legs. Without thinking much, she instinctively turns the steering wheel to avoid it. Bang! A loud crash. Beijing City Dad, I don't agree, a middle-aged woman with a displeased face says, clearly holding back her anger. Old Mr. Pei sits behind his desk, looking authoritative. It's settled. Jian Chung has agreed too. No, you can't do this. It will ruin his future. He can find someone better. Tao Huru gets excited. Old Mr. Pei glances at her calmly. Are you criticizing me? Sorry, Dad, I didn't mean that. Tao Huru realizes she's spoken out of turn. How can Jian Chung marry a girl from the countryside? She's not good enough for him. Old Mr. Pei frowns displeased. What's wrong with a girl from the countryside? She's a decent girl. Enough, you don't need to say more. It's already decided, he interrupts. Tao Huru wants to say more but finally turns away, feeling frustrated, and leaves the study. Old Mr. Pei closes his eyes slightly and sighs softly. Joni slowly opens her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling beam above. She actually woke up just a moment ago. When she opened her eyes, she was startled and sat up suddenly. No, I need to start over, she thinks. She feels her waking posture was wrong. She lay down again, adjusted her position, and reopened her eyes. It felt like her hair was blocking her view, so she reached out and brushed it away. Oh no, she murmured. The crisscrossed beams, uneven muddy ground, exposed brick walls, and heavy, rustic furniture and desk all looked old-fashioned and rough. Where am I? She glanced at the thick calendar hanging on the wall and suddenly widened her eyes. October 25th, 1975. Could I have traveled through time? Am I in a different place now? She couldn't help but pinch herself. Ouch! That hurts. She sighed and turned her head to look around again. The situation didn't look good. The environment seemed a bit bad. Her mind was a mess, with no clear thoughts. She remembered happily driving her parents' new car, planning a family trip after her graduation. She just saw a baby stroller and instinctively turned the steering wheel. And then, she ended up here? Where are her parents? Where are they now? She quickly got up, jumped out of bed, and randomly put on a pair of shoes. She didn't have time to examine her surroundings carefully. She started searching the house. The house wasn't big, and she was alone. She hurriedly opened the door, noticing another empty room nearby. There was something on the table, but she didn't look closely. She knew it wasn't a person. She ran to the kitchen, then to the yard, even checked the dirty, foul-smelling bathroom. Every corner. She confirmed that the small yard was empty except for her. No, this must be a dream. She should just go back to sleep and wake up in her own bed in the RV. Or maybe she was still in her soft, cozy big bed at home. Perhaps she hadn't gone on any trip at all, and this was just a dream. She ran back into the room, jumped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over her head, and went to sleep again. She tossed and turned a few times, then sat up. No, she couldn't sleep anymore. Her mind was a mess again. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her. She fell back onto the bed, clutching her head with both hands. Then fragments of memories flashed through her mind, each scene rushing in. After a while, she finally calmed down. She realized she wasn't running away anymore. She had traveled through time and was now in someone else's body. The original owner's name was also Joan Shi, and she was 19 years old. She had no parents since childhood, raised by her grandparents. Her grandmother passed away earlier this year, and her grandfather had just recently died. Grandpa Su Damon, before he passed away, arranged a marriage for the main character. The groom was the grandson of his former troop leader. It wasn't entirely Grandpa Su's idea. Actually, the main character liked him herself. Recently, Grandpa Su suddenly fell seriously ill and was hospitalized in Rongqing. He was recognized by an old acquaintance from his army days, who then informed his former troop leader. The troop leader's grandson was stationed nearby in Langcheng, not far from Rongqing, so he came to visit Grandpa Su on behalf of his grandfather in Beijing. "Thank you, old troop leader, for still caring about me," Grandpa Su said weakly, lying in bed, looking at the handsome young officer with tears of emotion. The young officer slightly bowed and gently said, "Grandpa asked you to rest and recover. He's waiting to take you to Beijing for a trip." Okay, Grandpa Su kept nodding. After the young officer left, Grandpa Su noticed his granddaughter sitting silently beside him, blushing and staring dreamily at the young man's departing figure. Thinking of Pei Jianqing's sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his noble demeanor, and then looking at his granddaughter's infatuated expression, Grandpa Su felt a stir in his heart. "Anshi, what do you think of this young man?" he asked weakly. The main character's eyes lit up with hope, and she eagerly nodded, her thoughts obvious. Grandpa Su loved his granddaughter very much. He worried that after he was gone, no one would protect her. He and his wife had raised her with care since she was young, spoiling her in every way. The main character was beautiful and somewhat proud. At 19, she was still unmarried, which was rare in the countryside. Nobody seemed to like her, and they couldn't do much about it. Earlier this year, her grandmother suddenly passed away, which made Grandpa Su anxious. He was afraid that one day he might also leave suddenly, leaving her all alone. So, he started looking for a suitable match for her. He searched and searched, but couldn't find anyone right. The main character was picky, and Grandpa Su didn't want to force her if she didn't agree. Recently, Grandpa Su suddenly fell seriously ill, and he started to panic. Now, wanting to find a match for her again was beyond his strength. Grandpa Su knew his days were numbered. He was glad that the main character liked the young man and that he was very suitable. He also had another reason. He was afraid that if her marriage wasn't settled soon after he left, his 2 sons might interfere with her marriage plans. A few days ago, his eldest grandson, Su Jianjun, came back and said he wanted to introduce the original owner to their deputy factory director. That deputy director already has 2 children, so how could the original owner be willing to become a stepmother? Currently, Su Damon is holding them back, so they don't dare go too far. Once Su Damon leaves, what then? Also, the original owner's beauty, in this era and in a normal family like theirs, isn't necessarily a good thing. It could easily cause trouble. Su Damon borrowed a phone from the hospital and found out that the old team leader's grandson was unmarried. He boldly asked him for this marriage. He didn't know if the old team leader would agree. Years ago, he risked his life to save the old team leader and was injured, which led to his discharge from the army. But at that time, the old team leader had already arranged the best future for him. In Su Damon's nervousness, the old team leader agreed to the marriage and promised to let the young man come over soon for the engagement, then go for the registration to ease Su Damon's worries. They set a date, but the young man never came. Su Damon passed away before he could see him. When the marriage was first arranged, the original owner was very happy. But when the other person didn't come, she became anxious and restless, worried and uncertain. Su Damon's death made her even more sad and heartbroken, adding more worries and doubts. In the midst of great joy and sorrow, she was also scared and anxious. Plus, she had been taking care of Su Damon when he was sick before. She was already spoiled since childhood, and the hard work and exhaustion were too much for her, causing her health to decline. A few days ago, she caught a cold again. This caused a high fever, and when she woke up, she found herself in her current state, Qiao Anqi. She sat silently by the bed, forced to accept that she had truly traveled to another time, and to a very harsh, backward era, especially in a rural area with terrible conditions. It seemed the great traveler had been very unfriendly, sending her to such a barren environment. She really wanted to shout out loud that she could do it, but she had to face reality. First of all, she had been spoiled all her life by her parents. Honestly, she was delicate, unable to carry heavy loads, and always waited on hand and foot. How could she survive in a place where everything was scarce and she had to rely on herself? Looking at her own delicate skin and tender body, it was clear she had been spoiled by Su Damon and his wife since childhood. She had never been made to do much work. When Su Damon was alive, she could still rely on her parents. Now, she was alone. With her small frame, could she even go to the fields and earn work points? If she didn't earn work points, what would she eat? She also reviewed her memories of the original owner. The original owner had lost her parents since she was young, and her memories confirmed they were her biological parents. I haven't heard what kind of adoption it was. She was just found. Seeing how much old Su and his wife love her, she must really be their biological child. So, it's pretty sure that her biological parents didn't come together. The original owner's mother has the surname Su, but her own mother does not. It seems that after the car broke down, only she was involved in the accident. Her parents are probably fine. Qiao Anqi feels both happy and sad. She's glad her parents are safe, but she feels sad and lost at the thought that they are now separated forever. She can't even imagine how heartbroken and hopeless her parents must be, especially since they are so fond of her. Although she wishes her parents could be here with her, looking at this harsh environment, she thinks it's better they stay away to avoid suffering. But she can't rule out other possibilities. She couldn't hold back and tears started to fall. She sniffed, wiped her eyes, and told herself not to cry. She needs to think about what to do now. Since she came alone, her first step is to get her mindset right. She must stay positive. Wherever she is, it's still life. It doesn't matter which era or world she's in. She doesn't want to take over the original owner's marriage. It's better if the other person changes their mind. Everyone will be happy. If the other person still comes, it's obvious they were forced before. If she cancels, they will definitely be willing. So, she's not really worried about this marriage. Her main concern should be her survival. Thinking of this, Qiao Anqi quickly got out of bed and started rummaging through her belongings. 1 dime, 2 dimes. 1 yuan, 2 yuan. She counted her money over and over, totaling 17 yuan, 55 cents, and 3 mil. She also had a few tickets. This was all her savings, her entire family fortune. She then went to the room next door, where old Su and his wife used to live. After searching for a long time, she found nothing. What could there be? The original owner grew up relying on old Su's small monthly pension. His money was used to support her and occasionally help his 2 sons. He hadn't saved a single cent. Qiao Anqi sighed deeply. She was so poor. No wonder she had to settle her original marriage. Otherwise, she might not even survive. Old Su and his wife had already divided all their property when they separated. He could only support her with his pension. Old Su's room had already been tidied up. Joanshi looked at the empty house and bowed to the memorial tablet of Su Damon, thinking of the old man who had worked so hard for his granddaughter. Now, the original owner must also be looking for him in the afterlife. She hopes they can reunite in another world and that both of them are doing well there. She slowly stepped back and returned to the next room. Anqi, someone outside the door was calling her. Joanshi, still trying to sort out her recent memories, didn't want to see anyone right now. She weakly called out to the outside. I'm not feeling well. I want to sleep a little longer. There was a pause, then the voice said, then you can sleep a little longer. Joanshi didn't go back to bed. She found a round mirror wrapped in red plastic on the table. Looking into the mirror, her eyes widened. The person in the mirror looked quite messy. Her hair was slightly curly, and tied in two rough braids, one long and one short, hanging loosely. Her bangs, slightly curled, covered her forehead and blocked her eyes, which she had just messed up with her hands. Her skin looked a bit dull, probably because she was upset lately and she had a few small pimples. She lifted the curtain to examine herself more closely. She realized that the original owner's features were very beautiful, but her messy appearance greatly reduced her beauty from a 10 to a 3. She was a bit tall and had a somewhat full figure. Usually, she wore loose, baggy clothes, kept her head down, hunched her shoulders, and had poor posture. The original owner was pretty and cute as a child, with slightly curly hair. Once, she was targeted by a creepy old man. Sue Damon and his wife worried that her beauty might cause trouble, so they deliberately kept her hidden. Joan, she sighed, and put down the mirror. She couldn't accept her current messy look. The original owner hadn't washed properly for several days. She saw a basin and stand in the corner of the room with a basin, towel, and soap nearby. There was also a hot water kettle on the ground. She went over, turned on the kettle, but the water inside was no longer hot. She poured the water into the basin and carefully washed her face with soap. Oh my, the water in the basin was really dirty, oily, with a layer floating on top. She couldn't believe it was from a girl's face. She also untied her hair, dampened her hair slightly with a wet comb, and slowly brushed it to smooth it out. Then she used a rubber band to tie her hair into a low ponytail at the back of her head. Her bangs, which were wet, were parted to the side, revealing her eyes and forehead. Suddenly, she felt much fresher. She walked back to the table, picked up a mirror, and looked again, and was once again stunned. With a quick touch-up, she looked like a different person. Her face was clean and white, though her skin wasn't very smooth. It looked fair enough. Her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, and her features were very pretty. She somewhat resembled the original Jo Onshi, but her overall aura was completely different. She usually kept her head down and hunched her shoulders, looking a bit shy and timid. But in the village, this wasn't too unusual. Girls here are generally not very confident and are often a bit insecure. The original owner didn't seem like a spoiled child who was raised with care. Instead, she had developed a temper and a strong spirit. Looking at her reflection, Jo Onshi also understood why Sue Damon was worried. With her appearance, being a single girl in a typical rural family of this time, she could easily cause trouble. She sighed, feeling unmotivated, and placed the mirror back on the table. Thinking about the dull days with nothing to do, she felt troubled. Now everything was inconvenient. Even going outside required a letter of introduction and proof. Onshi's sister, a girl's voice came from outside the door again. Jo Onshi was about to tell her to go away, but the girl's voice continued. Onshi's sister, you must be hungry, right? My mom asked me to bring you some food. Jo Onshi suddenly realized she was indeed a little hungry. The original owner hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. She thought about how she might not be able to handle the fire in the kitchen stove, and ultimately, she swallowed her reluctance to refuse. Coming. She went out and opened the courtyard door, and it was Arya from next door's Wang family. Oh, it's you, Arya. Arya looked a bit surprised when she saw Jo Onshi. Then she handed her a bowl. Onshi sister, my mom made you some noodles. You should eat now. Jo Onshi quickly took the bowl. Thank you, Arya. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Arya smiled and stood at the door without moving. No problem. Jo Onshi hurriedly searched her memory and suddenly understood. Arya, wait a moment. Come inside first. She carried the noodles into the kitchen, washed a large bowl, and poured the noodles into it. Then she washed the bowl Arya brought and handed it back to her. Thanks, Onshi sister. You look even prettier now. Arya took the bowl and ran off quickly. Jo Onshi was momentarily stunned. She carried the noodles back to her room, thought for a moment, and then pulled down her bangs from her forehead. Aunt Wang had made her a bowl of vegetable noodle soup, also adding an egg. Aunt Wang's family was not wealthy. This was already a very precious meal for them. Usually, they wouldn't even think of making such a meal for themselves. Honestly, nowadays, no one easily makes plain flour dishes at home. Joanxi felt a bit emotional inside. Since old man Su's wife passed away, Su Damon had been living with the original owner. Next door, Aunt Wang helped them a lot. The original owner was also quite generous. She had some pocket money and would buy snacks sometimes, often sharing with Aunt Wang's children. Su Damon's two sons were completely unreliable. The Su family had split up early. They strongly disapproved of Su Damon and his wife raising the original owner. Only Su Damon received a small pension each month, which they couldn't do anything about. But the house where Su Damon and Joanxi lived was actually the old family house, which had long been divided among his two sons. Each had a room. Joanxi's heart sank. Now that Su Damon was gone, they probably had some trouble coming. They would have to leave the house soon. Sure enough, not long after finishing the noodles, Su Damon's eldest son, Su Lauda, and second son, Su Laudi, came together with their wives. "Anchi, are you awake?" Joanxi knew she would have to face them sooner or later, so she got up and opened the door. These people only come when they have nothing better to do, and Joanxi was too lazy to be polite. Su Lauda's wife, Li Ho-hot, and Su Laudi's wife, Lu Yufan, acted very friendly and chatted with her for a few words. "Look at you, so fair and tender. You must be living a good life. You shouldn't be stuck in the countryside." "Exactly. Anchi looks like she's blessed." Joanxi didn't respond as they pulled her along. The original owner wasn't very fond of them either, so she kept her usual attitude. Soon, they got to the main point. Lu Yufan smiled and said, "Anchi, you're not young anymore. As elders, we're mainly concerned about your future marriage." Li Ho-hot continued, "Look at Brother Jianjun's friend, Deputy Factory Director Wang. He's very good, young, and he's interested in you." Joanxi pulled her hand away and said calmly, I don't want to be a stepmother." "Auntie, you must have forgotten. My grandfather already arranged a marriage for me." Li Ho-hot's face changed, then she smiled again and said, "That person didn't come, did he? It was just a verbal agreement, so it might not be final. Now that the old man has passed away and they didn't come, there's nothing we can do. Besides, we don't have to accept it ourselves." She spoke as if she was thinking of her, listing how hard it was to be separated from the soldier and how tough it was. She also praised Deputy Director Wang, saying how talented and promising he was. "What's the worry about having children? They're so young and you'll raise them yourself, so they'll be very close to you. Plus, Deputy Director Wang is young, and you could have several of your own." Xiao Anshi listened to her talk so enthusiastically but remained firm. "If they don't accept, I won't get married. I won't be a stepmother." Li Guohua disagreed. "Not getting married? That's not right. You're not young anymore, and others will say mean things about us, accusing us of being too strict." Xiao Anshi knew they weren't really worried about that. Su Daming had said she could stay in this house until she got married. As long as she didn't marry, they would all be anxious. They had never raised the original owner for a day, yet they acted like they had raised her. So she said, "Of course I won't. Everyone knows I was raised by my grandparents, so don't blame you." Hearing this, everyone paused for a moment. Then Lu Yufan looked worried and said, "Anshi, you know, our family has many children. The current house really can't fit us anymore." Li Guohua added, "Our Jianya is also about to get engaged. We can't keep squeezing together. You should think carefully about Deputy Director Wang." Xiao Anshi shook her head firmly. "I won't consider it. My grandfather has already made plans for me. I need to listen to him and wait." Something happened on their side, and the house matter is also arranged by my grandfather. Anshi. Xiao Anshi didn't want to argue anymore. She slightly lowered her head. "Sorry, I have a fever and still feel unwell. I want to rest a bit longer." Seeing this, Su Daming and the others didn't press further. They knew they shouldn't rush too much. Shirin went out and returned to their own yard nearby. Su Jianjun was waiting anxiously. When he saw them come back, he hurried over. "How did it go? Did they agree?" Li Guohua shook her head. "No, they said they want to listen to the old man. We should wait a bit longer." Su Jianjun looked unhappy. "Just a soldier? What's there to wait for? It's better if he doesn't come, and if he does, we should just back out. Except for Su Daming, the others didn't know much about the situation on the other side. Su De-min doesn't know much about his former leader's later position either. The other members of the Su family were not at the hospital that day and did not see the old leader's grandson. They thought he was just an ordinary young soldier. Compared to Wang Qinghui, the deputy director of the flower factory, he seemed much less impressive. Su Jianjun didn't expect Wang Qinghui to be interested in Qiao Anxi. Wang Qinghui was just a temporary worker at the flower factory. That day, Qiao Anxi went to the factory to tell him about Su De-min being hospitalized. Wang Qinghui saw her passing by. Su Jianjun noticed Wang Qinghui kept looking at Qiao Anxi several times. Seeing her beautiful face, he felt a slight stir in his heart. After Qiao Anxi left, he nervously went over to greet Wang Qinghui. Surprisingly, the usually proud deputy factory director Wang responded to him. After exchanging a few superficial words, he casually asked, "Who was that just now?" "Deputy Director Wang, that's my cousin," Su Jianjun replied cautiously with a smile. "How old is she? Does she have a boyfriend?" "Not yet. She's 19. Her family is a bit anxious," Su Jianjun said, good at reading the situation. Wang Qinghui nodded, patted his shoulder, and left. When Su Jianjun got home, he told his wife, Zhang Lanji, about this. She was very excited when she heard. Deputy Director Wang must like Anxi. That's great news. If it works out, your chance for a permanent position is almost certain. Everyone at the flower factory knew that Wang Qinghui's wife had died giving birth a year ago, leaving 2 children. Over the year, many people tried to introduce him to others, but he and his mother were picky and hadn't approved anyone. Su Jianjun was a bit worried. "I'm afraid Grandpa won't agree. Wang Qinghui has 2 kids. Zhang Lanji dismissed this. "What's there to worry about? Wang Qinghui is very good. Anxi is just a girl from the countryside, older now, and hard to find such a good match. She's only pretty, otherwise Wang Qinghui wouldn't have liked her." She then carefully analyzed the benefits if things worked out, making Su Jianjun quite tempted. Even if Wang Qinghui wasn't interested, he was eager to push for it. But within 2 days, Wang Qinghui came to talk to him. Then the union chairwoman, Sister Fan, also approached him to ask about Qiao Anxi's basic information. Who is Sister Fan? She is Wang Qinghui's mother. However, from her expression and tone, she showed no particular emotion. Su Jianjun knows he is close to becoming a full member, and good days are probably coming. Everyone supports the idea of him going home. It's a win-win situation. Qiao Anxi wants to get married early, so they can quickly get their house back. She is marrying the deputy factory director of the flour mill, which means they will gain a prestigious relative from the city. The flour mill is a very good place to work. The deputy factory director is still young and has a bright future. In the future, they will enjoy many benefits. Not just in the future, even now, Su Jianjun can become a full member soon. But unexpectedly, Su Damon suddenly arranged a marriage for Qiao Anxi. They had to give up, but they felt a bit disappointed. They didn't expect that the other side wouldn't come at the agreed time. Once Su Damon left, their hopes revived. But now, Qiao Anxi seems reluctant. Because it concerns everyone's interests, Lu Yufin came up with an idea. Why not ask Deputy Wang to come over? If the girl sees him, she might feel more willing. It's not good to keep things secret. Su Jianjun thought about it and nodded. I'll go back now. Tomorrow is a day off, so I can see what Deputy Wang says. He quickly left for Rongqing. Near Langcheng, a military base, Pei Jiancheng was carrying a basin, looking fresh and clean as he came out of the water room. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo, waiting at the door, immediately went to greet him. Pei Jiancheng glanced briefly at them and walked straight ahead. Yang Hongming nudged Qian Weiguo, signaling him to speak. Qian Weiguo nudged back, "You go." Neither dared to speak, just followed closely behind Pei Jiancheng. After hearing that Pei Jiancheng had finished his mission and returned, the two rushed over to wait here. There was no choice. Just a few days earlier, Pei Jiancheng had gone on a mission and suddenly, a shocking news broke out. The day before he left for the mission, He applied for marriage. When the news spread, it caused a huge stir in the military district. It was completely unexpected. Even Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo, who were close to him, hadn't heard a word about it. According to the rumors, the girl he was going to marry was from a rural area near Rongqing. This news stunned both of them. Who is Pei Jiancheng? He is the youngest and most promising battalion-level officer in the entire military district. He is a strong fighter, strategic, and brave, known across the army. It's expected he will soon be promoted to deputy regiment commander. He is only 20-something. He also looks handsome, with a cold and noble demeanor. Although he often keeps a serious face, he is very popular with girls. Within the military district, there are countless girls who secretly like him. Even if he randomly chooses someone, it wouldn't be a rural girl. Yang Hongming, who has known Pei Jiancheng since childhood, can't believe his ears. Others may not know, but he knows Pei Jiancheng very well. They are all in the same military area in Beijing. When it comes to family background, Pei's family is very prestigious. Regarding personal ability, among the younger generation, he is the most talented, successful, and capable. And in looks, he is the most handsome and charming to girls. He is considered a favorite among the noble families in Beijing. Many noble women are waiting to marry him. It's impossible for a rural girl to have a chance. The main point is his mother, Miss Tao Huaru, is very proud. How could she allow her outstanding son to marry a girl from the countryside? When Yang Hongming heard the news, he hurriedly called his family in Beijing to find out more. His mother, Sun Wenwan, and Tao Huaru are close friends. Sun Wenwan was also confused and said, "Really? I haven't heard about this." Jiancheng has already finished his report. Sun Wenwan was surprised and asked, "Could it be that he's hiding it from the family?" "That's impossible. Once the report reaches the commander's desk, the news will definitely reach the Pei family," Yang Hongming quickly denied. "I haven't seen Huaru for a few days. I need to ask her," Sun Wenwan said, her curiosity piqued. She hurriedly ended the call with her son and went to see her friend. The next day, Yang Hongming received a call from Sun Wenwan. She said, "I heard that an old subordinate of old Master Pei recently fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. Jiancheng went to visit him on behalf of old Master. It's likely that when Jiancheng appeared, he caught someone's eye. That old subordinate has a granddaughter. He was worried that after he passed away, no one would take care of her. So he asked old Master Pei about marriage. Years ago, he saved old Master Pei's life on the battlefield. Now, on his deathbed, he entrusted his granddaughter to him. Old Master Pei consulted Jiancheng, and he agreed." Sun Wenwan kept talking about what she heard from Tao Huaru. Tao Huaru was furious, but knew there was no use arguing. No one in the family dared to oppose old Master Pei's wishes. She was still thinking of a plan, but by then, Pei Jiancheng had already submitted his marriage report. Knowing she couldn't change anything, Tao Huaru decided to ignore it and not interfere. Right now, only a few people in the large estate knew the full story. This matter will probably spread soon. Just wait and see. The neighborhood will be more lively then. Yang Hongming was stunned when he heard this. Wow, so that's how it is. It's probably because of Pei Jiancheng's handsome face again. My good friend is really unlucky. He just went to the hospital to check on Grandpa, and now he's involved in this. And this is a lifelong matter. Is it so careless? How did he agree to it? But Pei Jiancheng was on a mission and hasn't come back yet. Yang Hongming had been worried for days. When he finally got the news that Pei Jiancheng had finished his task and returned, he took Qian Weiguo, and the two of them waited here. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo stood on either side, watching Pei Jiancheng closely. Pei Jiancheng was completely unaffected. His handsome face showed no extra expression. He carried a basin in his hand, walking leisurely. He reached the dormitory door, opened it, and placed the basin inside. Then he turned around to see the two faces, hesitant and full of questions but afraid to ask, filled with sympathy. Pei Jiancheng calmly pulled over a chair, sat down, and picked up a stack of files on the table to read. Yang Hongming finally couldn't hold back. "Jiancheng, do you have anything to say?" He knew that the matter with old Master Pei was probably unchangeable. But he also believed that, given Pei Jianqing's personality and ability, no one could control him. If he didn't want to do it, no one could make him. Pei Jianqing looked up at Yang Hongming. Is that girl really like a fairy? Yang Hongming suddenly had an idea, and Qian Weiguo looked hopeful too. At least, they could accept this reason a little more. I didn't see clearly, so I don't know what she looks like. At that time, Pei Jianqing hadn't paid much attention to the girl beside him. She was lowering her head, looking a bit shy and timid. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo looked at each other. No, why? Yang Hongming couldn't understand it all. I don't want Grandpa to be put in a difficult position, Pei Jianqing said calmly. Yang Hongming was speechless. Poor brother. He knew he definitely wasn't acting voluntarily. His brother was picky and demanding. He knew that very well. This was to avoid making Grandpa uncomfortable, to avoid trouble for himself. Are you really willing to just accept this? Yang Hongming couldn't help asking. Pei Jianqing showed no expression. Just completing a task. Yang Hongming was suddenly choked. He looked at Pei Jianqing's indifferent face and could only sigh inwardly. This guy was really all about work now, work all the time. Besides completing missions, training, and researching weapons and equipment, there is nothing else. He feels more sympathy for his good brother. Then what do you plan to do next? Yang Hongming asked. I'm going there in the next couple of days to handle things, Pei Jianqing said, setting down his documents. He had originally scheduled a different time, but he suddenly received an urgent mission. He didn't even have time to call his father before leaving. During the mission, something unexpected happened, causing delays, and he couldn't return on time. Old Master Su is very ill over there, and his grandfather told him to finish the task quickly so that Old Master Su can rest assured.
So,
Yang Hongming was about to ask if Pei Jianqing was waiting for Tao Huaru before going, but then remembered his family's Miss Tao said she was now leaving everything to others. He swallowed his words again, feeling sorry for his brother. Xiao Anqi looked pale as she pinched her nose and came out of the toilet in the corner of the yard. It was too terrible. The toilet was so shabby it was shocking. A slow-moving white substance on the ground made her legs tremble. She couldn't bear to think about the other scenes inside. She tried not to let her eyes wander. She hurried back to the house, releasing her nose, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Ugh, such a strong smell. Xiao Anqi quickly covered her nose again. It's hopeless. Her whole body is full of that terrible toilet smell. My goodness. How can she live in such an environment in the future? She felt utterly hopeless and sat down limply. What she desperately needed now is to go to the kitchen and boil some water on the big stove, take a good bath, and wash her hair. But right now, she was so depressed she didn't even want to move. Oh, great master of crossing over. You brought me here, but why didn't you give me a space? Xiao Anqi remembered reading online novels. Usually in crossing stories there's a space, right? Maybe I have one too. Wow, then I wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Xiao Anqi suddenly felt energized. She started rummaging through her clothes, but after a while, she found nothing of sentimental value. Necklaces, jade pendants, earrings, bracelets, rings? All gone. Then she looked for moles or birthmarks. Not many, just one or two. She poked at them for a long time, but felt nothing. Xiao Anqi immediately lost hope. Sigh, her demands are not high. She doesn't need a space with everything she wants. Just a good toilet and a shower would be enough. Space, where are you? Xiao Anqi leaned miserably on the table, randomly knocking on it with one hand, her mind full of the space.
Space.
Suddenly, her vision went black, and she was instantly transported to a different scene.
Huh?
Isn't this my RV? Joanxi looked at the beautiful cream-colored interior. This was the special graduation gift her parents had ordered for her. What's going on? I wasn't actually traveling through space. It was just a dream. I'm just inside my RV. Joanxi was very excited. She loved exploring inside her RV, feeling cozy and happy. Where did her parents go? Did they go for a walk outside?
No, that couldn't be.
Maybe she had a bad dream. She quickly decided to call her parents. She found her bag in the car, took out her phone, and prepared to make a video call. No signal? Joanxi frowned and tried to swipe her phone, but there was no signal at all. She tried to call someone, but it didn't go through. She walked to the front driver's seat, turned on the car phone, but still, there was no response. She picked up her phone, opened the door, and stepped outside, but still no signal. The area was very quiet. Joanxi finally felt something was wrong. The clothes she was wearing weren't her usual ones. They were the clothes she wore at the Su family's house. That meant she wasn't dreaming. She had truly traveled through space. She felt a bit sad. But what was happening now? Why was she inside her RV? A bold idea suddenly appeared in her mind. As soon as she thought it, her body moved. In front of her, she saw the Su family's house again. Her heart beat faster with excitement. She thought again, and suddenly she was back inside her RV. She held her pounding heart and focused her mind. Then she quickly thought herself out of the RV. She got up, closed the door tightly, then shut the windows. Only then did she feel at ease and return to the RV. Now she was sure the RV was her special space. Her RV had come with her. She hurried to the fridge and opened it. Thank goodness it was full of food. Thanks to her mom, who had packed the fridge full before she left, and had also taught her how to cook in a short time. Her cooking skills weren't great, but making some food to fill her stomach wasn't a big problem. Her mom had thought carefully. There were many ready-made and semi-finished dishes in the fridge, all prepared and just needing to be heated. There were also plenty of ready-to-eat foods. She opened the small storage cabinet nearby, which contained rice and flour. Having a caring and thoughtful mother truly makes life happy. Joanxi suddenly paused while opening a box of cake. Thinking of her mother, her heart felt sour and sad. She missed her parents so much. She remembered them drinking tea leisurely in the car before. She wondered how they are now. Are they in the hospital?
Or
She dared not think further. Tears welled up as she ate a piece of cake, but she couldn't enjoy it. She couldn't cry. She wiped her tears with her hand, reminding herself to live well, no matter where or when. Joanxi composed herself, temporarily pushed down her longing for her parents, and cheered up. She found some snacks to fill her stomach first. After eating, she took a good shower in the bathroom. She carefully washed her face again and applied a moisturizing mask. It felt so relaxing. Sitting on the sofa, Joanxi gently dried her hair with a hairdryer. Fortunately, the RV was well equipped. Since her family was going on a trip for a while, they prepared plenty of supplies. The quantities weren't large, as they planned to buy more on the way. The variety was complete. She decided to save some money and stay here for a while. Most importantly, the vehicle had a bathroom with a shower. It also had a washing machine, so she didn't need to wash clothes by hand. She discovered she could handle waste and sewage inside the space. Joanxi felt very satisfied now. She stayed comfortably inside the space for a while, then went outside. Since she had just arrived, she thought it was better to be cautious. She lay on the bed, practicing taking things out and putting them back in the space. She also tried to move items with her mind. It worked, but it was very tiring. After a while, she decided to do it manually. The excitement of having the space gradually settled down. Joanxi experienced many ups and downs emotionally that day. She felt exhausted, her sleepiness suddenly hit her, and she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Joanxi slowly woke up in bed. She blinked sleepily for a while before remembering she had traveled to this new world. She buried her face in the quilt and stayed in bed for a while. When she was fully awake, she thought briefly and entered the space. Her first task was to go to the bathroom inside the space to wash up. After coming out, she opened the fridge to find something for breakfast. Hey, why does it feel like the fridge is full again? Joanxi looked inside and was happily surprised to see that the food she took yesterday had been restocked today. An unexpected joy made her very happy. All right, now she didn't have to worry about food. At least she wouldn't go hungry. She finished a small box of cake and drank a carton of milk, then quickly cleared some space. Joanxi sat at the table and brushed her hair in front of the mirror. Last night, after washing and drying her hair in the space, she realized her slightly curly hair looked very pretty. Her natural curls were only gentle waves. In her previous life, she saw people with very curly hair, so curly it looked wild. When not, it was almost like an explosion of hair. But now her curls were just right, like styled big waves, very beautiful. Her long bangs were swept to one side. It looked a bit like her old hairstyle. Tying it up seemed a shame. But in this era, loose hair was not fashionable. She still braided 2 small pigtails like the original owner. The bangs that blocked her eyes, she decided to sweep slightly to the side, so they wouldn't cover her eyes completely, which was really uncomfortable. After tidying herself up, she sat and thought. Now that she had the space, she didn't have to worry about food, but new problems arose. As a young orphan girl with no money, it was hard to believe she could eat and drink well without working for some points. She needed to think of a way to make things more reasonable. Then she thought about the plans involving the 2 uncles from the Su family. Without the marriage agreement that Su Damon had arranged for her, it might be difficult to deal with her uncles. She was also worried that if they wanted to achieve their goals, they might resort to sneaky tricks, which would be troublesome. In this era, she, a weak orphan girl, couldn't fight back much. She didn't want to fight back either. What should she do? Maybe she could talk to that soldier brother and borrow his marriage agreement to survive until the college entrance exams are back? Then she could be free to go anywhere. Although the soldier brother on the other side didn't come over yet, she didn't think they would just break the contract without a word. She believed that soldiers, especially someone like Su Damon's old squad leader, would definitely keep their word. If they didn't agree, they would have refused right away. Since they agreed, they probably wouldn't break the contract immediately. Maybe something delayed them. She thought they would come back eventually. Joanxi leaned against the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling beams. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Joanxi snapped out of her thoughts, stood up, and went to open the door. Outside stood Su Tsaixia, the 3rd daughter of the Su family. "My dad asked you to come to my house," she said. Joanxi didn't know what they wanted, and she didn't really want to go. She replied, "I'm not feeling well. Please tell my older brother-in-law that I won't be coming today." Tsaixia looked at her for a moment and then turned to leave. Joanxi also turned back into her room. Not long after she sat down, she heard Li Hohat's voice outside the door. "Anshi, Anshi." Joanxi ignored her. She kept calling nonstop. Unable to ignore her anymore, Joanxi went to open the door again. Li Hohat saw her and warmly took her hand. "Anshi, what's wrong? You've just been tired these days. My husband's mother made chicken soup for you. Just go over and drink some." Joanxi shook her head to refuse. "No, thank you. I just want to rest. I just want to lie down and sleep now." "You can't always lie down. The more you sleep, the worse you'll feel. Listen to your mother-in-law. Go have a bowl of soup. Also, we need to discuss some matters about the old master," Li Hohat said. After the old master Su passed away, everything was handled by his 2 sons. During those days, the original owner was also called over whenever there was something urgent. Without further ado, Li Hohat pulled Joanxi toward their house. Her grip was so tight that Joanxi couldn't break free. As they walked, Li Hohat said, "Today, Brother Jianjun and Sister Lanji are coming back. We'll have a family meal. Now that the old master is gone, don't worry, we'll take care of you." Suda and Su Air's houses were right next to each other, adjacent to Joanxi's current courtyard. Outside, a car was parked. A rare sight in the village, and many people gathered around, staring curiously. When Joanxi entered the house, she found quite a few people inside. Both Suda and Su Air's families were there. It seemed that 2 guests had also arrived. The guests sat in the main seats, while Suda, Su Air, and Jianjun sat nearby, very attentive and eager to please. Li Hohat excitedly pulled Joanxi into the house. When she saw Joanxi, Zhang Lanji, Jianjun's wife, came over affectionately. "Anshi, come here. Sister-in-law is calling you," she said. Then she pulled her to sit on a nearby chair. As soon as Joanxi entered, she felt a gaze closely following her, making her slightly uncomfortable. And once she sat down, the feeling became even stronger. That gaze became more and more bold, fixed intently on her. Xiao Anxi frowned slightly, displeased. "Anxi," Zhang Lanji said warmly, pulling Xiao Anxi closer. "This is Vice Factory Director Wang from your Jianjun Brothers flour mill, young and capable. And this is Sister Fan, the factory's union chairwoman and Vice Director Wang's mother. We're back today and they came along to see us." She then turned to Fan Chunmei and Wang Qinghui, smiling cautiously. "Sister Fan, Vice Director Wang, this is our cousin Xiao Anxi." Fan Chunmei had short hair just above her ears, a serious look on her face, showing the demeanor of a female official. She examined Xiao Anxi carefully with a scrutinizing gaze. Wang Qinghui smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Anxi. He didn't look very old, his hair shiny and combed neatly, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He definitely looked like an official. He looked at Xiao Anxi for a moment and then smiled.
"Hello, Comrade Xiao," he said.
Xiao Anxi showed little emotion, nodding faintly. She already knew this wasn't about discussing Su Damon. Their attitude clearly showed they were here to check her out. She didn't like the condescending way this female official looked at her. She also disliked Vice Director Wang's intense stare, as if he was eyeing a prize he was determined to win. She didn't want to waste any more time with them. So she stood up. "Uncles and aunties, I don't feel well. You have guests, so I'll go back first. I really can't hold on," she said, then turned to leave. Everyone in the room was stunned. They hadn't expected Xiao Anxi to be so straightforward. Zhang Lanji hurriedly reached out to stop her. "Don't rush to leave," she said anxiously. Xiao Anxi brushed Zhang Lanji's hand away. "Sister-in-law, you don't know how tired I've been these past few days. I caught a cold and have a fever."
"I really don't feel good now," she said.
Li Hohot quickly came over. "Then you shouldn't leave either. You need to eat something nutritious to recover. I'll ask your second aunt to bring you a bowl of chicken soup," she said, rushing toward the kitchen. "No need. I have no appetite and don't want anything greasy," Xiao Anxi replied coldly, turning to leave. If the Su family had paid more attention to the original owner, they wouldn't have left her alone in the house those 2 days, ignoring her. For a day or two, there was no smoke from the chimney, so they knew she hadn't eaten. They didn't even think to call her for a meal. Even offering a bowl of porridge or a simple bun would have been nice. Only Aunt Wang next door noticed and asked Yao to bring her a bowl of noodles. Fan Chunmei frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure on her face. Wang Qinghui stood up and chased after her. "Comrade Xiao, are you feeling unwell? I happen to have a car. I can take you to the hospital to see a doctor." Xiao Anxi didn't turn back. "No need to trouble you. I'll just go back and rest." Wang Qinghui followed closely and said, "You shouldn't force yourself to endure it. You must go to the hospital." "No, thank you." Xiao Anxi quickly walked toward the gate of the courtyard. Wang Qinghui took a quick step forward and blocked her path. "Comrade Xiao, I think very highly of you. I want us to have a better relationship. If you're willing, you won't have to stay in the countryside anymore. I'll arrange a relaxed job for you in the city. If you don't want to work, that's fine. Just take good care of your family." Xiao Anxi frowned and said calmly, "Comrade, have you not heard? I am engaged, so I cannot develop a relationship with you." Wang Qinghui was momentarily stunned. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Xiao Anxi bypassed him and quickly left. Fan Chunmei's face darkened immediately. "What's going on?" Su Jianjun hurried forward to explain. "Big Sister Fan, Deputy Factory Director Wang, it's like this. My grandfather suddenly privately mentioned a marriage to Anxi before he passed away. Our whole family didn't know about it, but it was just a verbal statement, not officially arranged. The other side didn't come, so it was all just talk. Anxi isn't engaged yet." After hearing this, Wang Qinghui's expression softened. Fan Chunmei's face still looked displeased. Su Jianjun quickly added, "Anxi is a bit stubborn, very set in her ways. She believes her grandfather's words, must be obeyed. When the other family didn't come, she foolishly waited. But after a while, she'll get over it. Wang Qinghui nodded. Yes, she's a good girl who listens. Then he returned to the house with Su Jianjun, his expression returning to normal. Fan Chunmei's expression only slightly eased. She and her son couldn't quite agree on the issue of finding a wife. Her son wanted someone young, beautiful, and unmarried. She was more concerned about her former daughter-in-law's 2 children. First, she definitely loved those 2 children very much. Second, her former daughter-in-law's family was well off. Even if she was gone, the 2 children would serve as a bond between the 2 families. They knew Wang Qinghui would likely remarry, which was inevitable. They want to protect the children's rights, but also worry that later on, someone might treat the children badly. Fan Chunmei naturally understands this. She shares the same idea and just wants to find a humble, honest, and easy-to-handle family background. She no longer needs a son-in-law from a very wealthy family. Having these 2 grandsons is enough for her. She absolutely cannot allow a future daughter-in-law to mistreat her eldest grandson. Wang Qinghui doesn't care about all that. He only wants a young, beautiful woman. Young and beautiful women are many, but they are also hard to handle. The women he likes are usually not approved by Fan Chunmei. This time, the woman he liked is pretty, young, and unmarried. Most importantly, Fan Chunmei was satisfied after hearing about her family background. She's an orphan from the countryside, with no background at all, easy to control, and unlikely to cause any trouble. Mother and son finally found someone who meets both their conditions. Wang Qinghui saw Qiao Anxi at the flower factory entrance that day and was somewhat interested. The girl looked a bit simple and dressed plainly, but she was young and pretty. He also noticed that, despite her plain clothes, she had a good figure. Being plain wasn't a big problem. Once in the city, with some good dressing up, she could be trained. He is only 28 this year. A year ago, his wife died giving birth to their 2 children. He definitely plans to find another wife, but he prefers young, pretty women and he doesn't want someone who is already married. He has different ideas from his mother, and they haven't reached an agreement. That day, when he saw Qiao Anxi, he had some thoughts, but they weren't very strong. When he mentioned it to Su Jianjun, he was very eager. However, his mother was more interested in her background. Mother and son rarely agreed on something, but today they were somewhat on the same page. But today, after seeing her again, he realized that his first impression was too hurried, and he hadn't seen her clearly. Today, he was truly amazed by her beauty. He found that she was much prettier than the day they met before, and she didn't seem plain or simple anymore. He liked her more and more, feeling almost determined to get her. Wang Qinghui didn't show any displeasure. He went back inside and asked about the marriage arranged by old Master Su. Su Jianjun quickly said, "Don't worry, she's just an ordinary soldier's daughter. It's been a long time and we haven't heard anything. We didn't take it seriously. Maybe it was just to comfort the old man at the time. Now that he's gone, we won't mention it anymore. Anxi is not young anymore. We can't just wait around like this." Hearing only that he was just an ordinary soldier, Fan Chunmei and Wang Qinghui didn't pay much attention. They naturally believed they had better conditions. Qiao Anxi returned to her room. She didn't hear the car leave for a long time. Deep down, she understood that they probably didn't plan to give up. Otherwise, since she mentioned she was engaged, Wang Qinghui would have left long ago. Even if she wanted to escape the difficult environment and the hardships she faced, she wouldn't consider Wang Qinghui. First, she wasn't interested in becoming a stepmother. Second, she had a very bad impression of Wang Qinghui. His eyes looked arrogant and sticky, making her extremely uncomfortable. Not to mention Fan Chunmei, who seemed difficult to get along with. But now, Brother Soldier hadn't come yet. She still had to be very careful and watch out for trouble from the Su family. Otherwise, if she was plotted against in this era, she might never recover. Qiao Anxi temporarily pushed aside these messy thoughts and went into the kitchen. At home, the chimney couldn't go without smoke. In the kitchen, there was a little rice and flour, a few eggs, some potatoes, and radishes. She remembered the bowl of noodles Aunt Wang made yesterday. Even if she wanted to return it now, it seemed she couldn't roll out noodles anymore. The original owner, in her memory, wasn't very skilled at this either. When Sue Damon's wife was around, she used to do it. Later, since Sue Damon still received a pension each month, they could still spend money to have Sue Lauda and Sue Lauer make some. Xiao Anshi decided to boil some water first. She looked at the water jar, which was almost empty. She sighed. She cleaned the pot, filled it with water, and, relying on her memory of the original owner, started to light a fire in a fluster. She thought she might be able to do it, but actually doing it was another matter. After struggling for a while, she finally managed to get the fire going. The kitchen was still intact, and she didn't burn it down. Seeing the fire burning strongly in the stove, Xiao Anshi felt a bit of a sense of achievement. Mom and Dad, your daughter is capable now. She can make fire herself. After boiling the water, she poured it into a thermos and then extinguished the fire. She carried the thermos back to her room. Once inside, she locked the door and windows, then entered her space. After all the fuss, she needed to make herself some lunch. But she was too lazy to bother with much, so she took out a packet of instant noodles. I opened the freezer in the fridge and found a box containing small bags of sliced lean meat, carefully packed by mother using plastic bags. I soaked them in cold water for a while. Then I found a box of washed and chopped greens in the fridge. Soon, I planned to make a simple vegetable and meat noodle soup, which is also quite nutritious. Mother was very thoughtful, preparing all the ingredients carefully. Oh, I suddenly remembered that Mom had downloaded many cooking videos on her tablet. Maybe I can watch them when I have free time. For now, I just want to cook some noodles to eat. After boiling water, I initially thought of throwing the meat, vegetables, and noodles all into the pot together. But I paused and remembered what Mom taught me. First, I put the meat into the water. When it boiled, I added the noodles. Finally, I added the greens and opened the seasoning packet to put in. Yes, it's done. It smells quite good. I sat at the dining table and enjoyed my meal happily. After eating, I went to the bathroom to wash my face. Looking in the mirror, I was startled. A big, fluffy cat face was staring back at me, black and white patches, like the marks left from lighting a fire earlier. After washing my face, I opened the fridge and looked inside. Sure enough, I found a pack of honey-flavored small cakes. These cakes are simple in appearance and taste. I remember Mom liked buying them a lot, and they were indeed in the fridge. They fit perfectly with what I have now. I plan to take the cakes to Aunt Wang's house to thank her for thinking of me yesterday and for making a bowl of noodles. But I actually feel a bit nervous about going. I think since I just arrived here, it might not be good to show off in front of the people who knew the original owner. I'll take them out first and let them warm up to room temperature outside, since they're a bit cold after coming from the fridge. Then I found a bag of milk cookies in a small snack box. Maybe cookies are more suitable. After thinking for a moment, I decided to take both the cake and the cookies outside. I found a piece of wax paper in a drawer, laid the cakes on it, and wrapped them up. Then I wrapped the cookies in wax paper as well. I went back to my bed and took a nap. Suddenly, I was awakened by a knocking at the door. Knock, knock. I listened carefully. It didn't sound like someone from the Su family. I recalled that it might be Wang aunt from next door. Quickly, I got up and went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Wang aunt standing outside, carrying a basket on her arm. Aunt Wang, it's you. Come in quickly. She hurriedly welcomed Aunt Wang into the house. Aunt Wang, please sit. Xiao Anshi picked up the thermos and poured her a glass of water. Aunt Wang set down her basket and held her hand. Don't worry about working so hard. I just came to see if you're feeling better. You look much healthier today. Anshi, you should have cut or pushed back your bangs on your forehead. Now it looks much better, and you seem more energetic. Yes. Xiao Anshi nodded. Aunt Wang sat her down and said, You shouldn't be too sad. Old Master Su is getting old. Illness and death are natural, but you're still young. You should live well and look forward. Xiao Anshi obediently nodded. I understand, Aunt Wang. Thank you. Aunt Wang looked worried and said, I saw you were very tired a few days ago. You need to rest well these days, so I didn't come to bother you. But I saw your uncle and others come by a few times. Did they cause you any trouble? Nothing much. They want to introduce me to someone, but I didn't agree, Xiao Anshi said casually. Aunt Wang looked at her carefully and said if it's suitable, you could consider it. Xiao Anshi replied, it's not very suitable. That person has 2 children, and my grandfather arranged a marriage for me before he left. Hearing this, Aunt Wang almost exploded.
What?
That's too much. You've already arranged a marriage, and now they want you to be a stepmother? I saw a car parked at their house today. Could it be that person coming to see you? Xiao Anshi nodded. The other side couldn't come earlier because of something. They're anxious. Aunt Wang snorted coldly. What's the rush? They're just eager. They must have gotten some big benefit. That person can even sit in a car, so they probably have good conditions. Anshi, don't be afraid. If anything happens, just find Aunt Wang. We won't let them bully you. Xiao Anshi was touched and said, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang gently held her hand with affection. Don't be polite. Just tell me if anything happens. The water in the jar must be running low. Later, my big Zhu will come to fill it for you. Xiao Anshi was deeply moved. She didn't expect Aunt Wang to be so thoughtful and caring. If she didn't have space in her hands, just fetching water and chopping wood would already be difficult for her. Although she now needs water and firewood for appearances, it's not the same as truly using them every day. Aunt Wang asked again, what kind of person did old Master Su arrange for you? Joan, she said, he is a soldier. Aunt Wang heard this and smiled happily. Soldiers are good. Soldiers are great. They chatted for a while longer, and Aunt Wang was about to go home. She picked up a basket beside her and took out some vegetables from inside. Your family probably doesn't have many vegetables to eat right now. You can have these first.
Thank you.
Joan, she didn't refuse, and quickly took out some cookies wrapped in oil paper. Aunt Wang, take these cookies back to let Arya and the others try. Aunt Wang pushed her hand away. No need, no need.
Keep them for yourself to eat.
They can help fill you up when you're not cooking. Joan, she hurriedly said, I already have some. These were brought by someone when they went to the hospital to see Grandpa.
It's hard to buy them outside.
Take them back and let Arya and the others try something new. She pushed the cookies into Aunt Wang's hand. Aunt Wang stubbornly refused. Joan, she got annoyed. Aunt Wang, then don't bring me any food in the future. I won't want it. Just take these vegetables back, and don't ask Daju to fetch water for me. That's not the same. These vegetables aren't worth much. Hearing this, Aunt Wang finally stopped refusing and muttered, all right, thank you. Not long after Aunt Wang left, her eldest son Daju came carrying a bucket of water, followed by Arya. Anshi Jie, Mom asked us to bring water and firewood for you, Arya said, holding a bundle of firewood in her arms. Aunt Wang's thoughtfulness was evident, bringing Arya along. Daju was already a teenager, about 16 or 17. If he came alone, people might gossip. Thank you, Daju and Arya, Joan, she said as they poured water into the tank and placed the firewood on the pile. No need to thank us, Daju grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Arya quietly leaned over and whispered, Anshi Jia, the cookies are really tasty. Joan, she patted her head and smiled. They're delicious. I'll bring more next time. Arya smiled happily, with her lips pressed together. That day, there was no other activity at the Su family's side, and no one came to look for Joan. She closed the door tightly and didn't go out. Early in the morning, Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo were already waiting outside the office building. They sat on the steps in front of the flower bed. Yang Hongming was holding a colorful bag of candies. Qian Weiguo asked curiously, what are you doing with this bag of candies? Yang Hongming glanced at the upstairs and said, Jianqing used to be engaged, so we should give the villagers some celebration candies. Qian Weiguo also glanced upstairs. Do you think he would be in the mood for this kind of thing given his situation? Yang Hongming replied, we can't let those people think we're poor, with nothing even to offer as a gift. Stop talking, he's coming down. Qian Weiguo suddenly pulled Yang Hongming back. Pei Jianqing's tall figure was already coming down from upstairs. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo hurried to greet him. Jianqing, are you about to leave? Yang Hongming asked as he approached Pei Jianqing. Yes, Pei Jianqing answered simply. Do you really not want us to go with you?
Qian Weiguo also asked.
No need. Pei Jiancheng walked steadily toward the dormitory. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua followed him. They watched him take a large bag from the closet. Yang Hongming immediately handed over his own bag of candies. Jiancheng, take this too. If villagers ask, just give them some. Pei Jiancheng looked at the bag of candies, said nothing, nodded, and opened his bag to put it inside. Then, he carried the bag toward the parking lot. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua naturally followed all the way. When Pei Jiancheng opened the car door and got in, he waved to them, then left a puff of exhaust behind. My poor brother. Yang Hongming shook his head and sighed. That morning, a jeep slowly drove into the village again. Villagers were a bit surprised. What's going on these days? Cars keep coming into our village. Just yesterday there was one. And today, who are they visiting? Oh, here comes a car. Here comes a car. A group of children ran over, chasing after the jeep. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a very handsome face. Little friends, how do I get to Sue Damon's house?
Shudamin?
The Sue Damon who just died a few days ago? Come on. I'll take you there. A slightly older child jumped ahead happily. Died? Pei Jiancheng's brow furrowed. He arrived too late. Still looking for the Sue family? That car yesterday was also for them. What's going on with the Sue family? Looks like they know a lot of important people. Sue Damon passed away a few days ago. Maybe visitors are coming to pay respects. Yeah, maybe he knew some people from his time in the army. The villagers whispered among themselves. This is it. The child pointed to the gate of Qiao Anshi's courtyard, then pointed to the neighboring courtyard. His son lives over there. Pei Jiancheng expressed his thanks. The car slowly stopped at the gate, and he took out a handful of candies to give to the children. The children happily ran to the side, dividing the candies among themselves. A group of kids arrived in a jeep, making a bit of noise, which drew the attention of many people. Aunt Wang also heard the noise and quickly peeked out to look. Seeing a handsome young man in a military uniform carrying a military-style bag getting out of the car, she felt a flicker of hope and a touch of anticipation. Meanwhile, Old Sue and second Old Sue from the other side also came out after hearing the commotion. They saw a tall, well-dressed young officer in uniform stepping down from the jeep and were momentarily stunned. The young man exuded a cool, distant aura, as if he was not meant for close contact. His strong presence made them hesitate. Just as Pei Jiancheng was about to knock on the door, Old Sue stepped forward. Comrade, are you here to see my father, Sue Damon? Pei Jiancheng looked at him and nodded.
Yes.
Old Sue looked sad. My father passed away a few days ago. Pei Jiancheng showed a regretful expression. Sorry, I arrived late. Please accept my condolences. Old Sue quickly shook his head. Comrade, why don't you come inside and sit with us? Comrade, Aunt Wang's voice interrupted Old Sue. You're looking for Anshi, right? She's inside. She then called out loudly, Anshi, a soldier is here to see you. The door creaked open. Inside, Qiao Anshi, who had heard the noise outside, had just come out to open the door. She immediately saw Pei Jiancheng among the crowd. She nodded at him and said, Come in. Then she turned to Aunt Wang. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang smiled warmly. No problem. Old Sue frowned and tried to stop her. Anshi, that's not proper. Some things should be discussed with elders. Qiao Anshi spoke calmly. Grandpa has already decided this. Since he's gone, I will make the decision myself. Old Sue ignored her and said to Pei Jiancheng, Young girl, you're still young and inexperienced. Don't take it to heart.
Come with me.
Pei Jiancheng looked at everything quietly. I'll listen to Comrade Qiao. Qiao Anshi slightly smiled.
Come in.
Pei Jiancheng carried his backpack and strode into the yard. Old Sue and second Old Sue hesitated for a moment, but followed inside. Qiao Anshi didn't bother to pay attention to them. Outside, the people felt the scene was lively and started talking among themselves. Wow, this soldier looks really spirited. Who is he? Is he here to see Anshi? Someone asked Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Sue arranged a marriage for Anshi before. The other person is a soldier. Anshi is getting engaged? Everyone was very surprised. Someone envyingly said, "Is he the comrade? He's a cadre, drives a car, young and talented. Anshi will be very happy in the future." A sister-in-law looked even more envious and said, "And he's so handsome too. No wonder Anshi is already quite old, and Mr. Su isn't in a hurry. It turns out she found someone good long ago. Anshi is really lucky." "Maybe not, though. We're not sure if it's really him." "Exactly, she's not young anymore." Everyone was talking excitedly, and the door was lively. Since Anshi was already quite old and not yet engaged, villagers often talked behind her back. Although her grandfather took care of her, she had no parents, and some better-off families in the village looked down on her. But she was pretty, and many young men in the village had thoughts about her. Many couldn't resist proposing marriage, but the original girl refused. This upset many people, and some were unhappy. There were also some harsh words spread around. Now that everyone heard Anshi was engaged, they were very curious. Pei Jianqing entered the yard and asked, "Where is the ancestors' memorial tablet? I want to burn a stick of incense first." "Over there," said Anshi, leading him to Su Damon's old room. Pei Jianqing respectfully offered a stick of incense to Su Damon. The Su family members followed behind, their expressions unreadable. After burning the incense, everyone sat inside the room. Although Pei Jianqing was young, he had a commanding presence. He sat quietly on a chair, with a cold expression, naturally imposing, giving off a sense of authority. The members of the Su family felt somewhat intimidated by his presence. Old Su wanted to speak about the previous engagement, hesitating but unable to say anything. Anshi sat quietly, calm and dignified. Pei Jianqing observed everyone carefully. He didn't say much, just stated his purpose first. Then he took out a thick envelope and handed it to Anshi. "This is 600 yuan as the bride price." When Old Su and Old Su's second family heard the amount, 600 yuan, they nearly gawked. Nowadays, the bride price was only a few dozen yuan. If a family had 50 or 80 yuan, they'd be proud. In the city, 120 or 200 yuan was considered high. Wow, this person's offering was 600 yuan at once. Li Guohua and Lu Yufeng gasped in shock. 600 yuan? I stared closely at the envelope, my muscles trembling with excitement. Joan Shi nodded silently and calmly took the envelope. Li Guohua couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. "Anshi, it's better to leave this to the elders to handle." Old Su glared at Li Guohua. "Why are you so interested in the money?" Li Guohua immediately fell silent under Old Su's glare. Old Su knew that this marriage was arranged by Su Damon himself, but the other party might not be willing. Since they hadn't shown up, he believed the other person probably didn't intend to accept the marriage. He didn't expect that just yesterday Wang Qinghui left, and today he was here. Old Su hoped the other party would say the marriage agreement was invalid. After all, his father had set it up, and it wouldn't be good if he tried to overturn it. Old Su never expected that not only would the other party accept the marriage, but they also generously offered 600 yuan as a bride price. Originally, they just wanted Joan Shi to marry early and return to her own house. But Wang Qinghui's appearance brought a huge temptation. Their hearts couldn't help but be drawn in. The benefits and advantages before their eyes were too tempting to ignore. So even though the other side seemed to have good conditions, they still preferred Wang Qinghui's side. After all, Wang Qinghui was from Rongqing, and the benefits they would get were real and tangible. Otherwise, if Joan Shi went with the army and wasn't their own daughter, it wouldn't concern them anymore. But now, it seemed they had to think of another way. Old Su asked when they should set the wedding date. Pei Jianqing replied, "I've already reported it some time ago. Now we just need to finish the procedures." Old Su and the others tried to probe for more information from Pei Jianqing, but he responded indifferently, giving little useful detail. Finally, they left feeling helpless. Outside, the villagers had gathered at the door, watching the scene. They had overheard Li Guohua's scream about the 600 yuan. Everyone was guessing, was that the bride price? They were all excited. 600 yuan. That was unimaginable. In the city, bride prices were only 100 or 2 at most, already considered high. Who was this officer? Such a generous offer. As soon as the Su family came out, people started asking eagerly. Old Su, is this Anshi's fiancé? Is the bride price really 600 yuan? My dear, I've never seen so much money before. Your Su family has really made a good connection. Come on, tell me more. Everyone remained silent and quickly walked back to their courtyard. Second brothers Su and Lu Yufin didn't care much about who Qiao Anqi married, as long as they could quickly get their house back. And the soldier looked to be in good condition. When Lu Yufin returned home, she said, I think this soldier is actually quite good. He offered 600 yuan right away, which is shocking. Old brother Su snorted coldly, you won't get a single cent of that 600. Look at how he came in a car. He must be an official. Anqi will definitely follow the army, and since the man isn't from here, they probably won't come back. What's the use of having better conditions? Does it help us with anything? Just think of Deputy Factory Director Wang. That's real benefit. After thinking, everyone agreed that was true. Sometimes people are like that, initially just wanting Qiao Anqi to marry quickly and free up the house. But then, when a bigger temptation appears, they start wanting more. Li Guohua thought about how her eldest son's chance of becoming a regular soldier might be gone, and she felt anxious. Second brother Su said, but now they've already agreed and taken the bride price. Nothing can change that. Old brother Su shot him a look. They haven't even registered the marriage yet. Who knows what might happen in the meantime? Let's wait until Jianjun comes back. Everyone listened and looked thoughtful. The villagers watched the Su family leave silently. Not sure what was going on, they started whispering and gossiping again. Pei Jianqing took out a bag of candies and went outside. He saw Aunt Wang still looking around. He handed her the candies and said, please help me. Qiao Anqi and I are getting engaged. Could you help hand out some candies to the villagers? Aunt Wang's mouth stretched into a big smile. She happily took the candies and said, of course, don't worry. Then she loudly called out to the crowd, come, come, enjoy the wedding candies. Qiao Anqi's engagement candies. Give me some. Everyone rushed over. Qiao Anqi looked at Pei Jianqing's actions with some surprise. But since they were strangers, neither said anything. Pei Jianqing opened his luggage, took out a few bottles of malted milk, some bags of milk powder, a bag of brown sugar, a basket of fruit, and some snacks and milk candies. Only then did Qiao Anqi get a good look at Pei Jianqing. He was truly handsome, exceptionally good-looking. His features were perfectly sharp, his aura extraordinary, tall and handsome, with a noble air. No wonder the original owner was captivated at first sight. She discovered that the handsome guy pictures on her tablet were completely overshadowed by the person in front of her. She initially thought he would be very annoyed by this forced marriage, feeling reluctant and displeased. She expected him to be cold and distant, but surprisingly, his manners and politeness were top-notch. Although he seemed very aloof, he was very courteous and showed no sign of irritation or impatience. Pei Jianqing sensed the intense gaze of the girl beside him. When he first saw her today, he felt she was completely different from the day at the hospital. At the hospital, he barely noticed her presence and didn't even see her face clearly. But today, he couldn't ignore her no matter what. Whether she was quietly standing aside or calmly and firmly defending the Su family against some people, even her expressive way of watching him now, all drew his attention. He realized that this marriage arranged by his grandfather might not be as bad as he thought. And he had to admit, the girl was extremely beautiful. Her unique aura gave him a very special feeling. Even Pei Jianqing, who had seen many beauties, was slightly shaken at first glance. Sorry, I didn't expect Grandpa Su to leave so quickly. I was on a mission, he explained. She came back to herself and said, no problem, I understand. Grandpa will understand too. She didn't act overly formal in front of him. After all, he wasn't familiar with the original owner. She just needed to be herself. She had a feeling she couldn't hide under his watchful eyes. Then she glanced at the time. It was almost noon. It was time to serve lunch. She couldn't let him go home hungry. And she had something to discuss with him. But her cooking skills weren't very good. despite her mother's quick lessons. She had practiced little, so she hesitated a bit. Should she go to the state-run restaurant in town? It was a bit far, and she didn't think her ration coupons were enough. Forget it, she could probably manage some instant noodles. She said, "It's lunchtime. I don't know if you came today prepared, but how about some instant noodles?" Pei Jianqing looked at his watch and said, "No need to trouble yourself. Let's go to the town's state-run restaurant. Let's eat at home. I have something to discuss with you." She feels that eating at home is better, as going back and forth takes too much time. Pei Jianqing also needs to rush back to his base soon. Some things are better discussed at home rather than outside. Pei Jianqing didn't insist further. She is glad that last night she managed to find some dried noodles in the kitchen cabinet. First, she has to struggle with the fire again. She picks up a match, lights some dry grass to start the fire, then places a piece of wood on top. The wood doesn't catch fire, and the flames go out. She starts over. She sits carefully in front of the stove, feeling a bit flustered. "Let me do it." A rich, pleasant voice comes from beside her, and a long, handsome hand takes the match from her. She feels her face flush, unsure if it's from shyness or embarrassment. Wow, that voice close to her ear is amazing, so nice, she can't help but secretly think. She doesn't make things difficult for herself, and decides to let this guy show off a bit.
"Haha, thank you," she says.
She stands up to watch from the side. Seeing Pei Jianqing not very skilled, she almost laughs out loud. But soon, she can't help but smile. He's surprisingly quick to get the hang of it. After a moment of thinking, it seems he's grasped the main points. The fire blazes up, bright and strong. Compared to her, it's really a sharp contrast. Ouch. Once the water boils, she quickly takes out the noodles. Pei Jianqing reaches out and puts the noodles into the pot. She quickly takes out an egg and some washed greens. She suspects Pei Jianqing might have noticed she's not very good at cooking. Anyway, he takes over cooking the noodles and doesn't let she do it anymore. Watching his somewhat clumsy movements, she guesses this is probably his first time cooking noodles himself. But she has to admit, he's quick to learn. "Didn't put in any oil," she whispers shyly, feeling guilty for interrupting his smooth movements. Pei Jianqing looks at her with confusion. She quickly opens a jar of lard and scoops out a spoonful. "Put this in?" Pei Jianqing really doesn't know much about cooking. "Yeah," she replies. Maybe she's right. She herself isn't very sure, but she thinks some oil is necessary. She adds the spoonful of solidified lard into the pot. "Salt?" Pei Jianqing asks. "Here." She quickly opens a salt jar and scoops out some salt. Pei Jianqing stirs the noodles with chopsticks.
"Put it in," he says.
She hesitates. "How much?" "All of it?" Pei Jianqing couldn't help but glance at her and uncertainly asked, "Should we just put everything in?" Anshi immediately poured a spoonful of salt into the pot, adding, "Will it be too salty?" "If it's salty, add some water." "Taste it," Pei Jianqing said casually. Anshi took a sip of the soup, frowned, and said, "It's too salty." She quickly added some water, turned on the stove, and tasted again. "It's too bland." Then she added a bit more salt. Forget it, she thought, no more tasting. A little salty or a little bland, it's fine. The two of them worked together, still a bit clumsy, but finally, the noodles were cooked. After cooking, they felt more familiar with each other. The sense of unfamiliarity between them had decreased a lot. Anshi spoke more casually now. They placed 2 bowls of soup noodles on the table. Anshi thought to herself, that was not easy. Looking at it, it still looked quite appetizing. White noodles paired with some green vegetables. Even the 2 fried eggs on top weren't cooked quite right, not well-shaped, with some yolks spilling out. But the yellow and white colors still look nice. "It looks really delicious," Anshi praised. "Eat up," Pei Jianqing said, picking up his chopsticks. "Huh. Why does he seem more like the host?" Anshi didn't say anything and lowered her head to eat her noodles. The noodles were a bit overcooked, and the soup still seemed a little salty. They ate silently, both in a very graceful manner. There was hardly any noise at the table. After finishing the noodles, they tidied up. Xiao Anshi poured 2 cups of tea for both of them, saying, "There's no good tea. Just make do with this." Pei Jianqing took the cup and said, "Thanks." Xiao Anshi sat down with her own cup of tea, unsure how to start a conversation. When she first arrived here, she had confidently said she wouldn't take over the original owner's marriage. But due to reality, she had to accept and use this marriage arrangement to escape her current predicament. Now, she saw that the man's conditions were excellent, so good that she almost wanted to accept it. But she knew how this marriage came about. The other person was forced by obligation and kindness. A man with such good conditions wouldn't have trouble finding a partner. She was unwilling to enter a marriage without any emotional foundation. Forced marriages aren't sweet. They can only quench thirst. A voice quietly whispered in her heart. Ugh, isn't that exactly what this is, using someone to quench her own thirst? Xiao Anshi despised herself a little. But now the marriage report has been filed, so she can't casually say she wants to cancel the marriage. She knows that filing a marriage report in the military is serious. Once filed today, it can be revoked tomorrow. Does it mean she really has to marry this man? His visit today was so sudden that she was caught off guard. Zhou Anshi still held her cup, thinking about how to speak. Pei Jianqing took a small sip of tea, watching the young girl's expressive face with interest. He wondered what she was thinking about in her mind. He slightly smiled and said, "The marriage application still needs to go through the process. I'll come back in a few days, and we can register the marriage." Zhou Anshi was stunned. Register the marriage? What? Just register? That was so quick, straight to the point. Seeing her dazed, Pei Jianqing felt a bit pleased. Maybe you're also surprised and not very willing about this marriage. Zhou Anshi finally spoke. Registering the marriage is fine, but some things need to be clear first. If the other person is unwilling or resentful, it's better to talk openly and find a solution together. Pei Jianqing paused while holding his cup. "No, I'm not."
No, not?
Zhou Anshi was startled.
¿No surprise? ¿No unwillingness?
So, this soldier liked the original girl at the hospital? That makes sense. The original girl is very beautiful. But it seemed he hadn't looked at her directly. Could he have been secretly glancing?
Such a shy guy.
Pei Jianqing looked at Zhou Anshi's changing expression and continued. "Before today, I only completed a task assigned by my family. After coming here today, I think my grandfather's arrangement is quite good." He didn't want her to think he was forced. Even if it was true before, after meeting her today, he was sure he was no longer forced. He didn't want to lie to her, so he was very honest. Zhou Anshi blinked, wondering what he meant.
Could it be?
Her heart suddenly felt a bit happy. At least she understood he didn't like the original girl at the hospital. That's good, that's really good. And from his tone, he wasn't opposed anymore. So, does that mean she can accept this? What reason did she have to hesitate? Given her current situation and the time she lived in, living alone without marriage was very difficult. Since there was a better option right in front of her, why should she stubbornly refuse? Feelings can be cultivated. At least the soldier has good character. And old Master Pei, who trusted Su Damon with his final wishes, is indeed a kind and loyal person. Joan Shi, who had set down her burden, felt a wave of relief. She thought to herself, just go with the flow, take things as they come. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yes, that's right. It's pretty good. Pei Jianqing's lips curved into a slight smile. Joan Shi suddenly realized what she had just said, quickly pulling back her smile and coughing lightly as if nothing had happened. Pei Jianqing happily took a sip of tea. Then he said, "You probably know a bit about my situation. Now I'll tell you more about my family." Listening to Pei Jianqing's brief explanation, Joan Shi felt a little shocked inside. Although he spoke calmly and casually, she could tell he was serious. Wow, this family is really quite impressive. And Pei Jianqing himself is also very outstanding. A young battalion commander in his 20s. Only Su Damon doesn't know much about him, yet he dared to pursue this marriage. Is this something an ordinary person could do? Seeing the hesitation suddenly appearing on Joan Shi's face, he said, "My family is my family. I am myself. I'm telling you this because we're about to get the marriage certificate. You should know about these things. She nodded. Fine. Let's just say they're impressive. Besides her family background, she wasn't doing too badly herself. She was a graduate student. Since old Master Pei finally agreed to this marriage, he probably didn't have high demands regarding the bride's family background. She looked at the broken little alarm clock on the table. It was already late. Should you be going now? Pei Jiancheng raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to kick me out? Just worried you'll get home late. Are you worried about me? She was speechless. This handsome guy, your cold and distant image doesn't quite match your words. She secretly muttered to herself. Seeing the girl being amused into silence, Pei Jiancheng stopped teasing her. He said seriously, keep your bride price money for yourself. Buy whatever you like. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. In a few days, once the military's report is approved, I'll come over so we can get the marriage certificate. Do you have any thoughts? Do you want a wedding? She shook her head.
No wedding.
We've already registered our marriage in Rishiao. Grandpa just passed away not long ago, so having a banquet isn't very appropriate. As the granddaughter, she wasn't considered part of the Su family. But she was raised by Su Daemon, and this marriage was his final wish. She was married in Rishiao according to tradition. Even if it wasn't strictly proper, no one dared to say anything now. In this era, old customs are not widely promoted, and she really didn't want to have too much contact with the people from the Su family. If she were to have a wedding, she couldn't avoid dealing with the Su family. Pei Jiancheng nodded, following Xiao Anqi's wishes. The wedding was planned to be quick, and their side couldn't send many people. So, the old man decided to give more bride price as a way to make up for it. Thinking about Xiao Anqi's possibly not-so-great cooking skills, Pei Jiancheng took out all the tickets he had. If you don't want to cook, just buy some food at the state-run restaurant. When you follow the army, it will be easier since there's a canteen in the army. He wasn't surprised. Old Su probably spoiled his granddaughter quite a bit. It seemed she hadn't done much work before. Xiao Anqi felt a bit shy, realizing on the first day that her cooking skills might not be good enough.
There's no need, she said.
Take these. Pei Jiancheng handed her all the tickets. Thank you. Xiao Anqi thought for a moment and didn't refuse anymore. With these tickets, she could enjoy better food and have a reason to use nice things. Pei Jiancheng took out a pen and a notebook from his bag, opened it, and quickly wrote down a string of phone numbers. He tore off that page and handed it to Xiao Anqi. This is our base's phone number. If you have an urgent matter, just call me. Okay. Xiao Anqi took the paper. Pei Jiancheng gave a few more instructions. Then he looked at the time. I really should go now. Xiao Anqi stood up and saw him to the door. Outside, some people were peeking and watching as they came out. Anqi, your partner is leaving? Someone asked boldly. Yes, I should go back now. Xiao Anqi replied. They had already agreed to get engaged today and would register their marriage in a few days, so they didn't expect any gossip about their private talks. Besides, their door was open. Xiao Anqi watched Pei Jiancheng get into his car and drive away. She turned around and saw some people peeking from the yard of Old Su and Old Second Su. She ignored them and went straight back inside. As soon as she entered, Wang Auntie hurried over. Anqi, Wang Auntie said happily. Wang Auntie. Xiao Anqi greeted her with a smile and invited her inside. Wang Auntie grabbed her excitedly and said, Anqi, your partner is really good. He's handsome and matches you perfectly. Now, Old Su and Old Madam can rest easy. Xiao Anqi pretended to be shy and smiled. Wang Auntie asked eagerly, when are you planning to get the marriage license? You should do it soon. Xiao Anqi nodded. The notice has already been sent. We're waiting for approval, and once it's approved, we'll get the license. It should be in a few days. Aunt Wang listened and asked, that's good. Are you still planning to hold a wedding banquet? Xiao Anqi shook her head, no, not anymore. Grandfather just passed away a few days ago. Aunt Wang nodded, that's true. After you get your marriage certificate, you'll probably have to go with the army, right? Xiao Anqi replied, probably yes. Aunt Wang suddenly looked a bit sad. Sigh, you're leaving now. We might not see each other again in the future. Xiao Anxi comforted her. I'll come back to visit you all. Aunt Wang smiled again. Don't talk about sad things. You're married well, and we're happy for you. You should buy some nice clothes and get ready. Since you're getting married, there's no need to worry about what others might say. Aunt Wang knew that Xiao Anxi was pretty and thought she might avoid dressing up because she was afraid of gossip. Rumors can be really scary nowadays. A beautiful girl sometimes feels like she's being judged unfairly. Xiao Anxi nodded, feeling touched. Aunt Wang couldn't help but gossip a little. Did they really give 600 yuan in bride price? Xiao Anxi nodded. Yes, really. Aunt Wang gasped. Wow, what kind of family is that?
Such a big gift.
Xiao Anxi just smiled, not wanting to answer too directly. Aunt Wang laughed again. Those people over there must be staring with their eyes popping out. Anxi, make sure to keep that money safe. Don't let them trick you. Yes, I know. Xiao Anxi nodded. Aunt Wang took her hand and chatted for a while before heading home. Xiao Anxi took out some snacks that Pei Jianqing had brought and said, Aunt Wang, take these back for Arya and the others to eat. Aunt Wang hurried out. No, I just took some cookies yesterday. This is different. Today is the engagement day. Just consider this a celebration cake, Xiao Anxi urged her. Aunt Wang stopped and looked at Xiao Anxi, who was alone and a bit lonely, feeling a little sad. Big events like engagement and marriage, she had no family to support her. She took the snacks, patted Xiao Anxi, and said, All right, Aunt Wang will keep these. If you need any help, just ask Aunt Wang. Xiao Anxi affectionately replied, Thank you so much, Aunt Wang. After Aunt Wang left, Xiao Anxi closed the courtyard door. She went back inside and opened the envelope with 600 yuan that Pei Jianqing had given her. Inside, besides a stack of 10 yuan bills, there were some receipts for big purchases. The other receipts Pei Jianqing gave later were more scattered. Xiao Anxi let out a breath. Now she knew where her money was coming from for food, clothes, and daily needs. She also planned to take good care of herself. She wears these big, bulky clothes every day, and she's not happy. She used to love looking nice. Honestly, it's hard to accept how messy she looks now. When she first arrived, she didn't dare change too much. Now that she's engaged and about to get married, a little change and wanting to look good is understandable. Zhou Anxi put away the money and tickets she had collected, placing them inside her space. She also looked at the milk powder that Pei Jianqing brought, probably thinking of giving it to Su Damon as nutritional supplements. She didn't store these in her space for now. They stayed in the cabinet in her room. At this moment, she didn't dare go into the space either. There was so much noise earlier. Her place is probably under close watch now, so it's better to be cautious. She then opened the original owner's wardrobe to tidy up the clothes inside. There weren't many clothes, mostly simple, current styles, but the colors were dull. There were no bright colors, mostly clothes a size or two too big, hanging loosely on her. She had just looked through a few pieces when Li Guifeng and Lu Yufin came over again. Zhou Anxi didn't expect that even after being engaged, they still wouldn't give up. They acted concerned and asked eagerly if she really planned to marry the soldier. Zhou Anxi nodded naturally. Yes, I've accepted the bride price, so it's definitely settled. We'll get the marriage license soon. Have you thought it over carefully? Zhou Anxi found it strange and said, Thought about what? The other person has great conditions. Good job. Young, handsome, generous. Why wouldn't I agree? Li Guifeng and Lu Yufin were momentarily speechless. But they didn't give up. They took turns trying to persuade Zhou Anxi, acting as if they cared deeply for her. They repeated the old arguments. Marrying a soldier is hard. Being far from the army means no support. Women being far from their families is not good. Why not stay here in Rongqing, close to your uncle's house? It's safer and more stable. Lu Yufin added, Yeah, you shouldn't just look at how good he looks. You need someone who understands your feelings, cares for you, and can be with you every day. Li Guifeng said again, Getting married is a big decision. You should think carefully. If you choose wrong, you'll regret it for life. And definitely don't pick an older man with kids. He has nothing, and I don't see what I'd gain from him. That's just asking for regret. Zhou Anqi smiled indifferently. Grandpa cares for me so much. He chose him, so it can't be wrong. You saw for yourselves, he's good in every way. Grandpa has good judgment. Li Guifeng and Lu Yufin were momentarily speechless. They couldn't say that their grandfather had no good judgment. Moreover, if they didn't have selfish motives, I have to admit that the soldier looks quite good. Li Guahua chuckled shyly. Old master was very sick back then. He was worried, and after so many years without contact, he might not have known everything. Lu Yufin also chimed in. He definitely wishes you well. If you were to have a bad life, he would be very sad in the afterlife. Xiao Anqi deliberately looked very firm. You don't need to persuade me. My grandparents raised me since I was young. This marriage was their last wish before they left. No matter what, I must fulfill his wish. It's what I have to do and should do. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. She added, even if it's wrong, it's fate. We younger ones should accept it. Li Guahua and Lu Yufin saw that Xiao Anqi wouldn't listen and felt helpless. They tried to persuade her a few more times, but to no avail. In the end, they could only leave feeling disappointed. Xiao Anqi watched them leave gloomily and couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't the aggressive type and didn't like to start conflicts. Although her two uncles' intentions were obvious on their faces, they didn't break their relationship openly. In the eyes of the villagers, they were still family, and she was the younger generation. If she was too forceful and showed off her strength, others would criticize her. As a lonely girl, what good could come from that? It was better to hold on to Su Damon's wishes and use righteousness to pressure them. After joining the army, she could leave without further contact. Xiao Anqi opened her wardrobe and started tidying up her clothes. It was already dark outside when she finally closed the door and entered her space. Being inside her own RV was still the most comfortable. She leaned on the sofa with a pillow, wearing a hydrating mask on her face. She was also watching her tablet to learn more about cooking. Tomorrow she planned to stew some ribs, so she was studying videos on how to do it. After removing the mask, she ate a little. When she opened the fridge, she took out some ribs to soak in water for defrosting. Bored, she sat in the driver's seat of the RV. Suddenly, she wondered if the vehicle could start. She tried, and surprisingly, the car engine turned on. She couldn't help but think, if only the space could move too, that would be perfect. As soon as she had that thought, she realized the scenery outside was actually the village. She had already moved to Aunt Wang's house. Wow, this is a space that can move. Does that mean she could secretly go to many places? Xiao Anqi was overjoyed and excitedly drove her RV around the village. She didn't dare walk far away. She decided to try again next time. After walking around the village, she returned to the Su family old house. Finally, she happily left the space. She needed to go to bed early because she had to go to Rongqing tomorrow to buy some things. The next morning, just before dawn, Xiao Anqi got up and entered the space. After washing up, she boiled a water-boiled egg, drank a glass of milk, and ate a bread roll. Her breakfast was finished. She combed her hair into 2 braids, put on a loose coat, and carried a small cloth bag, then set out. Most villagers woke up early too. She quickly walked to the place where the ox cart was parked at the village entrance. Every morning, there was a cart going to Rongqing, costing only 1 dime round trip. Because her family had been lively yesterday, she was quite noticeable today. People looked at her and whispered quietly, lowering their heads. Some people were already sitting on the ox cart. After paying, Xiao Anqi moved to the back. Anqi, going to the city? A woman greeted her with a smile. Yes, Xiao Anqi replied, climbed onto the cart, and found a seat. The original owner was a bit proud and tried to avoid trouble, so she usually didn't pay much attention to the villagers. But today, everyone was eager to ask about her. Anqi, is the bride price really 600 yuan? Xiao Anqi smiled but didn't answer. Wow, I've never seen so much money before.
How thick would that stack be?
I've never seen 60 yuan. They started chatting among themselves. Xiao Anqi didn't respond. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Anqi, where are you going? It was Li Ho-Hat's voice again. Xiao Anqi was fed up. Why was it always her? Something to do. She opened her eyes. The whole cart was staring at her. She could ignore others, but not her aunt. I'm going to find Brother Jianjun. You can come with me later, Li Ho-hot said warmly. No, I have other things to do. I won't talk anymore. I woke up too early this morning, so I need to rest a bit, she said, ignoring Li Ho-hot's words and closing her eyes again. The ox cart was full and started moving. The road was really bumpy, full of potholes, and the cart jolted a lot. The small bench she sat on was too hard. When they finally arrived, Qiao Anshi's back and waist were sore, and her buttocks felt like they had been jostled into several pieces. If her movements weren't so awkward, she would have massaged herself. As soon as the ox cart stopped, she quickly got off and walked briskly. She didn't want to get entangled with Li Ho-hot. However, she had just made her engagement yesterday, and today Li Ho-hot hurriedly came to find Su Jianjun. It seemed she was planning something tricky. But right now, she didn't know what they were up to, so she could only be extra careful. Let them make their moves. She just needed to avoid reacting. She quickened her pace. Relying on the original owner's memory, she soon found the department store. First, she needed to buy a few fitting clothes. The department store still had quite a few items. Qiao Anshi first went to the clothing counter. Honestly, none of the clothes there looked good, neither in color nor style. Since Rongqing was a small place, there weren't many nice styles available. She could only settle for 2 pieces. She picked out a few clothes and asked the sales assistant to bring them. The sales assistant's attitude wasn't very friendly and looked a bit impatient, but still brought the clothes over. Qiao Anshi didn't bother trying them on. They were good enough. There was no point in wasting time, and she didn't want to see the sales assistant's face again. Just these, please bill them. Sure enough, after she said that, the sales assistant's expression improved a lot. They moved more quickly. After buying the clothes, she picked out a simple pair of shoes, nothing fancy. Then she found the yarn counter. There weren't many types of yarn, and the colors were even fewer. In the end, she chose a dark gray yarn. These days, yarn was quite expensive. 1 pound could be more than a month's wages for a worker. She also bought a few knitting needles. When she reached the candy and snack stall, she paused to look around. She asked the sales assistant to weigh some candies. She had tried, and only the items she carried inside her space could be refreshed daily. Anything added outside would be gone after use. Finally, she picked up some miscellaneous useful items. Her shopping was quite efficient. She didn't plan to stay much longer. Buying so many things was of little use. When she left, she figured she'd probably have to get rid of most of it when she left. After exiting, it wasn't yet time to return to the ox cart. Qiao Anshi didn't really want to wander the streets. Wang Chenghui was still in Rongqing. She really didn't want to run into him to avoid any trouble. Better to be cautious. So she didn't browse further and headed straight to where the ox cart was parked. Old Yang, the driver, saw her approaching and said, "You're early, go ahead and browse a bit more." Qiao Anshi climbed onto the cart. "I'm not shopping anymore. I'm too tired. I woke up early this morning. I'll rest for a while." Old Yang chuckled. "All right, you rest now." Qiao Anshi took out a few candies and handed them to Old Yang. "Take these home for the kids to enjoy." Old Yang happily accepted the candies. "Girl, are these your wedding candies?" "Thank you." He had also heard about what happened yesterday. Qiao Anshi smiled, took out some snacks to nibble on, then closed her eyes to rest. As time passed, more people returned to the ox cart. Soon, the cart was full. The ox cart set off back home. On this trip, she didn't see Li Guohua again. Qiao Anshi felt happy and peaceful. After getting off the ox cart, she slowly walked home. Suddenly, she heard a car in the distance. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned to stand behind a tree and looked back. The car looked a bit like the one Wang Qinghui arrived in that day, parked outside Su Laodao's house. No wonder Li Guohua didn't come back on the ox cart. Qiao Anshi didn't want to run into them, so she decided not to take that route anymore. She chose to take a different path around the side. The side road would be a bit longer. Qiao Anshi didn't mind. She guessed Li Guohua and the others might be waiting on purpose to meet her. She leisurely took the small path from another side, since she wasn't in a hurry. During the day, she didn't dare to enter or leave the space freely. Who knew if someone was secretly watching from a corner? The road was quiet, and the autumn air was fresh and crisp. Xiao Anxi felt relaxed and happy walking along. Suddenly, she heard a noise and a faint cry. She looked toward the sound and saw a person dressed quite ragged sitting on the ground, holding their foot. It looked like they were hurt. This person didn't seem to be from the village. After all, she had lived in the village her whole life, and there weren't many people in the village. In the original owner's memory, she knew most of the villagers, and even if she didn't know them well, she had seen them. So, it was possible they were someone sent down from elsewhere. The original owner hadn't interacted with these people. She used to study in town, and after graduating, she stayed at home, not working in the fields. So, she had little contact with those sent down or educated youths. Xiao Anxi looked at the pale, thin face of the person, full of pain, and felt a bit sorry. She knew that most of these sent down people weren't truly bad. They were just unfortunate people for some special reasons. She hesitated for a moment and then walked over. "What's wrong?" The person looked up and saw Zhou Anxi, who paused in surprise. "Do you need help?" Zhou Anxi asked again. "I think my blood sugar is a bit low. I felt dizzy earlier and fell down. I twisted my ankle," the person said weakly. Zhou Anxi looked at him and thought he really seemed to have low blood sugar. Quickly, she took out a few candies from her pocket and handed them to him. "Eat one of these first." The person showed gratitude. "Thank you." Zhou Anxi looked towards Shizhou. "Wait a moment." She ran to the roadside, picked up a stick that could be used as a cane, and brought it to him. "Hold on to this to walk, or you won't be able to go back." The person, with a candy in his mouth, felt less dizzy. He gratefully grabbed the stick and stood up carefully. "Thanks, miss." Zhou Anxi was stunned for a moment, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. His tone and expression reminded her so much of their old Zhou at home. But this person was too thin, so thin that his bones showed through his skin. He was completely different from their old Zhou. Sigh. She missed her parents so much, she was almost losing her mind. Because of this similar feeling, her heart softened a little more. She took out some snacks that Pei Jian had brought and handed them to him. "Here, take these." She knew how much they lacked food, or he wouldn't have low blood sugar. He must be hungry. The man was stunned for a moment, and his eyes started to turn red. In the end, he took the snacks. "Thank you. Go back quickly." "I should be leaving now," Zhou Anxi said with a wave, then continued walking. Zhou Yinghuai watched her back with emotion, put the snacks into his pocket, and then, leaning on his stick, hobbled back to the shabby little house. He opened the broken door, and a beam of light shone into the room. "Old Zhou, what's wrong?" Someone inside sat up from the bed. Zhou Yinghuai hurriedly said, "Lie down quickly. You're so weak. Don't faint again later." The person on the bed lay back down. Zhou Yinghuai, limping, walked to the bedside, took out the snacks from his pocket, and carefully fed them to Lian Jingying. Lian Jingying didn't ask where the snacks came from and frowned worriedly. "What happened to your foot?" Zhou Yinghuai explained, "I accidentally fell and twisted it on the way. I met a kind girl who gave me some snacks. You should eat some." Lian Jingying ate the snacks while listening to Zhou Yinghuai talk about what happened on the roadside. He couldn't help but sigh. There are still good people in the world. Then he sighed again and asked, "When will we be able to find Anxi? How can we come to this place and not be able to leave? How can we find our daughter? Do we have to wait until the case is cleared?" Xiao Yinghuai remembered something and said, "The kind girl today, at first glance, she really looks a bit like Anxi, but her features are different." Lian Jingying was so excited she blurted out, "Did you ask her? Maybe it's her. We aren't the same as before." Xiao Yinghuai hesitated and said, "It's hard to say. Our girl Anxi loves beauty so much, she wouldn't dress like that. Even if she doesn't have nice clothes now, she wouldn't wear something so loose and ill-fitting." Xiao Yinghuai remembered the girl in loose, ill-fitting clothes. Usually, she probably didn't pay much attention to her appearance. But looking at her, She didn't seem like someone who worked hard every day. She probably wasn't from a poor family. He came here to see the village girls and educated youth working. They all dressed better and looked more put together than her. It couldn't be their daughter, who was so vain she cared about her looks. Lian Jingying didn't care about all that. She was desperate for her daughter and suddenly sat up. There's only a tiny chance we might find her, or it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. How else can we find her? Xiao Yinghuai quickly held her down. Lie down quickly. Your body is still weak. Don't get up now. If we don't find our daughter, we'll be finished. Lian Jingying sighed and lay back on the bed. Xiao Yinghuai comforted her. Don't worry. We'll try to find a way these days. Maybe we'll meet her again or find out something. Lian Jingying's thin, pale face was covered with tears. She nodded softly. These two weren't strangers. They were the parents of Anxi from the future. The original Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had been exiled here for several years. They couldn't bear the pain and hardships anymore. They felt hopeless about this endless life. They were sick and couldn't get treatment, and they couldn't even eat enough. Their spirits were broken. They lost the will to live, letting themselves be tormented by illness, then quietly starve themselves to death. They secretly ended their lives. Suddenly, they found themselves in their bodies. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, they almost cursed. What is this? They wished they could close their eyes, roll their eyes, and die again. But thinking of their daughter, they endured any hardship. Not only did they endure, but they also decided to live well. At least they knew they could be exonerated and return home in 2 years. Today, Xiao Yinghuai wanted to secretly go up the mountain to try his luck and see if he could find something to eat. In the end, he found nothing, and he fainted from low blood sugar and fell down. The only lucky thing was that he met a girl who looked a bit like Anxi. When Xiao Anxi was almost home, she saw a small car parked in front of the Su family's house from afar. She thought for a moment and knocked on Aunt Wang's door. Anxi, sister, Arya came out to open the door. Xiao Anxi smiled and said, Arya, do you want to come play at my house later? Arya's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded happily. Hearing the noise, Aunt Wang came out of the kitchen.
Anxi, you're here, she said.
Wang, Aunt. Xiao Anxi took Arya's hand and went inside. Aunt Wang nodded towards the Su family's direction. Anxi, is that the person from the Su family again? I saw the car at the door, and I was knocking on your door just now. Xiao Anxi smiled and said, That's why I took a detour before coming back. Aunt Wang asked, Have you eaten yet? Come to my house for dinner later. Oh no. Xiao Anxi quickly said, I want to take Arya to my house to play. She'll eat at my house later. Aunt Wang's family is quite large, so it's not convenient for her to come here. Aunt Wang was perceptive and understood Xiao Anxi's meaning immediately. All right, Arya, go play at Anxi's sister's house. Tonight, you'll stay there with her, she said. Xiao Anxi looked grateful. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Arya smiled happily beside her. Aunt Wang still gave a few instructions to Arya. Arya nodded repeatedly as she listened. Aunt Wang had to cook, so Xiao Anxi didn't stay long. She took Arya home. She put down her things and gave Arya a piece of snack. Arya, eat this snack first. Later, we'll cook and eat. We're making ribs. Arya took the snack, and when she heard about ribs, her eyes widened. Xiao Anxi playfully pinched her little face. Today, Sister Anxi went to the city to buy meat.
Arya happily grinned.
Xiao Anxi carried the thermos to the kitchen. She quietly took out the ribs she had already thawed. Then she poured hot water and washed her face. After finishing her snack, Arya also followed into the kitchen. Seeing a big basin of ribs, she was surprised. Anxi's sister, did you buy so many ribs? Xiao Anxi looked and thought it wasn't that much. She smiled and said, Later, you can eat a lot of it. Arya's eyes lit up brightly. The little girl was very obedient and sat down to start the fire herself. She was quick and skillful, probably much better than Xiao Anxi. Joan felt a little shy. She washed the ribs carefully. Second sister, do you know how to stew ribs? Second sister nodded. I saw my mom do it during the New Year. Would you like to try? Second sister hesitated for a moment, feeling excited but also unsure. There was so much meat. What if she messed it up? Joan smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as it's cooked well, that's fine." She thought second sister could probably make it taste better than she could. Second sister knew how to cook, but she didn't use much meat and wasn't very skilled. She also knew that Grandpa and Grandma Sue used to spoil sister Anchi a lot. She wasn't very good at cooking. After hesitating, she nodded. So, the two of them worked together happily. Second sister remembered how Aunt Wang operated and did her part well. Soon, the smell of ribs started to fill the room. Joan looked for some potatoes in the kitchen. "Let's add some potatoes." Outside, Lee Ho-hat's voice was loud and annoying. Joan rolled her eyes, but went to open the door. "Annie, do you need something?" Lee Ho-hat reached out and tried to pull Joan. "Come over to my brother's house for dinner." Joan was prepared this time. She held the door with one hand, so Lee Ho-hat couldn't pull her. "I'm not going. I have guests at home." "Guests?" Lee Ho-hat peeked inside and sniffed. She smelled the stew. "I have to go back and cook." "The guests are waiting," Joan said, closing the door and returning to the kitchen. Second sister had already peeled and cut the potatoes. Joan added the potato pieces to the pot. The house was filled with a delicious smell. "Anchi, it smells so good." Second sister couldn't help but sniff. "Oh, we haven't cooked rice yet." Joan quickly went to get some rice. "Let me do it, Sister Anchi," second sister said obediently, taking the rice, washing it, and putting it in the pot with water, all in one smooth motion. They sat in the kitchen, watching the fire and the pot. Lee Ho-hat came again, this time carrying a bowl of chicken soup. Joan ignored it and left the soup aside. They knew she would come back again and again. It was unlikely they would drink it, since who knew what was added inside. The ribs and potatoes were ready. Joan first served a big bowl full of ribs and took it to Aunt Wang's house. Aunt Wang was stunned. The bowl was filled with so many ribs. She knew that Pei Jianqing's side had given her a meat voucher. It seemed they still cared a lot about Anchi. She felt happy for her inside. After Zhou Anchi returned home, she and Arya happily started eating. There was someone else at home on Zhou Anchi's side. The Su family had come over a few times, but nothing seemed to work. Wang Qinghui couldn't hold back anymore and knocked on the door once, carrying quite a few things. Zhou Anchi didn't even let him inside and immediately refused at the door. "Comrade, you're a guest of the older brother-in-law's family. Just take the stuff to his house. I got engaged yesterday and everyone in the village saw it. It's not convenient to entertain male visitors, so you don't need to come again." She then shut the door. Passers-by on the street looked over curiously.
Fortunately, Arya stayed close to Yuangxi.
Seeing that Zhou Anchi was not alone in the house, the passers-by didn't say much. Wang Chenghui hadn't even had a chance to speak before the door slammed shut in front of him. He stared at the door for a while, his expression unreadable. Zhou Anchi's strong personality actually made him more interested. If she were an ordinary girl, he probably wouldn't be interested after hearing she was engaged, but Zhou Anchi made him hesitant to give up. He carried his things back to the Su family with a stern face. The Su family members were a bit nervous. Zhou Anchi refused to listen to their attempts. When they invited her to eat, she didn't come. She barely left the house. They couldn't do anything about it. The chicken soup they sent probably wasn't even drunk, and she was closely followed by Wang Arya. Now that the old master was gone and her engagement was settled, they truly couldn't control her. Li Guifeng cautiously said, "Maybe you should consider our Kai Xia." Next to her, Su Kai Xia, who had been carefully dressed up, instantly blushed deeply, lowered her head, and quietly looked at Wang Chenghui with anticipation. She always thought she was much better than Zhou Anchi. Now she felt Zhou Anchi was ungrateful, refusing such a good opportunity. If it were her, she would definitely be willing. Wang Chenghui was feeling annoyed. He impatiently snorted, "Do I collect trash too?" Everyone in the room looked upset. Su Kai Xia's face turned pale instantly, and tears started falling. She covered her face and ran into the room. Wang Chenghui didn't bother with them and just said to Su Jianjun, young people can't handle even small matters. Such a disappointment. Then he walked away without looking back. Su Jianjun's face also turned pale, and he felt a bit regretful. Now he was really in a tough spot. If things didn't work out, not only would he lose the temporary job, but he might not even keep his position. Initially, they put a lot of effort into becoming that temporary worker. The next day, during the day's work, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying kept secretly watching the villagers working. Their work was a bit different from the villagers. They were assigned the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. They hardly interacted with the villagers. But since they worked outside, they could still see everything. After looking around, Qiao Yinghuai didn't see the girl from yesterday. The young workers also hadn't seen her. Lian Jingying felt frustrated and said, "Could it be that she's not from this village? Maybe she was just passing by yesterday?" Qiao Yinghuai also didn't know what was going on. Both of them felt very disappointed. "Old Qiao, why are you two just standing there? Hurry up and work, or you'll regret it later," someone passing by with a dung bucket reminded them. The two of them snapped out of their daze, picked up their tools, and went back to clean the pigsty. Lian Jingying's body hadn't fully recovered, but he still had to work. Qiao Yinghuai could only pretend his wife was working, as he had to do 2 jobs himself, and his ankle, twisted yesterday, still wasn't fully healed. Lian Jingying was distracted while working, thinking about where Anqi was. Qiao Anqi was inside the house, sorting yarn. Early in the morning, the second girl had left. She was still a student and needed to go to school. Yesterday, Qiao Anqi bought yarn, planning to knit herself a nice-looking sweater. She couldn't do much else, but she could knit sweaters. This was because during college, her dorm suddenly started knitting sweaters. Everyone cheered and learned together. At that time, everyone in her dorm would sit with a ball of yarn and knit whenever they had free time. Now, the yarn was sold in bundles, and she had to wind it into herself. She took out the yarn and hung it on the back of a chair. Then she slowly wound it into a ball. The autumn sunlight was gentle and warm, softly filling the room. It looked peaceful and cozy. But some people weren't so relaxed. Old Su's family was now anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Su Jianjun was the pride of their family. Finally, he found a job in the city, even if it was just a temporary position that was hard to get. It was definitely better than doing farm work in the village. If he lost this job because of something, it would be a big loss. Some people find it easy to get involved in certain things, but it's not so easy to get rid of them. Zhou peace didn't last long. That afternoon, Wang Chenghui drove his small car into the village again. His car kept coming back, which naturally drew attention. This time, his car also stopped at the door of Old Su's house. He parked right outside Zhou door. After getting out, he knocked on the door again. This made the villagers look on with curiosity. Some had seen him knock once yesterday, and now he was knocking again today. And he was a young man. People started to talk quietly. Zhou, tired from a day of knitting, was secretly lying in bed with her headphones on, watching a show on her phone. She didn't want to answer the knocking. The knocking kept going, so she took off her headphones and phone, turned over, and prepared to get out of bed to open the door. Suddenly, she heard Aunt Wang's voice. "Comrade, you don't need to knock anymore. Zhou isn't home. I saw her leave." Zhou immediately shrank back. Since Aunt Wang said that, the person knocking must be someone she didn't want to see. Besides the Su family, it was probably Wang Chenghui. Luckily, the door and windows inside were tightly closed. She quickly slipped into her space and drove the RV to the door. Sure enough, she saw Wang Chenghui standing outside. Aunt Wang said she wasn't home, but he didn't leave. He was still waiting at the door, not knocking anymore. People outside were whispering among themselves. Zhou felt a bit annoyed. This person was so ruthless. She had no intention of giving her a break at all. It was obvious he wanted to ruin her reputation. A man coming to her house every day to knock on the door. If she ignored him, outsiders would think she was at fault, that she was a loose woman who seduced men. And she had just gotten engaged. Her fiancé was a soldier. Soldiers are rarely home, so her every move could easily attract gossip. Who was Wang Chenghui? Not afraid to break a military marriage? It must mean he had some powerful backing. Joanxi felt it was a tricky situation. Nowadays, a woman's reputation was everything. She didn't think she could handle this person now. It was clear he was bullying her as a rural orphan girl with no background or support. It seemed she had to leave it to Pei Jiancheng. She was too careless. She thought her military marriage could scare them off. In her memory, her two uncles, although they disapproved of her being raised by the Su family, never went too far. She also underestimated the greed of these people when faced with profit, as well as the mysterious background of Wang Qinghui. So, when she saw Pei Jiancheng, she didn't immediately tell him about this, which was her mistake. She couldn't handle this problem herself, because if she dealt with it carelessly, it might become more complicated. She stayed quietly in the inner room. Aunt Wang's reminder was just to prevent her from going out. After some time, Aunt Wang's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Anxi quickly went out and opened the door. Outside, besides Aunt Wang, there was no one else. Aunt Wang entered the room and said to Xiao Anxi, "Anxi, this isn't a good way. If this keeps happening and they come again, your reputation will be ruined." Xiao Anxi scoffed. "Isn't it just that they want to ruin my reputation so I can't get married?" Aunt Wang spat and said, "That's too mean. Luckily, you don't like this person." Then she looked worried and said, "Maybe you should tell Officer Pei to think of a way. That way, he will know it's not your fault. If he misunderstands, it will be bad." Xiao Anxi nodded. "I'll call him tomorrow." Aunt Wang finally relaxed a bit. "You need to hurry. You can't delay this. If people start talking, even if it's not your fault, it will seem like it is." Xiao Anxi agreed, with a yes. She believed that, no matter the reason, Pei Jiancheng had the ability to handle this matter. They talked for a few more words, and Aunt Wang hurriedly left. Early the next morning, Xiao Anxi got up early and left to take an ox cart. This time, she didn't plan to go to Rong City. The first stop was the town's post office, where she could make a phone call. Their village's ox cart route passes through Shuai's town, so she could get off there halfway. Usually, villagers wouldn't bother paying for a ride to Shuai's town. They would walk. Xiao Anxi didn't want to go through the trouble of walking such a long distance, which would tire her out. Shuai's town is much smaller than Rong City, with only 1 or 2 streets. She found the post office, took out the phone number Pei Jiancheng left, and dialed. The line crackled and buzzed, transferring twice. It took a little while to connect. Xiao Anxi stared at the old-fashioned manual telephone. If it weren't for the staff at the post office helping her, she wouldn't have known how to dial out. "I am Pei Jiancheng." Finally, a deep, charming male voice came from the other end. It was very nice to hear, but the voice was a bit too cold. Xiao Anxi snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Hello, I am Xiao Anxi. Is it you? Are you okay?" The sounds on that side gradually softened, becoming warmer and more pleasant to hear. "Well, I'm okay, but I ran into a little problem here." Xiao Anxi didn't beat around the bush and straightforwardly explained her current difficulty. "As a girl, it's hard for me to handle this kind of situation. I'm worried I might not manage it well and make things worse. I can only trouble you to see if you can help me solve it." Pei Jiancheng listened quietly and then spoke. "Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it." The heavy feeling in Xiao Anxi's heart instantly eased. "Thank you." The voice on the other side seemed to carry a hint of a smile. "You don't need to thank me." Xiao Anxi softly nodded. Pei Jiancheng asked, "Where are you calling from now?" "I'm at the town's post office." "You should have a phone in your village, right? Go back first." "I'll call you later." Xiao Anxi hesitated. "Yes, but I don't know the phone number." "It's okay, no need for the number." "All right, I won't bother you with work then." Xiao Anxi knew that Pei Jiancheng was working and probably busy. After saying that, she didn't chat further and hung up. After paying the phone bill, she left the post office lightly and happily. Only after stepping outside did she remember an important question. At this time, the ox cart to Rongqing probably wouldn't be back so soon. Should she walk back on her own? She looked at Shizhou. The town was quite simple, with only a few shops and nothing much to browse. She considered in her mind, if she waited for the ox cart here, she might have to wait until the afternoon. If she walked back herself, it would take about an hour or two, even if slow. It was still early, and she hadn't reached home by noon. Maybe a passing ox cart heading back to the village could give her a ride. She couldn't just wait here for the ox cart to return. Thinking this, Xiao Anshi started walking along the road toward the village. Fortunately, it wasn't the height of summer. The sun wasn't too hot. Instead, it was a cool autumn day, and walking on the road felt quite comfortable. Her legs were a bit tired, but at least her backside didn't hurt. Xiao Anshi stayed optimistic. Thinking this way helped her feel better, and her steps became more energetic. But as she kept walking, her mood soured. Her legs really ached. Xiao Anshi kept looking back and glancing down the road, hoping a passing ox cart would appear. This article searches, free reading of Fox love literature at a fork in the road. She faintly saw a cart coming from the other side. She felt a surge of excitement inside. She slowly moved forward. The cart grew closer and finally turned toward their village. Isn't that Anshi? On the cart were Uncle Wang and his wife from the village. She quickly said, Uncle Wang, Aunt Chiogui, are you heading back to the village? Can you give me a ride? Uncle Wang happily stopped the cart. No problem, get on. She thanked him happily and hurried to climb aboard. Aunt Chiogui reached out and gave her a gentle pull. Take it slow. She sat properly, leaning on Aunt Chiogue's strength. Thank you, Aunt. Anshi, where are you coming from? Aunt Chiogue asked. I made a call to the town. Aunt Chiogue smiled, a bit nosily. Did you call your boyfriend? She nodded confidently. Yes. Aunt Chiogue, who loved to talk, continued, I heard your boyfriend is quite handsome and a government officer. You're really lucky. She pretended to be shy. Aunt Chiogue, full of interest, asked again. Did you give him 600 yuan in bride price? Wow, what kind of family is that? Most people wouldn't dare think of it. Anshi, you'll enjoy endless happiness in the future. She could only blush shyly and mumble in response. Aunt Chiogue thought young women were shy and didn't mind much. She smiled and said, Anshi is getting more and more beautiful. Now that the engagement is set, your spirit is different. You should dress up nicely. She still just kept her lips pressed and smiled shyly. She had already walked halfway home, and the remaining distance wasn't far. Soon, they reached the village entrance. Just as she was about to get off, Aunt Chiogue held her back. Don't rush to get off. It's still far. We need to go to the fields. You can get off from that side. It's closer to your home. She listened and sat back down. That's great, thank you, Aunt. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, the couple, were still working while secretly watching the villagers working. Lian Jingying was weak and panting heavily. Her fragile body was truly exhausting. Zhou Yinghuai, feeling distressed, said, Today, you should rest a bit longer before coming out. I can do more work. No. Lian Jingying shook her head, catching her breath. I need to watch. What if Anshi comes out? She was afraid of missing it. She had a strong premonition. That girl would be there, Anshi. Zhou Yinghuai sighed and looked toward the fields over there. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and tightly grabbed Lian Jingying's hand. That girl, it's that girl. Lian Jingying looked up suddenly. Where? From the ox cart. Zhou Yinghuai kept staring. Since Lian Jingying mentioned it, he increasingly felt that she was his daughter. Yesterday afternoon, they went again to the place where he fell, but they didn't meet her again. It's definitely her, Lian Jingying said, looking at the distant figure, about to rush over. Zhou Yinghuai quickly snapped out of his thoughts and pulled Lian Jingying back. Don't act impulsively. Remember who we are. We might harm her. Lian Jingying sobered up and restrained herself, tears falling down her face. She greedily stared at the distant figure. You're talking nonsense. My daughter isn't dirty at all. Look at her tall posture. That's Anshi. See how she flicks her bangs? Anshi likes to use her right hand to flick her left bangs and her left hand to flick her right bangs. In the distance, Xiao Anshi was wearing new clothes that fit her well. She was no longer hunched when walking. Now she was getting off the ox cart, her long bangs falling over her eyes, and she casually brushed them aside. After stopping, she took out a few candies and handed them to Aunt Xiaogue. "Thank you, Uncle Wang Kai and Aunt Xiaogue." No need, no need." Aunt Xiaogue pushed them back. "Eat these with the children," Qiao Anqi said, putting the candies into her hand. "I'm leaving now." "Thank you." Aunt Xiaogue didn't push away this time and smiled more warmly. "Thank you. You should go back quickly." Qiao Anqi strode happily toward home. Lian Jingying kept her eyes fixed on her back. "Look at my daughter. Even in such plain clothes, she's still so beautiful. See that little posture?" Then she anxiously said, "How can we find her and talk to her?" Xiao Yinghuai remained calm. "We can't rush this. Whether she's our daughter or not, we can't harm her. At least now we know she might be in this village. We should wait for the right opportunity." Although Lian Jingying was eager, she understood the importance of timing. Xiao Anqi walked briskly back home. It wasn't noon yet. Luckily, she didn't wait at the town for the ox cart heading to Rongqing to return. She closed the doors and windows quietly, slipped into her space, and quickly washed her face. She had gotten quite dirty on the way. Walking on a dirt road, her clothes were covered in mud. She came out of her space, found a loose outfit in the wardrobe, and changed into it, using it as casual homeware. Then she took some ready-made food from her space. She sat down and started eating. After finishing, she took out her yarn and started knitting a sweater. Before long, someone outside the door called, "Joan Shi, hurry to the village committee. There's a call for you." "Okay," Joan Shi replied and quickly put down her knitting needles. She put on her coat and headed toward the village committee. It was quite a walk. She took several minutes to get there. The village chief saw her and nodded. "Wait a moment. I'll have him call back in 10 minutes. It's just a few minutes now." "Thank you, village chief," Joan Shi quickly said. A few minutes later, the phone rang. The village chief answered, listened, then handed the receiver to Joan Shi. She hurriedly took the phone. "Hello, this is Joan Shi." "It's me, Pei Jiancheng," a pleasant voice replied. Joan Shi responded softly. "Don't worry, everything is sorted out. I won't come looking for you again." "Okay, thank you." "No need to thank me." Inside the village committee, many people seemed busy, but they were actually listening carefully. Joan Shi didn't say much. "I'll come over the day after tomorrow."
Okay.
Their conversation was brief, and they soon hung up. After thanking him, Joan Shi hurried home. Passing by Wang Ant's house, she knocked on the door. Wang Ant opened the door and said, "Anqi, come in and sit for a while." Joan Shi stepped into the yard. "I won't sit, Aunt Wang. The matter is settled. They said they won't come again." Wang Ant was happy to hear that. That's good, that's good. Officer Pei is really capable." Joan Shi exchanged a few words with her and then said goodbye, heading back home. Pei Jiancheng had told her in the morning that he was handling it, so she knew everything was fine. He always gave the impression that nothing was impossible for him. If he said it was okay, then it definitely was. Joan Shi felt completely relaxed now. In a good mood, she picked up her yarn and continued knitting. Her mood improved, but someone else's was not so happy. "Big sister Fan, this matter's impact isn't very good. You, as an older comrade, surely wouldn't make such a mistake, but Chenghui is still young. You need to keep an eye on him and not let him do whatever he wants. He's engaged to a girl already. Isn't he just messing around?" The secretary sipped his tea thoughtfully. Fan Chunmei sat there with a dark face. The secretary said meaningfully, "Big sister Fan, our Rongqing is just a small place after all. Remember, there's always someone better out there, and somewhere higher." Fan Chunmei finally left the secretary's office with a very angry look on her face. She suppressed her anger and coldly told Wang Qinghui, "That girl named Qiao, forget about her. Don't mention her again." Why should I? Wang Qinghui naturally didn't want to agree. "Let's go see Uncle." Although Fan Chunmei was only the union chairperson at the flour factory, none of the leaders there dared to disrespect her. When had the secretary ever spoken to her like that? She felt a bit upset inside. So after work, she and Wang Qinghui went to her sister Fan Chunlan's house. Wang Chenghui was only 28 but already the deputy director of the flour factory. His quick rise wasn't just because Fan Chunmei was the union chairperson. The factory had many leaders, but not everyone's family could get ahead so easily. It was mainly because his uncle was a director of a committee in Rongqing, and his cousin Li Guosheng was also a key figure. His uncle's family was very powerful in Rongqing. They had a close relationship, growing up together, and could always support each other. When Fan Chunlan saw Fan Chunmei arrive, she understood the reason right away. Her uncle Li had already informed her, so she avoided going home after work. She told Fan Chunmei plainly, "Sister, don't think about this anymore." Today, Uncle Li was scolded by his superiors. He came home angry and left right away. I didn't dare to persuade him, but I heard that the people on the other side are quite influential. We really can't afford to offend them. The key was her Uncle Li didn't even know about this. He was suddenly scolded for no reason. Fan Chunmei, who initially wanted to vent her frustration, also lost her spirit. If even her brother-in-law was someone she couldn't offend, what did she have left to hope for? Meanwhile, Wang Chenghui was also being lectured by Li Guosheng. He looked disappointed and said, Chenghui, so many women are good enough. Why do you have to choose someone already engaged? And she's a soldier. Wang Chenghui was a bit defiant. Is she just a soldier? Does that really matter to you, and uncle? Li Guosheng sneered. Is she just an ordinary soldier? Ordinary soldiers wouldn't have the ability to stir up trouble across county and provincial levels. That day was very lively. Usually, the secretary of the flour factory would be polite when meeting his father. But now a phone call came that was very harsh. They said if the factory didn't handle the issue, they would do it themselves. The secretary of the flour factory was usually clever and diplomatic, avoiding offending anyone or being confrontational. But this time, he was completely ruthless. It's clear that the people over there are very influential. Even his father's higher-ups called to tell him to control his younger relatives better. His father thought he had done something wrong to offend someone. It turned out that the trouble was caused by Wang Chenghui's side. Even though Wang Chenghui works at the flour factory, the other side quickly found out the source of the problem and understood all their connections. The leaders didn't say anything harsh, just spoke in a calm tone. This made his father very uneasy. He didn't know what was said exactly, but his father came home very angry. Even he himself was upset. Wang Chenghui looked pale and listened quietly, feeling frustrated but knowing that there was probably no way to fix this. If he angered his aunt and her family, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Li Guosheng sighed and said, Chenghui, find someone else. Although he and his father had a lot of power in Rongqing, they knew some people were off-limits. Rongqing is a small place, and they understood that there are always people more powerful than them. The person Wang Chenghui offended was clearly someone they couldn't mess with in Rongqing. He even suspected that the background of that person might be very deep. In the end, Fan Chunmei and Wang Chenghui's mother and son left with serious faces, not saying a word. Li Guosheng's wife came out, frowning. Chenghui is upset. Li Guosheng sighed. Can he be happy? It's hard enough to find someone he likes, but he and my aunt never agree. The aunt he wants doesn't like him, and the one he likes doesn't want him. His wife rolled her eyes. Picking and choosing, wanting someone beautiful and young, unmarried. Who would want to be a stepmother to someone with good conditions? There are some willing, but the aunt still needs to be careful. So Wang Chenghui found someone suitable from the countryside, thinking she had no background, so he dared to act recklessly. But he hit a wall right away. Li Guosheng said, stop talking. Help him find a suitable person. That's not so easy, his wife muttered. Although Wang Chenghui was a bit annoyed with Su Jianjun, he didn't dare to mess with his job. They were family, and if he upset that side again, his uncle would be furious. Plus, the flour factory secretary was watching, so he couldn't do anything reckless. Su Jianjun was trembling with fear. He didn't know what had happened, only that Wang Chenghui suddenly stopped mentioning it and no longer went to their village. He doesn't mention Su Jianjun, and he dares not mention him either. He has long regretted provoking Wang Chenghui. Now he can only live in constant fear, worried that he might lose his job someday. Xiao Anxi has been staying at home quietly these days, knitting sweaters and not going out at all. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Zhengying are feeling frustrated. They keep sneaking peeks while working, but haven't seen that girl appear again. They secretly went to the place where Xiao Yinghuai fell, waiting for her, but they never saw her. Lian Zhengying becomes a little anxious. What's going on? Why can't we see her? Is she really in this village? Xiao Yinghuai keeps trying to comfort his wife. Don't worry. It's just a few days. She should be in this village. There will be a chance. Lian Zhengying nervously pulls at Xiao Yinghuai. She really isn't here? Then how can we find her? Xiao Yinghuai reassures her. Don't think too much.
Stay calm.
We saw her that day, so there will be another chance. Lian Zhengying nods helplessly. The night before the marriage certificate, Xiao Anxi closed all the doors and windows early, turned off the lights, and entered her space. She comfortably took a shower. Then she did a full skincare routine. Since she's about to be a bride tomorrow, she wants to look beautiful and feel good. She also took scissors and trimmed her hair, especially her bangs. She took a lock of hair, twisted it into a braid, and cut it. After letting go, it looked naturally uneven and longer. She trimmed a few strands and thinned her bangs a little. Now her bangs are casually parted on both sides, looking more lively and natural. She also carefully shaped her eyebrows, removing the messy little hairs. Her skin has been well taken care of recently, clean, soft, and pink. After finishing, she looked in the mirror and felt she looked more like herself. The main difference was her expression, which now seemed more like her usual self. Suddenly, she sighed. Mom, Dad, your girl is getting married tomorrow. Do you know that? Her mother was okay, but her father might cry if he found out his daughter's innocence was suddenly gone. Xiao Anxi lay on the sofa, hugging a pillow, missing her parents for a moment, then gathering her spirits again. Thinking about the wedding tomorrow, she felt a little nervous. She has no experience. She's never been in a relationship before. I'm a beginner. Now I've boarded the rocket and entered marriage right away. Oh well, when trouble comes, we face it. When difficulties arise, we handle them. Just go with the flow. Shaking my head, I shake off my messy thoughts. After leaving the space, I go for a beauty sleep. Early in the morning, Pei Jianqing finished his morning exercise and took a shower. Just after returning to the dorm, Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo came over. Jianqing, are you going to register your marriage today? Yang Hongming asked as soon as he entered. Yes. Pei Jianqing opened the wardrobe and took out his packed bag. Yang Hongming said, should we go with you today? He thought, no matter how reluctant, this is a big day. It's lonely without anyone there. He and Qian Weiguo had been sent to the military headquarters to study these days and only returned late last night. Last time Pei Jianqing went to get engaged, they didn't have time to ask about it. But then he thought it might not be convenient for them to follow. The couple needs privacy. Pei Jianqing closed the wardrobe. No need, just get the certificate. Time is tight, and he doesn't want to bring these two annoying guys along. There will be plenty of chances to meet at the military district later. Yang Hongming thought how unhappy he must be. He wanted to ask more, but was afraid to hurt Pei Jianqing's feelings. Finally, he held back and didn't speak. He and Qian Weiguo silently followed Pei Jianqing to the parking lot. Pei Jianqing got into the car and suddenly said cheerfully, let's go back. When I come back, I'll be married just like you too. After saying that, he drove away. Yang Hongming looked at the car disappearing in the distance with sympathy. Qian Weiguo stared at the rear of the car for a while and suddenly said, why do I feel like he's pretty happy? Are you stupid? Yang Hongming shot him a glance. How could he be happy? He's probably very upset but holding it in. He hasn't had anyone to talk to these days, since we weren't around. Qian Weiguo scratched his head. When did he start liking to talk about his feelings? Yang Hongming sighed. Forget it, it's one thing if he's upset, but he must be hurting inside. Let's not ask anymore. It'll only make him feel worse. Qian Weiguo looked ahead, where the car was no longer visible. I just feel like he's actually pretty happy. Yang Hongming patted his shoulder and turned around. Your feeling isn't right. The car entered the village and smoothly reached the gate. Xiao Anxi had already finished packing. She was slowly knitting a sweater, looking very calm and composed. A small mistake in knitting showed her inner nervousness. Hearing the sound of a car outside, she knew Pei Jiancheng had arrived. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Anxi put down her sweater and went to open it. Pei Jiancheng, carrying a luggage bag, stood outside. When he saw the person opening the door, he was momentarily stunned. The young girl looked even more beautiful than a few days ago. Her curved, willow-like eyebrows framed bright eyes that sparkled like stars, with long eyelashes like little fans. Her nose was straight, and her full, rosy lips looked like flower petals. Her skin was fair and delicate, with a hint of pink on her cheeks. Her long hair was braided and hung down her back. Her bangs parted on both sides of her face, with a playful curl. She wore a small blue jacket that showed off her slim figure. She looked elegant, bright, and charming. "Come in," Xiao Anxi said with a gentle smile. Pei Jiancheng snapped out of his surprise, carried his bag inside. Xiao Anxi poured a cup of tea for him. "Have some tea first." "Thank you," he said, taking a sip. She sat down nearby, and also took a cup of tea. She felt a little nervous and unsure of what to say. Pei Jiancheng noticed her tension and smiled slightly. He put down his teacup and opened his luggage. He took out a light gray thin coat and a pair of black ankle boots. Xiao Anxi looked at the style, simple and elegant, without complicated designs, well-made and of high quality. His taste was really good. It was surprising that someone so quiet would think of buying clothes and shoes. Then, he took out a small Western-style box. Xiao Anxi's eyebrows lifted. Was it a ring? Are people still so romantic nowadays? Pei Jiancheng handed the box to her, signaling her to open it. When she did, she realized she had overthought. Inside was a branded women's watch, worth a lot. Xiao Anxi hesitated a little. "You've bought quite a lot of things." "Not much," he said, looking at her. "This marriage is a bit simple and rushed. Sorry for the trouble."
No, it's okay.
"It's a special situation." She quickly shook her head. Honestly, she thought that under these circumstances, his actions were already very considerate. Then Pei Jiancheng took out a big bag of candies and a cigarette. "So many candies?" she exclaimed, looking at the large bag. He chuckled softly. "Since there's no wedding banquet, I might as well give enough candies for the celebration." Joanxi remained silent, happy just to be pleased. Pei Jiancheng asked, "Are you ready?"
Can we leave now?
Yes. Joanxi quickly took out the prepare materials from the drawer. She had already prepared these before she even changed into her clothes. "Give it to me." Pei Jiancheng reached out to take them. They both walked out the door together, carrying a big bag of candies. Someone nearby from the Su family was secretly watching. They ignored the onlookers and got into the car to leave. Joanxi looked at the bumpy road ahead, worried it might make her car sick. But Pei Jiancheng drove smoothly. He tried to avoid potholes. If he couldn't, he went over them steadily. He looked at Joanxi, who was staring out the window, and smiled softly. "Are you nervous?" "No," Joanxi said, realizing it wasn't as bumpy as she thought, and she started to relax. The journey wasn't far, and soon they arrived at the town's marriage registration office. They got out of the car, and Joanxi took a deep breath. Pei Jiancheng held the documents, and they went inside. There weren't many people registering, and it was a bit quiet inside. Their documents were complete, and they finished the formalities quickly. Then they handed out candies to the staff. Coming out and returning to the car, Joanxi looked at the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling mixed emotions. Is this really marriage? They had only been in this world for a few days, and their lifelong commitment was done. She felt a bit complicated inside. Pei Jiancheng looked at the uncertain expression on her face, especially at the small girl staring at the marriage certificate. He reached out and tousled her hair. "Let's go back." Joanxi put the marriage certificate away. As the car drove out of the yard, they didn't head straight back to the village. They circled around the street and stopped. Joanxi saw a sign at the door of a nearby house, with black characters on a white background, reading state-owned restaurant. She was a bit surprised. Are we eating now? Pei Jiansheng took out several lunchboxes from the back seat. Buy some to take home. Just heat them up later. Joanxi's face turned a little red. Ahem, her cooking skills weren't that impressive. Actually, they were okay, just not very good at controlling the fire in the stove. The town's state-owned restaurant was quite simple. Inside, there were only a few plain tables. It wasn't mealtime now, so the waiters lazily leaned on their chairs. Seeing Pei Jiansheng in his military uniform with a pocket on his chest, they sat up straight. Pei Jiansheng softly asked Joanxi, "What would you like to eat?" Joan looked at the menu on the small blackboard and ordered mushroom stewed chicken. Pei Jiansheng ordered a red braised fish and a red braised pork with tofu, then added some stir-fried greens. They also ordered a few large steamed buns. After packing the food, the two of them returned to the car and headed back to the village. Just as they parked at the entrance, Wang auntie excitedly came over. "Anchi, did you get your marriage certificate?"
she asked.
Joan took out some candies and handed her a big handful. "Yes, it's done," she replied. "That's wonderful," Wang auntie said with a big smile. As the car entered the village, many children ran after them. Now that they had stopped, the children were playing nearby. Joan also shared her candies with the children. The children cheered happily. Someone nearby saw the lively scene and came over. Pei Jiansheng's strong presence made many villagers hesitant to get too close. Wang auntie smiled and told everyone, Anchi got her marriage certificate. Let's share some happiness. Hearing this, everyone gathered around happily. Wang auntie helped hand out candies and cigarettes. The villagers whispered among themselves. These candies look fancy, and these are milk candies. There's all kinds. I've seen this type before. It's quite valuable. This cigarette is expensive. My son brought back one before. It was given by their leader. They said ordinary people can't buy it. Her son also worked in a factory in the city and had a say in these things. That soldier really knows how to share. A few days ago, some people were talking nonsense, but I said there was nothing wrong. Look, after that, everything was quiet. I don't believe it. If there was real trouble, wouldn't these soldiers be acting differently? Exactly. Just look at how much these candies and cigarettes cost. Giving out so many shows, they have plenty. If there really was trouble, they wouldn't be able to get their marriage certificates or give out candies like this. Although the voices were soft, some of the words reached Joan's ears. She couldn't help but glance at Pei Jiansheng beside her. She finally understood the purpose of the big bag of candies and cigarettes he brought. It was very thoughtful. It seemed that the appearance of Wang Qinghui a few days ago still caused some negative talk. Soon, even the village chief and others came over. Pei Jiansheng also toned down his presence and started chatting with the village chief. People from the Su family, seeing the village chief, also gathered around. Lian Jingying, who was working nearby, kept secretly looking toward the fields. She hadn't seen that girl for several days and was starting to feel anxious. Joan, worried about her restless wife, sighed softly. She simply sped up her work and kept busy. There was a loud noise nearby, and a few villagers hurried past. Quick, I heard Anchi is getting her marriage certificate today, and she's handing out candies and cigarettes at her door. Those candies and cigarettes are quite fancy. Really? Then let's go quickly, or they might run out. Yes, I want to try those city cigarettes too. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying froze in surprise. Lian Jingying grabbed Xiao Yinghuai's arm. Old Xiao, did I just hear someone say Anchi? Xiao Yinghuai looked incredulous. I think I heard it too. What does getting a marriage certificate mean? And what does it signify? Anchi, that really is Anchi. Lian Jingying was so excited that her fingernails dug into Xiao Yinghuai's arm. Xiao Yinghuai felt nothing. His mind was only on the phrase getting the marriage certificate today. Lian Jingying was eager to chase after and ask clearly what was happening but was held back by her remaining reason. Clean up that corner over there, said Uncle Liang, who was watching over them, approaching. Uncle Liang was a retired soldier, very kind, and not strict with these displaced people. Finally, Xiao Yinghuai couldn't hold back and asked Uncle Liang, is there some happy event in the village? I see everyone talking about wedding candies. Uncle Yang looked at him and said, "Yes, a girl in the village is getting her marriage certificate today." Xiao Yinghuai asked casually, "Is she marrying someone from the village?" Uncle Yang replied expressionlessly, "Mind your own work. Don't ask about these things," then walked away. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying didn't dare to ask further. They felt restless, like ants in their pants. Madame Wang had handed out all her big bag of wedding candies, and the crowd at the door finally dispersed. Old Sue, with a big smile, said, "Village chief, Officer Pei, come have lunch at our house." Pei Jiancheng politely declined. The village chief knew they didn't want a formal celebration today. Since their purpose of socializing was achieved, he nodded and left. Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anxi ignored the Su family and went back inside. Once inside, they instinctively headed toward the ancestor altar of Su Daemon. Xiao Anxi took out the marriage certificate and placed it on the table. Pei Jiancheng lit a stick of incense. They shared the news of their marriage with Su Daemon. Xiao Anxi looked at the thin trail of smoke rising and felt a bit dazed. "He is better at cooking than I am." Understanding this, Joanne happily chose not to argue and followed Pei Jiancheng into the kitchen. This was only the second time he cooked, but Pei Jiancheng was already very skilled. He waved his hand and asked Joanne to sit on a small stool nearby to watch. So, Joanne rested her chin on her hands and watched the handsome man cook the food, a little clumsy but smooth enough. It was very pleasing to watch. The handsome man felt her focused gaze and slightly smiled. When Pei Jiancheng finished cooking, Joanne quickly helped carry the dishes out and set the chopsticks. The food at this state-run restaurant was quite good. The mushroom chicken stew and braised pork were delicious. Joanne ate happily. In the past 2 days, she had only eaten instant noodles, sandwiches, or cold rice, and hadn't had a proper meal. Pei Jiancheng noticed she hadn't touched the braised fish at all and frowned, asking, "You don't eat fish?" Joanne, still eating happily, casually replied, "I do, but there are too many fish bones. I'm afraid of choking." She had once been caught by a fish bone as a child and had to go to the hospital to fix it. Since then, her parents only gave her fish that was completely deboned. Pei Jiancheng got up and went to the kitchen to get a plate. He used clean chopsticks to pick a piece of fish and remove all the bones, then pushed the plate toward her.
Eat it.
Having been spoiled since childhood, Joanne said thank you naturally and started eating. Seeing her relaxed and natural way of eating, Pei Jiancheng felt a bit surprised. Her table manners were almost too good, so perfect and elegant, as if ingrained in her bones. Could this be a skill taught by the Su Daemon family? Even those wealthy families in the capital might not be able to teach such manners. But her background check was clear. Perhaps some people are simply born with talent. Her clear, pure eyes and her first impression told him she wouldn't be a problem. He would find out the reason, rather than suspect her casually. Pei Jiancheng suppressed his thoughts and picked a piece of chicken, carefully removing the bones before giving it to her. By the end of the meal, Joanne was quite full. Watching her rub her stomach repeatedly, Pei Jiancheng felt both annoyed and amused. Finally, he couldn't hold back and gently took her arm. "Go for a walk outside to help digest." "All right," Joanne happily agreed. Otherwise, in a room with 2 strangers, they'd be sitting awkwardly in silence. So, Joanne took a walk around the village with Pei Jiancheng. When the 2 of them went out, many people greeted them. Joanxi whispered, "Thanks to you. They used to be less friendly to me before." Pei Jiancheng didn't speak, just gently patted her head. Joanxi and Pei Jiancheng wandered around the village, often encountering people trying to get close, but she didn't want to deal with it. Gradually, they moved toward a less crowded area. There was a small river in the village, and they strolled along the riverbank. Lian Jingying carried a basin of water and stepped out of the house. Suddenly, she saw a man and a woman walking toward her along the river.
Bang!
The basin in her hands fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. "What's wrong, wife? I told you not to move." "I can handle it," hurriedly came out of the house. The 2 people walking nearby were also startled. Pei Jiancheng gave a sharp look in their direction. Joanxi also noticed that the man who came out was the uncle with low blood sugar from earlier. The person standing stiffly in front was probably his wife. But for some reason, Joanxi felt a strange, indescribable feeling in her heart when she looked at them. She didn't know what it was. Lian Jingying also noticed the couple walking and was stunned. He wanted to seize the opportunity, but his common sense told him he couldn't. The young soldier nearby had a very sharp gaze. Having been a business expert for many years in her previous life, Joanxi had a keen eye for people. This young man was definitely not an ordinary person. He held back, afraid to take any risks. Whether or not the other was his daughter, although he and his wife mostly confirmed it, he couldn't put her in danger. He quickly pulled Lian Jingying aside. "Wife, does your head hurt again? Let me press it for you." He pushed Lian Jingying into the house. He only dared to leave a subtle hint with that sentence. When his wife's head hurt before, he would give her a massage. Their daughter often heard him say this. She would even complain, saying they were spoiling their dog or giving too much affection. He hoped his clever daughter would understand. If not, he could only wait for another chance. If he dared to say something unfamiliar or secretive, he was sure the soldier would suspect they were communicating in code. Joanxi suddenly widened her eyes, feeling a shock in her heart. She wasn't sure if this was intentional or just a coincidence. That strange feeling grew even stronger. But she quickly lowered her eyes, afraid to reveal anything. However, Pei Jiancheng, being a top soldier in a special unit, could not miss such a small anomaly. But he remained calm on the surface. Pei Jiancheng knows well the background and personal experiences of the people who have been sent away, understanding their situations. As long as they're not truly problematic, it's fine for Qiao Anqi to interact with them. Maybe this is where her good manners come from. Qiao Anqi walks slowly and casually, thinking to herself that she will find a time later to drive her space over and investigate. Yes, she has a portable space now, which makes everything much easier. She doesn't need to rush. She must be careful not to reveal anything now. She also knows how sharp Pei Jiancheng is. She dares not show any unusual behavior in front of him. Even if she doesn't do anything, Pei Jiancheng can still sense her slight nervousness. He softly asks, "Are you tired?" "Yeah." Qiao Anqi nods honestly. They turn around and head back home. Once back in the yard, Qiao Anqi asks, "Are you going to go back soon?" Pei Jiancheng slightly curves his lips. "Do you want me to stay?" Qiao Anqi looks surprised. "Stay? Where would I stay? I only have one bed. Is one not enough?"
Huh?
Qiao Anqi's eyes widen. Oh my, how could she forget such an important thing? They are married now, so theoretically, one bed should be enough. But, she forgot. It was so sudden. She wasn't mentally prepared. Her face and expression change rapidly, very amusing. Pei Jiancheng's smile grows wider. He reaches out and ruffles her hair, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not staying tonight. No rush for us." Qiao Anqi relaxes immediately. Wait, who's in a rush? Am I the one rushing? She can't help but glare at Pei Jiancheng. Who's rushing? Pei Jiancheng seriously replies, "I am." Qiao Anqi pouts proudly. Even if you're in a rush, you have to bear with it. Seeing her proud little expression, Pei Jiancheng chuckles softly and happily pulls out a chair to sit down. Understood. I'll apply to join the military soon, and once the housing is arranged, I'll come pick you up to the station, he says. Okay, it's settled. Qiao Anqi also pulls out a chair and sits down. Pei Jiancheng suppresses his laughter and hands her an envelope. I'll be busy for a while, so I might not come over often. If I have time, I'll visit you. If I'm on a mission, I won't be able to. Buy whatever you want to eat or use, don't hold back. Is this for household expenses? This man is so excellent. Joan's eyes sparkled brightly. She didn't push away and gently took the item. Now she has no source of income, but she still needs to accept the money offered. They have already registered their marriage, and they are both working toward a good life together. Pei Jiancheng got up and went to the kitchen to check. The water in the basin was still quite full. There was still plenty of firewood, although some hadn't been split yet. He took off his coat, revealing a white shirt underneath, and rolled up his sleeves. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Joan couldn't help but praise as she followed into the kitchen. Pei Jiancheng carried some firewood out to the yard, then took an axe and started chopping wood. Joan leaned casually against the kitchen door, admiring the handsome man chopping firewood. Since they registered their marriage, he's no longer just a stranger. He's now her own handsome guy, so she should enjoy the view. His perfect side profile looked like a carefully carved sculpture. His body proportions were even more amazing. Seeing the muscles on his arms, strong and smooth, she could imagine how great he looked under his clothes. His chopping motion was smooth and effortless. Wow, we really are lucky. Stop drooling, a teasing voice said.
Huh?
Joan instinctively wiped her mouth. There was no drool. Suddenly, she realized she was being teased. She didn't even think about where she came from, small scene. She quickly shot a sharp look at Pei Jiancheng, then calmly walked over, picked up the chopped firewood, and slipped away. Pei Jiancheng chuckled softly, picked up the chopped firewood and set it aside, feeling happy as he continued to swing his axe with style. All the work was done, and it was time for Pei Jiancheng to return to his base. The two people, who weren't very close yet, didn't have much to say goodbye about. Joan watched as Pei Jiancheng got into his car. "Write me a letter or call if you need anything," Pei Jiancheng reminded her again. "Okay, take care and stay safe." Joan waved goodbye as she watched the car drive away into the distance. Zhou Yinghui pushed the stunned Lian Jingying back into the house. Lian Jingying eagerly grabbed her husband. "It's my Anxi, my precious Anxi." Zhou Yinghui gently patted his wife's shoulder and whispered, "We need to control ourselves now. You know how harsh the environment is." Lian Jingying understood perfectly, so she had just held back her impulse. If it could harm their daughter, she would rather not acknowledge her now. They could wait until everything was cleared up. Nothing was more important than their daughter's safety. Lian Jingying worriedly said, "Anxi hasn't been here for long either. Why did she get married so quickly after arriving? What happened?" Thinking about it, she felt a bit anxious again. Xiao Yinghui looked very unhappy. "Is that young man the one who registered with Anxi today? He looks quite energetic, so he might be a good match for Anxi." Lian Jingying's thoughts jumped quickly. Finally realizing her daughter was here, she felt a little relieved. Good energy? How can he be a good match? Xiao Yinghui immediately became angry. If it weren't for that troublemaker, they might have already recognized each other. Lian Jingying suddenly worried again, saying, "Anxi looks quite young, maybe not even 20. People here marry too early." Xiao Yinghui got even more irritated. He paced around the room in anger. Seeing Xiao Yinghui upset, Lian Jingying couldn't help but feel a little amused and sympathetic. This girl-loving maniac was unprepared when he found out someone had taken her family's belongings. "Stop pacing and rest for a bit. You'll have to go out to work soon." Back inside, Xiao Anxi opened the envelope Pei Jian had given her earlier. It contained 10 large Unity tokens and some tickets, mostly food coupons, probably to ensure she wouldn't go hungry. A warm feeling rose in her heart. She carefully stored the envelope in her space. Then she remembered the couple she met earlier. She quickly closed the windows and doors and entered her space, driving her camper to the couple's home. The small house had only a wooden bed placed on bricks and a simple stove made from a few bricks in the corner. Nothing else. No one was there. Xiao Anxi looked at the living environment and felt a bit emotional. This wasn't a place for normal people to live. She guessed they had gone out to work. She took a walk outside and saw them at the pig farm in the village. She didn't go over, but decided to return home first. She planned to visit them again after they came back in the evening. Back home, Xiao Anxi didn't rush to leave her space. She opened her phone, which had photos of her and her parents. Today's couple didn't seem to resemble her parents much. Maybe they were too thin and worn out. The uncle with low blood sugar and a scruffy beard didn't look like her handsome, elegant father. The woman was not only thin, but also tired and aged. She certainly didn't look like her well-groomed, noble, and graceful mother. But they gave her a strange, somewhat familiar feeling. There was also the sentence that Uncle Low Blood Sugar said. His tone and voice were exactly the same as old comrade Xiao.
Could it be?
A bold guess flashed through her mind. Xiao Anxi felt a wave of joy inside. Her hand holding the phone trembled slightly with excitement. She wished it was already completely dark outside, so she could go and find out. She suddenly felt a bit restless. Taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to stay calm. No, she needed to do something to distract herself. She decided to make some soup. If it was really them, she wanted to give them a good meal. They couldn't even eat properly, so they looked so thin and tired. Xiao Anxi felt very worried. She quickly opened the fridge and took out some pork ribs to defrost. She planned to make them some pork rib soup. She decided not to make chicken soup first, as it's too greasy. Their stomachs probably couldn't handle greasy food right now, she knew that much. She turned on a cooking video on her tablet and found one that showed how to make soup. She carefully started learning. Just a simple pork rib and mushroom soup. Her mom had put a big bag of mushroom packs in the snack cabinet, with several small packs of mixed mushrooms inside. She watched the video and followed each step carefully. Washed the bones and blanched them in boiling water, then added them to a pot with the right amount of water and 2 slices of. Once it boiled, she added the cleaned mushroom packs. Brought it to a boil on high heat, then turned it down to simmer. A fragrant aroma started to fill the air. It seemed to be working well. Cooking didn't seem so hard after all. What should she eat as a main dish? Xiao Anxi found a bunch of thin, dried noodles. Later, she planned to add some noodles and greens to the pork rib and mushroom soup, something light and easy to digest. After finishing everything, she checked the time and realized it wasn't very early. She hadn't eaten dinner, but she didn't feel hungry at all now. Her mind was full of thoughts about her parents. Xiao Anxi looked outside the space. It was already dark. She quickly used her space to go over there. The area was very dark, with hardly any light. She groped her way to the house, but there was no light inside. Only the moonlight shone through the broken door cracks into the house. Xiao Yinghuai was still pacing anxiously in the dark house. Jianing sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, whispering, "No matter how much you pace, it won't change the facts." Anxi got her marriage certificate today. She didn't dare say anything more that might upset him. Xiao Yinghuai was annoyed. The darker it got, the more upset he felt. All right. That young man looks good and seems capable of protecting our Anxi. You should be happy. The world isn't very kind to women nowadays. Lian Jingying thinks practically but also realistically, knowing her daughter isn't naive. Also, she has a good first impression of that young man. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart, Xiao Yinghuai says firmly. She feels upset and angry, not wanting to accept it, but she understands clearly. That person does seem capable. He looks young but confident, and from his clothes, he appears to be an official. Xiao Yinghuai sighs, looking up. I really regret going on a road trip. In the space, Xiao Anxi has been listening and is already crying. She is 100% sure this is her dear dad and mom. Dad, mom. Xiao Anxi chokes, wanting to rush out without thinking. But she's afraid she might scare them. It's hard to find a good chance during the day with so many people and eyes around. Suddenly, Lian Jingying softly says, "We saw her, but we can't get close. Usually, we can't even see her. When will we be able to recognize each other? I really wish she would appear in front of me from the sky." Hearing this, Xiao Anxi can't stay still anymore. Since they are here, even the unbelievable things have already happened to them. They shouldn't be too scared. She trusts her parents have strong endurance. Calming her mind, she finally decides not to hesitate and steps out of the space. Mom, Dad, Xiao Anxi whispers softly. She hears her parents speaking very quietly, knowing this place isn't safe, besides the darkness. The broken little house probably doesn't have good soundproofing. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying see a figure suddenly appear out of nowhere in the dark, calling Dad, Mom. They are startled, frozen for a moment, then become excited. Lian Jingying rushes forward, ignoring everything, and hugs the figure tightly. Is it my Anshi? Anshi, Mom misses you so much. Xiao Yinghuai also rushes over, pulling them both into his arms. Anshi, my precious daughter. Lian Jingying is overwhelmed with emotion. Has her wish come true? She doesn't care how her daughter appeared here, whether human, ghost, or anything else, as long as it's her Anshi. Mom, it's me. Dad, sob. Qiao Anshi cries in Lian Jingying's arms. Xiao Yinghuai quickly regains his composure. He walks quickly to the door, presses his ear against it, listening outside. There was no sign of activity. He locked the door tightly before feeling relieved and returning home. Joan Shika held back her emotions and said, Dad, Mom, I want to take you to a special place. After speaking, she led her parents into a space. Once inside, she couldn't think about anything else. She hugged her parents and burst into tears. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also forgot everything else. The family of three hugged and cried loudly. Especially Lian Jingying and Joan Shika, mother and daughter, crying uncontrollably. Zhou Yinghuai was more restrained, with red eyes, holding them tightly. At this moment, all three felt a mix of joy and relief, as if something lost had been found again, and they temporarily forgot everything else. The worries, fears, and frustrations Joan Shika had experienced these days finally burst out of her tears when she saw her parents. Baby, let Mom see you. Lian Jingying gently held Joan Shika's face and wiped her tears softly. Mom. Joan Shika looked at her mother's face, which looked a little different, but her eyes, tone, and feelings were still so familiar. My dear Anshi, you've been through a lot. Lian Jingying stared at her daughter, without blinking. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Joan Shika looked at her parents with tears in her eyes, pouting, her voice full of deep sadness. Dad and Mom miss you even more. At this moment, joy filled Lian Jingying's heart. She gently stroked her daughter's face. The daughter, who seemed impossible to find, finally appeared right in front of her. Joan Shika couldn't help but throw herself into Lian Jingying's arms again, holding her tightly around the waist. Lian Jingying's pale, tired face now looked a little brighter. She gently hugged her daughter. Zhou Yinghuai also silently hugged them both tightly. The family of three quietly embraced each other. After a while, Joan Shika finally sat up and said, Dad, Mom, do you want to wash up first? I made some soup and cooked noodles for you. Then she pulled her father and mother to the bathroom. Only then did Zhou Yinghuai and his wife notice their surroundings. Why does this look so much like our camper? They exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this is it. Mom, Dad, wash your face first, then eat something. We can talk more later. Joan Shika had already started preparing water in the bathroom. Each of them washed their faces. Joan Shika then led her parents to sit on the sofa at the dining table, saying, Rest for a bit. It'll be ready soon. After that, she went to the stove, carrying a large pot of cooked noodles to the table. Then they took out 3 small bowls, each person filling one. Mom and Dad, please try your daughter's cooking, Zhou Anshi said eagerly. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying looked at their busy daughter, with mixed feelings. Hurry and eat, don't worry. I removed all the oil, so your stomachs won't feel upset, Zhou Anshi said, handing them chopsticks. As they smelled the rich aroma of pork rib soup and noodles, tears almost welled up in their eyes. It had been so long since they had a proper meal. Since coming here, they had been hungry every day. It was either tough, coarse grains or mushy vegetable leaves. They hadn't seen a single drop of greasy oil. Their stomachs growled from hunger, unable to resist the tempting smell. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying didn't say much. They just filled their stomachs first. At this moment, a bowl of hot noodle soup was a real delicacy for them, especially since it was cooked by their beloved daughter herself. They ate the noodles gracefully. Even after days of hardship and hunger that made them feel faint, they didn't gobble their food. Some things are truly ingrained in the bones. Zhou Anshi felt both sad and happy as she sat with her parents, eating noodles together. Soon, the large pot of noodles she had cooked was finished, and all 3 ate it completely. Zhou Anshi tidied up the dishes and brewed a pot of floral tea, pouring a cup for each of them. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying watched their pampered daughter, now busy working, and felt a deep ache in their hearts. But thinking about how they had found their daughter again, they felt sweet inside. Their eyes stayed fixed on her figure, never looking away. Zhou Anqi finally finished and sat down, happily taking a sip of tea. She couldn't wait and asked, "Mom and Dad, what's going on over there?" Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying sighed and began to explain. After their accident, they were probably unconscious, but it was as if their souls had left their bodies. They heard a voice in their minds. The voice said that because of a mistake made during a task by a task performer, their family's vehicle had an accident. In the chaos, the task performer accidentally sent Zhou Anqi into another time and space, where she appeared as a 19-year-old girl with a similar magnetic field. When they realized the mistake and tried to fix it, they found they couldn't send Zhou Anqi back to her original time and space. As a result, they not only made a mistake but also caused the separation of the Qiao family. They could only try to make up for it by giving father and mother Qiao a choice: stay in their original world or go to the time and place where their daughter is to reunite with her. If they stayed in their original world, they would lose their daughter, Anqi, but their comfortable and wealthy life would remain unaffected. Going over there will be very hard for both of you. The conditions are terrible. Father and Mother Qiao naturally chose not to go. They only wanted to be with their daughter. No matter how harsh the environment or difficult the conditions, they could endure it. Without their daughter, their lives felt hopeless, and money meant nothing to them. So, they ended up in the bodies of the desperate and suicidal couple, Ying and Huai. But after arriving here, they didn't know where their daughter was. Their movements were limited, which made them very anxious. That voice didn't tell them exactly where their daughter was. To help Lian Jingying, who was weak, Qiao Yinghuai wanted to go to the mountains to find some wild birds or rabbits, but he found nothing. On the way back, he fainted from low blood sugar and was helped by the kind-hearted Anqi. However, he didn't recognize his daughter right away. Anqi didn't blame her father for not recognizing her, because she also didn't recognize him at first. Only Lian Jingying looked proud, saying, "I could tell right away that she's probably my daughter, just by looking at her. Seeing her in person, I knew for sure." Qiao Yinghuai praised his wife for her sharp eyes and quick thinking. Anqi also quickly complimented her father, saying it was all because of the greatest motherly love. Lian Jingying was delighted to hear that. Now that they had found their daughter, she was in the best mood. Qiao Yinghuai secretly told Anqi, "Daughter, don't blame Dad for not recognizing you. In Dad's heart, you're a perfect little princess. He just didn't react in time." Anqi comforted her father, saying, "Dad, I also couldn't connect that scruffy, bearded old man with my handsome, charming, and elegant dad at first." Their mutual praise and jokes made the father and daughter feel better and agree to let each other go. They smiled at each other happily. Suddenly, Anqi remembered something and asked, "Dad, how's your twisted ankle now?" Qiao Yinghuai replied, "It's not too bad anymore. It still hurts a little, but it doesn't affect walking. There's someone next door who's been helping with herbal medicine and treated it a bit." Zhou Yingxi listened, but still felt uneasy. She got up and went to find the small first aid kit in the car. "Hey, I know where the medicinal wine is," Lian Jingying said as she saw the box and took it. All the medicines inside were prepared by her, and she knew exactly where everything was. After taking out the medicinal wine for injuries, Zhou Yingxi reached out to take it. She wanted to personally apply it to her father. But Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying didn't want her to do it. In the end, Qiao Yinghuai applied it himself. Zhou Yingxi watched with tears in her eyes. Even though she was tearful, she still remembered to check the time. She could sleep in tomorrow as late as she wanted, but her parents couldn't. They had to get up early to do another tiring, dirty job. She knew she couldn't talk anymore and needed to rest. "Mom, Dad, it's too late.
You need to sleep now."
"I'll go upstairs and make your beds," Zhou Yingxi said as she headed upstairs. The RV was a 2-story vehicle. Her parents' bedroom was on the 2nd floor. Her bed was on the 1st floor.
"Just sleep here tonight."
"It's more comfortable," she suggested. Qiao Yinghuai suddenly remembered they hadn't yet asked what was going on with this place. He grabbed his daughter. "What's going on here?" he asked. "This is my personal space, but it's too late now. I can't talk about it anymore. We'll discuss it tomorrow night," Wang explained, refusing to go into details. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying knew what a space was, because Wang used to be obsessed with time travel novels, constantly wishing she had a space where she could get whatever she wanted. She explained to her parents what a space was and what it could contain. Even if they didn't fully understand, they had a rough idea. Xiao Yinghuai's face suddenly turned serious. "Anqi, we can't sleep inside tonight. If someone finds out we're not in the room, it could be a problem. And if your space gets accidentally exposed, that's even worse. Your safety is the most important."
"Let's send us out now," he said.
Wang understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded sadly. Lian Jingying hugged her comfortingly. "It's okay. Our family being together is what matters. This little bit of hardship isn't much. It'll be over in 2 years, and it'll pass quickly," she said. "Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow," Wang sniffed and sent her parents out of the space. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying lay on the bed, still feeling a bit unsettled. Happiness and excitement mixed in their hearts. Xiao Yinghuai felt like he had forgotten something. But the joy of reuniting with his daughter made him very excited, and he couldn't quite remember what it was. After Jingying was excited, she calmed down and patted Xiao Yinghuai, who was still turning over. "Go to sleep quickly, or you'll have no energy all day tomorrow. You'll be even more tired when you see your daughter tonight." Hearing this, Xiao Yinghuai immediately relaxed his mind and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Qiao Anqi drove her space back to her house, her emotions fluctuating. She felt both happy and sad. Happy because she could reunite with her parents, but sad because those once pampered parents now endured hardships and lived the hardest life. All of this was to stay here and be with her. She couldn't help but shed tears alone for a long time. After crying, she felt full of joy and happiness. In this cycle of feelings, she slowly fell asleep. The next morning, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The alarm clock on the bedside rang loudly. Xiao Anqi quickly turned off the alarm and woke up immediately. She rolled over and then slipped into her space. After a quick wash, she opened the fridge, took out ingredients, and started making breakfast for Xiao Yinghuai and Jingying. She boiled 2 eggs, heated 2 glasses of milk, and toasted a few slices of bread. She also peeled the eggs. She wanted to cook some green vegetables and lean meat porridge, but she needed to learn how first, and there wasn't enough time now. Today, she decided to prepare some ready-made food instead. After finishing quickly, she drove her space to their house. They had just woken up. Xiao Anqi hurriedly stepped out of her space. "Dad, Mom, hurry and eat breakfast. I won't be outside today." After placing the breakfast down, she quickly returned to her space. It was too dangerous during the day, so she didn't dare stay outside for long. Then she drove her space back to her own side. Xiao Yinghuai and Jingying ate the breakfast her daughter brought early in the morning, feeling as if honey was flowing through their hearts, sweet and happy. After returning, Xiao Anqi made herself a simple breakfast, ate it, and then left her space. The weather was getting colder. She noticed her parents didn't have proper blankets. Their bed only had a thin, badly torn cover, which might not even be a real blanket. She opened the wardrobe and found a few new blankets. They were the dowry that Sue Damon's parents had prepared for the original owner long ago. She looked at them. They were too new and didn't seem suitable to give directly. What should she do? But this was no problem for clever Xiao Anqi. She quickly came up with an idea and planned to modify the blankets herself. She found a small basket, then placed needles, threads, and scissors inside. She opened the wardrobe and took out a large, old-fashioned dress belonging to the original owner, placing it into the basket. Then she grabbed some snacks. She left the house and went next door to Aunt Wang's home. When Aunt Wang opened the door and saw Xiao Anqi, she was very happy. "Anqi is here. Come in quickly." "Hello, Aunt Wang," Xiao Anqi said as she entered the yard. "I want to ask for your help. Can you teach me how to sew? I want to modify my clothes myself." Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Of course, come in quickly. I'll teach you." The two of them went inside. Aunt Wang said in the past, Aunt Sue was too spoiled and didn't let you do much. Girls should learn some sewing. It's never too late to start now.
Come, sit down.
I'll teach you the basics. Thank you, Aunt Wang, Chow Anshi said as she sat down, listening carefully. Aunt Wang started by teaching her how to thread a needle. Chow Anshi had rarely used these tools before, so she was overwhelmed and confused. But she was determined to learn for her parents' sake. Seeing her earnest effort, Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile. Officer Pei is really lucky. Anshi is so serious about learning. She thought Xiao Anshi was learning sewing for Officer Pei. It was a lovely misunderstanding. But Xiao Anshi couldn't say anything, so she just smiled politely. After practicing for a while, Xiao Anshi managed to sew a small line with a crooked little worm-shaped stitch. Her fingers were pricked multiple times. Aunt Wang looked at her with some concern. Officer Pei would be very worried if he saw this. Let's take it slow, no rush. It's okay. I'll practice more at home. I think I can sew a decent stitch soon. Xiao Anshi looked at the clock. It was almost noon. She didn't want to delay Aunt Wang's lunch. She gave her some snacks and said goodbye, heading back home. Once home, she put down her things and hurried into her space to prepare lunch for her parents. She cooked some millet porridge and quickly found a cooking video on her tablet, practicing for a while. She then cooked a dish following the video. After finishing, she hurriedly delivered the lunch and returned home again. In the afternoon, she started working on modifying a quilt herself. She didn't plan to wear the old clothes from the original owner anymore, so she decided to use them to remake the quilt cover. She grabbed scissors and started cutting. The cuts were uneven and crooked, but she didn't mind. Her current skill level was limited. After cutting, she began sewing. You say that the fabric and needle in Aunt Wang's hands are so obedient and easy to work with, the needle goes wherever she wants. But when it's in her own hands, it keeps pricking her fingers. Joanxi stitches twice and has to her finger. She looks at the small blood spots on her finger, finds some humor in her pain, and mischievously thinks, if I can't sew a quilt properly, I might end up losing too much blood. After much effort, and spending a whole afternoon, Joanxi finally finishes making a quilt cover. When she straightens up, she feels her eyes blurring and her hands trembling. All 5 fingers on her left hand are swollen from being pricked. She's a bit weak physically. She looks okay, but is actually quite fragile. If it had been her before, even if she couldn't sew well, she wouldn't have ended up with sore back and blurred vision. Now, after sewing just a little, her hands shake for a long time. Her body needs proper exercise. The quilt cover she made isn't very neat. She was worried it would be too new and perfect, so she planned to sew on a few patches. But now she sees it's not that new or perfect, and there's no need for patches. Any patched-up quilt would look better than this. She feels a bit embarrassed because her sewing looks a bit rough and uneven, with big stitches and small stitches. It looks torn and shabby. Though her sewing isn't pretty, she's pretty fast. At least she achieved the effect she wanted. That wasn't her original plan. She wanted it to be beautiful, with a few patches to make it better. But now, she's satisfied because she doesn't need to add patches anymore. She opens the cabinet to take out a quilt to replace the one she made herself. Oh, it's so heavy, she says, almost stumbling when she pulls out the quilt. It's just too heavy. Clumsy to the extreme, she suddenly slaps her forehead, wondering why she forgot. Why use this heavy quilt? There are lighter, thinner quilts in the space. Those are much better. Even if others see it, they'd think it's just because she's reluctant to part with a cotton filling, so it's so light. Who would guess that beneath its shabby exterior, it's such a good quilt? Joanxi happily pulls out the quilt from the space. The silk quilt is indeed light and comfortable. She touches its unique texture and feels moved, but suddenly stops, feeling a bit down. Her parents' place is full of danger and uncertainty. If she's caught by accident, no matter how heavy the quilt is, it's still something from here and can usually be explained away. But if they find out she took it from the space, and it's not the current quilt, the consequences could be serious. She shivered slightly, almost ruining everything. She sighed and put the quilt back into the space. Reluctantly, she pulled out the heavy cotton quilt from the cabinet and replaced it with the ugly quilt cover she had sewn herself. This is good. The effect is maximized. Joanxi also became more alert. There are still her parents' clothes in the RV, which she can't take out for now. At dinner, Joanxi followed a video to cook some vegetable and lean meat porridge. All the rice had softened and burst open, becoming soft and mushy. She thought that her parents' stomachs now needed gentle foods to help them recover. For her parents, she was willing to learn and try new recipes. She had never cooked before, but she wasn't stupid. She was smart and could learn. When night fell, she quickly drove her space to them. Sure enough, Zhou Ninghuai and Lian Jingying had already closed the door and were waiting inside. "Dad, Mom, I'm here," Joanxi said as she arrived, pulling them quickly into her space. "Sweet daughter," they said, hugging her warmly. The food was already on the table. After washing up, they all sat down together for dinner. "Dad, Mom, did you feel uncomfortable after eating those foods today?" Joanxi asked with concern. No, they shook their heads. Not only that, but they felt energetic all day because they ate well. They didn't feel tired like before when doing chores. Joanxi finally felt relieved. Their stomachs are weak, and eating anything too heavy could cause problems. But now it seems okay, no major issues. After dinner, the family sat at the table chatting. The table looked a bit like a booth in a restaurant, a long rectangular table with a comfortable corner leather sofa. They could eat, drink tea, and relax here. Zhou Ninghuai took a sip of tea and asked, "Anxi, tell me about this space of yours." Joanxi explained how she woke up and found herself here. Just when she was worried about the harsh environment, her space suddenly appeared. "Luckily, I have this space. Otherwise, how could I come so easily to find you?" Joanxi was very grateful for her space's existence, especially because it could be moved freely. Otherwise, finding her parents would be a very difficult problem. Xiao Yinghuai also sighed. "Luckily, when designing and customizing, we thought carefully, and the facilities inside are quite complete." Lian Jingying also felt relieved, worried that she might have trouble eating or sleeping on the road, or that her quality of life would decline too much. So, although the RV isn't fully equipped with everything, she tried to include everything she could think of. Both of them couldn't help but stand up and walk around inside the RV. Lian Jingying even checked some details to make sure everything she arranged was there. The refrigerator was full. The storage cabinets were also stocked with items, and the snacks were abundant. The first aid kit, daily necessities, toiletries, clothes, towels, and bedding were all in place. After confirming everything was fine, she let out a breath and nodded with satisfaction. Now everything is good. Anxi won't have to suffer anymore. Xiao Anxi followed her parents, saying, "Don't worry, another big advantage of this space is that the contents are updated daily. You can say there's always something new, never running out." Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also felt very lucky. No matter how hard life gets, they just don't want their daughter to suffer. What about the Su family over there? Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying sat back on the sofa and continued asking questions. So, Xiao Anxi explained the background and the situation. "They're just waiting for me to return the house to them after I join the army," she said, then suddenly froze. She had forgotten she was married and was going to join the army. What would happen to her parents if she left? Xiao Yinghuai was also stunned. Then his face darkened. He felt like he had forgotten something. It turned out he had forgotten this. That brat. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on with that brat?" Xiao Anxi looked at her father, sensing something was off. She quickly looked to her mother for help, who just gave her a look that said, "Good luck to you." "Dad, don't worry. There's a reason for this." She quickly comforted her father. Then she explained the situation at the time and the difficulties she faced. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying looked very unhappy. Xiao Yinghuai tried hard to hold back his anger. His precious daughter, who was pampered and loved dearly, was being bullied here. "It's okay. Don't be angry or worried. They can't bully me." Xiao Anxi quickly hugged her parents to comfort them. After a while, their expressions eased. When did he leave yesterday? Xiao Yinghui asked through clenched teeth. Who? Xiao Anshi was caught off guard by the question. Zhou Yinghui glared at her. That brat. Oh, Xiao Anshi finally realized he left yesterday afternoon. He just came to get a certificate yesterday. Zhou Yinghui's expression softened a bit, but he quickly looked unhappy again. What does he mean?
Disgusted?
Not willing? Just gets a certificate and leaves? No, Dad, I didn't have anywhere to stay, so he had to go back quickly to apply for military support. If there was a place to stay, you wouldn't have come last night. No, Dad, Xiao Anshi was speechless. She felt her dad was being unreasonable, but she didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Zhou Yinghui leaned close to his daughter, looking pitiful. Sweetheart, now that Mom and Dad are here, you don't need to worry about no one protecting you. Let's just forget about him. Lian Jingying coldly said from the side, face reality. Who's protecting whom now? Zhou Yinghui immediately looked downcast. Xiao Anshi didn't dare speak, afraid of upsetting her dad. This topic was not suitable to continue for now. She quickly changed the subject. Mom and Dad, look. I made a quilt for you today. I sewed it myself. It's really great. She hurriedly took out the ugly quilt she had sewn. Lian Jingying saw it, and tears started to fall. The stitches on it clearly looked hand-sewn one by one. Her daughter had never done this kind of work before. She pulled at Xiao Anshi's finger, and tears fell even more fiercely. All these are needle holes, and your finger is swollen, Lian Jingying said with concern. It's okay, it's just the beginning. The needle was a bit stubborn, but it's fine now. Xiao Anshi quickly hugged her and comforted her. At first, her finger was a little swollen from the sewing, but she felt it had gone down a lot now, hardly noticeable. Zhou Yinghui's eyes also turned red. This is the most beautiful quilt I've ever seen. My girl made it and it's so pretty. He carefully stroked the crooked stitches on it. Lian Jingying wiped her tears. Anshi, don't sew any more in the future. Just bring it to me and I'll do it. Okay. Xiao Anshi agreed, though she didn't really approve in her heart. Forget it, Mom. Your sewing isn't much better than mine. And they worked so hard during the day. She didn't want her mom to tire herself out at night. Zhou Yinghui and Lian Jingying held the quilt sewn by their daughter, reluctant to let go for a long time. This article searches, my bookstore free reading my daughter's sewing is really beautiful. Look at these stitches, free and full of soul, like a piece of art, Xiao Yinghui boasted confidently. Xiao Anshi awkwardly chuckled. She glanced at the time. She was late and needed to leave. She must ensure her parents sleep. Mom and Dad, it's time for me to go. I can't come during the day tomorrow. I need to go to Rong City to buy some things, and I can only come at night. Xiao Anshi said as she took out some snacks and cooked food, along with 2 bottles of milk. Just manage with some dry food tomorrow. I'll cook for you when I return in the evening. Lian Jingying suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a stack of items from her pocket. Anshi, take this. Xiao Anshi took it and saw it was a yellowed paper wrapped around a small stack of money. She opened the paper, revealing a small pile of cash inside. Lian Jingying said, keep it for buying things. Xiao Anshi offered it back. Mom and Dad, keep it. What use is it for us? We can't buy anything with it. Lian Jingying waved her hand. Xiao Anshi thought so too and accepted it. If she used Pei Jianqing's money to buy things, they might not even be happy about it. Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying hugged their quilts. Be careful on the road. Take care of yourself. Xiao Anshi sent her parents, the quilt, and the food out of the space. Lian Jingying lay on the bed, touching the warm, thick quilt over her, her mind filled with her daughter's fingers full of needle. Xiao Yinghui suddenly exclaimed, that girl escaped the topic. We haven't clarified everything yet. Lian Jingying said irritably, what more is there to say? The whole story is clear and detailed. Under those circumstances, this was the best choice. Why are you making things difficult for yourself? And I hope she quickly joins the army. It's tough and unsafe here. The army is better, and those from the Su family are not easy to deal with. I think that young man can protect her. Xiao Yinghui fell silent for a moment before saying, you just found your daughter, And now you're willing to let her go? Lian Jingying softly replied, not willing, but what can we do? We're powerless now. Xiao Yinghuai sighed.
Yes.
They lay silently, saying nothing more. Back at her place, Qiao Anxi was overwhelmed with chaos in her mind. Yes, she had registered her marriage and agreed with Pei Jiancheng to join the army. But she couldn't just leave her parents now. She simply couldn't do it. My parents came here because of her, enduring hardships they had never faced before. Is it really okay to just turn back and regret with Pei Jiancheng? Xiao Anxi knows that's not possible. Besides, without this marriage, she might not even be able to protect herself, let alone safeguard her parents who are being sent away. She understands how cruel this period in history is. Didn't Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, the original owners, choose to end their lives because they couldn't bear it? How can she feel at ease leaving her parents here? She doesn't want to be too far from her parents until they are cleared of wrongdoings. But how can she convince Pei Jiancheng to let her stay? Would he agree? Xiao Anxi's mind is even more confused now. She feels helpless. She closes her eyes and forces her mind to work. The next morning, she gets up with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Looking at herself in the mirror, she sighs and applies a quick recovery mask to feel better. For now, she puts aside her tangled thoughts and heads to Rongqing to buy what she needs. She still takes a bullock cart to the village entrance and then goes straight to the department store in Rongqing. She needs to buy more wool yarn to knit sweaters and woolen pants for her parents. Their clothes are so thin and worn out. In such cold weather, they only have a thin, old, torn jacket. Their sweaters are also badly damaged. Probably because it's cold now, the wool yarn is expensive but sells well. Today, there's less yarn on the shelves than a few days ago. Only 1 or 2 dull gray colors remain. Xiao Anxi doesn't care much about the color. She doesn't want bright colors anyway. She quickly buys some dark gray yarn. She chooses the same thickness and color for both, planning that if it's not enough, she won't knit her own sweater first. Do you have cotton? Xiao Anxi asks the clerk. No, we're out of stock now. Oh, she replies, knowing that such things are in high demand and hard to find. She then goes to buy 2 pairs of simple rubber shoes. It's not that she doesn't want to buy better ones. Her parents wouldn't dare to wear very good shoes. She plans to learn to make cloth shoes herself, which are comfortable and easier to hide. For now, these 2 pairs of rubber shoes will do. She also picks out a plain piece of clothing for each of them. She buys some dull-colored fabric for future use. Finally, she buys some other necessary items before leaving the department store. Looking at the time, it's still a bit early. She didn't sleep well last night and hurriedly got up this morning, so she has no appetite. I have been running around all morning, and now I feel both thirsty and hungry. She wants to eat something warm and soupy. Now that the alarm has been lifted, she decides to go to the nearby state-run restaurant to get some food before leaving. The state-run restaurant in Rongqing is much bigger than the one in Shuai's town. It's also not as simple looking inside. She went in, ordered a bowl of hot noodle soup, and quietly ate at a corner table. Li Guosheng and Wang Qinghui walked into the restaurant together. He patted Wang Qinghui on the shoulder, saying later, "You should take a good look. The girl your wife found for you is quite nice. She was chosen according to your preferences." He pushed Wang Qinghui to find a table and sit down. But he noticed Wang Qinghui was silent and staring blankly to the side. He looked in the direction Wang Qinghui was gazing. There was a pretty girl with fair skin, lowering her head and eating noodles. Li Guosheng's heart skipped a beat. Could she be the girl? But she didn't seem particularly outstanding. Her clothes and style were very plain. Her head was down, so he couldn't see her face clearly. But her way of eating noodles looked very graceful. That made him feel a bit relieved. He thought the girl his wife introduced couldn't be worse than this. "Let me tell you, my wife said that girl is really quite good," Li Guosheng said. Wang Qinghui still didn't speak. Finally, the girl finished her noodles, took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, and looked up. Wait a moment. Li Guosheng suddenly fell silent. This girl's face was too beautiful. No wonder his cousin was so enchanted. He had seen many beauties, but few looked like this girl. He found it strange. How could there still be such pretty girls in Rongqing that he didn't know about? Then, the girls stood up and left. Li Guosheng took a deep breath again. His eyes, used to seeing many beauties, were sharp. This girl's figure was truly exceptional. Although her clothes didn't reveal much, he could tell. He suddenly understood why his cousin was so infatuated. Oh no, the girl brought by his wife might be quite something. He remembered how he had watched her choose carefully earlier, and everyone was patient. Now that something had happened, everyone was hoping he would find someone quickly. He sighed and warned Wang Qinghui, "Don't look or think about it. She's not someone you can imagine." When everyone had completely disappeared, Wang Qinghui finally came back to himself. His face looked very bad. Li Guosheng spoke seriously. "Listen to me. Forget about it quickly. None of us can afford to mess with that side." Wang Qinghui lowered his head and said nothing. "Are we late?" Li Guosheng's wife entered with a delicate girl. No, we just arrived too," Li Guosheng warned with a sharp look at Wang Qinghui, then quickly greeted his wife. Xiao Anxi left the state-run restaurant and slowly walked along the street. It was still early, so she didn't need to rush. Seeing the post office and telecommunications bureau nearby, she suddenly paused. She felt a bit like making a call to Pei Jiancheng to see if he might give her some news. Maybe she could find out if she could stay behind without going with the army. As she thought this, her feet naturally headed toward the post office. Before she knew it, she was inside. Since she was already there, she clenched her teeth and decided to call. After a short wait during the call transfer, a strange voice answered. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm looking for Pei Jiancheng. Captain Pei isn't here lately. Would you like to leave a message?" "Oh no, that's okay, thank you." Xiao Anxi hung up, took a deep breath, and felt a strange mix of feelings she couldn't quite explain. Forget it, she thought. She'd think about it more carefully and come up with a temporary plan. After paying her phone bill, she slowly left the post office. Back on the ox cart, waiting to head home, she felt she had spent a lot of time outside today. It didn't take long, and the ox cart started back. She closed her eyes, pretending to rest, but her mind was busy. The weather was getting colder, and she needed to make new padded jackets for her parents for winter. Looking at their current clothes, she guessed even if they had jackets, they'd be ragged and no longer warm.
But cotton was hard to buy now.
There were a few quilts in the cabinet. Maybe she could take apart a quilt? Cotton, wait. She remembered seeing a small package of medical cotton when she took out her medicine box the other day. Isn't medical cotton just cotton? Her space updated daily. If she took out a pack each day and stored them for a while, maybe she could gather enough for a jacket. Xiao Anxi was excited. She immediately opened her space's medicine box and looked inside. Sure enough, there was a small plastic bag with medical cotton, about 50 grams in each. 10 such bags would make a kilogram. Though the method was slow and clumsy, she had no other options now. If only she had a bigger bag. She looked around the storage cabinet next to the medicine box.
Surprise, big surprise.
Inside, there was a large bundle of tightly rolled medical cotton. It weighed about 500 grams, exactly a kilogram. This was probably Mom's way of worrying about any accidents, so she packed a big bag just in case. That's great. Cotton has a safe place now. Back at the old Su family house, Xiao Anxi immediately took out the medical cotton from the plastic packaging. She stored it in the cabinet outside for now. They also needed to stock up on cotton clothes and pants for both of them. Then she quickly went into the space. She first washed the new clothes she bought, then dried them. They looked too new, so she wanted to make them look more worn. She also cut some of the original owner's clothes from her childhood into pieces and sewed patches onto the new clothes. The messy fabric patches, combined with Xiao Anxi's chaotic sewing, made the clothes look very worn out. Haha, that was the look she wanted. After finishing the clothes, she hurried to cook. By dusk, she planned to go find her parents. After the family of 3 finished eating, she quickly brought out the clothes for them to try on. These are all new, but I made some changes. Don't mind if they look a little funny. Lian Jinging smiled and said, "My daughter is so clever. It looks just right this way." Xiao Anshi also showed them 2 pairs of rubber shoes. Please bear with these for now. I plan to make cloth shoes for you. They're more comfortable and don't look so new or old. Lian Jingying immediately felt sorry. Making shoes is too hard. Give them to me, and I'll make them myself. No, you've worked all day already. That's not allowed. Xiao Anshi firmly refused. Lian Jingying had no choice. If Xiao Anshi didn't take the shoes, she couldn't make them. She could only hold her daughter's hand, feeling very distressed. Over the next few days, Xiao Anshi was extremely busy. Every day, she had many things to do. She learned to cook from videos. She couldn't just make noodles and porridge. She also needed to learn some stir-fry and stewing to give her parents more variety. She made sure to prepare 3 meals a day. During the day, she knitted sweaters and pants for them at the old Su house. The most urgent task was to finish the sweaters. After finishing the sweaters, she also went to learn from Aunt Wang how to make cotton clothes and cloth shoes. It was endless work, but Xiao Anshi didn't feel tired at all. She thought she and her parents were separated by time and space, only able to think of each other in different worlds. But now they could meet across time and space. She was willing to endure any hardship and wasn't afraid of being tired. She even felt that she could work in the fields for points without any problem now. The people from old Master Su's family have been very quiet these days. No one has come to rush her to vacate the house. No one has shown concern about whether it's inconvenient for her to live alone or if she needs any help. For now, they are just ignoring her. Zhou Anshi didn't mind them, but their absence is actually better, so they won't cause any more trouble. The Su family has indeed been behaving honestly these days. Seeing Wang Qinghui, who was once very confident, suddenly become silent, they feel uneasy. Zhou Anshi and the officer smoothly got married, which made their spirits drop. Although they don't know what Pei Jiancheng did during the process, they saw the village chief come to get close when they registered their marriage. They realize Pei Jiancheng is probably not an ordinary person. They regret not catching him earlier. Why is Deputy Director Wang so quiet now? Li Hohot couldn't help asking her son.
Shufiang-hun looked unhappy.
I don't know what happened.
I dare not ask now.
He's been having a hard time lately. Fan Chunmei and Wang Qinghui are ignoring him completely. He doesn't dare to approach them. Every day, he lives in worry and fear, afraid that he might lose his job overnight. The second son of the Su family is doing a bit better. Although they regret not gaining any benefit, their main goal is to get the house quickly. Now that Zhou Anshi is married and has finished her wedding, she will probably leave with the army soon. After this incident, their families no longer dare to have any illusions. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also care about Zhou Anshi's military assignment. Recently, the family has been quietly avoiding this topic. They just want to enjoy a few days of family happiness after being reunited across time. Anshi, Lian Jingying gently looks at her busy daughter. How is the process of you going with the army going? Zhou Anshi pauses while holding the tea leaves. Mom, it's not settled yet. They applied, but we still have to wait for the house allocation. It won't be so quick. Oh, then you can stay with us for a while, Lian Jingying smiles. Zhou Yinghuai sits silently beside them. Zhou Anshi fills the teapot with water and walks over. Mom, I can't leave you. Lian Jingying pulls her closer. Don't say silly things. The army is much better than here, and I think that young man is pretty good. He can protect you. Right now, we can't even protect ourselves, so it's hard to protect you. Our only wish is for you to be safe and happy.
Mom.
Zhou Yingxi put down the teapot, sat next to Lian Jingying, and leaned her head on her shoulder. I can't just leave you guys behind.
I'll find a way.
Anshi, Xiao Yinghuai also spoke. You should go with the army. The environment here is too harsh. He felt sad but knew his precious daughter was more important. It's really just benefiting that young man. He truly couldn't casually suggest they get a divorce. This world is too harsh. Now, they have no way to protect their daughter. Zhou Yingxi shook her head. Dad, Mom, I definitely won't leave you. If it really comes to it, I'll get a divorce, rent a house here, and work hard to support you. When the college entrance exams are back and things settle down, We can leave far away. That might actually work. As she spoke, Joanxi realized it might not be impossible. She wasn't lacking supplies, just a proper reason to stand on. She could at least work for some points. After doing this work for a few days, she felt she could really manage. Her parents were her motivation. Xiao Yinghuai sighed. Sweetheart, you're thinking too simply. Not to mention how harsh this world is toward a divorced woman. You're just a young woman under 20, with a beautiful face. Can you really be safe here? Think about why you got married in the first place. Joanxi buried her head in Lian Jingying's embrace. She understood clearly. She wasn't naive. She was heartbroken. She could only speak freely in front of her parents. But she knew this world was more cruel than she imagined. She could support herself, maybe even find a job that provides shelter and supplies. But she couldn't fight the bigger environment. She still had to face reality. And Pei Jiancheng was definitely a very good marriage prospect. If they got along and couldn't develop feelings or couldn't go on, then she'd consider other options. At least for now, that was the wisest choice. But she couldn't really abandon her parents. She felt too much pain for what they'd suffered. She had to come up with a plan. Lian Jingying lovingly stroked her daughter's hair. She and old Xiao both understood her sincerity. Anshi, once the house is divided, you should go to the military. You've prepared enough clothes, shoes, and bedding for us to last a long time. Joanxi nodded softly, not wanting to continue this topic. She stood up and took out a dark gray knitted sweater she had already finished. It didn't have a turtleneck. The crew neck could be worn under a coat, and it wouldn't be obvious from the outside. Mom, try this. I have already finished knitting a piece. Lian Jingying was very happy, holding it in her hands and unable to put it down. It's really beautiful, and the stitches are even. Xiao Anshi proudly said, Of course, I'm good at knitting this. Then she turned to Xiao Yinghuai. Dad, don't worry. Now it's your turn to knit. Xiao Yinghuai chuckled. I'm not in a hurry. Recently, thanks to Xiao Anshi's careful care, Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's health has visibly improved. The people who were also discharged from the hospital saw the change in both of them. They didn't suspect anything. They just thought the couple had come to peace. After all, everyone had seen their previous sadness and low spirits. People had advised them, but it didn't help much. Now, somehow, they seem to have let go, and they're full of energy. Someone nearby patted Xiao Yinghuai's shoulder and said, That's right, Lao Xiao. Keep thinking positively and keep going. There will be brighter days. Xiao Anshi didn't dare let them overdo it. Now, when everyone is starving and looking pale and thin, if they suddenly look healthy and rosy, it would cause trouble. Anshi, the cotton you bought is really good.
So soft and fine.
Aunt Wang touched the cotton that Xiao Anshi brought out, unable to put it down. The weather is getting colder and cotton is running out of stock. Her family also needs to buy some cotton to make coats, but they haven't been able to find any. If not, they might have to take apart old coats again. Seeing Aunt Wang's expression, Xiao Anshi understood that she also couldn't find any cotton, so she said, Yes, I found someone to help buy a little. Aunt Wang looked at her enviously and then smiled. Come on, today I will teach you how to make cotton pants. She picked up the sewing needle and thread that Xiao Anshi had used and praised, Anshi, you've improved a lot. Your sewing is getting better and better. Your hands are really skillful. Xiao Anshi smiled happily, looking at her work. It really looked good now. At least, the stitches were very neat. Aunt Wang carefully and seriously taught her. Xiao Anshi also learned very diligently. Actually, she just wanted to ask Aunt Wang to help make the clothes. But she couldn't do that because the finished coat clearly wasn't for her to wear. That wouldn't make sense. Pei Jiancheng, who was wearing a third-year military uniform, also couldn't wear a coat. It was best and safest for her to do it herself. Do you understand? Aunt Wang looked up. Xiao Anshi pointed to the part she didn't quite understand. Here, what's going on? Aha. Aunt Wang patiently explained it again. Joan nodded as she listened, saying, All right, I understand. Just follow this method and take your time. If you encounter anything you don't know, just ask me. Aunt Wang saw that Joan was learning well and was about to go home to do her chores, as she still had a lot of work at home.
Okay.
Joan put down her sewing tools and said, Aunt Wang, I have some extra cotton. Would you like a little? Aunt Wang's eyes lit up immediately. She hesitated for a moment, then looked hopeful and asked, How much do you have? Is it okay? Joan quietly said, Yes, I even secretly ordered some with my friend. I can give you a few pounds, no need for receipt. Joan knew Aunt Wang really needed this, and seeing her envy, she didn't dare ask for help from anyone else. Aunt Wang had helped her so much, so she wanted to share a little with her. When Aunt Wang heard Joan lowering her voice and speaking quietly, she understood not to ask any more questions. She nodded excitedly and agreed. Joan didn't give her the cotton right now, only saying, I'll come back in a few days to give it to you. All right, Aunt Wang said excitedly. Suddenly, the sound of a car outside was heard. Joan and Aunt Wang both looked toward the door at the same time. Aunt Wang went to the door and asked, Could it be Officer Pei? I wonder if he's here. Joan quickly followed her. She opened the courtyard gate and saw Pei Jiancheng getting out of the car with a military backpack. Officer Pei is here? Then I'll go back first, Aunt Wang said with a smile and gave Joan a quick wink. Pei Jiancheng nodded at her. Joan closed the gate, and they both went inside. Did you call me a few days ago? Pei Jiancheng asked when he returned to his base. He said a young girl called him, and he guessed it was her. Yes, I was shopping at the department store that day, and I happened to pass by the post office, so I made a call, Joan admitted calmly. Pei Jiancheng put down his backpack and casually pulled out a chair to sit. Is there something you want to talk about? Joan hesitated for a moment. Nothing major. Pei Jiancheng looked at her, but said nothing. Joan poured him a glass of water. Why did you come today? I have something to discuss with you. Oh. Joan also pulled out a chair and sat down. The plan has changed a bit, Pei Jiancheng said in a serious tone. I will be going abroad for training for a few months soon. My application to travel with the troops and the housing arrangements haven't been approved yet. When the approval finally comes, I definitely won't be at the base. At that time, you'll be alone there for a while. Joanxi feels a bit happy inside. She's been worried, and now a big opportunity has fallen into her lap. Even if it's just for a few months, a few extra days won't hurt. She can think of a way later. A slight smile appears on her face. Pei Jiancheng notices her change in mood and asks sharply, Do you have other ideas? Joanxi is impressed by his sharpness. She steadies herself and says, Since that's the case, can I wait a bit longer before going? I might as well wait until you finish your training. Now, if I go to your base alone, I won't know anyone. Here, I still have some friends, and Aunt Wang has been very kind to me. Pei Jiancheng listens quietly. He understands that the girl doesn't want to face a strange environment alone. At the base, she truly doesn't know anyone. Facing and adapting alone isn't easy. But in the village, she's lived for many years, and even living alone feels more comfortable. So, what will you do about food? He remembers her poor cooking skills. I can learn. I can't just not know how to cook, right? Joanxi replies. Yes, that's true. But as a top soldier in a special forces unit, Pei Jiancheng has a feeling that her staying isn't so simple. He thinks about the day the Zhou family couple visited. After returning home, he checked on their situation and found no major issues. The Zhou family in the capital isn't making a fundamental mistake by being sent down. Since Joanxi really wants to stay, let her stay. He nods gently. Then you can stay for now. Really? Joanxi is a bit surprised. She didn't expect Pei Jiancheng to agree so easily. She thought she would have to argue more. She had prepared her speech for a long time, but it was unnecessary. What's wrong? Do you still want to go to the base? Pei Jiancheng raises an eyebrow, watching her expressive face. No, Joanxi quickly shakes her head. I'll rent a house in the village instead. My uncle and the others are reclaiming the one I live in. That's fine, Pei Jiancheng agrees with a nod. I'll go with you this afternoon to ask the village chief. Great. Joanxi is so happy, she can't hide her smile. Why are you so happy? Pei Jiancheng turns his head slightly. Well, my uncles are watching me closely, and I feel like I'm occupying their property. It makes me uncomfortable, Zhou Yingxi admits honestly. Pei Jianqing nodded in understanding. Joyful and cheerful, Zhou Anxi waved her small hand. What do you want to eat at noon? I'll cook for you to reward you. Haha, what can you cook? Pei Jianqing chuckled. Zhou Anxi realized she had gotten a bit too proud and forgot her poor cooking skills. Actually, she had cooked quite a few meals these days and had improved her cooking. But she didn't want to show it off so soon. She awkwardly smiled. Well, I've been making noodles for a few days. I think I've gotten better. Forget it, she thought. Pei Jianqing took out several lunchboxes from his backpack. Zhou Anxi couldn't help but secretly praise him again. Bringing her own food was proper. When she opened the lunchboxes, there was delicious-smelling food, still steaming hot. Pei Jianqing also seemed to stop paying attention to Zhou Anxi. He went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, moving quickly to set them in front of her. Eat up. There was braised pork with cabbage, minced meat with eggplant, and vinegar-flavored shredded potatoes, with rice as the main dish. Most of these days had been about stewing soups, so eating some stir-fried dishes from a state-run restaurant still felt quite tasty. After Zhou Anxi finished eating, Pei Jianqing cleaned up all the leftovers. They didn't waste a bit. Zhou Anxi, full and a little impatient, asked, "Should we go find the village chief now?" Pei Jianqing stood up. "Then let's go." Zhou Anxi smiled brightly and followed him happily. Soon, they found the village chief. The village chief was very surprised to see Pei Jianqing. "Officer Pei, you're here." He quickly came out to greet them. Pei Jianqing shook hands with him, exchanged a few pleasantries, then got straight to the point, explaining their purpose. He also explained why they wanted to rent a house for a while. The village chief listened and readily agreed. "No problem. That's a small matter. There are a few vacant houses in the village and they're quite good. You can choose whichever you like." The village chief was eager to have Zhou Anxi stay longer in the village. It was rare for such an important daughter-in-law to come from their village. He originally thought that once Zhou Anxi got married, she would leave with the military, and he felt a bit regretful. After all, with Zhou Anxi here, Pei Jianqing would often visit, and if there was a good opportunity in the army, like a popular recruitment spot that every village wanted, perhaps their village could get it, maybe even more than one. But once they weren't in the village, even a noble son-in-law from their village, everything would become uncertain. Zhou Anxi said, "I want a quieter place, not too lively." Pei Jianqing's heart moved slightly, but his face remained calm. He said to the village chief, "Please take us to see the place so we can decide." The village chief happily agreed. "Okay, I will take you now." The village chief personally led the two around the village, looking at several empty houses. Zhou Yingxi liked a small courtyard near the river. It was a bit farther from the main village houses. The village chief reminded her, "This house is closer to the area where the workers and educated youths are staying." Zhou Yingxi smiled. "That's okay. I like it because it's near the river and easy to get water." The village chief thought about it and agreed. Living at home, fetching water wasn't very convenient. But inside the village, safety was not a big concern. Pei Jianqing didn't have any specific opinions. He just walked around the house, checked it, and asked about safety. "Officer Pei, don't worry. Anxi is in our village, and we will definitely keep her safe," the village chief assured confidently. Pei Jianqing looked at Zhou Yingxi, who was full of hope. "Is this the one?" Yes, Zhou Yingxi nodded happily. Pei Jianqing slightly nodded and followed the village chief back to the village committee to finish the paperwork and pay the rent. Then he took Zhou Yingxi, who was smiling happily, back to the old Su family house. Zhou Yingxi was so happy, she seemed like a little bird, walking very lightly. Seeing her cheerful mood, Pei Jianqing pulled over a chair and sat down casually. "Tell me, is there anything you need to confess?"
Huh?
Zhou Yingxi froze instantly, stopping her light steps. She stammered a little. "Confess what?" She didn't seem very confident. Pei Jianqing leaned back slightly on the chair, looking handsome and relaxed. "Think about it carefully. What did he know?" Zhou Yingxi was startled inside. "Stay calm. Maybe he's just trying to scare her." She tried to steady her mind. She gave a weak smile. "A little hint?" Pei Jianqing looked into her eyes with deep eyes. Why do you insist on staying? Why choose that house? It wasn't that he wanted to be harsh with the girl. In this chaotic environment, some things are much harsher than expected. He could let her do what she wanted, but he had to handle the aftermath. And honesty was the first step she needed to take. Zhou fell silent. She knew that if she kept secrets from her parents, Pei Jiancheng would find out. It was easier to hide from others, but she knew it was hard to hide from him. She even knew that some of her words and actions might seem out of place compared to the local village girls. Even if others didn't notice, Pei Jiancheng definitely would. The appearance of the Qiao couple could help explain this. She had already thought about this many times. She had her reasons, but she hesitated about whether to speak or not, and how to start. Now that Pei Jiancheng suddenly asked, she felt a bit of relief. At least he asked, instead of guessing blindly. That day, when we saw that couple by the river, I actually know them. They taught me a lot. They're having a really hard time. Recently, they got sick and almost didn't make it. They were afraid of dragging me down, so they didn't tell me. At that time, I was busy with my grandfather's affairs and couldn't pay attention to them. Now I want to take care of them for a while, at least to help them recover a bit. Xiao Anxi carefully chose her words. She didn't want to lie, but she couldn't tell the whole truth either. The displaced workers aren't completely forbidden from interacting with villagers, but most people avoid them. No one wants to associate with them. Over time, contact basically disappeared. Qiao Anxi quickly added, they are not bad people, really not. I believe they are innocent and wrongly accused. I lost my parents when I was young, and they are like parents to me. They taught me a lot, and I see them as my parents. Pei Jiancheng listened quietly, with a calm expression that revealed nothing. The atmosphere was so quiet that it made Qiao Anxi feel a little nervous. After a while, Pei Jiancheng finally said, you shouldn't be too close in public. Sometimes, you can send them some things. I will inform the village chief, saying they are my acquaintances from Beijing, and ask for some help. You will go on my behalf. Qiao Anxi's eyes immediately lit up. She knew that Pei Jiancheng had probably checked the identities of the Qiao couple. There shouldn't be any big issues. There are too many wrongful convictions these days. Everyone understands how serious it is. Thank you, she said excitedly, unable to say anything else. She couldn't help but feel that this handsome man was truly charming. She was so excited, she almost wanted to rush up and kiss him to show her gratitude. But she knew she had to do something to show her appreciation. Qiao Anxi hurriedly poured tea and offered it to him, saying politely, you've worked hard.
Please have some tea.
Pei Jiancheng calmly took the cup. His slight smile and the sparkle in his eyes showed he was in a good mood. She promised to show her gratitude and made a promise. Next time, when you come over, I will definitely cook you a delicious meal. What do you like to eat? Pei Jiancheng took a sip of tea and replied, anything is fine. That's really hard, she muttered. Seeing the look he gave her, she quickly put on a smile and said, haha, it's not hard at all. Whatever you want to eat, we can just eat whatever. Pei Jiancheng put down his cup and stood up. Let's go. Go where? She was a bit surprised. Since we have some free time, let's clean your house. Oh, okay, she hurried to follow him. They went to the kitchen to get buckets, cloths, and brooms, then headed to the new rented house. It was a small yard with 2 small blue brick houses, which looked quite sturdy. Although the house was old, it seemed solid. It was probably once the house of a landlord. The climate here isn't too hot or too cold. In winter, people don't always need to use a heated bed. Most sleep on regular beds. Surprisingly, this house even had a heated bed. Without saying a word, Pei Jiancheng went to the river to fetch water and started cleaning. She followed along, doing some simple chores. She wasn't really good at cleaning. Growing up, her family never made her do chores. But she didn't want the handsome guy to do everything alone either. Holding a broom, she carefully swept the floor. Pei Jiancheng soaked a cloth in a basin of water and began to clean the heated bed inside the house. He didn't finish all at once but cleaned part of it first. After sweeping away the dust and dirt, He rinsed the cloth and wiped twice more. Finally, he cleaned it thoroughly and stopped. Joan, she didn't understand what he meant. She didn't dare ask or say anything. "Come here," Pei Jianqing said softly. Joan, she quickly grabbed her broom and hurried over.
Sit down. Huh.
Joan, she was a bit confused and didn't respond immediately.
Sit.
Pei Jianqing gently pressed her shoulder, guiding her to sit on the clean half of the heated bed. He took her broom away. "I still need to sweep." Joan, she reached out to try to take back her broom. Pei Jianqing had already started cleaning the other half of the bed. "Just sit and watch." "Watch? I need to work too." Pei Jianqing focused on his work, saying seriously, "You don't need to do that little bit." She felt a bit embarrassed. Joan, she thought about it, but didn't move. Her body was honest, so she just sat there, used to it. In their home, there was usually a maid or worker to do chores, so it was natural that they didn't have to do it themselves. However, she sometimes spends time alone with her parents, like during their recent road trip. Usually, her loving husband, Qiao's father, handles the chores. Their family has no tradition of women doing heavy work. No matter how important a boss Qiao's father is outside, at home he always obediently serves his wife and daughter. "Then what should I do?" she asked, feeling bored while sitting. Pei Jianqing kept working without stopping. "Just watch me work or chat with me if you like." "I can do that," Qiao Anqi happily agreed. She was curious and asked, "Aren't you worried that your wife might be lazy and do nothing?" "My wife isn't here to do chores." I didn't expect Pei Jianqing to have such a high sense of responsibility. That's a plus.
Haha, because she is that wife.
The house was empty, long unused, covered in dust and with a musty smell. Pei Jianqing moved quickly and cleaned efficiently. His strong figure moved back and forth inside and outside the house, radiating a masculine aura. Cleaning can be so handsome and attractive, she thought. Seeing him work so seriously made him even more handsome. Qiao Anqi enjoyed the sight. Soon, the house was spotless thanks to Pei Jianqing. He even checked the roof for any damage or leaks. The doors and windows were repaired as well. He cleaned the large water tank in the yard and filled it with water. Finally, he washed his hands in a basin of water. "You can choose to order or buy ready-made furniture that you like," he said. Qiao Anqi admired his quick and efficient work and wanted to give him a big thumbs up, feeling proud of him. "Okay, I can move the furniture I have now." Pei Jianqing dried his long, beautiful hands and said, "You decide." He added, "Don't try to do heavy work yourself if you can't. If you can't handle it, ask the village chief to find someone to help, or we can pay for help ourselves." Qiao Anqi listened and nodded politely. Pei Jianqing locked the door and took her back to the old Su family house. By then, the sun had already set, and it was dinner time, which she found frustrating. There weren't many dishes in the kitchen, and she didn't have any special cooking skills. Besides boiling noodles, she could only cook plain noodles, and only instant noodles at that. "I worked hard all afternoon, so I can't let you travel on an empty stomach. Is it okay to have noodles tonight?" "Instant noodles?" she asked nervously. "Sure." Pei Jianqing nodded and headed to the kitchen. He sat down and started a fire. His skills were improving more and more. He quickly got the fire going. Then he efficiently cooked the noodles. He looked so handsome and quick, and when a good-looking person works, they look even more impressive. Qiao Anqi only handed him the noodles, some greens, and 2 eggs during the whole process. A bowl of vegetable and egg soup noodles was soon placed in front of her. I have to say, his cooking has improved very fast. Today's noodles definitely turned out better than last time. Delicious. Qiao Anqi praised happily and ate it all up. Outside, it was already dark. "I have to go now. I might not be able to help you move," she said. "No need, just a few things." Qiao Anqi quickly waved her hand. Pei Jianqing didn't stay long. After giving a few instructions, he left in his car. Once she thought he was far enough away, Qiao Anqi quickly closed the doors and windows and went into her space. Then she used her space to travel to her parents' house. They had been waiting there all day, eyes eager. Her daughter suddenly didn't come, and she hadn't said anything in advance. They were still worried, afraid something might have happened. Seeing her daughter enter the space, they finally relaxed a lot. Sweetheart, are you okay today? Xiao Anshi hurried to prepare food for them. I'm fine. What could happen? Today, Pei Jiansheng came over, she said. Xiao Yinghuai immediately looked unhappy. Pei came, huh? Xiao's mother was quick to get familiar, and even called him Little Pei. Wait, I have big news to tell you later, Xiao Anshi said happily, her excitement impossible to hide. Xiao's father felt a bit jealous for no reason. Daughters grow up and leave home. She's only been here a little while, and look at her, smiling so happily. I'm just happy, Xiao Anshi hummed a pretty tune. Xiao's father gritted his teeth in frustration, while Xiao's mother tried not to laugh. Xiao Anshi brought the cooked food over to them. Xiao's mother noticed. She only brought 2 bowls. Aren't you eating? Xiao Anshi smiled. I already ate just now. She huffed again, unhappy. Dad, stop huffing, Xiao Anshi said, feeling resigned. He replied. All right, I have good news. I don't need to go with the army for now, she said.
Oh?
Sure enough, it immediately caught Mr. and Mrs. Qiao's attention. Xiao Anshi recounted the details and reasons clearly. That's wonderful, Mrs. Qiao said, tears of joy welling up. Now they felt more confident about the future. This Officer Pei is really reliable, Mrs. Qiao sighed happily. Mr. Qiao didn't speak, but looked very excited too. Although they hoped their daughter could join the army and not suffer here, they were truly reluctant to part with her. Now, even if it's only for a few months, it's enough. Plus, Pei Jiansheng had given them reassurance about the future. Xiao Anshi was so excited, she couldn't hold back. Later, you can visit me sometimes, and no one will say anything. Pei Jiansheng said we just need to keep a low profile in public. Be careful, don't let anyone find out. If we're occasionally seen, it won't be a problem. Then she turned to Mr. Qiao. Dad, isn't that enough now? Mr. Qiao huffed proudly, but a smile was still on his face. Let's have some wine to celebrate, Mr. Qiao said happily. Mrs. Qiao shot him a look. Where would we get wine from in the car? For safety, she hadn't brought any wine in the car. I predicted this and hit a bottle, Mr. Qiao said proudly. Oh no, Dad, I can't save you now. Qiao Anshi covered her eyes. Old Qiao, daring to hide wine secretly, Mrs. Qiao snapped angrily, tugging at Mr. Qiao's ear. Hey, don't hit him. Xiao Anshi quickly intervened. Mom, we can't drive now, just let Dad have a sip. Now it was Mrs. Qiao's turn to huff. Mr. Qiao and Xiao Anshi hurried over to coax her. Laughter and joy filled the car. The biggest problem was temporarily solved, and the family felt an unspoken relief. The next morning, after preparing breakfast for Mr. and Mrs. Qiao, Xiao Anshi started packing for the move. Actually, there wasn't much left in the old Su family house. Su Damon's room had already been cleared out by his 2 sons. In her room, there was a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a few chairs and stools. There were also some pots and bowls in the kitchen. She planned to move these first for immediate use, then buy a few suitable pieces of furniture later as needed. She began packing her things. After finishing, she planned to ask Aunt Wang for help, and Uncle Wang and Dezhu to move the wardrobe and bed. She didn't dare count on her 2 uncles and had no intention of asking them for help. Anshi. Search. Novel Soul Free Reading. The village head's wife knocked on the door. Joanxi hurried to open it. Aunt Inglan, you've come. The village head's wife warmly pulled Joanxi. Anshi, when are you moving? I'll ask our boys to come help you. She came with a purpose. The head of the family had given clear instructions. This relationship needed to be maintained well, and she should help where she could. Moreover, Joanxi's status is now different. She is now a noble person. Joanxi was naturally very happy. Thank you, Aunt Inglan. I'm packing now, and I should be able to move this afternoon. All right, keep packing. I'll have them come over this afternoon, said the village head's wife, then hurriedly left. Joanxi quickly started packing her things. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. Just tidying everything together was enough. She definitely couldn't move the ancestral tablets in Sue Damon's room. Anyway, she isn't really part of the Sue family. Her surname is Chiao. This was also something that Sue Damon's two sons didn't quite like. They always felt that the old couple was raising an outsider. In the afternoon, the village head's wife indeed brought her sons over. Anshi, which house are you moving to? As soon as they entered, they started helping with the move. Joanxi quickly led them into the house. Moving things from the yard made quite a bit of noise. It attracted a lot of attention. Is Anshi moving? Isn't she going to join the army? Someone was confused. Could it be that the man didn't let her go to the army? It sounded a bit like Schadenfreude. The village head's wife was annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. Officer Pei is going for further studies. He's worried Anshi might feel lonely alone, so he asked her to wait in the village until he returns. Oh, I see. Officer Pei is quite considerate. Dezhu, go help quickly. Wang's wife also came over with her son. Seeing this, others also joined the moving team. With many people helping and few things to move, everything was soon transferred to the new rented house. Joanxi quickly took out some candies and snacks to thank everyone. After finishing the move, the village head's wife hurriedly left with her sons. Wang's wife stayed behind to help Joanxi pack. She looked a bit puzzled. Anshi, what's going on? When did you rent the house? Joan was busy taking things out and organizing them. Just yesterday, Pei Jiancheng came to report. After we finished eating, we went to rent a house with the village chief. He finished cleaning it in the afternoon. So you'll go with the troops a little later? Wang and also heard the village chief's wife talking. Yes, I think it's better to stay here than alone there. Here, you all are around. Plus, the house over there isn't ready yet, so it's better to rent a house here to stay. Yes, that's good. Wang Ant was very happy, and Anshi could stay here a little longer. Wang Ant was quick and efficient with her work. She and Joan quickly packed everything. Soon it was almost dinner time. Joan didn't want to delay Wang Ant, so she hurriedly told her to go back and cook. After everyone left, she quickly closed the doors and windows and went into her space to cook for her parents. Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo were again at Pei Jiancheng's dorm, watching him pack his luggage. Pei Jiancheng was about to go for further training, which would take several months. But after this training, his rank would be promoted to vice regiment commander. He would be the youngest vice regiment commander in both their military district and the entire large military zone. He was clearly talented and promising, with a bright future ahead. Of course, all this was earned through his own bravery in the face of danger. In the entire military zone, who could have more missions or higher difficulty than him? And his many impressive military achievements. Normally, regimental officers aren't allowed to have cars, but Pei Jiancheng was an exception. He held another position. There was a special independent elite battalion in their military district, a pilot project for the whole army set up specifically for Pei Jiancheng. He was the main leader of this battalion. This leader was eligible for a car. Such a bright future, a heroic figure, young and handsome. He truly deserves the best woman. But how did he end up caught up in marriage matters? Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo both sighed deeply. They served in the military camp and genuinely admired and respected Pei Jiancheng. The more they thought about it, the more they felt unwilling. Since the day he went to get the marriage certificate and came back that very night, they dared not ask him anything, not even mention it. Is there even a need to ask? If it was just an ordinary matter, he wouldn't have come back on the same day after getting the certificate, right? He couldn't stand staying even a little longer. When the military district heard about his marriage proposal to a girl from the countryside, everyone was speculating about what kind of girl she was. No one thought highly of her. Even though she was a bit better than an ordinary countryside girl, her living environment still limited her outlook and knowledge. Most people thought that an average officer could find a simple, honest countryside girl without any problem. But this was the outstanding Pei Jiancheng. Everyone was sighing and feeling regretful for him. In the military district, relationships are complicated and all the districts are connected. Any small change can spread quickly, especially for someone like Pei Jiancheng, who is highly noticed. Soon, Rumors spread that his marriage was not voluntary, but done as a favor, and that it was requested by the woman's side. People felt very sympathetic toward Pei Jiancheng. Since he went to register his marriage and returned immediately, more rumors started to circulate. In general, everyone guessed that the countryside girl was not just a little better but probably worse than average. Otherwise, Major Pei wouldn't have hurried back on the same day. No one wanted to expose the truth, and everyone hoped to protect Major Pei's wounded heart. But Pei Jiancheng was busy, often out on missions, so he paid little attention to these rumors. Even if he just registered his marriage and left, it wasn't a big deal. People in his unit come and go quickly. The only reason this matter attracted so much attention was that too many people cared about him, and small details could be exaggerated or imagined. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua didn't dare to mention or ask about it. Look, he went for further training this time, and there was no arrangement for accompanying family. They just left her alone in the countryside. If there had been any plan, it would have been announced long ago. So, they didn't dare to speak up either. Enough, you two, it's been half a day. Even if I'm not here, don't slack off in training, Pei Jiancheng said, looking at the two following closely behind, and rolled down the car window. Yes, they replied. Pei Jiancheng started the car and drove away quickly.
Sigh. Yang Hongming sighed again.
Come on, your sighing is a bit much. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think, Qian Weigua patted Yang Hongming. I think it might be worse than we imagine. It's really him. You know, fighting so the battlefield, and then he can't even relax at home. The two looked at each other and sighed again. Early in the morning, Qiao Anxi finished delivering breakfast to old Qiao and his wife, then prepared to go to the village to see Uncle Wang, who makes furniture, to find a few useful pieces. This article searches, free reading, reading for free. She placed the bed in the room without a Kong, heated bed, using it as a bedroom. The wardrobe and the rainstorm literature room served as the living room and activity area. She really liked this Kong and planned to tidy it up nicely, making it comfortable. Whether working, reading, or just daydreaming here, it was a very pleasant thing. She thought about the key to the old Su family house, which she still hadn't returned. She prepared the key, then took 3 jean of cotton from the cabinet and packed it up. She first took the cotton to Aunt Wang, paid her the market price for 3 jean of cotton, and didn't ask for a receipt. Aunt Wang happily hugged the cotton, smiling broadly. This cotton was really good. White, clean, soft to the touch. Qiao Anxi chatted with her briefly before leaving quickly. She took the key and went to the old Su family house. Su Saixia was sweeping the yard and snorted unhappily when she saw Qiao Anxi. She had never gotten along well with Qiao Anxi since they were young. Qiao Anxi ignored her and walked straight past her into the house. Old Su and Li Ho-hot were at home. Seeing Qiao Anxi come over, they still felt a bit happy. Anxi is here?
Come in, Li Guiwa greeted warmly.
They both wanted to find a chance to repair their relationship. No, I've already moved out of my grandfather's house. Here's the key, Qiao Anxi said, not giving them much chance to speak. She put down the key, explained she was returning the house, and then left. Their small schemes for their own benefit were understandable. But knowing she had already received the bride price, they still cooperated with Wang Qinghui to do shady things, completely ignoring her reputation as a girl. She knew there was no real need to repair any relationship with them, since they had little genuine affection for the original owner and probably disliked her more, she thought. Li Ho-hot called out a few times, but didn't try to stop her. Why bother? She just married a soldier. Acting all proud, Su Saixia rolled her eyes at Qiao Anxi's back. Li Ho-hot also said unhappily, if you've got the guts, marry someone too. Humph. Su Saixia snorted, threw down her broom, and ran into the house. That brat, Li Ho-hot scolded her again. After leaving the old Su family house, Qiao Anxi headed to Uncle Wang's house. Uncle Wang was the man who had taken her home that day with his ox cart. Their family specialized in making furniture, and their ox cart was mainly used for hauling goods. Anxi, you've come. Joan arrived at her house's gate, and Aunt Chiogue saw her immediately. Joan quickly smiled and stepped forward, saying, Andy, I came to see if there are any suitable pieces of furniture. Hearing this, Aunt Chiogue warmly pulled her into the yard. Come in quickly. You can choose what you want. If the ready-made ones don't fit, we can also custom-make them. Inside the yard, there were many finished and semi-finished furniture pieces. Joan looked around for a while and chose a bed table and a dining table. She also ordered a few simple shelves to hold things. The kitchen and living room items could be placed on the shelves, helping to keep things tidy. After paying, Joan asked, "Can you deliver it?" Aunt Chiogue smiled happily. "Of course, we'll deliver it to you." She then chatted with Joan about some gossip. Joan cooperated and talked a little, then went back home. Once things settled down, Joan's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chiao, spent time with Pei Jiancheng, planning their future. Joan felt more at ease and was in a very good mood. Every day, she was busy tidying the house and felt full of energy. Although the house didn't need major changes, she wanted to make it as comfortable as possible. Even if she might not stay long, she still aimed to improve her living standards within her limited conditions. She didn't seek luxury, but warmth and comfort were essential. The family discussed that since the current military arrangement was temporarily settled, they could have normal interactions in the future. So they decided to keep the space minimal. Any exposure could lead to consequences that are impossible to undo. Anshi, your safety is the most important to us. Everything else is secondary. Joan's parents cared about nothing more than their daughter's safety. Seeing her busy as a spinning top, they felt heartbroken. Their delicate girl, who had never done much work since childhood, was now tidying the house alone, knitting sweaters, learning to cook, making cotton clothes, and mending shoes. She was almost becoming a multi-talented person. Their precious Anshi had never done so much work or suffered so much hardship before. They came from a wealthy family, and Joan had been raised with someone taking care of her since she was young. Honestly, she had never even peeled a fruit herself. Someone had already prepared and cut it into small pieces for her. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Joan comforted her parents with a smile. I've also lived independently. When I was in college, I stayed on campus for 2 years. Lian Jingying sighed, but you also go home every week, and sometimes your family sends food and supplies. Can it really be the same? Joan, she hugged Lian Jingying. All right. Your precious daughter is quite capable. We can't let our environment defeat us. Wherever we are, we can still do well. Joan Yinghuai and Lian Jingying watched their daughter with mixed feelings of sadness and pride. They were just waiting for this difficult time to pass. They were determined to help their daughter build a better future. Lian Jingying took Joan Shi's hand. Sigh, have my hands become rougher again these days? She knew her beloved daughter loved beauty and had been pretty since she was young. Joan Shi looked at her mother's hand being held. No. Really strange. I think it should be rougher, but it looks even softer and whiter. Suddenly, she remembered something. That day I first sewed something. Wasn't it all messy? And it was a bit swollen. But the next day, it healed very quickly. She wasn't paying much attention at the time, but these days, her hand really isn't rough anymore. Then she looked at Lian Jingying for a while. Mom, I think your complexion and skin have also improved a lot. Looking at you now, you even seem to have a bit of your old look. Lian Jingying touched her face. I feel it too. My skin feels much smoother. We eat well every day, and we also use those expensive skincare products. She looked at Joan Shi and smiled again. Anshi, I think you look even more like your old self now. Joan Shi was unbothered. That's not surprising. Tone of voice and personality are very important. I already had some resemblance to the original me. Now, talking feels like the old me. You'll probably think I look more and more like before. Lian Jingying agreed after hearing this, thinking it made sense. Thanks to careful treatment during this time, Joan Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's bodies and spirits improved rapidly. Both no longer looked sickly, but they were very cautious, knowing that such sudden good health seemed unusual and might raise suspicion. Every day, they still tried to act a little rough and messy, even smearing some dirt on their faces. They also stopped Joan Shi from bringing them food every day. First, to avoid eating too well and slowing down their physical and changes. Secondly, their house often needs to light a fire and cook by themselves to avoid attracting attention. Moreover, now that it's colder, lighting a fire inside can also help keep warm. Joanxi had already sent some things to Beijing in her brother's name. The villagers had been informed, so no one would say anything. Over the years, outsiders have sent things to the relocated people, which is not unusual. In earlier years, some even sent gifts to Joanxi's parents. But in recent years, this has suddenly stopped. Since this year, the situation outside has also started to loosen up a bit. Recently, the village has become less strict about the relocated people. The weather is getting colder, and snow is beginning to fall. Joanxi finally finished knitting sweaters and cotton-padded clothes for her parents. Seeing the well-made clothes, she couldn't help but marvel at how limitless human potential is. She never imagined she would one day sew a cotton-padded jacket herself. And it wasn't done with a sewing machine but by hand, using a small needle sewing stitch by stitch. Although the stitches are still rough, they are much better than the crooked, caterpillar-like stitches at the beginning. Joanxi's parents held the cotton-padded clothes, tears streaming down their faces. All right, my dear parents, your tears are so shallow, Joanxi sighed. She never knew her parents could be so sentimental. She chuckled, you should be happy. Your daughter is so clever and quick to learn new skills. Of course. Our little treasure is the smartest and most capable, they said happily, holding the clothes. All the high-end clothes they wore in later years couldn't compare to the sweaters, jackets, and pants Joanxi knitted and made for them now. Smiling, Joanxi went over to the stove. My talented parents, I'll cook something nice for you to make up for the days I haven't cooked well. Even Zheng and Joanxi's brother quickly stepped forward to help. Joanxi raised her hand to stop them. Hey, Mom. Sit down and relax. Keep your dad company, and have some tea. I'll handle it myself. They were reluctant, but didn't insist. Joanxi's skills were becoming more and more proficient.
Don't worry, Mom.
Go drink your tea. I need to practice my cooking skills more. I promised Pei Jian in my heart that next time he visits, I'll cook for him. I don't want to be embarrassed by serving a bad dish. That kid, what are you making for him? Let him cook himself, Joanxi's brother said angrily. What's the point? He never dared to make his daughter work herself. Joan was silent. Well, she shouldn't have mentioned it. As soon as she did, Pei Jian's father got very angry. Both of you sit back down and drink tea.
Don't disturb me.
She acted very busy, and her hands chopping vegetables moved a bit faster. Oh no, by accident, her sharp knife cut her hand, and blood immediately started to flow. What's wrong? Joan's parents quickly rushed over when they heard the noise. Did you cut your hand? It's fine. Joan quickly put her hand under the tap and rinsed it with water. She spoke casually, it's nothing. Look, as soon as I rinse it, the blood stops. It just scratched a little. Joan's parents came closer and saw that the bleeding had stopped, and the wound was barely noticeable. They still felt worried and distressed. Lian Jingying immediately opened the first aid kit and took out a bandage to cover Joan's finger. Joan bent her bandaged finger, took out a pair of rubber gloves, and put them on to continue working. Girl, let's stop. Why don't you let Mom do it? Lian Jingying stopped her from working further. Joan didn't mind. Mom, it's okay. I can't feel anything in my hand now. In today's world, we can't be as delicate as in the past. No, we won't eat anymore. You rest first, and I'll do it later. Lian Jingying took the things from Joan's hands, took off her gloves, and pulled her to sit on the sofa. Joan couldn't argue with her mother, so she obediently sat there. But she felt her fingers and realized she felt no pain at all. She remembered that the last time she accidentally cut her hand, even after the bleeding stopped, there was still swelling and pain for a while. Now, after rinsing with water, the blood stopped immediately, and there was no pain at all. It was a bit unbelievable. Could that water be some kind of magical water? Magical water? Spirit spring? Joan's eyes lit up suddenly. Her thoughts quickly started to scatter. Yeah, usually when there's a space, people often have a spirit spring or something similar. Maybe our space also has one. Besides, she felt that since coming here, her body had changed quite a lot. In many ways, her physical condition, strength, even her skin and hair. She hadn't noticed before. She used to think it was because she had a space, ate well, and had plenty of skincare products in the car, so she used them often. Even her swollen finger from the needle healed quickly. It was true that she couldn't be sure if these changes were caused by the water. After all, the changes weren't as exaggerated as in the novels. But the water might also be a little special. Anqi, what are you thinking? Is your finger still hurting? Lian Jingying noticed her daughter was silent and looked a bit worried about her wound. No, Qiao Anqi replied, coming back to herself. Mom, I just realized something. Do you think the water in our car might be something special? Qiao's father and mother looked confused. Something special? Qiao Anqi shared her thoughts and discovery with her parents. So, maybe this water is actually spiritual spring water? After hearing this, her parents also fell into thought. Lian Jingying nodded slightly. Now that you mention it, I feel the same. This body has been quite worn out from the years of neglect. I also find it strange how I recover so quickly after eating something good. Normal food shouldn't make such a big difference in just a month. Xiao Yinghua held her teacup thoughtfully. Yes, I feel the same way. Last time I sprained my ankle, it healed very fast. Qiao Anqi was a bit excited. Exactly. And my skin is getting smoother and softer. The family of three shared their different discoveries. They became more certain that even if the water wasn't a magical spring, it was definitely something special. It was definitely not ordinary water. This discovery made the three of them very excited. They analyzed and summarized that the water probably had some spiritual energy, but it wasn't like a few drops with miraculous effects. They decided to test it slowly over time. Anyway, even a little bit was enough. Lian Jingying quickly pulled off Qiao Anqi's bandage, then held her finger under running water to wash it carefully. The longer they washed, the less noticeable the wound became. Throughout, there was no redness or pain. Qiao Anqi happily said, "Done, Mom. Now you can relax. I'll go back to cooking." Lian Jingying carefully checked her wound again, but in the end, she didn't stop her. She only advised, "Be more careful when you're working." Qiao Anqi agreed and hurried back to the stove to continue cooking. Her cooking skills were improving day by day. She was no longer just boiling soup or noodles. Now she was cooking quite well. Today, she made pan-fried cod, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. She also prepared pork rib and kelp soup. Come on, look at my cooking skills. Have I improved again? Joan, she carried the last dish to the table. Lian Jingying smiled and praised, "You're improving quickly." Jiaoying was about to praise her daughter when she suddenly remembered that her daughter was learning to cook to make meals for that little troublemaker. Her mood soured instantly. She hadn't even tasted the tomatoes yet, but her mouth already felt sour. She huffed in annoyance. Joan, she was also unhappy. "Dad, what are you huffing about? Is my cooking not good?" Lian Jingying sneered, clearly seeing through Jiaoying's thoughts. "He just thinks the tomatoes are too sour." "Really?" Joan, she quickly picked a piece of tomato and tasted it. "It's not very sour. This tomato is fully ripe, and even raw, it's very sweet." Jiao Ying quickly put away his little thoughts. "My daughter's cooking always suits my taste." Joan, she playfully scolded her dad. "Then why are you huffing?" Lian Jingying chuckled softly. "He's jealous because you want to cook for someone else." Jiao Ying's face turned a little red. Joan, she took a bite of rice and smiled. "There's no one else." Jiaoying was about to smile, but Lian Jingying added at the right moment, "Yes, Xiao Pei isn't just anyone." Jiao Ying's face fell again. Joan, she finally understood what her dad was huffing about. She pouted and said, "Dad," then she quickly scooped a big piece of fish into Jiao Ying's bowl. "I learned to cook for my most beloved dad and mom." Old Jiao couldn't resist his daughter's sweet words and quickly pushed aside his little bit of jealousy. "The silver cod you fried is so good. Even the chefs at restaurants can't make it this delicious," he praised while eating. Lian Jingying couldn't help but laugh out loud. That day, the weather outside was a bit gloomy. Joan, she sat on the Kong bed inside, slowly knitting a sweater. The Kong was warm and cozy, making her feel especially comfortable. Older sister Anqi. There was a knock on the door, and the sound of area outside. She quickly put down her knitting and went to open the door. Outside were Deju, carrying a basket of water, and Arya, with a basket of firewood on her back. Deju, Arya, thank you for your hard work. She hurriedly invited them into the yard. These siblings often came on their days off to fetch water and bring firewood. Now that the weather was cold, her family needed more firewood to keep the Kong warm. While they were pouring water and stacking firewood, she quickly prepared a cup of malted milk for each of them. But the siblings refused to accept it. She pretended to be angry, saying, "If I don't drink, I won't give you water or firewood anymore." They helped her fetch water and carry firewood, which was purely voluntary work. She firmly refused to accept money from Wang auntie, saying, "You charge me for such small things? You're treating me like a stranger." She couldn't do much else, so she occasionally brought them some food. On such a cold day, she saw the two children's faces were red from the cold. Daju and Arya hesitated but finally took the warm milk drink. "It smells so good, Sister Anshi. I'll drink it carefully," Arya said happily, holding a warm cup. Daju also smiled shyly, showing his big white teeth. He finished the milk drink in one go, washed the cup, and then lifted his burden to go out again. The water in the kitchen's water jar wasn't full yet. Because she knew Wang auntie often asked Daju to help fetch water, Xiao Anshi didn't dare pour water from the space into the jar. It should be used from outside water, or it wouldn't make sense otherwise. The large water jar outside the yard had already frozen, but inside the house, because of the stove burning, the water in the kitchen jar hadn't frozen. "Daju, be careful," Xiao Anshi warned, pulling Arya into the house. "Sister Anshi, it's so warm here and it's especially pretty." Arya sat on the Kong, her big round eyes wide open. Xiao Anshi picked up a snack from the table and handed it to Arya, saying, "It's warm. Arya, eat some snacks." It's so warm. Much warmer than my house's stove." Arya happily ate the snack. "Eat this one, this little cake is tasty. Sister Anshi's things are all delicious. This little mouth is so sweet," Xiao Anshi said with a smile, pinching Arya's small face.
Hee.
The two sat on the warm Kong, eating snacks and waiting for Daju to finish fetching water. Seconds passed. Daju hadn't come back for a long time. Arya suddenly became a bit anxious, glancing repeatedly toward outside the yard. Xiao Anshi also felt something was wrong. It had been too long. Even if many people were fetching water, it shouldn't take this long. She looked at the restless Arya, put on her coat, and said, "Let's go outside and see." Arya immediately jumped down from the Kong. Xiao Anshi pulled Arya, and they went out. As soon as they stepped outside the yard, they saw many people hurriedly walking toward the river. Xiao Anshi's heart skipped a beat. Arya immediately became a little anxious. They quickened their pace and headed toward the crowd. The further they went, the more they saw people gathering across the river. The river was already frozen. Seeing this, the two of them felt a bit nervous. They quickened their steps. Getting closer to the crowd, they could faintly hear someone had fallen into the icy water. In the distance, they also heard children crying. Arya hurriedly rushed toward the scene. Xiao Anshi quickly followed. By the river, there was a bucket filled with water. Arya recognized it was her family's bucket. Brother Arya cried out tearfully as she ran over. Xiao Anshi also rushed into the crowd. There were a few wet children lying on the ground, with adults holding them and trying to help them cough out water. Some were wrapped in coats to stay warm. Everything was in chaos. There were still people inside the icy water. Everyone was busy trying to pull people out, but the ice was now water, very slippery, making it hard to stand or pull anyone out. Xiao Anshi saw a big pillar inside, struggling to push someone up. She breathed a small sigh of relief. Then she widened her eyes in shock, recognizing her father, Lao Qiao, inside. He looked like he was being rescued. She felt a bit anxious but relaxed slightly, thinking there were so many people helping. She didn't forget to comfort Arya first, saying, "Arya, don't worry.
Daju is fine.
He's rescuing people." Arya nodded with tears in her eyes.
She saw it too.
Xiao Anxi quickly looked around the riverbank and saw Lien Jingying, who was anxiously staring at the ice. The ice on the river wasn't very thick. It had been broken into large pieces, making it very slippery. People inside the icy water couldn't climb out, and those trying to pull others closer kept slipping in again. Xiao Anxi hurried over to Lien Jingying. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. Lien Jingying saw it was Xiao Anxi, and her tense expression eased a little. My father jumped into the icy water to save the children. They haven't come out yet," Lien Jingying explained simply. Phew. Xiao Anxi's heart felt a little lighter. She stood next to Lien Jingying, watching the ice and listening to her recount what happened. This morning, Qiao Yinghuai and Lien Jingying encountered a large group of children playing on the frozen river. But it hadn't been cold enough lately, so the ice wasn't thick and was a bit fragile. While playing, the ice suddenly cracked. This place is remote and has few people around. Xiao Yinghuai saw the situation and hurriedly ran over to help the children, slipping and sliding because it was very slippery. Lien Jingying also quickly ran to call for help.
Old.
Qiao is still inside. He must have been frozen for a long time, Xiao Anxi said anxiously. Lien Jingying looked worried. It's been quite a while. He kept trying to push the children out, but the ice was too slippery and everyone was slipping. Several people fell into the water while trying to rescue others. The ice isn't solid enough for so many people to stand on, so pulling others up is hard. The first few who went into the icy water are starting to tire out. But now, worrying won't help. They could only watch from the side. At this moment, someone brought a long rope. Xiao Anxi and Lien Jingying were anxious, but couldn't do much. They could only watch nervously. Xiao Anxi thought she couldn't just wait. She quietly told Lien Jingying, "Why don't you go back and boil some tea? If the fire is lit inside, it will warm up a bit." They had a bucket of water in their house, placed there intentionally. Lien Jingying nodded quickly. Okay, and ran toward their broken-down house. As time passed, everyone in the icy water was finally pulled out. Some of them looked like they were frozen very badly. Qiao Yinghuai was the most severely frozen. He had been inside the longest, and several children had been helped onto the ice by him himself. A few people carefully carried Qiao Yinghuai into their broken house. Lien Jingying hurriedly brought hot tea for him to drink. This time, Qiao Yinghuai was rescuing children from the village, including the village chief's grandson. Although he was a displaced person, everyone was very grateful to him. The village clinic staff also came to check on him. Xiao Anxi followed inside to see how he was doing. She was worried, but couldn't show it. The Qiao couple was a friend of Pei Jiancheng and asked him to help take care of Qiao Yinghuai, which everyone knew about openly. Seizing the chance, Xiao Anxi went to see the village chief. "Village chief, I think old Qiao is freezing badly. If he doesn't rest properly, it could cause serious problems. The house is so cold inside. I was thinking I have an empty room nearby. I want to let the couple rest there and recover. Would that be okay? You know, when my husband left, he asked me to look after things." The village chief's young grandson was also saved by Qiao Yinghuai, and he felt very grateful. He knew how poor the conditions were over at the relocation site. Some villagers were willing to help and look after him, so they didn't oppose it much. Usually, everyone kept their distance and didn't get too close. Now, Qiao Anxi voluntarily offered to let him stay at her house. The village chief naturally had no objections. Plus, Pei Jianqing's support was also a factor. He immediately agreed. Moreover, he had just saved several children from the village, so no one would say anything. Qiao Anxi was very happy. She quickly asked a few people to help, and they carried Xiao Yinghuai back to her house. "Just here, on the Kong bed. Is fine," Qiao Anxi said as they carried him onto the warm, cozy Kong. Then she went back inside, opened the cabinet, and took out her big, heavy cotton quilt to cover Xiao Yinghuai. Everyone couldn't help but admire how lucky old Qiao was to know Pei Jianqing's friend and receive his help. After everyone outside had left, Qiao Anxi told Lien Jingying to stay with old Qiao, then hurried into the space to boil a pot of soup. She remembered how Dezhu had been trying hard to push Qiao Yinghuai onto the ice. He had been in the ice for quite a while. She quickly poured out a big bowl of soup. Mom, I'll go out for a bit. You stay here and watch Dad. Feed him some of this soup. Go ahead, Lian Jingying said calmly, holding the soup she had prepared in the space, feeling much more at ease. She was still frightened when she saw old Qiao freezing and losing consciousness earlier. Qiao Anshi took the soup and headed to Wang Ant's house. Her mind was focused on old Qiao and didn't pay much attention to Yao and the others. She only felt relieved after seeing Wang Ant and the others had also gone over, so she didn't worry about Yao. Anshi Jie, Yao came out to open the door. Yao, how is Dezhu? Xiao Anshi asked as she carried the soup inside. Shivering from the cold, Yao said as she led Xiao Anshi into the house. Wang Ant came out with a worried look on her face. Anshi. Xiao Anshi quickly handed her the soup. Wang Ant, please feed Dezhu some of this. I brewed it very strong. The effect was good when old Xiao drank it earlier. He was freezing much worse than Dezhu. Wang Ant's face eased a little upon hearing this. Yao hurriedly took the soup. I'll go feed my brother now. She quickly ran into the house with the bowl of soup. Wang Ant still looked worried. I already gave him some soup earlier. Joan, she comforted. My special brew is very strong. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Aunt Wang nodded. She had just smelled it, much stronger than what she usually makes, and it also had red sugar added. Joan, she briefly chatted with Aunt Wang. Seeing her look a bit distracted and worried about what was inside, she said, Aunt Wang, I won't stay long. Pei Jianqing asked me to look after old Qiao's side. They're here with me now, so I need to go back first. Aunt Wang nodded. All right, go ahead and do your thing. At this moment, second girl came out holding an empty bowl, smiling happily. My brother is much better now. After drinking the soup, he's not trembling as much. Aunt Wang's expression also relaxed immediately. Joan, she happily took the empty bowl and said goodbye as she headed home. As soon as Joan, she entered the yard, she closed the gate tightly. Inside the house, she also shut the door firmly. The person guarding beside Xiao Yinghuai, who was taking care of Lian Jingying, no longer looked tense or anxious. Joan, she looked at Xiao Yinghuai's face. It was no longer as pale as before. The fruit in the space was indeed effective. Tonight, I'll let Dad go into the space for a hot bath. During the day, we shouldn't go in. Lian Jingying adjusted the quilt and said, no rush. I already helped him clean up and changed into dry clothes over there. Joan, she sat beside them. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise. We can now legitimately have Dad and Mom stay here. It's just that Dad had a little trouble. She hadn't expected such an opportunity to have her parents come over. She thought at most they would visit a few times, maybe come for a meal now and then. But unexpectedly, there was such a chance. Lian Jingying said, with so many kids falling into the ice, your dad's personality wouldn't let him do nothing. Joan, she hugged Lian Jingying. That's why good people are rewarded.
Don't worry, Mom.
With the water in the space, Dad will be fine. Even without that water, it's warm here. I'll take good care of Dad, and he'll be fine. Just a bit slower. Lian Jingying showed a small smile. No worries, your dad is tough. How could I not worry about you, mother and daughter? Old Qiao, lying on the Kong, opened his eyes faintly, his hoarse voice sounding weak. Dad. Old Qiao. The mother and daughter quickly moved closer, excited. Dad, are you okay? You scared me and Mom to death. Xiao Yinghuai smiled and said, I'm fine. I've been taking good care of my health lately. Joan, she advised, Dad, you still need to pretend to be a bit weaker. Don't recover too quickly, or it won't make sense. Got it, don't worry, Xiao Yinghuai replied with a smile. I'm going to cook some food. Joan, she looked at the time, realizing it was past mealtime. She decided to go into the space to cook and also make some chicken soup for her dad. Outside, Lian Jingying was watching, and she could see the outside situation from inside the space. If there was any movement, she would come out from the room with the door closed. After giving instructions, Joan, she quickly entered the space. She took a pre-cut chicken from the fridge and quickly thawed it. She also took a few soaked sea cucumbers to thaw together. She sliced some and added red dates and goji berries. After boiling the soup on high heat, She turned it to low to simmer slowly. Next, she started cooking rice by steaming it. Then she began stir-frying vegetables. She cooked beef with celery, mushroom slices, and stir-fried bok choy. Her movements became quite skilled after all this practice. Soon, she finished and exited the space. To be safer, she used the kitchen dishes and utensils instead of those from the space. Meal time. Come and eat, Joan, she called out, placing the food on the bedstead. Xiao Yinghuai struggled to sit up. My daughter's cooking is getting better and better. It smells amazing. Lian Jingying quickly set down her bowl and chopsticks to support him. Take it slow. Joan, she smiled proudly. It smells so good, I almost got dizzy from the aroma. She never imagined she could handle a wok so smoothly one day. It seemed she had quite a talent for cooking. For her parents, she was giving it her all. Lian Jingying first served Xiao Yinghuai a bowl of chicken soup. Joan, she scooped a large chicken leg onto his plate. Dad, today you're a hero. Here's a big chicken leg as a reward. Xiao Yinghuai smiled warmly. Thank you, my dear daughter. Joan, she also served one to Lian Jingying. Mom, you were startled today, so have a chicken leg to calm down. Lian Jingying looked tender. Thank you, my dear. The family of three sat on the bedstead, enjoying their meal. Such happiness. Finally able to be with my parents openly, Joan, she sighed contentedly after taking a sip of the rich chicken soup. Xiao Yinghuai, despite feeling a little weak, helped Joan she by giving her her favorite chicken wing. My girl, you worked hard. Here's a reward, another chicken wing. Lian Jingying also helped herself to one. Mom also rewards herself. Joan, she playfully took a bite of a chicken wing. Thank you, Dad and Mom. The sky outside was cold and gloomy, but inside the house was warm and cozy. It was a very comfortable scene. In the military compound in Beijing, Tao Huaru and Sun Wenwan were walking and chatting as they headed toward the courtyard after work. It was just after work hours, and there were still many people inside the compound. Many of them greeted the two women along the way. Hey, Sister Tao, the new year isn't far off. Is Jianqing planning to bring his wife home this year? We're all looking forward to seeing the new bride. A teasing voice sounded. Tao Huaru, who was talking with Sun Wenwan, immediately looked a bit upset. The speaker was Jiang Yulan from the arts troupe, someone she usually didn't get along with. The two had always been at odds, like a needle against a needle. Mostly, Jiang Yulan liked to compete with Tao Huaru, always comparing herself to her since they were young. And Tao Huaru had always been a step ahead of her. This time, Jianqing's marriage was a perfect chance for Jiang Yulan to get back at her. People nearby listened with different expressions. No one dared to mention or ask about it openly. They only whispered among themselves, afraid to touch Tao Huaru's sore spot. Tao Huaru was not an ordinary person. Her face remained calm, and she smiled. I also hope Jianqing and the others can come back for the new year this year. But it's just my luck that he was sent for further training recently. This year, there's no time for the long trip back and forth. You see, he's still young. Next year or the year after, he can go for training then. Why rush it this year? She didn't usually like to bring up this topic, but she couldn't stand Jiang Yulan's annoying tone. Hearing this, others nearby started to get a little excited. Wow, Jianqing was sent for further training this year? That means he'll be promoted to deputy group leader when he comes back. Exactly. Jianqing is so outstanding, young and promising. Such a young deputy group leader. No one else in the entire military district is like him. Sister Tao, congratulations. At this point, no one was paying attention to anything else. Everyone's focus was on Jianqing's training and the upcoming promotion. Who wouldn't envy Tao Huaru's son for his bright future? When Jiang Yulan heard this, she almost couldn't keep her nose straight. They were happily talking about the new bride, but suddenly everyone's attention shifted to the promotion. She had been competing with Tao Huaru all her life. Finally, she had gained the upper hand with her daughter-in-law, and Tao Huaru was completely defeated by her. She felt a great sense of pride and satisfaction. I was about to feel proud in front of Tao Huaru, but I ended up talking about promotions instead. Wasn't that just making things awkward for myself? Tao Huaru didn't let her off easily. Yulan, isn't your son Yuanxiu about the right age now? Shouldn't he be promoted soon? Jiang Yulan smiled faintly. Almost there, almost. She often compared her son to Pei Jiancheng. But her son is a year older than Pei Jiancheng and is only a deputy battalion commander now. Although he's very talented and promising, he's still not as accomplished as Pei Jiancheng. Yuan Xiu is also very talented. He should be getting promoted soon. Not many at this age reach battalion level. The younger generation nowadays are impressive. After a few words of praise from others, everyone dispersed. Tao Huaru hummed softly and continued walking with Sun Wenwan. Haru, do you really not care about Jianqing anymore? Sun Wenwan looked at Tao Huaru and asked hesitantly. Tao Huaru's face showed some displeasure, and she complained, does he want me to care? He only listens to the old master.
His ideas are so strict.
When he was a kid, he was quite naughty and mischievous, but now he's grown colder. He hardly talks anymore. Sun Wenwan thought about her own son's words and hesitated whether to mention it to Tao Huaru. Her son implied that the girl's side might not be very good. Pei Jiancheng got his marriage certificate and immediately returned to his station, without staying. Now he's studying further and no military arrangements were made for him. It's clear he's quite dissatisfied. Everyone guessed that things on that side weren't great, but once they knew how bad it really was, they felt especially upset and helpless for Pei Jiancheng. Tao Huaru sighed again. I can't really ignore him, but I feel so frustrated inside.
Sigh.
Sun Wenwan wanted to comfort her, saying maybe things weren't as bad as she thought, but remembering her son's words, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She could only blandly advise, children's happiness depends on themselves. Tao Huaru looked distressed. I just feel sorry for Jianqing. Look at him now, so cold and lonely. I just hope he finds someone he likes. The girl his family forced on him is from a small countryside place. Can they even talk properly? Tao Huaru's son knew himself. Despite being quiet, he had high standards. Otherwise, why is he almost 25 and still single? All his peers have already married and had children. I used to think my son was talented and outstanding, so I wasn't worried about his choices. I knew he wouldn't bring home a bad partner. Who would have thought that things don't always go as planned? If I had known earlier, I would have urged my son to settle down sooner, and things wouldn't have turned out like this. Tao Huaru feels very regretful. Sun Wenwan also sighs and comforts Tao Huaru, saying, if it really doesn't work out, we can take our time to teach him. We will find a way. Tao Huaru responds, it's not that easy. She can't help but ask, has Homing talked to you about how Jianqing is doing? Sun Wenwan doesn't dare say much, only mentioning that Pei Jiancheng went back to his base right after getting his marriage certificate and hasn't arranged anything with the military since then. Tao Huaru listens but says nothing. That evening, she calls Major Lei at Jiancheng's base again. Su Fong, it's me, Tao Huaru. Oh, it's you, Sister Tao, replies Lei's wife, Li Su Fong. After a friendly chat, Tao Huaru's face looks a bit unhappy as she ends a call. Pei's father peeks out from behind the newspaper to look at his wife. Didn't you say you wouldn't care anymore? Tao Huaru replies unhappily, can I really not care? Pei's father quickly covers his face with the newspaper again. It's better not to provoke his wife. The new year is getting closer. Xiaoanqi is lying on the bed table, writing and drawing with paper and pen. She's planning to buy some New Year goods. Although they don't lack food and supplies at home, the fridge isn't very big, and they only have a few types of food to eat repeatedly. She plans to go shopping for more food before the new year. They already have some meat and seafood, but vegetables are scarce, only a few leafy greens. A few days ago, she exchanged some vegetables with Aunt Wang and others in the village. This is their family's first New Year here, so she wants to plan carefully. Girl, have some tea and rest for a while. Lian Jingying brings a cup of freshly brewed apple and red date tea and places it on the table. Lian Jingying's health has improved, so she now starts cooking and doing chores with Xiaoanqi, no longer letting her do everything alone. Xiaoanqi looks up. Mom, you don't need to worry about me. You can rest a bit longer. Lian Jingying smiles and pats her daughter's head. No, once your dad comes out, we need to go out and work. Just then, Zhang Yinghuai comes out from another room. Let's go, wife. Lian Jingying went out, and the two of them said to Qiao Anshi, daughter, we're going to work now. Okay, don't work too hard. Qiao Anshi waved to them. Previously, Qiao Yinghuai was allowed to rest for a while due to health reasons and didn't need to go out to work. But Lian Jingying couldn't rest, so he couldn't stay still either. He enjoyed lying at home, but his wife had to work harder and suffer more. He couldn't bear to see her tired. When he counted the days and thought it was about time he could recover, he eagerly went out to work with his wife. Maybe because of Pei Jianqing's influence or because Qiao Yinghuai had saved many children this time, their work became a bit easier. They no longer had to clean the pigsty. But they still lived at Qiao Anshi's house. Since Qiao Anshi didn't say they couldn't stay, others couldn't say anything either. Someone asked why Qiao Anshi didn't let them leave. She smiled and said, they've been here for a while, and I find they're easy to get along with. Since I live alone here, I was a bit scared sometimes, so having them as company is good. They can also help me fetch water or gather firewood. Everyone agreed. That made sense. The people who were sent away could only envy the good luck of the Qiao family, with friends willing to help and look after them. They, on the other hand, didn't even want friends or relatives nearby, trying to keep their distance. Qiao Anshi was lying at the Kong, a traditional bed, table, thinking hard about how to enjoy the new year. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound of a car outside. She was startled. Who could it be? Someone looking for her? Her foot unconsciously moved down from the Kong. Could it be Pei Jianqing? But she hadn't heard him say he was coming back. Knock, knock, knock. Sure enough, the knocking came soon after. Qiao Anshi walked to the door and asked, who is it? It's me, came a slightly cold voice.
Huh?
Pei Jianqing? Qiao Anshi was a bit surprised. She thought he might have gone back to Beijing. After all, he was studying elsewhere, and that place was closer to Beijing. She quickly opened the door. Sure enough, her handsome soldier husband was standing outside. Seeing Qiao Anshi, Pei Jianqing's eyes lit up. Qiao Anshi was wearing a deep gray, high-necked, thick sweater she had knitted herself. It wasn't a tight-fitting style popular now, but loose and simple, comfortable to wear. She had her braid casually draped over one shoulder. Her long bangs gently fluttered on both sides of her cheeks. The whole person feels lazy and comfortable. In Pei Jianqing's eyes, there is a kind of breathtaking beauty. He forces himself to calm down and turns to walk back to the car to open the trunk. Then he begins to carry things out box by box. Qiao Anshi quickly goes up to help. Pei Jianqing sidesteps her, saying no need, stay there and wait. Qiao Anshi can only lead the way in front of him. After a few trips, he finally finishes moving everything. Qiao Anshi looks at the large pile of things and feels a bit surprised. So many? New Year. Pei Jianqing lowers his head and opens a box. Qiao Anshi stands nearby and watches. There are quite a few for the new year. Many people. Qiao Anshi feels a little touched again. Yes, last time he called and mentioned that the Qiao couple was living at her house. He didn't oppose after hearing it, which she expected. He said, let them stay there. I'm worried if you live so far away alone. Qiao Anshi was surprised he said that. If he opposed the Qiao couple living there, she would have to respect Pei Jianqing's opinion, even if she wanted her parents to stay. If nothing else, it would be nice to visit often for meals. Qiao Anshi thought he knew about the Qiao couple staying with her, and maybe he wouldn't come for the new year because of the distance. But she didn't expect him not only to come but also to bring so many things. There was a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a barrel of peanut oil. One box contained fresh meat, a pig's leg, ribs, chicken, and more, including cured meat and sausages. Another box had snacks, peanuts, sunflower seeds, canned meat, and fruit. Another box contained some fruit. There really was a lot of stuff. There was even a bunch of firecrackers and some simple fireworks. Qiao Anshi curiously picked them up and looked. Wow, these are hard to get. Not too bad, I had someone get them for me. Qiao Anshi thought about it and realized that with his ability, these small things were nothing. Pei Jianqing carried some of the things into the kitchen. The kitchen was tidily and practically cleaned by Qiao Anshi. She made several simple shelves and racks for Uncle Wang Kai to store things. She organized everything on the shelves, making the kitchen look clean and neat. Xiao Anxi helped him put everything away. Some of the food on the shelves was also taken out from her space in advance. All the items are suitable for the season, with no flaws, and there aren't many things. After tidying up, while Pei Jiancheng went to wash his face and hands, Xiao Anxi poured him a cup of boiled apple and red date tea. Xiao Anxi sat by the bed table, watching Pei Jiancheng come out. "Sit down and have a cup of tea." Pei Jiancheng sat down and took a sip from the cup. Xiao Anxi smiled and asked, "How is it?" "The water boiled with apples and red dates." "The apples and red dates are from Aunt Wang's trees. The apples are a bit sour and not very tasty, so I dried the red dates and boiled them together." Pei Jiancheng nodded. "Not bad." Xiao Anxi smiled proudly. "I think so too." Pei Jiancheng held the teacup and relaxed against the pillow. The house is also very well kept. Actually, the house is quite simple. Xiao Anxi didn't buy much furniture, just a dining table. Next to it, there's a simple shelf with some commonly used items. On the wall, there are some farming tools and everyday utensils, along with a few strings of dried chili and garlic and shiny yellow corn. They are arranged neatly, seemingly casual but actually very deliberate. The whole room feels naturally harmonious. The focus of the house is on the Kong heated bed. She tore apart some old clothes. Various pieces of fabric were sewn together into a quilt filled with thick cotton, laid on the Kong. A few large and small pillows were made for leaning or hugging. In short, once you sit on this warm Kong, you feel so comfortable you don't want to move. The curtains are also made from patchwork old clothes, dull in color but simple and elegant. Now they're fully pulled back and piled on the side. The entire room exudes a rustic simplicity that is not ordinary, yet it feels warm and cozy. The gentle winter afternoon sunlight streams through the window into the room. It complements the girl holding a cup with a lazy smile on her face. Pei Jiancheng, who had started his journey before dawn, dusty and tired, now feels an unexpected sense of calm. He suddenly perceives a peaceful and tranquil moment in time. The girl across from him, holding her cup and smiling brightly, said, "I was thinking I won't stay here long, so I won't bother too much. Just make the usual living area comfortable." Pei Jiancheng's expression softened. "Once the housing at the camp is allocated, you can do whatever you want." Xiao Anxi's smile became even brighter.
Good.
The two quietly enjoyed their tea, soaking in the peaceful sunshine. Suddenly, Xiao Anxi remembered something. "By the way, have you had lunch?" Pei Jiancheng shook his head.
No.
"Oh no. You should have told me earlier." Zhou Anxi quickly sat up. "It's my fault. I didn't think of it." She hurriedly got off the bed. "I'll go make you a bowl of noodles." Pei Jiancheng chuckled softly and also stood up. "No need to rush. I'll rest for a bit and have some tea. It's just right. I'll do it myself." Then, Zhou Anxi went into the kitchen. She skillfully prepared a bowl of noodles for herself. After eating, the two sat on the bed holding cups, continuing to drink tea. Pei Jiancheng took out two small red notebooks from his pocket and placed them on the bedside table, pushing them toward Zhou Anxi. Curious, Zhou Anxi asked, "What are these?" Pei Jiancheng pointed at the table and said, "For you." Zhou Anxi reached out and looked at them, her eyes widening in surprise. They were 2 bank passbooks. She looked at the passbooks with suspicion and confusion. Pei Jiancheng nodded and gestured for her to open them. Reluctantly, Zhou Anxi opened the first one. Inside, it showed 20,000 yuan. The other passbook had a mix of small and large amounts, totaling 13,620 yuan. She looked at Pei Jiancheng with a questioning gaze. He explained, "The one with 20,000 yuan is from the family, given to you. 10,000 is from your grandparents, and 10,000 from your parents. As for the one with about 13,000, that's from my salary and bonuses from completing tasks. I've already handed it over." Suddenly, Zhou Anxi felt the passbook in her hand was a bit warm. She hesitated. Pei Jiancheng seemed to notice her thoughts and said, "Keep it. No need to worry. Consider it a family gift for settling down." I'll be responsible for earning and supporting the family, and everything else is up to you. He wasn't surprised that her grandfather gave her the 10,000, but he was a bit surprised that his mother voluntarily gave her another 10,000. He knew his mother had strong opinions about this marriage. To oppose him and his grandfather, she had completely ignored everything for a while. When he called home this time, his mother's tone was somewhat softer, but she didn't ask about things here. He even mentioned that the girl was quite good, but she didn't respond. Still, she transferred the money. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Anxi finally decided to accept it. She was serious about registering their marriage with Pei Jiancheng. In just a few brief encounters, they had developed a very good feeling for each other. If she kept hesitating, people might think she had other motives. Since she was determined to live a good life, there was no need to be overly formal or distant. Zhou Anxi didn't have much psychological burden. She wasn't a local girl born and raised here. She grew up in a prosperous era, with good family conditions, and had seen a lot of the world. She was also someone who knew how to handle money. Moreover, she knew that once she opened up, she would be able to earn her own money in the future. Now, there was no need to worry about these finances. She closed her bank book, showing a little mischievous smile. Hee, I won't be polite. You can keep this for me first. From now on, I'll be a little rich lady. Pei Jianqing looked at her lively and adorable expression and couldn't help but smile. Yes, it's all yours. From now on, I will give you my salary every month. Zhou Anxi giggled happily, full of excitement. This comrade has a high sense of awareness. Just give a part of it back. You can keep some for yourself. Pei Jianqing relaxed and loosened his military uniform's badge, lazily smiling. Thank you, leader. Zhou Anxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, she was once again captivated by his casual and relaxed attitude. Oh no, he's dangerously. Pei Jianqing leaned back comfortably against the pillow. Looking at the lively girl in front of him, his eyes filled with tenderness. Every time he saw her, he felt more attracted. When she faced the large sum of tens of thousands, she was initially surprised but showed no other reaction. No panic, no helplessness, and no greed. She remained calm and composed, as if she was used to such things. She didn't seem like a typical 19-year-old girl from the countryside. But then he remembered her saying that the Qiao couple had taught her a lot, so it wasn't surprising. The Qiao couple was quite capable. They managed to teach a sheltered rural girl to be so generous, poised, smart, and lively. Pei Jiancheng was somewhat curious about them. Today, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying finished their work early. Grandpa Yang checked everything and found no problems, so he let them go first. As they headed home, they saw what looked like a parked car at the door from afar. Lian Jingying was the first to notice. Old Qiao, why does it look like there's a car parked at the door? Qiao Yinghuai looked carefully and confirmed, yes, it's a jeep. There were also a group of children playing nearby. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. There is indeed a car. Lian Jingying was puzzled. Who could it be? Suddenly, she remembered something. Could it be our girl, little Pei? She almost blurted out son-in-law, but luckily stopped herself just in time. Qiao Yinghuai's face darkened immediately, and he walked quickly. Even Zheng Ying hurried to catch up. When they reached the door and saw the car with a military license plate, they knew they couldn't run. The affordable son-in-law had arrived. The two hurriedly pushed open the courtyard gate. As soon as they stepped inside, they slowed down again. Through the tightly closed glass window, although not very clear, they could still see the people sitting lazily on either side of the Kong table, happily chatting. Pei Jiancheng had clear features and bright eyes, and Xiao Anxi was smiling like a flower. Sunset light cast a warm glow, making the scene very beautiful. Qiao Yinghuai felt a strange pang in his heart. Even when they moved quietly, they still disturbed the people inside. No matter how small the noise, it couldn't escape Pei Jianqing's sharp ears. He turned his head to look outside the window. Qiao Anxi also looked outside when he did. Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian are back, she called out, quickly got off the Kong, slipped on her shoes, and ran outside. Pei Jiancheng also stood up and followed her. Uncle Qiao, Aunt Lian, you're back, Qiao Anxi greeted warmly. Hearing this familiar way of addressing, Qiao Yinghuai and Zheng Ying suddenly became alert. Oh, right, they weren't son-in-law anymore. They were the man who took them in and cared for them. Both quickly wiped the inappropriate expressions from their faces. Lian Zhengying remembered to close the courtyard gate tightly, then followed Qiao Anxi and the others inside. As soon as she entered, Qiao Anxi hurried to introduce Uncle Qiao, Aunt Lian, this is Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng, these are Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian who have taught me many things and treat me like a daughter. Actually, they had already met once by the river that day, so they weren't strangers. The three nodded at each other. They sat on the Kong, and Xiao Anxi took 2 more cups from the shelf. Pei Jiancheng picked up the teapot and took the cups from Xiao Anxi. He stood up and poured tea into both cups. He then respectfully offered a cup to Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Zhengying, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian, for taking care of Anxi all these years." Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Zhengying were stunned. They knew their current status was avoided by everyone. Even if Pei Jiancheng didn't mind much and had allowed them to stay in touch with Anxi and told the village to look after them, they never expected him to respectfully offer a cup of tea during their first formal meeting. Lian Zhengying's eyes turned slightly red, and Xiao Yinghuai looked moved too. They understand as well. It's love for the family. The two silently took their tea and drank. Inside, there was some comfort. Her daughter truly chose a good husband. Zhou Anxi also felt a bit stunned, happy and touched at the same time. She pulled Pei Jiancheng to sit down and whispered, "Thank you." Pei Jiancheng affectionately patted her head. Lian Zhengying only felt moved for 3 seconds before being suji-ed again, almost unable to control himself from jumping up and acting out. Lian Zhengying pinched his thigh hard underneath. He immediately snapped back to awareness. He quickly picked up his cup to hide his embarrassment. What a misfortune. His son-in-law was right in front of him, yet he couldn't show his authority as a father-in-law. Is there anyone more frustrated than him? Pei Jiancheng felt a bit strange. Why did he suddenly feel a cold chill just now? The Westerners sat around the Kong table and started chatting. Zhou Anxi and Lian Zhengying weren't ordinary before they were demoted. So, they didn't hide anything deliberately. They just spoke naturally and honestly, chatting freely. They couldn't let Pei Jiancheng suspect that Zhou Anxi's manner and knowledge came from somewhere else. Pei Jiancheng didn't speak much, but had sharp, accurate insights, often hitting the mark. The Westerners enjoyed the conversation, and the atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. Pei Jiancheng looked at the knowledgeable yet humorous Zhou Yinghuai and at Lian Zhengying, who was elegant and meaningful. It was no wonder they could raise such a unique and outstanding daughter like Zhou Anxi. Even under tough conditions, their outward appearance still couldn't hide their grace. Especially now, under Zhou Anxi's careful care, their condition was no longer what it used to be. They now lived at Zhou Anxi's house and no longer needed to hide their true selves. Their looks were gradually regaining some of their former charm. Although they wore coarse cloth and torn clothes, they showed no signs of despair. They spoke confidently and moved gracefully. After this conversation, aside from everything else, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Zhengying grew increasingly satisfied with Pei Jiancheng. Especially Lian Zhengying, who now felt like a mother-in-law watching her daughter-in-law. Zhou Anxi looked at the time and said, "You all keep talking. I need to go cook." She sat inside near the window and pushed Pei Jiancheng sitting outside, saying, "I need to go out." Pei Jiancheng stood up. "I'll go with you." Lian Zhengying quickly said, "No need. You sit and drink tea. I'll go cook with Anxi." She also pushed aside Zhou Yinghuai, who was about to get off the Kong. After getting off the Kong, Qiao Anxi also held Pei Jiancheng's hand and asked him to join her in drinking tea with Qiao Yinghuai. Qiao Yinghuai looked around and saw only himself and Pei Jiancheng left. He felt a little excited and wanted to show off a bit, but he remembered the warning glance his wife gave him just before she left. "You lucky kid, consider yourself fortunate." He clenched his teeth but stayed calm and continued chatting casually. When Xiao Anxi and Lian Zhengying went into the kitchen, they started working. Lian Zhengying quietly told his daughter, "This young man is pretty good." Xiao Anqi smiled happily, her eyes soft. Lian Jingying sighed inwardly. It seemed his daughter had already fallen for him without realizing it, perhaps even she didn't know. He knew his daughter had never been in love before, but she was completely new to romance. Fortunately, most people in this era are honest and simple. Pei Jiancheng clearly wasn't an ordinary person, but their daughter was also very talented. And, of course, their couple would always be her strongest support. Lian Jingying quickly helped his daughter prepare the meal. "Why are there so many things?" he asked, noticing extra items on the kitchen shelf while holding rice. Xiao Anqi scooped water into a basin to wash vegetables. Pei Jiancheng brought these for the new year. He said, "We have a lot of people." Lian Jingying looked and said, "Wow, everything is here. Quite complete." Xiao Anqi smiled and said, "I was just thinking about buying New Year supplies, but now I don't need to worry. These are enough." Lian Jingying smiled and said, "Young Pei is quite thoughtful." Xiao Anqi suddenly remembered something. She quickly wiped her wet hands and took out 2 red books, whispering, "Mom, look." Lian Jingying looked confused and reached out to take them. "Bank books? Where did these come from?" Xiao Anqi turned back to wash and cut vegetables, then said, "Open and see." Lian Jingying opened the bank books and was surprised. "So much." Xiao Anqi explained how Pei Jiancheng had given her the bank books earlier that afternoon. Lian Jingying couldn't help but sigh. Their family is really generous. After all, this marriage was arranged out of kindness, and they had to give up a very talented young person. Honestly, their families are quite different in status. If her daughter hadn't been the one to take on this marriage, she would have supported her daughter unconditionally. She even felt a bit sorry for that young officer Pei. But now, it seemed the other side hadn't shown any bad feelings. At least, nothing negative had been communicated to them so far. All the respect and kindness were given, and everything was done thoughtfully. In this situation, being able to do so is already quite good. "Keep this safe." Lian Jingying returned the passbook to Xiao Anqi, then gently patted her head. "Wait until your parents are cleared, and I will support you properly. Our family is no worse than theirs. The 2 of us can help you create a bright future." Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying are a couple with no children. They're just waiting for their case to be cleared so they can immediately recognize Anqi as their daughter. This way, the family of 3 can be together openly and legally. Anqi won't have to worry about being judged for her background, as people might think she's an orphan without any support. After all, she married Pei Jiancheng, who comes from a well-off family. Similarly, if Anqi's feelings with Pei Jiancheng haven't developed over the years, or if his family is difficult, the couple won't hesitate. They will also end their marriage once they are cleared. With them around, they definitely won't let their daughter be wronged. Xiao Anqi carefully put the passbook away, smiling sweetly.
"Of course. Just look at who my parents are," she said softly.
Mother and daughter worked together quickly to prepare a table of food. Xiao Anqi didn't dare use anything from the space, knowing Pei Jiancheng had seen what was in the kitchen before. She didn't underestimate his memory at all. So she used what was available in the kitchen, plus some meat brought by Pei Jiancheng. Today, she had also taken out some frozen hairtail fish fillets. She fried a fish, chopped some ribs brought by Pei Jiancheng, and made a big pot of ribs with radish. She also stir-fried spicy and sour potatoes and made winter melon soup with lean pork. Pei Jiancheng looked at the nicely presented dishes on the table and was a bit surprised, showing admiration. Xiao Anqi beamed proudly, lifting her head. "How about that? Surprised? Not bad, right?" Pei Jiancheng nodded. "The presentation is good." Xiao Anqi pouted proudly. "The taste is even better." Pei Jiancheng chuckled softly. "It must be. Hurry and eat." He picked up clean chopsticks, carefully removed the fish bones from a piece of fish on his plate, and then handed it to Xiao Anqi. He was used to removing fish bones for his daughter, but the chopsticks paused midair as he reached out to pick a piece of fish for her. He felt something was off. His daughter looked very used to eating like this, enjoying her meal happily. Pei Jiancheng would occasionally ask her a question, then help her serve food onto her plate, and they ate together naturally and comfortably. Don't say that Xiao Yinghuai was stunned. Even Zheng Ying was a bit dazed. He put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but sneer. Ha, and they say they aren't close. They've only met a few times. Just a few times, and this is how it is? If Jiao Anxi knew what her father was thinking, she would definitely protest. It's really not close. They've only eaten a few meals together. Who would have thought they would get along so well? Even Zheng Ying secretly muttered, "Isn't it said that people in this era are very reserved and shy?" Seeing how cold Pei Jiancheng looked, it was really surprising. Xiao Yinghuai ate his meal uncomfortably. Only the two main people opposite him were eating happily. "How is it? Did I cook the dishes well?" Jiao Anxi asked. "Very good." Pei Jiancheng gave a big compliment and even took action. He ate an extra big bowl of rice compared to usual. Xiao Yinghuai felt that his father-in-law was really too frustrated. As the head of the family, he thought if he just looked angry, those two would probably stop. But now, with his current status as a guest, he had no right to give advice. He could only sourly drink his vinegar. These potato chips are really sour. Even Zheng Ying looked at her husband's gloomy face and secretly wanted to laugh. She served a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Xiao Yinghuai. "Drink some soup. Eat fewer potato chips. They're too sour, not good for your stomach." Jiao Anxi immediately picked a piece of potato chip and tasted it. "Not sour. I only added a little vinegar." She also offered a piece to Pei Jiancheng. "Try it. Is it sour?" "No, just right." Pei Jiancheng ate a big bite. That brat. Xiao Yinghuai didn't want to pay attention to his daughter anymore and quietly drank his soup. But this is just the beginning. In the evening, it was time to rest, and Xiao Yinghuai realized the problem was serious. Now his daughter was married. She was going to be alone with that man in the same room right under his nose. He couldn't say a word. He and his wife also had to tactfully give the young couple their own space. Oh heavens, how can this be reasonable? Xiao Yinghuai was very anxious inside. Even Zheng Ying looked at him helplessly. "You should stop now. Don't make such a fuss." Xiao Yinghuai pitifully moved closer to his wife. "Wife, aren't you worried? Our little white rabbit might fall into the big gray wolf's mouth." Zheng Ying snorted. "Our daughter isn't a little white rabbit. Besides, they are a legitimate married couple." Xiao Yinghuai was unhappy, saying, "But you can't hurt her father's feelings like that." Lian Jingying was too tired to bother with him and pulled the blanket to sleep, saying, "Don't worry about it." Xiao Yinghuai saw that his wife wasn't sharing his anger, so he lost his spirit and angrily got into bed, pulling the blanket over his head. In the other room, Xiao Anxi was busy making the bed. She took down the neatly folded quilts from the head of the bed. She made her own bed on one side, and at the far end, she made another. The bed was big enough for several more people to sleep comfortably. The curtains on both sides of the window had already been drawn. While Pei Jiancheng was out to pour foot-washing water and hadn't come back yet, Xiao Anxi quickly slipped into the bed. She tried to curl herself up tightly with the blanket. She wasn't being overly delicate. Since she was already married and enjoying the benefits of marriage, she knew she had to fulfill her duties. But her parents were right next door, so she couldn't fully relax. She could only pretend to be an ostrich and avoid it for a while. After pouring the foot-washing water and returning to the room, Pei Jiancheng looked at Xiao Anxi, who was wrapped up tightly, and at the pile of blankets at the far end of the bed. He showed no change in expression and said nothing. He simply opened the blanket and tidied it up. Then he stood by the bed and slowly started unbuttoning his military uniform. Xiao Anxi, pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, listened for a long time but heard no movement or the sound of the lights being turned off. She couldn't help but sneak a peek. Wow, what a feast for the eyes. How could she miss such a beautiful sight? Who wouldn't like to look at something so attractive? Besides, she had already received her certificate. So seeing him was just looking at her own family member, right? Under the dim yellow light, his large hands looked long and strong, with prominent joints and smooth lines. He was slowly unbuttoning each button, moving lazily and deliberately. In the soft glow of the light, it was almost hypnotic. He took off his military uniform, then his shirt, then his long pants, leaving only a vest and a pair of shorts. His figure was truly amazing. Xiao Anxi couldn't help but want to whistle. He looked so great. She wanted to see his abs. Pei Jianqing's hands crossed and grabbed the bottom of his vest. Here he comes. Xiao Anxi's eyes widened with excitement. Hurry up, look confident, and take it off stylishly. His hands, holding the clothes, slowly tightened, and it looked like he was about to lift the vest. Xiao Anxi held her breath. Suddenly, he stopped, released his grip on the vest, and decided not to take it off after all. Zhou Enxi let out a disappointed sigh. Pei Jianqing's gaze drifted over lazily. Zhou Enxi immediately closed her eyes tightly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Pei Jianqing's mouth. Soon, a puff sound was heard inside, and the oil lamp went out. In the darkness, Zhou Enxi slowly opened her eyes. Oh, what a pity I didn't get to see. She looked a bit regretful. Unbeknownst to her, especially trained comrades' hearing and eyesight were extraordinary. Seeing things in the dark was no problem for them. Her small expression was clearly seen by someone. Such a pity? Zhou Enxi naturally responded, TSK, so unfortunate, just a little more, and I'd see it. A low laugh sounded. Zhou Enxi was suddenly startled.
Wow.
That person was deliberately doing that. He had already noticed she was peeking. This person looked so cold on the outside, but in reality, he was quite mean. Zhou Enxi pouted and glared in the dark toward Pei Jianqing's side, but it was too dark to see anything. She playfully made a silly face at him, pulled the blanket over her head, and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, just a faint gray light appeared. Pei Jianqing opened his eyes, looking at Zhou Enxi, who was clinging to him like an octopus, and affectionately brushed her loose hair. This girl really sleeps restlessly. He didn't know where her blanket had been kicked to. On such a big bed, she could roll from one side to the other. While sleeping, she wasn't braiding her hair. Her slightly curly long hair was spread over her and the bed. Even his body was covered with her hair. Her small face was buried against his arm. Pei Jianqing gently turned her face right. Her face, still beautiful and striking in sleep, looked as vibrant as a blooming peach blossom. Her slightly pouting lips were charming and tempting. He suppressed the flutter in his heart, turned over, and gently held Zhou Enxi in a comfortable position. He covered her with the blanket again. Finally, he couldn't hold back and gently kissed her on the forehead. Then he got up and went out for morning exercise. As he opened the door, he saw Zhou Ninghuai, looking thoughtful, already awake and coming out of the neighboring room. Pei Jianqing nodded and greeted him before heading out for a run. Zhou Ninghuai looked at the refreshed Pei Jianqing with some resentment, and suddenly a wave of ideas started to form in his mind. His little white rabbit probably got eaten up by this big gray wolf, leaving not a bone behind. Old Xiao, you're so energetic today, waking up so early. Even Zhenging, who was just waking up and staring blankly at the doorway, looked a bit surprised. She looked at the sky outside, got dressed, and got out of bed. Xiao Yinghuai turned back, hummed softly, and went back into the room. Lian Jinging looked at him strangely, but then walked out. She went to the kitchen to heat water, wash up, and prepare breakfast. Xiao Anxi slowly woke up, habitually looked out the window. Through the less than opaque curtains, she saw that it was already bright outside. She shivered in surprise and sat up. It's so late. She hadn't made breakfast for her parents yet. Why did she sleep in today? She hurriedly kicked off the quilt and got up. Suddenly, her eyes caught a green figure. Pei Jianqing was sitting by the bed, holding a book and flipping through it. Hearing the noise, he looked over. Xiao Anxi quickly fell back onto the bed. She blinked, and after a while, her mind cleared. She remembered that Pei Jianqing had come over yesterday. From his posture, he must have been up for quite a while. She casually tied her hair into a low ponytail and greeted him morning. She quickly got off the bed, put on her coat, and hurried to the kitchen. She saw porridge in the pot, along with boiled eggs and a plate of egg and potato pancakes. She knew her mother had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. She breathed a sigh of relief and started to heat water for washing up. When Xiao Anxi returned to her room, The curtains had already been drawn open. The quilt on the bed had been neatly folded and placed aside. The bedside table was also set up. Pei Jiancheng put down his book. Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian have already gone to work. Yes, I know. Have you eaten breakfast? Qiao Anxi put down the eggs and pancakes she was holding. No, Pei Jiancheng said as he headed to the kitchen. The kitchen has 2 doors, one connecting to the inside of the house and one outside. In the morning, Lian Jingying used the outside door to cook, so it didn't affect the inside. Pei Jiancheng brought out 2 bowls of porridge. He sat down and placed 1 bowl of porridge in front of Qiao Anxi. He peeled the egg and handed it to her. Eat up, then we'll go to Rongqing to see if we need to buy anything for the new year. Qiao Anxi naturally took the peeled egg, ate it, and nodded. The big pile of things Pei Jiancheng brought meant she didn't have to buy many things on her plan. At most, just a few small items. After breakfast, Pei Jiancheng helped with tidying up. Qiao Anxi went to the next room to change clothes. She put on a light gray coat over a deep gray turtleneck sweater that Pei Jiancheng had bought for her. The pants she secretly took from her space were a pair of black corduroy pants that had been modified from a pair of basic pants. Because the fabric was similar to the corduroy used at that time, and the style was straight-legged, there were no big issues. She also wore the pair of shoes that Pei Jiancheng bought. There was no other choice. The only outfit she could confidently wear now was this one. She only braided 1 braid and let it rest on her shoulder. She hadn't had time to make a new bag, so she decided not to bring one. After all, Pei Jiancheng was driving. She kept small items like money and tickets in her clothing pocket. When she walked out of the room, she immediately caught Pei Jiancheng's eye. His eyes were full of admiration. Since the first time he came to this village, he noticed that even if this girl was dressed plainly, she didn't look dirty or untidy. Instead, she had a very relaxed and natural look. Now, with a little effort to dress up, she looked impressive. He admits he likes beautiful things and has high standards for beauty. But just being beautiful isn't enough. He's seen many pretty girls, but none truly moved him. This girl had something beyond her outer beauty, her temperament and soul, that touched his heart deeply. He also found it interesting that at first he barely noticed her at the hospital. But after getting to know her again, he couldn't ignore her presence. He could still sense her cautiousness and a bit of patience back then. And then, she became more lively and relaxed each time they met. She looked more beautiful each time. Every encounter brought a new surprise. He wondered what other surprises she might bring in the future. He felt she was still not fully herself, like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Pei Jiancheng was full of anticipation. He could also feel how important the Zhou family was to her. With those 2 around, she shined like a light. She became more free and natural. Let's go, Zhou Anxi said confidently, walking briskly toward the door. When her parents were not around, the feeling was different. When she was alone before, she was a bit cautious. Now that her parents were here, she felt more confident. Even though their situation was tough now and their status was low, they couldn't help her and might even hold her back. But she still saw her parents as her biggest and strongest support. Her personality and words gradually showed more. With her parents here, she could be herself and feel at ease. You see, children with caring parents are truly treasures. But spending time with Pei Jiancheng feels very good. We are becoming more natural and in sync. Now she can comfortably be herself. When they went out and got into the car, they headed straight to Rongqing. Driving is much faster than riding a bullock cart. Although the road was a bit bumpy, Pei Jiancheng's driving skills were excellent, so Qiao Anxi sat calmly throughout the trip. Once in Rongqing, the roads were smooth and paved with cement. With the New Year just a few days away, Rongqing was lively and busy. Many people were walking around on the streets. People from nearby towns came to buy New Year supplies. At the department store, it was even more crowded. That's natural. No matter how tough life is, at the end of the year, every family still buys things to celebrate properly. Qiao Anxi planned what to buy and decided to go straight to the main destination without wandering around. She didn't like pushing through crowds. Inside the department store, Pei Jianqing followed her, responsible for paying, getting tickets, and carrying bags. Passing by a small goods stall, she bought 2 sets of playing cards. Haha, staying up on New Year's Eve to pass the time, she explained cheerfully to Pei Jianqing. Without him, their family's entertainment would still be quite lively. But since Pei Jianqing came, they couldn't play much anymore. They could only go back to the most traditional and popular game, playing cards. She also bought some Chinese chess and military chess nearby. Pei Jianqing didn't object and paid first. Watching as Qiao Anxi bought almost everything she needed, he then took her to the clothing and shoe section. Qiao Anxi saw his intention and stopped him. Don't buy clothes. Pei Jianqing turned to look at her. We need new clothes for the new year. She shook her head. No, these clothes don't look good. He glanced at the clothes in the display but didn't insist because he also thought they looked bad. This department store wasn't as good as the one in Langqing. That one was bigger and had better items. He said, then should I buy one for Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian? Qiao Anxi appreciated that he was thinking of them, but she shook her head again. That's not suitable. With so many people watching, it's not good for them to wear new clothes. We can buy other things with this money. She took Pei Jianqing to the wool yarn stall. Qiao Anxi thought wool yarn was more practical. She was more skilled at it and could knit some styles she liked. Pei Jianqing had no objections because her sweater was indeed beautiful. So, he didn't say much and, based on Qiao Anxi's choices, quickly selected several more yarns. This surprised the shop assistants at the counter. A pound of yarn was not cheap, much more expensive than a piece of clothing. Most families wouldn't be able to afford such a sweater in a year. They had never seen someone buy so much at once. Several customers and staff at other counters kept looking over. These 2 people caught everyone's attention from the moment they entered. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The man wore a military uniform with pockets, and the woman was fashionable and attractive. They didn't seem like locals. Most likely, they came from a big city to visit relatives and were shopping without holding back. People nearby looked at them with envy. They not only envied their apparent wealth and confidence, but also admired how the woman could buy whatever she wanted without the man objecting. Most families often argue over shopping decisions, and even if they don't, buying too much usually leads to nagging. Their natural harmony made others feel envious. Not far away, 3 well-dressed women were also shopping. They naturally noticed the 2. Search. Yilixing Novel Network free reading fan Chunmei looked at the glamorous Qiao Anxi and felt a bit lost. Fan Chunlan also noticed the scene and saw her sister staring at the girl. She smiled and said, cough, these 2 don't look like ordinary people. They definitely aren't from Rongqing. Maybe they're relatives visiting from somewhere else or just out for fun. Her status in Rongqing was quite high, and she knew most prominent families. She had never seen such outstanding young people before. If there were any, news would have spread in Rongqing's upper circles. Having seen many powerful people, she had good judgment. Li Guosheng's wife followed her mother-in-law and aunt, quietly and obediently, not daring to speak much. But she couldn't help but glance at the 2 of them. Everyone admired her for her good marriage and her powerful family. When she appeared, everyone treated her with respect. She used to be part of Rongqing's cultural troupe and was confident in her looks and clothes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the eye of the son of a certain committee director. But now, looking at the girl over there, she felt a bit ashamed of herself. Even their troupe back then didn't have someone as beautiful and elegant as her. Seeing the 2 people, she truly realized that Rongqing is a small place. The outside world is much bigger, and there are many people. The 2 are actually very modest, except for their outstanding appearance. They speak, behave, and shop very politely and quietly. But they are not to be underestimated. Smart people can see at a glance that they're extraordinary. Fan Chuamei's face looked a bit bad. She pursed her lips and said, that's the one Qinghui likes.
What?
Fan Chunlan and Li Guosheng's wife both froze, their eyes full of disbelief. Where does this girl resemble a rustic countryside girl? Is she easy to handle? She doesn't seem flashy. With her demeanor, can ordinary people control her? Suddenly, Fan Chunlan broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, she didn't follow her sister's wishes to speak out. These two people look quite impressive from the start. Especially the young officer, with his commanding presence. Definitely not an ordinary person. The woman is from the countryside, but someone from the countryside who can marry into such a high-status family is not simple. Look at the man's attitude. He's very doting. She believes that if their family had made any move back then, they probably wouldn't have a good outcome. They know clearly whether their own family is clean, and there are many people watching them. Fortunately, the other side didn't pursue things too far, just asked them not to appear in front of the girl again. Fan Chunmei suddenly felt a bit scared. She had thought about how to vent her anger, especially since she was upset that her sister's family wouldn't help. Luckily, she held back for a while. Now, seeing these two, all those thoughts in her mind disappeared instantly. This is not something their family can afford to provoke. Li Guosheng's wife was stunned at first.
Wow, Chumhui really dares to think.
Is this girl someone a divorced man with 2 kids can imagine? They have really been relying on their family's influence all these years. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiansheng knew many people were watching them. They didn't pay much attention to the looks from the side. They also didn't notice Fan Chunmei and the others. After buying what they needed, they left the department store and went back to the car. Pei Jiansheng put the things away and asked Xiao Anxi, "Want to buy some vegetables?" Xiao Anxi nodded. "Yes, we should buy some. On New Year's Eve, there should be a fish, right?" Pei Jiansheng drove the car forward a bit and stopped not far from the grocery stand. They didn't stop at the entrance because there were many people and bicycles there now. Getting out of the car, they just took a few steps. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the grocery stand is even more crowded. The two of them first went to buy seafood. There was a fish seller with a large wooden basin filled with many fish. She chose 2 fish that were medium-sized. She didn't know what kind of fish they were, but as long as they were alive, it was fine. "Can these fish last a few days?" Zhou Anxi asked the seller. "No problem. They can stay in the water for several days without issue." Zhou Anxi felt relieved. After buying the fish, she saw some small river shrimp nearby. Nowadays, people aren't very eager to buy these because they think there's not much meat on them. Most prefer to buy meat if they have the money. But Zhou Anxi liked these better. Without hesitation, she bought some. Then she bought some dried vegetables that could be stored. She had already exchanged some common vegetables with Aunt Wang and other villagers a few days ago. The vegetables grown in her village weren't as good as what was sold here. Only the vegetables not available in the village, she bought a little more. When she reached the bun seller, she also bought some buns. Her family of 3 didn't eat many buns. They mostly ate the small milk buns stored in the fridge. Now that Pei Jiansheng had arrived, she needed to prepare a few buns for him. Although her cooking skills had improved rapidly recently, she still struggled with steaming buns and dumplings. Dough making was tricky. They rarely made these at home, so buying ready-made ones was much easier. The ones bought from others were big and fluffy. After shopping, they returned to the car and headed home, feeling satisfied. When they arrived home, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had just finished work. Even during the New Year, they still had to work until noon the next day before they could rest. Lian Jingying was in the kitchen cooking, and Zhou Anxi quickly went to help. Lian Jingying's health had improved quite a bit, and her daily chores weren't as tiring anymore. She started helping with cooking. Seeing that her mother was doing well, Zhou Anxi no longer stopped her as she had before. Mother and daughter often cooked together. They shared cooking tips and laughed while preparing the meal. It was quite enjoyable. Lian Jingying was chopping vegetables and said, "Anxi, don't worry about tomorrow's New Year's Eve dinner. After I come back this afternoon, we can start preparing. Tomorrow, if I come back at noon, we still have time to cook. Let's get everything ready today. It's so cold, everything can be stored easily." Zhou Anxi smiled and said, "Not much to do, don't worry, Mom. You don't need to stress." They didn't plan to make anything too complicated. Since this is the first spring festival in this world, it feels very special. Zhou Anxi has been watching cooking videos for many days. She wants to prepare a big, delicious, and fragrant New Year's dinner. She is very confident in her cooking skills. As for complex snacks like rice cakes, if they are not available, so be it. After lunch and a rest, Joanxi and her husband go back to work. Joanxi puts on an old coat as an apron and starts preparing the New Year's dinner at home. Pei Jiancheng takes off his coat and follows her into the kitchen to help. Of course, Joanxi welcomes help. She commands him without hesitation. They need someone strong for tasks like chopping bones and meat, which Joanxi finds difficult herself. First, separate the elbow joint and pig's feet from this big pig leg, then remove the bones from the elbow, and finally chop the big bones. Joanxi takes out her thawed pig leg, which she soaked in water, and begins giving instructions. Since the weather is cold outside, it's like a natural big fridge. She places the meat in the icy water tank outside. Very effective. The pig leg Pei Jiancheng brought is perfect for making braised pork knuckles. She had already prepared the seasoning package with help from Aunt Wang, who also taught her the recipe. She watched several videos to learn different methods. It's not complicated. With the seasoning package ready, it's even easier. Boil the elbow in the broth, then soak it overnight to fully absorb the flavor by tomorrow. Pei Jiancheng uses a knife to remove the bones from the elbow, and surprisingly, his movements are very smooth and skillful. The meat he takes out is neat and not scattered. Joanxi watches in amazement. Wow, you're really skilled at this. That's not hard, he replies. When we train outdoors or go on missions, we need some skills or we'd starve. After placing the meat aside, Pei Jiancheng breaks the large bones with a chop, splitting them into two. All right, that's simple, Joanxi agrees with a nod, then gives a new task. Cut the ribs and this chicken into small pieces. She then goes to prepare her braised pork knuckles. They work and chat casually while cooking. Joanxi schemes foam from the pot with a spoon and says, "Hey, you probably never did these chores at home before, right?" "Yeah. Haha, I used to be the same, but look at me now, doing it properly, right?" Joan happily praised herself a little. "Not bad at all, but it's okay if I can't do it." Pei Jiancheng didn't mind. His wife didn't need to spend all her time in the kitchen. Joan was a bit surprised, thinking that people in this era still believed women should cook and do housework. Seeing Joan's surprised expression, Pei Jiancheng slightly smiled. "Just do what you want to do." Joan giggled. "Learning to cook is something I want to do now. I think I'm smart enough, so I should be able to do it." "That makes sense," Pei Jiancheng agreed happily. Joan laughed happily. They chatted and worked together in a joyful atmosphere. By the afternoon, they had prepared most of the dishes for New Year's Eve. Lian Jingying came home and was surprised to see the prepared food in the kitchen. "Anshi, you've worked hard all afternoon." Joan didn't want to take credit. "I didn't do it alone. Pei Jiancheng helped me." Lian Jingying was even more surprised. That young Mr. Pei is really remarkable. She remembered clearly that in this era, many men wouldn't lift a finger to help with chores, even if they saw someone in trouble. Especially a young master like Pei Jiancheng, who looked so noble and proud. Helping in the kitchen was truly impressive. After dinner, Joan and Lian sat on the kong, a traditional bed, drinking tea and chatting while knitting sweaters. The two men in the house were busy cleaning inside and outside, preparing for a thorough cleaning. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, it was that the men in the house didn't allow it. The two women found this quite surprising. "Just sit and relax, have some tea, and chat. The men in the house are for working, so you don't need to do these chores." Zhou Yinghuai looked at Pei Jiancheng, who was quite reasonable, not telling her daughter to work while sitting with his legs crossed. She was somewhat satisfied. Lian Jingying was very pleased, too. Now she was like a mother-in-law watching her son-in-law, and she found him more and more interesting. After the house was cleaned, everyone didn't delay and went straight to wash up and sleep, preparing well for New Year's Eve. Early on New Year's Eve morning, outside the courtyard gate, faint sounds of children playing could be heard, mixed with the occasional crackle of firecrackers. Their yard was in a remote corner of the village. Because Pei Jiancheng's jeep was parked outside, this place has become a gathering spot for children to play, and it is quite lively. Lian Jingying prepared breakfast for them and then went out to work with Qiao Yinghuai. Xiao Anshi lazily opened her eyes. Just like yesterday, it was already bright outside. But through the pulled-up curtains, she still felt that the weather was a bit gloomy. She decided not to rush to get up and stayed in bed, hugging her quilt. She half closed her eyes, watching Pei Jiancheng quietly reading on the other side. He held a book about military topics, looking serious and focused. From this angle, his face still looked sculpted and smooth. His features were handsome and determined, with a high nose bridge and perfect lips. He was truly flawless from every angle. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed. Xiao Anxi couldn't help but feel happy. She has liked beautiful things since she was young. She never thought she could eat so well here. Have you looked enough? Are you satisfied?
A cool voice asked.
She nodded happily. Then get up, the voice said with a hint of a smile. Okay. Xiao Anxi cheerfully threw back the quilt.
Suddenly, she paused.
Wait, who is that? Who's talking? She glared at that handsome face in front of her. No scare tactics from me.
Good morning.
Xiao Anxi kept her composure, tied her hair, put on her clothes, and slipped on her shoes, all in one smooth motion. Then she left quickly without stopping. A light laugh came from behind. When Xiao Anxi finished washing up and returned to the room, the bed was already tidied up. It's snowing. She looked out the window where the curtains were pulled back. She saw tiny snowflakes falling from the gloomy sky with a little white on the ground. Pei Jiancheng also came out to see her and went to the kitchen to bring breakfast. After they finished eating, they naturally started preparing for tonight's New Year's Eve celebration. Xiao Anxi put on her homemade apron and went into the kitchen. She opened the pot with yesterday's marinated pork elbow. Although it had cooled, it still smelled delicious. After soaking overnight, the pork elbow looked very beautiful. Xiao Anxi was very pleased that her first attempt at making marinated pork elbow was so successful. Pei Jiancheng naturally helped in the kitchen as well. Xiao Anxi didn't hold back and assigned him some tasks. Help me kill the fish. One is enough, and the other one can stay for now. Without hesitation, Pei Jiancheng picked up a fish and started working. He worked quickly and efficiently, finishing in no time. Anxi were back. Search. Tonight's chicken dinner free reading as the sound of the yard gate opening echoed. Lian Jingying's voice also rang out. Soon, she arrived in the kitchen, her hair and clothes covered with tiny snowflakes. Seems like it's much earlier today, Xiao Anxi said happily. Yes, after finishing our work, we decided to leave early, and it's snowing too, Lian Jingying said, brushing off the snow and smiling as she came in. That's more like it. Xiao Anxi turned to Pei Jiancheng. You go sit with Uncle Qiao for tea and chat. Lian Auntie and I will handle things here. Pei Jiancheng nodded, wiped his hands, and left the kitchen. He had already done most of the work in the kitchen. It wasn't that Qiao Yinghuai and Pei Jiancheng didn't want to help cook. It was Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying who insisted they do it. They believed their cooking skills among Westerners were the best, and for the first New Year's Eve dinner here, they wanted to do a good job. In the main room, Qiao Yinghuai and Pei Jiancheng sat drinking tea and playing chess. The kitchen was steaming hot, with a lively fire burning in the stove. The whole house was filled with the smell of home-cooked food. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying finally finished preparing the meal. They looked at the dishes arranged next to the stove. Xiao Anxi felt proud and a bit emotional. She leaned close to Lian Jingying's ear and whispered, Mom, I really want to take a photo. Lian Jingying glanced at the door to the next room, which she had just covered because she was worried about the smoke. She whispered back, Go ahead, I'll watch, or else you might miss the chance later. She carried her things to the door. Xiao Anxi quickly took out her phone, opened the camera, and snapped a few pictures. Then she switched to video mode and recorded for a while. After finishing, she immediately put the phone away. She signaled to Lian Jingying with a thumbs up. Lian Jingying casually opened the door and said inside, Dinner is ready. The two people who were drinking tea and playing chess put away their pieces and got off the bed. They moved the dining table and chairs into the room and set everything up. Then they went into the kitchen to help serve dishes and get bowls and chopsticks. Wow, the food looks and smells amazing, filling the whole house with aroma, Qiao Yinghuai said as he entered the kitchen, praising nonstop. Of course, Qiao Anshi said proudly. She had put a lot of effort into today's New Year's Eve dinner. The hot dishes included mushroom and potato stew with chicken chunks, steamed fish, fried small river shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with cured meat. Cold dishes were marinated pork knuckles and sliced sausages. Vegetables included vinegar-sautéed cabbage, stir-fried winter melon slices, and pan-fried tofu. There was also a large bone and radish soup. 10 dishes, perfect in every way. They are only for Westerners to eat, so to make up these 10 dishes, she prepared small portions for each. All are delicate small plates. Yesterday, she specially bought many small plates at the department store. They're simple white plates, with no patterns at all. The clerk was quite surprised at the time. Now, those with pretty designs sell better. She never expected that these two well-dressed young men and women would buy such plain dishes. This table of food is very different from others served in large bowls and pots. Regardless of how good it tastes, the presentation of the dishes is quite nice. She carefully arranged each dish. For carrots, white radish, potatoes, and leafy greens, she cut some and shaped them on the plates. She doesn't carve intricate patterns, just slices or strips, which is fine, as long as it looks good. Just casually placing a few slices, the effect is surprisingly different. Looking at this table of carefully prepared dishes, Pei Jianqing almost felt like he was back in the capital city. This girl is really smart and talented. He hasn't forgotten her previous cooking skills, which were quite unremarkable. The day they first made noodles together, she was clumsy, even unsure about adding salt and oil. It's only been a few days, and now she can prepare such a big table of exquisite dishes. He sincerely praised her. Zhou Huai and Lian Jingying also praised endlessly. Although she was about to smile so broadly her face would lift off, she still remained modest. I can't take all the credit. Most of the dishes were made with Lian Auntie and me. And peeling bones, chopping vegetables, cleaning fish, all those tasks were done by Pei Jianqing. I only played a small part. Everyone agreed in unison. Your role is the biggest and most important. Pei Jianqing took out the good wine he brought. A thoughtful person is thorough. He even brought a bottle of wine. Zhou Huai looked at the filled glasses and smiled happily. Zhou Shi and Lian Jingying each poured themselves half a glass of wine. The 3 members of the Zhou family looked at the table full of dishes, feeling a mix of emotions. 1,000 words seemed to be stuck in their hearts. Happy New Year! Cheers! The glasses clinked together, the clear liquid and red wine shining in harmony. Outside, the snow fell heavier and heavier. The rooftops and yard were already covered with a sparkling white layer. Inside the house, glasses clinked, and everyone laughed and talked happily. Throughout the village, wisps of smoke rose everywhere from cooking fires. No matter how difficult this long year has been, and how hard life has been, on this final day of the year, everywhere is filled with happiness and peace. The air is fragrant with the smell of food. Every household is filled with laughter. The flying snowflakes add to the festive atmosphere of New Year's Eve. After a satisfying meal, the New Year's Eve family dinner comes to an end. Xiao Huai and Pei Jianqing take on the task of cleaning up after the meal. Qiao Anshi and Lian Jingying begin preparing tea, setting out various snacks, sunflower seeds, and sliced fruit on the heated bed. They get ready to stay up for the New Year's countdown. While the 2 men are still washing dishes in the kitchen, the 2 women are comfortably sitting on the leaning on pillows, munching on sunflower seeds, and chatting. When should we start making dumplings? Qiao Anshi asks. Lian Jingying stretches her legs comfortably. No rush. Let's rest for a while. It's still early. We can make them later. Qiao Anshi is no longer in a hurry. They can eat the dumplings tomorrow morning anyway. The meat filling has already been prepared, just waiting for the dough when they start making the dumplings. Qiao Anshi looks outside the window, which is covered in white snow. Should we turn on the lights? The sky outside is gradually darkening. The room is a bit dim. Lian Jingying reaches for an oil lamp nearby, strikes a match, and lights it, brightening the room. But the oil lamp's light isn't enough. She then takes 2 candles from the table and shelf, lighting them. The room becomes very bright. Now it looks proper. On New Year's, we can't have a dark room, Lian Jingying says happily as she sits back on the Kong. Xiao Anxi looks at the flickering flames, which cast a warm, orange glow, creating a cozy atmosphere. Honestly, it's quite romantic, she says with a smile. We've finished cleaning everything. It's all tidy now. At this moment, the two men come out of the kitchen and return to the room. Xiao Yinghuai is eager to praise his wife.
Good job.
Sit down and have some tea. The two women quickly move aside to make space and pour hot tea for the men. The Western man sits on the Kong, drinking tea and chatting, passing the time. The New Year's Eve dinner was rich and delicious, and everyone ate quite a lot. Xiao Anxi takes out a deck of cards and smiles. Let's play some games to pass the time. The Qiao family and Pei Jianqing agree on the rules, then start shuffling the cards. It's exciting to see intelligent people playing cards together. Xiao Yinghuai is very wise and strategic, while Zheng is smart and calm. Pei Jianqing plans carefully, and Xiao Anxi is clever and adaptable. Western players have different thoughts when they draw and play cards. Each one is very clever. Opponents often challenge each other and refuse to give in. Teammates work together very well. At first, Pei Jianqing was a bit careless when playing, but soon he realized that everyone else played very fiercely. He became more interested and played more enthusiastically. The Western players exchanged moves, challenging each other, and the game became very exciting and fun for them. They played happily and enjoyed themselves. Also, the Western players had very good manners during the game. The Qiao family used to play only simple card games like run and catch because they were missing one person. Now, with Pei Jianqing joining, the game options increased a lot. This is so fun. Xiao Yinghuai laughed happily. As soon as the game started, Pei Jianqing quickly made friends with the others. Xiao Yinghuai looked at him with mutual respect. They even stopped calling him Little Pei and called him Jianqing warmly. Xiao Anxi put down her cards and looked at the time. Oh, it's about time to make dumplings. Zheng Ying also put down his cards. Let's get it done quickly. The two men helped with the work, using their strength to make dough. This task naturally fell to Pei Jianqing. Xiao Anxi had learned how to make dough from Aunt Wang. She wasn't very skilled but could give good instructions. Zheng Ying knew a little too. Under their guidance, kneading the dough was easy for our smart and capable officer, Pei Jianqing. In winter, the most delicious dumplings are filled with pork and cabbage. The cabbage was grown by villagers using organic fertilizer, so it tasted sweet and fresh. The Qiao family loved the big cabbages here. In later years, it became hard to find such tasty and flavorful cabbage. Today's dumplings were mostly thanks to Pei Jianqing. He chopped the meat and cabbage and kneaded the dough. Xiao Anxi, though not very skilled at making dumplings, praised Pei Jianqing for his hard work. Little officer Pei did the most today, chopping meat and cabbage then kneading the dough. Most of these dumplings are thanks to him. Xiao Yinghuai looked at his daughter with a bit of envy as she praised Pei Jianqing. Pei Jianqing's face was gentle as he gently wiped away a bit of flour on Xiao Anxi's nose. Joan glanced at Pei Jianqing's flour-covered fingers and pouted. Their expressions showed closeness. Joaning almost threw the rolling pin in frustration. Lian Jingying cleared her throat, holding back a laugh. They hadn't even finished making the dumplings, and the vinegar was already ready. Old Joan would need to dip his dumplings in vinegar tomorrow. The sourness was strong enough. Joaning squeezed the dough hard, venting his displeasure. Uncle Joan, your dough is too big and too thin, thinner than a wonton wrapper. How can we fold it? Joan Cici was a bit unhappy, holding the dumpling wrapper that Joaning had roughened up. She wasn't very skilled and was given such a difficult task. Pei Jianqing handed her a good wrapper. It's okay, let's use this one. Joan Cici made another dumpling with the new wrapper and proudly asked Pei Jianqing, "How is it? Does it look much better?" "Very good," Pei Jianqing said with a loving smile. Joaning gritted his teeth in frustration. Lian Jingying didn't want to look at her husband and quickly got to work. With more people, the task was easier. Even though Joaning wasn't very experienced, they managed to make the dumplings. They looked a bit uneven, some wobbling or even lying flat, but they were plump and cute. Once cooked, they'll taste the same, Joan Cece giggled, trying to comfort herself. Pei Jiancheng carried the dumplings outside and placed them into a large water basin. In this cold weather, the dumplings would freeze quickly. Night had fallen deep. The Westerners hurried to wash up. By the time everyone finished washing, it was almost midnight. Pei Jiancheng and Joning had already unwrapped the firecrackers. A string of bright red firecrackers was hung on the wall at the gate, and some small fireworks were placed on the ground in the yard. Joning and Pei Jiancheng worked together. Joning lit the firecrackers at the door, while Pei Jiancheng set off the small fireworks in the yard. At midnight, the firecrackers at the gate exploded, and the fireworks soared into the sky, lighting up the horizon. Few families in the village set off firecrackers. Distant, sporadic sounds could be heard. After lighting the firecrackers, Joning hurried back to the yard. The small fireworks shot bright sparks into the sky, blooming like tiny flowers, a spectacular display for this era. Even the 3 members of the Joan family, used to the dazzling fireworks of later times, found these few small flowers in the quiet sky especially bright and beautiful. Everyone knows how difficult it is to light these small fireworks in this era. It shows that Pei Jiancheng put a lot of thought into it. Xiao Anxi turned to look at Pei Jiancheng, her eyes shining in the dim light, showing a special feeling. Pei Jiancheng reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his eyes full of stars. Mr. and Mrs. Qiao looked up at the sky, sighing at how unpredictable life can be. They were just happy that the family could finally be together. After the fireworks, everything returned to calm. Happy New Year. The Westerner went back inside. Pei Jiancheng handed each of them a red envelope as a sign of respect for the elders.
They were very surprised.
Thank you for taking care of Anxi all this time and teaching her well. Pei Jiancheng spoke sincerely. He knew how important Xiao Anxi was to them, and he also noticed the familiarity and closeness between them, which felt very special. Maybe because they had taught Xiao Anxi, they all shared a similar gentle aura. Mr. and Mrs. Qiao were deeply touched. They quietly accepted the red envelopes, tears shining in their eyes. They could afford it. After all, she was their beloved daughter. Xiao Anxi was already moved for a long time. While Pei Jiancheng was making the bed, she kept watching him with bright eyes. Pei Jiancheng remained calm and relaxed, not feeling awkward at all under her intense gaze. He slowly made the bed, then teased her. Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because I didn't give you a red envelope? Xiao Anxi chuckled. Haha, I don't need one. Thank you. No way, take it, little girl. Pei Jiancheng took out another red envelope from somewhere and handed it to her. Xiao Anxi took the envelope, her eyes curling into a smile, sparkling like stars inside. Haha, such a thick red envelope. Seeing her happy, Pei Jiancheng also smiled. Climbing into the bed, Xiao Anxi couldn't help but ask, can't you go home and celebrate the New Year with your family this year? Pei Jiancheng replied, aren't you my family? Hearing that, Xiao Anxi felt a little sweet inside. I mean your parents and family. Pei Jiancheng said softly, I often can't be with them during the New Year. Last year, and the year before, I wasn't either. Xiao Anxi fell silent. Yes, soldiers don't have much freedom. The bright lights of many homes are guarded by them. Pei Jiancheng turned his head to look at her. Our job is very strict. Orders are like mountains. We don't have much freedom, but I will do my best to stay with you and protect you. Xiao Anxi smiled happily. Don't worry, I'm not the type to need someone by my side all the time. Pei Jiancheng believed her words. He could tell that she probably could live freely on her own. Fortunately, after this training, he will have fewer missions, mainly focusing on managing and training the troops. He somehow hoped that the little girl would stay a bit closer to him. I don't feel at ease, Pei Jiancheng said seriously. I feel better when I stay close. Xiao Anxi's face turned slightly red, and she pouted proudly. This guy was quite good at talking and comforting her. But hearing this, she felt a little secretly happy, and her heart became sweet again. Pei Jianqing softly said, "Go to sleep now. It's too late." Xiao Anxi smiled sweetly and drifted into a dream. Meanwhile, Pei Jiancheng was feeling uncomfortable. He had been tormented for several nights in a row. The faint, sweet scent of the girl kept drifting into his nose. It gently touched his heart. He had to steel his iron will to suppress the burning fire inside him. Sighing softly, he closed his eyes. On the first day of the new year, before dawn, Pei Jianqing got up early for his morning exercise without fail. Lian Jingying came into the house and pulled Xiao Anxi out of bed. "It's the first day of the new year, no sleeping in." Xiao Anxi opened her eyes blankly and sat up, hugging her quilt. "Hurry up and get dressed to wash up. We'll eat dumplings soon," Lian Jingying said with a smile, pinching her cheek. Seeing her sleepy and adorable face, it was like she was a little girl again. "Oh." Xiao Anxi woke up a bit and quickly got dressed and got off the bed. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to cook dumplings with Lian Jingying. Sure enough, once these plump, white dumplings went into the pot, they no longer looked ugly or beautiful. "See, I told you. Once in the pot, they look good," Xiao Anxi said proudly. Lian Jingying smiled and said, "Yes, very good. At least they didn't open up, so that's very nice." Xiao Anxi helped set the plates. Lian Jingying scooped out the cooked dumplings. "Steaming hot dumplings are here." Xiao Anxi brought a plate into the house. Pei Jiancheng had already finished his morning run and was back. He and Xiao Yinghuai were shoveling snow in the yard. The snow had already stopped long ago, and the snow on the ground wasn't very thick. It was cleaned up quickly and thoroughly. The two of them went back inside the house. Then they followed Zhou Yingxi into the kitchen to help serve the dumplings. Zhou Yinghuai and Pei Jiancheng had two large plates in front of them. Zhou Yingxi and Lian Jingying had small plates. This pork and cabbage dumpling is really delicious. Zhou Yingxi was trying dumplings with her own handmade filling for the first time and thought the taste was amazing. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also looked very touched while eating. "Yummy," Pei Jiancheng simply praised and showed he ate everything on his plate. "I can't finish it," Zhou Yingxi said, as she didn't have a big appetite. That small plate of dumplings was quite a lot, and she wasn't used to eating so much early in the morning. Zhou Yinghuai reached out instinctively, but Pei Jiancheng had already taken her plate and started eating from it. Zhou Yinghuai felt a bit upset. Zhou Yingxi didn't notice her dad's mood and asked Pei Jiancheng, "Are you full? Do you want me to serve you some more?" "That's enough," Pei Jiancheng said, finishing everything on Zhou Yingxi's plate as well. He didn't want to see more. Zhou Yinghuai looked disappointed and stood up gloomily.
"I'm going to work now," he said.
"Oh, right, they didn't have any days off," Zhou Yingxi quickly said. "Then go ahead. I'll clean up here." Zhou Yinghuai felt even more upset. This girl, her mind wasn't on her parents at all. Sighing, he pulled out with Lian Jingying, who was secretly smiling. "Take a rest over there," he told him. Pei Jiancheng didn't let Zhou Yingxi help. He cleaned up the dishes himself and took them to the kitchen to wash. Zhou Yingxi still followed and made a pot of apple and red date tea. Pei Jiancheng asked, "Do you want to go out somewhere?" Zhou Yingxi shook her head, "Not really. There's not much to do, and it's better to stay home and chat over tea. When Uncle Joe and Annie come back, we can play cards. That's more fun than going out." Zhou Yingxi didn't really want to leave her parents alone at home. Even though they still had to go to work, she preferred staying inside. Pei Jiancheng naturally agreed with Zhou Yingxi's choice. They drank tea for a while, but soon there was a knock on the door. Pei Jiancheng went to open it. "Officer Pei, Happy New Year." Behind him came a group of people, including the village chief and several village officials. They had come to pay New Year's greetings. Zhou Yingxi quickly got up to prepare tea. Some children also came in to visit and give New Year wishes. She hurriedly handed out candies and sunflower seeds to the children. For a moment, their small courtyard was filled with lively cheer. Adults are inside talking and laughing, while children jump and run in and out. Last night, their fireworks naturally woke up the villagers. Usually, not many people set off fireworks during the New Year. But the fireworks that lit up the sky last night surprised the whole village. Many villagers went outside to watch their fireworks. Everyone in the village realized that Officer Pei, who married Xiao Anqi, is definitely not an ordinary person. Ordinary people can't get so many fireworks to set off. Even with money, it's hard to get such fireworks. All morning, people kept coming one after another. Most of the well-known families in the village came over. The Su brothers didn't move much. They thought of themselves as elders and waited for Xiao Anqi and her family to come visit first. Even if they weren't free on the first day of the new year, they would visit on the second day when they went to their mother's house. At this time, they remembered their own family. When they wanted to take her back for benefits, they didn't think of her. They didn't care about her at all. Because without her, Su Damon's money could have been used to support them. The original owner took all their resources. The original owner had no feelings for her two uncles. Since many people came, the host had to busy himself with the preparations. At least, serving tea and water was necessary. Then, the visitors were surprised to find that it was Officer Pei himself serving tea. "Everyone please have some tea," Pei Jianqing said, pouring tea for everyone. At this, the village chief and others were a bit nervous. How could they dare to bother Officer Pei? "Thank you." Everyone nervously accepted the cups handed to them by Pei Jianqing. Was the girl from the Qiao family really so lazy? But upon closer look, it didn't seem like she was lazy. When she moved, Officer Pei went to take over. After a few moments, everyone clearly saw that it wasn't that the girl was lazy, but that Officer Pei didn't want her to work. These strong men at home, who wouldn't even help when a bottle fell, looked at each other in surprise. Who would have thought that such a brave and wise person like Officer Pei would care so much for his wife? He wouldn't even let her serve tea or water himself, and had to do it personally. I can't help but admire Zhou Anqi. She's really impressive. I never realized she was so capable before. The older woman who came with us looks a bit envious. News travels fast in the village. Before these people even fully left the courtyard, the word had spread all over the village. Is what you're saying true? Is it really Officer Pei doing the work? Absolutely. I saw it myself. Anqi took out a teapot, and Officer Pei immediately took it, pouring tea and water, handing out sunflower seeds. He didn't let Anqi touch anything. Whenever Anqi moved, he moved with her, as if worried she might get tired. My goodness, what kind of man is this? TSKSK, look at Anqi's good fortune. Once the people inside the house left, Pei Jianqing picked up a broom to sweep away the peanut shells and sunflower seed husks on the ground. It was almost noon now. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying just happened to return. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Pei Jianqing sweeping, with Zhou Anqi following beside him. The man was tall and handsome, with a caring look in his eyes. The girl was charming and sweet, smiling brightly. At the entrance of the house, there were strings of red chili peppers, large white garlic, and shiny yellow corn that Zhou Anqi had traded with villagers. All of this looked like a beautiful painting to Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. They both felt happy, but also a little nostalgic. Their daughter was grown up now and had her own home. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Lian, you're back. Zhou Anqi turned to see them. There was no need to cook anything special for lunch. There were still plenty of dishes left from New Year's Eve, so they just tidied up. In the afternoon, no one came to visit anymore, and the yard became quiet. When are you leaving? Zhou Anqi suddenly realized she hadn't asked when Pei Jianqing was leaving. Tomorrow, Pei Jianqing sipped his tea lightly. So soon? Zhou Anqi knew he wouldn't stay long, but she didn't expect him to leave so quickly. Pei Jianqing put down his teacup. This isn't a regular leave. I only have a few days off. Next year, I'll take more days to stay with you. Wow, it's only the beginning of the year, and he's already thinking about next year. Zhou Anqi could only smile politely. Then, let's have hot pot tonight. Zhou Anqi started to think. She still had a fish, perfect for slicing and cooking in hot pot. There was cabbage, radish, and potatoes at home, too. She could make a hearty bone broth base. Everything was ready. It's a pity there's no lamb. Otherwise, it would be a delicious mix of fish and lamb. There was a box of lamb slices in the room, but unfortunately, I couldn't take it out. Want to have hot pot with lamb? Pei Jianqing asked. Does this person hear what I'm thinking? Xiao Anshi was surprised. She hadn't even said it aloud. No, I can't even buy it, she replied. Just eat if you want, Pei Jianqing said, then stood up. I'm going to borrow a phone from the village chief. He strode out quickly. Xiao Anshi also got off the bed and went to the kitchen to check the ingredients. There were still quite a few things for hot pot. There was half a chicken left from yesterday. She hadn't finished a whole one, so she could make chicken soup base. The canned luncheon meat Pei Jianqing brought could be sliced. The dumplings she made last night were still frozen and could serve as the main dish. Xiao Anshi was very happy. There were indeed many ingredients. Hot pot is easy. No need to deal with a lot of oil smoke. And in this cold weather, she wasn't worried about the vegetables cooling down. They would stay hot and warm. Before long, Pei Jianqing returned. I'm going out to get some lamb. Want to come with me? Xiao Anshi shook her head. I won't go with you. You can drive faster yourself. It's already afternoon, so hurry there and back. Pei Jianqing didn't insist anymore. The road was indeed difficult to travel, and driving too fast on such a bumpy road would cause motion sickness, so he decided not to bother her. He stepped out of the courtyard, tidied up the snow on the car, and drove out of the village. He sped all the way to the county committee compound in Rongqing. The guard saw his license plate and didn't stop him, respectfully letting him through. He slowed down and drove in more carefully. Finally, he parked near the basketball court. After waiting a while, a figure in a long coat hurried over, carrying some things. Pei Jianqing rolled down the window and showed his handsome face. Young Master Pei, it's rare for you to think of me. Zhou Hao hurried to the car. Come to my place for a bit? Pei Jianqing shook his head.
No.
Zhou Hao opened the passenger door and got in. We're not far apart, but I've been here so long and haven't seen you once. Too busy, Pei Jianqing replied. Zhou Hao sighed. He was indeed very busy. Over the past few years, he'd heard Pei Jianqing was given endless tasks. No wonder this guy was promoted so quickly. Here's what you asked for. I also prepared the sesame paste, Zhou Hao said, handing over a paper bag. Thanks. Pei Jianqing took the bag, then handed over money and a receipt. Zhou Hao was immediately anxious.
Who do you look down on? Take it back.
Keep it, Pei Jianqing said firmly. The two of them hesitated for a moment. Zhou Hao knew Pei Jianqing's personality, so he finally angrily put away the money and tickets. He knew that if he didn't take them, this guy definitely wouldn't come to him next time. Why didn't you come back to Beijing this year? Instead, you're celebrating the New Year in Rongqing? I'm celebrating with my wife this year, Pei Jianqing replied. Clang. Zhou Hao's head suddenly hit the car window.
Wife.
Could he be hearing things? Pei Jianqing slightly curled his lips. Yes, my wife. Zhou Hao immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It was even stranger because this usually cold and distant guy now had a gentle smile on his face, with a hint of affection in his tone. Is that affection? Zhou Hao suddenly felt unsure of himself and started to doubt if he was dreaming. When did you get married?
He stammered.
Not long ago. Zhou Hao knew Pei Jianqing wouldn't joke about this. Before he could fully process the news, he started feeling upset. That's a bit unfair. You got married and didn't tell me? It was a bit rushed. No one told anyone.
We'll have a chance to eat together sometime.
Pei Jianqing didn't say anything more. Zhou Hao didn't press further but asked curiously, Is your wife from Rongqing?
Whose daughter is she?
He felt a bit strange inside because there was no news about this in Rongqing. Such a big event, like marrying into the Pei family in Beijing, would definitely cause a stir among the upper circles in Rongqing. Whose daughter could be so impressive? Pei Jianqing said, She's not from Rongqing. She's from Shirko village below. Zhou Hao's eyes nearly popped out. It's not that he looked down on rural people, but he could never have imagined that girl was from the countryside. Forget everything else. How did the Pei family pass such a test? And how did Lady Tao Huaru, who had sky-high standards, agree? And to think that a delicate flower like Pei Jianqing was taken by a rural girl? Is there some hidden story? Zhou Hao, who was sent outside the family to train in Rongqing, had improved a lot over the years. His mind was racing quickly through several thoughts. But he didn't dare ask a single word. Pei Jiancheng had no intention of reminiscing with him anymore. I have to go. My family is waiting for me. Zhou Ha wanted to have a good chat with Pei Jiancheng since they hadn't seen each other in a while. Seeing Pei Jiancheng start the car and look eager to return home, he had no choice but to reluctantly get out of the car. Come find me when you're free. Pei Jiancheng waved casually and drove away. Zhou Ha watched the departing car and stroked his chin in thought. From his look, it seemed that his wife wanted to eat hot pot, and our young master Pei was rushing over in his car. He knew Shirko village well, and the road from there to Rongqing wasn't easy to travel. Looking at how fast Pei Jiancheng was driving, it really was a quick ride. Oh, he was so curious about this countryside girl. Few people could make the usually calm and composed Pei Jiancheng act like this. No, he had never seen it before. Pei Jiancheng sped back to the village again. Xiao Anxi was surprised to hear the car outside. His speed was really too fast. She quickly got off the Kong and put on her shoes. Pei Jiancheng carried his bag and entered. So fast? Xiao Anxi followed him into the kitchen. I prepared everything in advance. Just take it when we get there. Pei Jiancheng opened the paper bag and took out the lamb meat inside. The outside temperature was cool, so the meat was a bit frozen. It looked like there was about a pound or more, not less than 2 jin, quite a lot. There was also a glass bottle inside. Xiao Anxi smelled a strong sesame paste aroma. My goodness, this guy really thought of everything. Once inside the kitchen, Pei Jiancheng rolled up his sleeves and started working, slicing the lamb thinly. Since the meat was frozen solid, it was easier to cut into thin slices. Xiao Anxi was preparing other ingredients nearby. She even went outside, picked a few dried chili peppers and garlic hanging on the wall, chopped them into a sauce. She kept some chili for making chili oil. The sesame paste mixed with fried chili oil was perfect. Xiao Anxi felt her mouth watering. By the time Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying returned, they had already prepared most of the ingredients. Tonight, we're having hot pot, Xiao Anxi said happily when she saw them. Lian Jingying smiled and asked, I already smell the sesame paste. Where did you get it? Xiao Anxi grinned and said, Pei Jiancheng went out this afternoon and brought back the lamb and sesame paste. Hearing this, Lian Jingying raised an eyebrow. She knew without thinking that the hot pot idea was definitely suggested by her daughter. Pei Jiancheng was indeed very attentive. They brought a small, lively clay stove to the table, and a large clay pot filled with broth was placed on top. Because there was plenty of fish and meat, they didn't use chicken or bone broth as the base. They started with a clear broth, adding scallion segments and 2 slices of. But the hot water isn't simple. It's water secretly smuggled out from the space by Xiao Anxi. Yes, Pei Jiancheng is very attentive to his family and secretly gives back a little. Enjoying hot pot on such a cold day is really exciting. The bright red fire reflects on Xiao Anxi's face, making her look rosy. Pei Jiancheng uses clean shared chopsticks to serve Xiao Anxi the cooked dishes. He personally slices the fish himself and carefully removes all the fish bones. Even after it's cooked, he still carefully picks out any remaining bones. Watching this, Xiao Yinghuai feels anxious, and even Zhengying finds it hard to watch. Forget it. He thinks I'll just be blind. Zhengying then focuses on eating his vegetables quietly. Xiao Yinghuai snorts as if he knows everything. He picks up his chopsticks and attentively serves his wife. Everyone is very happy with this hot pot dinner. The lamb is tender, the fish slices are fresh, and the cabbage and radish are sweet and crisp. Most importantly, the food is mostly green and natural, safe, and tastes better than in later generations. Just dipping the ingredients into the pot keeps the original flavor, making it incredibly delicious. Time passes, and the fire gradually dies down. Xiao Anxi, full and holding her stomach, leans on the pillow. The 2 men are busy tidying up and cleaning. Zheng Ying quickly makes tea to help with digestion. Drink some tea to settle your stomach. Xiao Anxi obediently takes the cup and takes a sip. Still uncomfortable? After tidying up, Pei Jianqing sits on the Kong. Xiao Anqi rubs her stomach. Much better now, it's gone down. Next time, don't eat so much. Pei Jianqing brushes away her bangs. Xiao Yinghuai, who just sat down, glares at Pei Jianqing with a stern look. Then he comforts himself, thinking, forget it, since he'll be leaving tomorrow, he won't bother with him for now. Thinking this way, his mood improves again. Pei Jianqing feels a bit unhappy. He's reluctant to leave here. The conditions in the village are undoubtedly poor. But these days, he's been feeling warm and comfortable, and every moment with the little girl fills his heart with tenderness. Now he just wants to finish his training quickly and have the little girl join him. If he didn't have to go outside for further study, he couldn't bear to leave her alone in the village. He wishes she could be with him all the time. Pei Jianqing leans gently on the pillow, holding a cup in one hand, with a faint smile on his face, looking softly at Xiao Anqi and the Qiao family couple interacting affectionately. This article searches 61 reading website for free reading. They are so close, like a real family. Pei Jianqing's heart moved. The Qiao couple is still here, so their young daughter-in-law probably doesn't want to leave. This makes things a bit difficult. The problem needs to be solved properly. But it shouldn't be impossible to fix. Pei Jianqing also has a rough idea in mind. Since the son-in-law is leaving tomorrow, the mother-in-law, Cunning, naturally cares more about her. She kindly asked about Pei Jianqing's preferences and eagerly discussed with her daughter what they could prepare for him to take on the road. The drive from here to where he is studying is quite long. Speaking of studying, it naturally makes him think that after Pei Jianqing finishes his studies, Qiao Anqi will have to go with the army. Although the Qiao family's faces looked a bit gloomy, they weren't too upset. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying have been recovering well lately. After a few days together, they also saw that Pei Jianqing truly cares for their daughter. He is indeed a good person. They, the couple, hope their daughter can live her own life and not be held back by them. After all, they won't stay here much longer. It's very likely they'll be cleared of trouble before next year. In front of Pei Jianqing, Xiao Yinghuai also said, Jianqing, thank you for letting Anqi stay here to take care of us for this period. Once you finish your studies, Anqi will go with the army. We are in good health now, and I believe this situation won't last long. Soon, everything will clear up. Pei Jianqing looked at Xiao Yinghuai with a flicker of hope. Because of his family background, he naturally has access to some inside information. Plus, his own intuition is quite sharp. He didn't expect that even the isolated Xiao Yinghuai could be so sensitive. He nodded lightly. The chaos won't last long. Xiao Anqi and Lian Jingying were excitedly planning what to make for Pei Jianqing tomorrow. Neither of us can make big pancakes, so maybe just fry small potato pancakes? Xiao Anqi also wanted to learn how to make big pancakes with meat and vegetables rolled inside, but she and Lian Jingying aren't very skilled at it. Lian Jingying had an idea. How about using batter to make flatbreads with vegetables inside? That's easier. Xiao Anqi hesitated, but that doesn't seem very filling. It's fine for girls, but guys might find it a bit light. Lian Jingying didn't mind. Make the batter thicker and the pancakes bigger. Xiao Anqi clapped her hands. Yes, that works. We can also stir-fry some shredded potatoes, cabbage, and meat to put inside. Then she turned to Pei Jianqing. Is that okay? Pei Jianqing gently patted her head and said, anything is fine. He didn't want to trouble them, but he wanted to stay a little longer tomorrow, so he delayed his departure. This meant he would have to take a night train, making it hard to find a restaurant on the way. Also, the young girl and Lian Jingying insisted on bringing him something. Of course, he listened to his wife and elders. Over there, Qiao Anqi and Lian Jingying were chatting happily. Here, Xiao Yinghuai and Pei Jianqing were drinking tea and talking. The warm bed was cozy, filling the room with comfort. Pei Jianqing felt his heart was so full it might burst. The next morning, before dawn, Xiao Anqi woke up earlier than Pei Jianqing for the first time. When she opened her eyes, it was still dark outside, and Pei Jianqing hadn't gone for his morning exercise yet. How did she know he hadn't gone out? Because she was startled to find herself lying next to Pei Jianqing, her face pressed against his arm. One leg was boldly resting on his leg. Oh my. Luckily she woke up before him, or it would have been very embarrassing. At this moment, Xiao Anqi never thought about whether she had been like this a few days ago. If she hadn't woken up then, it meant she hadn't been. But the feeling was really nice. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Those muscles, that firm feeling. She was so captivated, she almost didn't want to let go. Feeling guilty, she quietly moved her foot down. Then she tried to sneak away softly. Suddenly, Pei Jiancheng turned over and unconsciously stretched out his hand, wrapping it around her. Right at that moment, he held her close. Xiao Anqi shivered and froze in place. She watched him for a while, seeing he hadn't moved, and let out a breath. He was still asleep. She gently tried to free his hand and quietly moved back. But Pei Jiancheng moved again, pulling his hand in. In one swift motion, he pulled her into his arms. Xiao Anqi dared not breathe loudly, afraid of waking him. She anxiously curled up in his embrace, smelling his strong, fresh scent, feeling a little dizzy. What was happening? Her heart was pounding wildly. Unaware, above her, the man's eyes sparkled in the dark, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Anqi was afraid he would wake up suddenly and be embarrassed. She desperately tried to wiggle free, but his arm tightened around her. Suddenly, she stopped thinking, this guy, he's not stupid. He must know what's going on. Her old grandfather had already woken up, but was pretending to sleep. She couldn't care less about feeling embarrassed anymore and kicked Pei Jiancheng in frustration. A muffled laugh indeed came from above. She angrily reached out and pushed him away. He increased his grip and pulled her into his arms. What should I do? I'm not as strong as him. Zhou Anqi decided not to struggle anymore. If she couldn't win, she might as well enjoy it. Since it's already mine, I might as well make the most of it, she thought secretly. She kicked out a leg, then pressed it against Pei Jiancheng's leg again. You little rascal, who's afraid of whom? Just do whatever feels good. Pei Jiancheng watched Zhou Anqi's angry look in the dark. Her expressions were so lively. Suddenly, he felt a warm ache in his chest from liking her so much. He held her tightly in his arms, his chin close to her ear, and softly, seductively called her, baby. Zhou Anqi's heart beat even faster. Thump, thump, thump. In the dark, she could hear it very clearly. Her heart felt soft, sweet, and a little sour, but also full of happiness. She obediently rested her head on Pei Jiancheng's chest. Pei Jiancheng didn't say anything, just held her quietly, his breathing a little heavy and quick. Drowsy, Zhou Anqi fell asleep again. This little rascal, Pei Jiancheng sighed softly. He gently adjusted her position, covered her with a blanket, and lightly kissed the corner of her mouth. Reluctantly, he let go and got up to put on his clothes and go for morning exercise. When Zhou Anqi woke up again, it was already bright outside. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had already gone out to work. Pei Jiancheng sat beside her, gently touching her face. Time to get up, he said. I don't want to move, she replied lazily. Then sleep a little longer. No, Zhou Anqi argued with him, pulled back the blanket, and got out of bed. Pei Jiancheng affectionately rubbed her head. After she finished washing up, Pei Jiancheng had already prepared breakfast for her. After what happened early in the morning, a new kind of closeness grew between them. All the awkwardness disappeared completely. Whether talking or acting, they became more natural and intimate. All morning, no matter what they did, they felt more sweet and relaxed than before. When Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying returned at noon, the couple could even feel the sweetness filling the air. Lian Jingying keenly noticed their eyes seemed to be pulling at each other. Today was the second day of the Lunar New Year, and with their parents nearby, Zhou Anqi couldn't remember anything about going back to her parents' house. She hadn't paid much attention to the Su family either. Even if she did think of it, she didn't plan to go. Pei Jiancheng didn't bring it up either. The matter of the Su family planning to scheme against Xiao Anqi was already clear to him when she called for help last time. The person who saved Grandpa Su was De Min Su. However, when De Min Su was injured and discharged from the army, Old Master Pei did his best to arrange a good future for him. He received a large pension at that time and also got monthly allowances later. With De Min-su's talent and age, even if he hadn't been injured in the army, he wouldn't have achieved much. After returning home, his treatment was not even as good as the monthly pension he later received. Old Master Pei is a person who values old friendships. Since De Min-su finally spoke up, he tried to satisfy him as much as possible. Old Master Pei considered adopting Xiao Anxi as his granddaughter to take care of her, but De Min-su insisted on the engagement, especially because he liked Pei Jiancheng. Old Master Pei asked Pei Jiancheng for his opinion. He saw that his grandfather was in a difficult position and knew that this strict old man valued loyalty most. Even though he had already done enough for De Min-su in the past, now that he was seriously ill and asked for help, he couldn't bear to disappoint him. Pei Jiancheng is certainly demanding, but he hasn't fallen for anyone, so he doesn't care much about love. His mind is entirely on work. To avoid making his grandfather uncomfortable, he agreed to the marriage. He really didn't care much. Although he felt somewhat pressured, he was willing to help his grandfather. Now he's glad his grandfather didn't adopt the girl as his granddaughter, almost married his wife to his sister. So, they don't owe anything to the rest of the Su family. They are just the descendants of Grandpa's comrade-in-arms. Everything is simple. If Xiao Anxi accepts him as her husband, then he is his husband. It's that straightforward. At noon, they ate noodles. The noodles were made by Pei Jiancheng in the morning. They had already had bread and dumplings yesterday, so he was quite skilled now. Even after Zheng Ying came back, she rolled the dough into noodles. She cut cabbage and radish to add to the dishes, then used the broth from the soy-braised pork to make a marinade. After eating, Zheng Ying started preparing food for Pei Jiancheng to take with him. In the afternoon, Pei Jiancheng had to leave before dinner. They wouldn't be back because they had work outside. Xiao Anxi didn't let her. Aunt Lien, you rest for a while. I'll do it this afternoon. Zheng Ying looked at the two well-matched people in front of her and didn't insist further. Pei Jiancheng definitely wouldn't let Xiao Anxi work alone. In the afternoon, the young couple could still happily prepare food together, so she didn't want to interfere. So, she and Xiao Yinghuai said goodbye to Pei Jiancheng early. Lien Jingying also gave some heartfelt advice. Pei Jiancheng listened carefully and patiently, without showing any impatience. After Xiao Yinghuai and Lien Jingying left for work, Xiao Anxi went to the kitchen to prepare food for Pei Jiancheng. As Lien Jingying predicted, Pei Jiancheng took on all the work himself. Is this enough? Should I make it thicker? It's too thin. You won't be full eating this. Xiao Anxi kept adding flour to the bowl, while Pei Jiancheng was responsible for stirring. Almost there. Just add an egg now. When it looked about right, and was thick enough that it couldn't be stirred easily, she stopped and cracked an egg into it. After mixing the batter, she started making pancakes. It wasn't very hard, just needed to control the heat well. Xiao Anxi was now quite skilled at managing the heat. She tried making one pancake, intentionally making it thicker by adding more batter. It turned out quite well, neither too soft nor too hard. Of course, Pei Jiancheng was the one doing the actual cooking. He became more and more skilled at it. After finishing one bowl of batter, a stack of pancakes was already on the steaming rack. After making the pancakes, he stir-fried shredded pork, cabbage, and potatoes and fried 2 eggs. Finally, he cut the remaining half of the braised pork from New Year's Eve in half again. Xiao Anxi placed all the dishes on the pancakes, rolled each one up, and packed them into lunch boxes, filling one after another until the boxes were full. After finishing that, she also cut a box of fruit. Watching the busy girl, Pei Jiancheng couldn't help but walk over and put his arms around her from behind. Don't make trouble. I haven't finished yet. Xiao Anxi closed the lid of the lunchbox. Take a break. His low, gentle voice sounded very pleasant. Just a little more. Once I pack the fruit and tea, it'll be done. Hearing this, Pei Jiancheng took his military water bottle and poured in the already prepared fruit tea. Finishing everything meant that Pei Jiancheng wouldn't have much time before leaving. Xiao Anxi was fine, but Pei Jiancheng felt very reluctant. Seeing how slow Pei Jiancheng was, Xiao Anxi almost couldn't help but say, "If you don't leave soon, what time will we get there?" One more hug. Pei Jiancheng held her tightly, unwilling to let go. Xiao Anxi quietly leaned into his embrace, feeling a bit reluctant herself. During these days together, both of them had developed feelings and could sense each other's affection. Being with each other was very comfortable and natural. She liked this feeling a lot. "Wait for me to come back." Finally, Pei Jiancheng reluctantly let go of her. He picked up his backpack, and they walked out together. Xiao Anxi stood nearby, watching as Pei Jiancheng placed his backpack on the passenger seat. Then the two of them, one in the car and one outside, exchanged a few more words. Mostly, it was Pei Jiancheng's worried reminders. "All right, drive carefully all the way." Xiao Anxi waved goodbye. Pei Jiancheng then started the car and slowly drove away. In the evening, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying returned home. Did they leave? As soon as they entered, they saw Xiao Anxi sitting quietly on the Kong, knitting a sweater. Yes, they left early. Xiao Anxi put down her sweater. "Let's have pancakes tonight. We made a lot this afternoon." Okay. Both Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had no objections. It seemed like their family life had returned to normal. But from dinner onwards, although they still ate and chatted happily, they always felt like something was missing. "Pei Jiancheng, could you bring me?" Xiao Anxi instinctively spoke, but she noticed her parents looking at her. "Hee, I'm used to it," she said with an awkward smile. Xiao Yinghuai snorted coldly. He had only been back for a few days, but he was already used to it. He, however, was not. Yes, not used to playing cards without a partner. The three of them realized that Pei Jiancheng's presence was very strong. He came back, turned around, and left again, making their family feel a bit uncomfortable with one less person now. Xiao Anxi looked at her parents, who were a perfect pair, and suddenly felt lonely. "Mom, Dad, how about it? Is the strength okay?" Xiao Yinghuai was earnestly massaging his wife's shoulders and legs. Lian Jingying looked content. "Not bad, very good." "Wow." Xiao Anxi rolled her eyes at the loving couple. She was missing that guy a little. Pei Jiancheng had left, but the year wasn't over yet and things were still going on. During the day, Qiao's parents went out to work, and Xiao Anxi stayed at home, occasionally entertaining villagers who came to visit. She didn't usually have much contact with the villagers, except for Wang Auntie. But now, everything was different. Even if she didn't actively reach out to anyone, many people liked to come and visit her. She was now quite popular in the village. Only at night, after her father and mother returned from work, could the family close the door and enjoy their little life in the yard. Many families in the village, for the sake of thrift, didn't light lamps at night and went to bed early. Xiao Anxi hadn't been lighting lamps much these days either. After dark, she often took her parents into the space. Lian Jingying sat on the sofa soaking her feet. "We agreed to go into the space as little as possible, but lately, we've been going in quite often." This portable foot massage bucket was originally bought because she was worried her feet would hurt after long car rides. Now, it has really come in handy. Xiao Anxi sat comfortably in an airplane seat, scooping ice cream into her mouth with a small spoon. "It's the new year, so let's all relax a bit." Xiao Yinghuai sat at the dining table, carefully playing with his Go board and studying the game records. In his past life, Xiao Yinghuai was a busy businessman chasing profit, but he was known as a cultured merchant in the business world. He graduated from a prestigious university's Chinese department and had a good knowledge of literature. He worked in the system for a while, then resigned to take over the family business. Although he later navigated the business world, his refined tastes and artistic hobbies remained part of him. He was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and he also liked to write sometimes. But as his business grew bigger and busier, he had less time for his hobbies. Lian Jingying joked, "Your dad is the most handsome." Now, he finally has time to enjoy his treasures. Xiao Anxi looked at Xiao Yinghuai, who was holding a white chess piece and thinking, and asked, "Dad, if everything goes well, you'll probably go back to school, right?" Xiao Yinghuai placed the chess piece on the board. "Most likely, yes." Xiao Anxi kept eating her ice cream. That should happen soon. Next year, the college entrance exam will be restored. This year, you all have to go back to school too. Just thinking about it is exciting. My strict CEO dad, here he is, a university professor teaching students. What's wrong with that? Back in the day, I was a talented Chinese major. I spent years in the system, and now giving lectures to students is no problem. Xiao Yinghuai looked proud. Xiao Anshi and Lian Jingying both chuckled happily. Xiao Anshi giggled. Haha, I like this idea. Reincarnated into the 1970s, my strict CEO parents suddenly become a knowledgeable couple. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying couldn't help but laugh too. But Xiao Anshi changed the topic. Your careers might not be so wealthy anymore. You might even be poor. Xiao Yinghuai smiled. What's wealth? That's true nobility, which money can't buy. Besides, with us, our family will never be truly poor. Xiao Anshi and Lian Jingying both smiled proudly. That's for sure. Such a proud and confident family. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying truly adapt well to this change in identity. The original couple were both professors at a university in Beijing. During the chaos, these high-level intellectuals were the first to suffer persecution. They faced public criticism, were sent away, and endured great humiliation and hardship. Their innate pride and kindness, along with their frail health, made it impossible and unwilling for them to continue fighting. In the end, they took their own lives with regret. Actually, hope was not far from them, but they could no longer wait. Lian Jingying sighed softly. We will live well in their place, and see a bright future with peaceful rivers and mountains. Xiao Anshi hugged her parents and softly said, they will surely feel it. Both Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying still have the memories of the original owners. Their professional knowledge remains intact. Xiao Yinghuai graduated from a prestigious university's Chinese department, so becoming a university Chinese professor is easy for him. The original owner of Lian Jingying was a professor of English at Beijing University. Xiao's mother came from a wealthy family and studied abroad for several years, fluent in multiple languages, so teaching English is also no problem. In the past, busy with the family business, the couple had little personal time. Now, they have the chance to live a different life. They are all very hopeful. Life gradually returned to calm. After the Lunar New Year, the weather warmed up. Time passed day by day, and it was clear that Pei Jiancheng would soon finish his studies and return. Some subtle changes were quietly happening outside. The situation regarding the people sent away had loosened quite a bit. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying went to work as usual every day, while Xiao Anshi stayed at home knitting her sweater. Before the new year, Pei Jiancheng bought her lots of yarn at the department store, both thick and thin. She could make a spring jacket with it. Anshi, your sweater is really beautiful. Aunt Lian is so talented, making so many patterns. Wang occasionally came over to visit Xiao Anshi, but she didn't stay long because she had many things to do at home. Seeing Anshi knitting, she told her that her knitting skills were taught by Lian Jingying. Not many people in the countryside knit sweaters. Yarn was hard to get, and it was expensive. No one was willing to buy it, and they didn't have the money or tickets to do so. Wang looked at the sweater Anshi was making and could only feel envy. Anshi could help with cotton, but not with yarn. Even if she didn't have the money to give to Aunt Wang, she wouldn't be willing to spend that money to buy anything. While tidying her clothes in her room, Xiao Anshi took out 2 thin knitted sweaters. After opening them, she found a lot of fine yarn inside. She combined that fine yarn with some local wool to knit, and surprisingly, it looked very fresh and beautiful. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well knit a sweater to pass the time, Xiao Anshi said with a smile as she poured a little tea for Aunt Wang. Your tea is really good, Aunt Wang praised as she drank the fruit tea Xiao Anshi had poured for her. Xiao Anshi smiled and said, it has dried dates you gave me last time. I dried them and boiled them with the fruit. Aunt Wang sighed after reading a few more years of school. You really have ideas. Although Aunt Wang is also a country woman, she has some knowledge. She looked at Pei Jiancheng treating Xiao Anshi well and thought it wasn't for no reason. Nowadays, children in the countryside rarely go to school. Finishing middle school is considered good. Most girls probably only finish elementary school. Xiao Anxi, however, is one of the few in the village who graduated from high school. Having some education makes her different from ordinary rough women, so it's no wonder Officer Pei treats her differently. Xiao Anxi also said, Aunt Wang, Arya is doing quite well in her studies. Let her study hard. It will be useful. If she ever needs to find a job in the city, she can take the exams. Arya is a sensible girl, and Aunt Wang's family isn't particularly biased against boys or girls. She loves Arya very much. Next year, the college entrance exam will be restored, and she hopes Arya can have a good future. Studying is definitely the best way for her to change her fate. Aunt Wang listened thoughtfully and nodded. The two chatted casually, and Aunt Wang also mentioned some things about the Su family. Xiao Anxi wasn't very interested in their family affairs. She didn't want to have too many entanglements with them, so she naturally paid less attention. Aunt Wang didn't say much after a while when she saw that Xiao Anxi wasn't very interested. I need to go back and cook, Aunt Wang said, noticing she had been here too long, and quickly took her leave. After seeing Aunt Wang off, Xiao Anxi sat back on the Kong, a traditional bed, and continued knitting. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The courtyard gate was swung open. Xiao Anxi looked up as Pei Huai and Lian Jingying hurried in, both with excited expressions on their faces. Anxi, their voices were filled with undeniable joy. Anxi, it's dawn. The two hurriedly entered the house. Joan felt a sudden impulse and excitedly threw down her sweater, then stood up quickly. Have they come to inform us? Can we go back now? Yes, they came to tell us. We can finally go back. Lian Jingying couldn't hide her excitement. She knew they would return soon, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. That's wonderful. Joan rushed over and hugged Lian Jingying's arm. All right, sit down and chat, said Xiao Huai, pulling the mother and daughter to sit on the Kong bed. Dad, from now on, you'll have time to write your little witty articles and poems, officially and properly, Joan teased Xiao Huai. She and Lian Jingying used to enjoy teasing him about this. Haha, I'm a bit eager now. Xiao Huai laughed happily. Joan didn't forget to ask, are we going back to Beijing University? Xiao Huai smiled and answered, yes. President Xiao, from now on, you won't be President Xiao anymore, but Professor Xiao, Joan said happily. Yes, Professor Xiao, good. Xiao Huai nodded with satisfaction, looking proud. Compared to being president, he preferred being a professor. He had given up many hobbies for the family's sake before, and now it felt like a kind of reward. Since this plan had been expected and arranged long ago, the three of them calmed down after the excitement. They started discussing the next steps. Suddenly, Joan had a new idea. Mom and Dad, how about I go to Beijing with you first? I'll go with you, settle you in, and then come back. I don't have much to do anyway, so I might as well relax. Xiao Huai and Lian Jingying both shook their heads slightly, indicating they didn't agree. They knew the return would be chaotic, and their daughter didn't need to go along the whole way.
It was so far away.
Her going to the military camp would also be a lot of trouble. It was better for everyone to handle their own affairs and gather after everything was settled. And there's something even more important, Lian Jingying considered more carefully. Your in-laws are in Beijing. If you go, are you visiting them or not? Are you mentally prepared to face it? If you don't go, and later they find out you arrived in Beijing but didn't visit, wouldn't that give them a reason to criticize?
Joan thought about it.
She hadn't considered this earlier because she was too excited. She wasn't really ready to face Pei Jianqing's family, especially since she was going alone and Pei Jianqing wouldn't be coming with her. So I will not go to the capital for now. Let's each settle our own affairs first. Once everything is arranged, we can discuss further. Mother looked at her daughter with love. Now that we're going back to the capital, it will surely be chaotic. Let's handle everything first, and also spread the news that you are officially our daughter, to lay some groundwork for the future. Yes, Xiao Anxi nodded, resting her head on her mother's shoulder. Having parents around is truly a blessing. News spread quickly. Everyone in the village soon knew that the Qiao family had been cleared of accusations. They heard that the couple was from a university in the capital and that they would be returning soon. Villagers talked among themselves. The capital is far away and the university even more so, something they can hardly reach. But they also knew that the Chiao couple must be very capable people. Then came more news that caused a big stir. The Chiao couple wanted to recognize Chiao Anxi as their adopted daughter. It was said they had no children of their own, so from now on, Chiao Anxi would be their only daughter. This caused a lot of discussion in the village. Before, everyone thought the Chiao family was lucky to have taken care of Chiao Anxi. Now it seemed that Chiao Anxi's luck was even better. Everyone marveled at how fortunate she was, married to a capable military officer, and now having such supportive parents. She was no longer an orphan without parents. Most importantly, her parents had helped her during her hardest times. Everyone knew this kind of kindness was special and different. Anxi is really lucky, someone said.
Exactly.
Who would have thought the Chiao family could be cleared and returned to the city? That Professor Chiao even saved our child once. I must go thank him. Yes, he saved our kid too. I should go thank him as well. After that incident where she fell into the icy water, everyone now wanted to thank them in person. It's not that they weren't grateful before, but they didn't want to get too involved with the officials. And the official side was definitely more shocking. Many felt like they saw a glimmer of hope. Even though they couldn't leave yet, their spirits were greatly lifted. Not giving up meant that hope would come someday. Everyone's gloom was replaced with optimism, and life seemed to have new hope. In the past few days, Chiao Anxi's home was lively with visitors coming constantly. Meanwhile, things were quiet at Old Sue's place and Second Old Sue's place. They weren't unwilling to visit, but they didn't dare to. If Zhou Anxi is not yet married, then she would need to recognize her adoptive parents, and they could have some reason to interfere. But now that Zhou Anxi is married, they have no control over her. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, they waited all day, but saw no sign of Zhou Anxi coming home. They understood that she had no intention of maintaining any relationship with them. They couldn't say much. There was no reason to argue. This was also why they often scolded the old couple and Zhou Anxi in the past. After a whole day, there are really quite a few people. Lian Jingying watched as Zhou Yinghuai sent off another villager, and then locked the door of the courtyard. She sighed softly. The villagers had been a bit more enthusiastic these days. Zhou Yinghuai entered the house. Once these 2 days are over, it'll be better. He quickly tidied up the house after entering, as more people kept coming, making the place a bit messy. Sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, Zhou Anxi was knitting a sweater and asked, "Dad, where should we eat dinner? Inside or outside?" Outside, probably. There are too many people paying attention here now. After tidying up, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Since the notice of amnesty was issued, they no longer needed to go to work. The couple didn't ask Zhou Anxi to cook anymore. Zhou Yinghuai would go into the kitchen to help his wife cook. Zhou Anxi didn't want to join in. The couple was always being affectionate and feeding her dog food, a family-friendly way to say they were being overly sweet. She refused. After dinner, it was dark outside. Usually, no villagers would come over at this time. As long as they didn't turn on the lights, others would think they had already gone to bed, so no one would come. The family of 3 closed the doors and windows and went into their space. Zhou Yinghuai went to make tea. Zhou Anxi and Lian Jingying opened the wardrobe to look for clothes. "Mom, some of these clothes can be worn when you go back to Beijing, especially underwear, socks, and such." Lian Jingying nodded while looking. "It'll be more private and safe when we go back." They had started their trip in summer, so naturally, they had plenty of summer clothes. But since China is vast, their travel plans included very hot places and cooler areas. So, they prepared clothes and shoes for the entire year, including winter. Looking at the row of wardrobes, Zhou Anxi felt relieved. Luckily, the wardrobe is big enough, and the clothes are complete. The RV is a luxury model, and it's a raised version with plenty of space inside. Chiao Yinghuai knows that his daughter loves beauty, so she won't run out of clothes when she goes out to play. That's why he had the wardrobe custom-made, very large. During her time in the village, except for Chiao Anxi occasionally looking through it, Neither Qiao Yinghuai nor Lian Jingying have opened the wardrobe door, so they don't need to use it. But once they leave here, whether it's the Qiao couple in the capital or Qiao Anshi traveling with the army, they can choose to take some clothes out and modify them. Since they are in different places, exchanging emails makes it easier to coordinate. I said the clothes are sent from the capital, but you said they are mailed from the military station. Who would know? I wonder if I can open this space to the capital and how long it will take.
I need to find a chance to try.
Qiao Anshi has never tried long-distance travel before, so she doesn't know if the space can be controlled or how fast she can go. At least, she knows it's not instant teleportation. It takes time to move from one place to another. But it's definitely faster than normal cars, and she can control the speed just like driving a regular vehicle. It just consumes a lot of energy. For example, when she was close to the Qiao couple, she could drive slowly and normally without any problem. But speeding up was exhausting. So she didn't try again after that. Plus, she's very cautious in the village, so she didn't think about trying to go out, even to Rongqing or the nearby town. She's afraid that if her energy runs out, she might get stranded halfway. Her parents work hard every day, and she doesn't want them to be tired late at night because of her. Now that she's going to be far away from her parents, she remembered this and decided to give it a try. Still, I should be careful, especially with such a long journey, Lian Jingying said, feeling uneasy. Qiao Anshi nodded. Let's try one night. Drive to Rongqing or maybe just to the nearby town and see how it goes when traveling farther. Qiao Yinghuai came over and said, we can give it a try once the villagers' enthusiasm dies down in the next few days. But both Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying don't agree with her using the space to go to the capital to find them after she joins the army. Qiao Anshi had also considered that if she went with the army, she could use the space to return to the village and find them, but they didn't approve of this. It's not safe to do these things near Pei Jianqing in the military district. Lian Jingying carefully stored some of the clothes she picked out, then came over and asked, should we inform Jianqing first about recognizing your daughter? Zhou nodded and said, when he calls, I will let him know. It didn't take long because the next day, Pei Jianqing's call came. Zhou told him that the Qiao family had been cleared and would soon return to Beijing. Uncle Qiao and Aunt Lian have finally been exonerated and will go back to teach at Beijing University. Good, Pei Jianqing replied calmly, as if he expected it and wasn't surprised at all. They said they want to acknowledge me as their daughter. Zhou explained to him the reasons why Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying wanted to recognize her as their daughter. Pei Jianqing had no objections and only said, all right, I will wait until I get back. I'll finish my work soon. Zhou agreed. Recognizing a daughter is a big matter, and he was happy to be involved. Pei Jianqing gave a few more instructions, and then they hung up. Zhou reported the call to her parents and said somewhat strangely, Pei Jianqing doesn't seem surprised or shocked that you guys are being exonerated so quickly. Lian Jingying looked thoughtful and said, maybe he guessed it long ago, or perhaps he heard some news. After all, his family isn't ordinary. Yeah, that's possible. Zhou thought it was very likely. People from their family are very perceptive. Qiao Yinghuai thought a bit deeper and said, it's even possible he played a part in it. Their exoneration happened a bit earlier and went smoothly. The timing coincided perfectly with Pei Jianqing finishing his studies and returning. From their recent interactions, he was a very careful person. He would surely consider the situation of Anshi and her husband following the military service. Qiao Yinghuai knew that most of the recent chaos had already been resolved and that the authorities knew most of their group was innocent. The process of restoring order would gradually unfold. If Pei Jianqing had provided key information, it wouldn't be surprising that they were exonerated sooner. Otherwise, they would have to wait patiently. Zhou and Lian Jingying thought carefully and realized it was very possible that Pei Jianqing had a hand in it. Lian Jingying patted his daughter's shoulder and said, Jianqing is a good person and very thoughtful. Yes, Zhou nodded, feeling a warm feeling inside. As Qiao Yinghuai predicted, after a few days of villagers bustling around Zhou, things gradually settled down. They didn't have much to talk about among themselves. The villagers just came to join in the fun and got to know each other casually. The house had been quiet for several days. This family of three was finally ready to test their space for a long journey. Their first stop was set at the town. They wanted to see how everyone reacted and then decide whether to continue to Rongqing. That evening, after dinner, they waited until it was completely dark. Only then did the family close the windows and doors and enter the space. Hee. It feels like we're back to when we first started, Qiao Anqi said happily as she walked toward the driver's seat. Yeah, kind of, Qiao Yingkai replied, opening the storage cabinet and taking out some tea leaves to brew tea. Lian Jingying smiled and leaned on the sofa, reminding his daughter, Anqi, take it easy. Don't tire yourself out.
Got it.
Okay. We're leaving now, she said, starting the car and driving out slowly at a normal speed. The drive was easy and not tiring. Outside the space, it was pitch dark. Qiao Anqi turned on the headlights, and the road and village scenery became clear. She started to speed up, gradually increasing her pace. The scenery outside the space quickly sped past. When she increased her speed to 3 times normal, she already felt a bit tired. At first, it was fine, but the longer she drove, the more exhausted she became. This was with her manually controlling the speed. If she relied solely on her energy, it would be even more exhausting. She probably couldn't keep it up for more than a few minutes. She increased her speed to 3 times, which took about 5 minutes to reach the town. Normally, it would take around 15 minutes by regular car. But this was her speed inside the space. If she were driving normally outside, it would take about 20 or 30 minutes. When they arrived at the town, Qiao Anqi was already a bit breathless, her face pale. Girl, are you okay? Your face looks so pale, Qiao Yingkai asked worriedly after brewing the tea and sitting in the front passenger seat. Seeing his daughter looking so weak, he was very concerned. Lian Jingying also stepped forward from the sofa. Qiao Anqi waved her hand and took a deep breath. I'm a little tired.
Dad, bring me some tea, she said.
Lian Jingying quickly turned around and handed her a cup of tea. Qiao Anqi took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Sure enough, after drinking the tea, she felt more energized. But they had to head back immediately, preferably at a slow speed. Trying to speed up again would be difficult. Girl, rest for a bit. Let Dad drive us back, Qiao Yingkai said, eager to try. Okay, Dad, give it a try. Qiao Anqi stood up and made way for him. Lian Jingying took her daughter and said, let's go sit comfortably in the back and have some tea. Mother and daughter walked to the sofa. Xiao Yinghui excitedly sat in the driver's seat and started to operate the controls. After fiddling for a while, he looked back in frustration. Girl, what's wrong? It won't start. Is it broken?
Huh?
Qiao Anqi was surprised. Could the space itself be broken? She quickly got up and went back to the driver's seat. Dad, let me check. She sat in the seat and started the car, and it started right away. Wow, it works. Xiao Yinghui tried again, but it still wouldn't start. Qiao Anqi tried once more, and it worked fine. She turned around and called to Lian Jingying, Mom, come try. Lian Jingying came over and tried, but like Qiao Yinghui, it wouldn't start. The three of them tried a few more times, but still couldn't figure it out. This space can only be controlled by Qiao Anqi herself. Others can't operate it. Qiao Anqi sighed. It seems the car recognizes its owner. Qiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying were also at a loss. The space wouldn't listen to them. Qiao Yinghui had no choice but to say helplessly, let's not rush to go back. Anqi, rest for a bit and regain your energy. We'll go back slowly. He didn't want his daughter to tire herself out. Qiao Anqi agreed with that idea. The family of three sat on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting, not in a hurry to leave. Once she felt her body had recovered enough, she didn't immediately drive the car. She tried using a bit of her mental power to control the space at a steady speed to go back. After this night of experiments, she became more skilled at controlling the space. 2 days later, they set out again. With each trip, Qiao Anqi learned more details about the space. She also discovered that over time, it might be related to the water she drank from the space. Her ability to control the movement speed of the space kept improving. Maybe one day, she could achieve rapid space movement. Even teleportation of the space might become possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Anxi felt very excited. During this period, the family of three was living quite happily. Every day was relaxed and carefree. Xiao Anxi even took Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying to Rong City, pretending to buy a lot of things and bring them home. She returned with a big bag of items, giving them the freedom to do as they pleased. First, their clothing changed significantly. Xiao Yinghui's hair and beard were well-groomed. His previously messy and unsightly beard was shaved clean, making him look much more handsome. Lian Jingying also cut her hair into a layered short style. It was not the neat, chin-length bob that many middle-aged women wear now. When it came to cutting her hair, she used a pair of hairdressing scissors she found in her space. Probably a free gift from a previous purchase by Xiao Anxi, casually stored in a cabinet without her noticing. When she saw Lian Jingying find the scissors, she was surprised for a while. If I had known I had these, I wouldn't have had to twist my hair so much when I cut my bangs. Using the small scissors inside, it was very easy to create layers in her hair. So, Xiao Anxi used those scissors to trim Lian Jingying's short hair. Although not professional, the result looked very good. Especially now, most short hair outside is very uniform and neat. This layered style looks more lively and elegant. After the couple finished tidying up, they looked completely different from before. They appeared refined and graceful. They looked like high-class intellectuals. Villagers, seeing the refreshed couple, looked at them with a bit of respect. They looked very different from before. The family of three spent their days at home, either cooking or sitting around the Kong table drinking tea, chatting, or playing cards and chess. Recently, Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying's cooking skills had improved rapidly. Whenever they had free time, they focused on food. Besides ingredients in the fridge, they could exchange other ingredients with villagers. Xiao Yinghui mostly played chess or practiced calligraphy and carved seals. He also took his treasured items when traveling. Luckily, I brought them all along, Xiao Yinghui said happily. Otherwise, he would be very lonely and bored now. And he could still have more space for his treasures. Recently, life was truly as relaxed as a carefree cloud. Xiao Yinghui sighed. It's been a long time since I've been this leisurely. In the past, he was busy every day like a spinning top, under a lot of pressure. Now life is really comfortable. They didn't like to go out. Villagers were too enthusiastic and kept chatting if they did. They preferred quiet days at home, closing the door to enjoy their peaceful life. As for the upcoming separation, they no longer felt anxious. It's okay. I'll definitely pass the college entrance exam next year. For Xiao Anxi, the college entrance exam was simply her first step to her parents' school. The brief separation now was nothing to worry about. Let's make all the arrangements first, so you won't have to rush once you arrive. Lian Jingying also thinks it's good for them to go to the capital first. Once everything is settled, the daughter can go peacefully and without worries. Xiao Anxi happily said, just thinking about it makes me happy. I will have at least a year to spend time with you all. Our family can be together again. Xiao Yinghui and Lian Jingying are even happier. Being a university professor in the capital is really great, especially since he can stay with his daughter at school. The family of three is enjoying this rare moment of peace. But this peaceful time didn't last long. Suddenly, the sound of brakes stopped as Pei Jianqing's jeep smoothly arrived at the yard gate. He has finally finished his studies and is returning. He is also ready to take his wife to the military station. As soon as he entered, he felt a very different atmosphere inside. Relaxed, casual, and comfortable. The three family members looked very healthy and happy. Especially the Qiao couple, they looked completely different. Although Pei Jiancheng was used to their extraordinary presence, now, with their new clothes and style, their aura was even stronger. They looked like high-level intellectuals from the city. They are both good-looking, elegant, and refined. Jiancheng, you've had a long journey. Wash your face first, then have some tea and rest, Lian Jingying said warmly. Okay. Pei Jiancheng put down his bag and went to wash his face with Xiao Anxi. Lian Jingying naturally didn't bother them and stayed nearby. Xiao Yinghui sneered quietly, thinking, just wait. Once they accept their daughter, I can show off to my father-in-law. That thought made him happy. Later, When the Westerners sat around the Kong, a traditional heated bed, drinking tea, the topic naturally turned to the Chiao family's plan to recognize their daughter. Pei Jiancheng had no objections. He knew their bond was extraordinary. In the past, it was mainly because of the Chiao family status that they hadn't officially recognized her earlier. Pei Jiancheng also looked into the Chiao family and learned more about them. The Chiao family ancestors were truly scholarly and noble, from a prestigious family. But in modern times, many members went into politics. The Chiao lineage still upholds the tradition of poetry and books. The Chiao family is a very influential noble family in the capital. Of course, they were also affected during the upheaval, but luckily, the storm has passed now. Let's set the date for the day after tomorrow to finish this matter early. After discussing the family reunion, Chiao Yinghuai asked Pei Jiancheng for his opinion. Pei Jiancheng nodded in agreement and said, okay. They scheduled it for the day after tomorrow because they needed to inform the village head first tomorrow and make some preparations. Although this is their own matter, since they're still in the village, they should invite some familiar families to witness the event. They also wanted everyone in the village to know that Xiao Anshi was no longer without support. They had already blocked the two brothers from the Su family because, from childhood, they had never provided any help to the original owner, and later, they became more calculating. Now, Xiao Anshi no longer needed their help. The Westerners also discussed whether to set up a few tables in the village and invite the villagers to a meal. In the end, they all declined. They weren't short of money or food, and there was no need to make such a big fuss. On the day of the event, Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Yinghuai would surely have to accompany the guests. The hardest part of this trip would be Qiao Anshi and her mother, Lian Zhengying. The two men at home wouldn't be willing to miss it. Pei Jiancheng said, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative in town tomorrow to buy some candies and snacks to serve. Everyone else agreed happily. Qiao Anshi checked the candies and snacks on the shelf at home, along with some other treats. There's no need to buy too much. We still have some at home. Lian Zhengying said, I guess not many people will come. They had been here long enough to understand the villagers' habits. Where there's a celebration, people naturally gather. It's fine, give out more. This is a big happy event. Let everyone share our joy, Xiao Yinghuai said with a smile. Finally, they could openly become a family. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Zhengying couldn't hide their happiness. The next day, they informed the village head and Wang auntie, along with some familiar families. The village head was very supportive and said, we'll all come tomorrow. Wang auntie held Xiao Anshi's hand, smiling happily. From now on, your days will be good ones. Pei Jiancheng took Xiao Anshi to the town supply and marketing cooperative. They bought a big bag of candies, snacks, and some peanuts and sunflower seeds. He also took a few packs of cigarettes he had prepared in advance from his car. After returning, Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anshi went to visit the Su family. They had to go because the ancestral tablets of Su Daemon and his wife were in the Su family home. Xiao Anshi had been raised by them, and since this was such an important family event, they had to come to pay respects and inform them. So they came early to notify them. No problem, no problem.
Just come tomorrow, they said.
The Su family was eager to repair their relationship and, fearing Officer Pei Jian's influence, they dared not cause trouble. They promised to wait for them tomorrow. Li Guahua's face was full of smiles. Officer Pei, Anshi, please come back often. We are all family. Xiao Anshi was calm. After informing them, she took Pei Jiancheng and left. Everything was ready. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Anshi and Lian Zhengying packed some candies, snacks, and fruit into a basket. Is the rice wine packed? Lian Zhengying asked. No. Xiao Anshi checked the shelf. There was a little left over from the new year, just enough for a toast. She took it and put it in the basket. She checked to make sure nothing was missing. They each carried a basket and headed to the Su family. When they arrived, both the elder brothers, Su Laoda and Su Lao Er, were there. Seeing them, they warmly welcomed them. Xiao Anshi remained calm, while Pei Jiancheng stood confidently by her side. Xiao Yinghuai, as the head of the family, politely said, Sorry to bother you. We need to handle some important matters first. Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying carried the basket to the ancestor altar, placing the fruit and snacks carefully. First, Su Yihue lit a stick of incense and respectfully bowed, informing them that the couple wanted to officially recognize Anxi as their daughter. Old Master Su, Old Lady Su, don't worry. From now on, with us, Anxi will not suffer any unfairness, he said. He then poured a cup of wine for the offering. Lian Jingying stepped forward, lit incense, bowed, and offered wine. Next was Xiao Anxi. She lit a stick of incense, bowed silently, and silently promised the three ancestors she would live well on behalf of the original owner. After offering the wine, Pei Jiancheng also lit a stick of incense and poured a cup of wine. All the rituals didn't take long. They left behind an apple, some candies, and a few snacks. Then, the visitors carried the basket away. They didn't need to take everything. It might seem suspicious. It was better to leave some on the altar, since they didn't lack anything. However, they couldn't let others find fault with them. The two brothers from the Su family naturally wanted to chat and get closer, but they remained indifferent, giving little response. After finishing the ceremony, they left quickly without lingering. Since Xiao Anxi got married, the Su family has been a bit cautious, but they haven't dared to cause trouble anymore. Xiao Yinghuai and the others are also too lazy to do anything to the Su family, and they prefer to keep their distance. Pei Jiancheng always behaves politely and properly. The Su family feels helpless, as if they can't use their strength. Xiao Anxi and her family haven't done anything wrong, yet they make the Su family feel very frustrated and unable to act. They can't find any fault with her, which makes them feel ignored and uncomfortable. Even losing a fight would be better than this feeling. After leaving the Su family, the Westerners immediately took her home. As for the original owner's parents, they are Su Xiaolan, the daughter of Su Damon, and her son-in-law, Qiao Guoming. In the original owner's memory, she has no recollection of her parents, especially from when she was very young. She doesn't remember much from that time. Since she has memories, she only remembers living with her grandfather and grandmother. In the original owner's memories, she pieced together some fragments she heard from her grandmother. Su Xiaolan was often sick when she was young, but Su Damon and his wife loved her very much and took extra care because of her weak health. At that time, few girls went to school, especially in rural areas. Su Damon and his wife were willing to send her to school. In the town, Su Xiaolan met Qiao Guoming, who was from elsewhere, and she was determined to marry him and follow him back to his hometown. Su Damon and his wife naturally didn't want their daughter to marry far away. But Su Xiaolan was very stubborn and refused to listen to their advice. She insisted on marrying Qiao Guoming and left her parents to run away with him. Later, Qiao Guoming had an accident and died. Su Xiaolan was already weak and had a child, but she didn't take good care of herself and was hit hard by her husband's death. She fell seriously ill and couldn't survive. When Su Damon and his wife went to visit her, she entrusted her child to her parents. Since they lived far away, they didn't know much about her situation. They were just heartbroken over losing their beloved daughter and were very sad. They also loved and raised her child, who was like a precious gem. But now, Qiao Anxi couldn't find anything related to her original parents. They could only pour a cup of wine in the yard as a way of saying goodbye. At the expected time, the village chief and others gradually arrived. Not only they came, but many villagers also gathered. More and more people came, filling the small courtyard. Outside the yard, many others were standing around. Aunt Wang brought Daju and Arya over as well. As soon as she arrived, she quickly went to help Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying, assisting with greeting the guests. Daju and Arya also helped hand out candies and sunflower seeds. The lively ceremony began simply and happily. The village chief was invited to speak first, saying a few words. Then Xiao Yinghuai talked about the reason for recognizing his daughter and the bond between Qiao Anxi and their family. Thank you all for coming today to witness our family becoming truly united with Qiao Anxi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qiao Anxi respectfully served tea to Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, calling them dad and mom for the first time. Then Pei Jianqing also offered tea with Qiao Anxi and called them dad and mom. They simply poured the tea and presented it with both hands. There was no kneeling or bowing. No one dared to do that now. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying sipped their tea, smiling as they looked at their little children. They felt deeply touched, finally truly moving forward in life. The yard and outside were bustling with activity. Everyone was talking happily, offering blessings. People in the village enjoyed such joyful occasions. Anxi and Professor Qiao really look like a family, someone said. Professor Qiao and Anxi are meant to be a family. Look, they even share the same surname, someone else joked. Everyone agreed. It was quite a coincidence. Then another person said, they do look a bit alike. But Anxi and Professor Qiao look very much like each other, unlike the Su family members. Auntie said, maybe she takes after her father's side. Anxi does look much like Xiaolan. Xiaolan was quite delicate. Older folks also remembered how Xiaolan looked back then. She was beautiful but looked frail, very different from Qiao Anxi. Of course, the Qiao family heard these comments. They just smiled politely. They truly were a real family of three, and it wasn't strange that they resembled each other. Especially after drinking the water from the space, their appearances were gradually becoming more like before. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying's original bodies had been through a lot over the years, almost unrecognizable. But upon closer inspection, Qiao's parents saw that the original person still bore some resemblance to the past. But now, none of that mattered. What mattered was that the daughter was recognized, and Anxi could openly call them dad and mom. The family was finally truly together. After the lively gathering, everyone gradually dispersed, and the villagers left after the ceremony was over. The Qiao family did not stay for dinner with the village chief, but gave some candies and snacks, and separately handed the village chief a pack of cigarettes. The village chief subtly and hopefully asked Pei Jiancheng about the recruitment quotas. Officer Pei, it's been many years since our village had a chance for conscription. Do you think there's hope this year? Pei Jiancheng naturally understood the village chief's hopeful look. He held a few quotas and, if his special independent team liked a candidate, he could be the first to request him. Your county has quite a few quotas every year. He didn't say much more, just nodded to show he understood. The village chief didn't ask further, indicating his message had been delivered. Now, he could only wait nervously for the next news. Everyone had left, but Aunt Wang stayed behind with Dazhu and Arya to help clean up. Dazhu followed behind Pei Jiancheng, eyes full of admiration and envy. Young people today have a special respect for soldiers and dream of joining the military. Especially someone like Pei Jiancheng, who looks handsome and commanding in his uniform, makes Dazhu even more eager. Pei Jiancheng naturally noticed Dazhu's shining eyes and asked, "Want to join the army?" Dazhu straightened like a soldier he had seen before and loudly said, "Yes." Others heard Dazhu's loud voice and laughed. That's a loud voice. Good kid, Dazhu is strong and healthy, said Qiao Yinghuai, who had a very good impression of Dazhu. When he rescued children from the ice cave, Dazhu was the first to rush over and jump in when he saw him carrying water. Not only did he help lift the children, but when he was exhausted, Dazhu was right beside him, pulling him. Pei Jiancheng looked at Dazhu. The boy, about 16 or 17, had a bright face, was tall enough and quite sturdy. He then guided the boy through a few exercises. Dazhu was serious and learned quickly, doing very well. Pei Jiancheng nodded slightly, patted his shoulder, and said, "Run every morning to build a good foundation." Okay, Dazhu felt proud to learn something new and be recognized. His face lit up with a simple smile. Aunt Wang watched with a gentle smile, but her eyes showed a hint of worry and sadness. She knew her son really wanted to join the army, and his physical condition was excellent. However, the quota for conscription is very limited and hard to get. Not only their family, but even in their village, it has been a long time since anyone received a spot. Seeing that he was getting older each day and had little chance to work in the city, he could only stay at home to farm in the future. "Madam Wang, stay and have a meal with us later." Your whole family is welcome. We'll make dumplings. Lian Jingying smiled and came over to hold Wang Madam's hand, who was lost in thought. They all knew that Wang Madam took special care of Qiao Anqi and had taught her many chores. Last time in the ice cave, Dezhu also struggled to pull out Xiao Yinghuai. They all remembered this incident. But because of their previous social status, they didn't dare to show much affection openly. Now, it was just right, both families could eat together to thank and celebrate today. Wang Madam quickly waved her hand. No, it's not necessary. Xiao Anqi also came over and held Wang Madam's arm. Please don't refuse. Later, call Uncle Wang, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Wang, and also Sanwa to come over. Wang Madam kept declining. In the end, unable to resist Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi's enthusiasm, she agreed. With more people, making dumplings is easier and more convenient. They prepared 2 kinds of fillings, pork with cabbage and pork with radish. Wang Madam went home to bring a few large cabbages and radishes. The Qiao family had meat, but not many vegetables. The meat filling was generous. Seeing the large bowl of meat filling, Wang Madam frowned. There's too much meat. We can use less meat and add more cabbage and radish. Qiao Anqi smiled and said, not too much. Let's eat well. Wang Madam and Arya were both quick workers, kneading dough and rolling it out efficiently. They made dumplings so fast that Xiao Anqi and Lian Jingying only helped with a few less attractive ones. They decided to focus on preparing cold dishes instead. They fried a plate of peanuts, mixed some napa cabbage, and added a dish of wood ear mushrooms. The rich dumpling feast made Wang Madam's family feel a bit reserved. The dumpling wrappers were thin, with large fillings, more meat and less vegetable. They had never eaten dumplings like this before. Usually their family made dumplings with mostly vegetables and just a little meat for flavor. But now, every bite was full of meat. This meal was almost like a farewell dinner between their family and Wang Madam's family. There is a touch of sadness in parting, but mostly it is a blessing for the future. Aunt Wang and her family finished eating and hurried to clear the dishes and clean up, not letting the Qiao family do any work. Their family is quick and efficient, and soon everything was cleaned, and they said goodbye and left for home. After they left, the Qiao family at the West End began to discuss their next plans. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had received news of their exoneration some time ago. They had been delaying returning to Beijing, staying to accompany Qiao Anqi until Pei Jianqing finished his studies and returned. Now it was time for them to leave. If they delayed any longer, the school might start to have concerns. Dad, Mom, don't worry about me here. You should focus on your own matters quickly, Pei Jianqing said, slightly raising his eyebrows at the way Qiao Anqi's parents addressed him. Quick-witted, Qiao Anqi immediately caught on and smiled. Don't you think calling us that makes it feel warm and close? Pei Jianqing's lips curved into a smile. This girl is sometimes really clever and lively. He said to Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, don't worry, I've already arranged the house over there. You can go anytime, just follow your schedule.
Good.
Qiao Yinghuai and his wife would probably delay until the very last day, trying to stay with their daughter as long as possible. They all understood that traveling now was much more difficult than in their future world. The procedures were complicated, and the transportation was slow. But Pei Jianqing couldn't stay any longer tonight. He had to return to his base soon. He had come straight after finishing his studies, and there were many things waiting for him there. I'll go back to the base first. Call me when you've decided on a day to leave. I'll buy the tickets and come to see your parents off at the station, then pick you up to go back. Pei Jianqing patted Qiao Anqi's head and gave some instructions. Okay. Drive slowly. Qiao Anqi waved from outside the car window. Are you in such a rush to say goodbye? Pei Jianqing suddenly looked a bit unhappy. He had hurried over right after finishing his studies, and now he had to rush back again. These past 2 days, he hadn't been able to spend much quality time with his little wife. Qiao Anqi also felt a little upset. What do you want? You're the one in a hurry to leave. Pei Jianqing opened the door of the front passenger seat. Come up and stay a little longer. Qiao Anqi smiled and ran over to sit in the passenger seat. They joked and lingered in the car for a while. Then Qiao Anqi got out. Can we go now? She waved again at the car window. Pei Jiancheng happily drove away. Qiao Anxi and the Qiao couple began to prepare for their departure. In their current house, the old, heavy furniture from before was not going to be taken. There were only 2 or 3 items, very old and made from poor quality wood, so there was no need to keep them. Moving them back and forth would be more trouble than it's worth. She decided to give these pieces of furniture to Aunt Wang. In her mind, it felt a bit awkward to give away items that had been used for so long and were quite worn out. Aunt Wang, please look and see if any of these are usable. If they are, you can take them home. Anxi, these are still in good shape. You don't want them anymore? Aunt Wang was surprised. They were old, yes, but still quite good. No, I don't want them. Moving them around is inconvenient and we won't need them. Aunt Wang also knew that Qiao Anxi was going to follow the army, and Officer Pei was well off. They were newly married and would definitely get new furniture. Although these pieces were old, in their countryside they were still valuable. Qiao Anxi gave all of them to her, though she felt a little shy about asking. Seeing her thoughts, Qiao Anxi smiled and said, Aunt Wang, if you have time, could you help me sew a few pairs of shoe soles? She couldn't sew the soles well herself, but Xiao Yinghuai liked to wear cloth shoes with thick soles. So she asked Aunt Wang to help sew a few pairs, as a way to not feel like she was giving her furniture for free. Aunt Wang was happy to hear this and said, Sure, no problem. I'll sew a few pairs for you. As for the cushions and pillows on the Kong raised platform bed, they were easy to handle. They could be rolled up and placed in Pei Jiancheng's car later. Qiao Anxi also took her brother Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying to Rongqing's department store again. She bought them a large suitcase. Daughter, such a big suitcase, but we don't have that many things, Lian Jingying said, amused by the large size. Their belongings could be counted on one hand. Qiao Anxi gestured at the suitcase and said it was okay, not too big. It's fine, not too big. You two will share one suitcase, and I need to prepare more things for you. All right, it's up to you, daughter. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying agreed to her plan. Qiao Anxi put a lot of effort into packing her parents' belongings. First, she prepared daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes, gathering a few each day. From largest to smallest, she thought of everything useful and packed it all out. In the space, she took out items with trademarks, words, or labels, and carefully removed each one. Mom, look, isn't this pretty good? It matches the current style. Qiao Anxi showed Lian Jingying a plain dark blue towel with no extra patterns. She had just cut off the trademark from it. She also carefully removed the embroidery in the corner with scissors. Lian Jingying, who was filling a clear bottle with skincare products, looked up at the towel and nodded in approval. It really is nice, clean, and neat. The empty glass bottles she was filling with skincare products were also found by Qiao Anxi in the space, without any labels. She collected several outside the space and filled each with different skincare products. Mom, fill one bottle of each first. When they're used up, I'll send them to you. That way, they won't expire after a long time. Okay. Lian Jingying checked a bottle that was almost full, put on the lid, and then started filling the next one. Qiao Anxi finished organizing the towels and blankets, then looked for other useful items to modify. She also packed many clothes that could be used, especially the clothes of Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, many of which were handmade and simple, not flashy. Since they were going out to play, the clothes were mainly casual and comfortable. Some even had a Chinese style, which could really be worn here. After they returned to Beijing with their status and position, it wouldn't be a problem. A few of each item, one here, one there. After several days of packing, the big suitcase was filled to the brim without them noticing. See? I told you the suitcase isn't big. I still thought I didn't pack enough. Qiao Anxi looked at the contents inside, pressing down with her hand. It's really full now. Lian Jingying was surprised, not expecting that packing a little here and a little there would fill the suitcase so completely. Qiao Anxi tried to pack everything she could think of, see, or believe they might need. Especially the water in the space. She wished she could fill several large barrels to take to Beijing. No, Mom. Once I improve my mental strength and get stronger, I'll find a way to drive the space to Beijing and leave some water there for you. Xiao Anxi made up her mind. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying naturally thought their daughter was the most important. Your health and safety are the most important. We are currently in good health, and it doesn't matter if there's water or not. Joan happily smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take risks. I will only act when I am completely sure. I miss you all, so I definitely want to see you." Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also knew that their daughter wouldn't be reckless. With the space's water regulation, her health wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, after some time, they would surely want to see their daughter too. They nodded and said, "We'll see how things go when the time comes." Xiao Yinghuai gave Joan a suggestion. "Anxi, since this will take up your energy, you can meditate and breathe normally when you have free time. With the space's water functions, it might even help boost your energy." In the past, they used to be busy but would occasionally quiet down to listen to calming sounds, meditate, and relax their minds and bodies. Joan nodded upon hearing this. "Okay, I'll try." She then looked around the space to see if she could bring anything else. Suddenly, she saw the oven in the kitchen. An idea came to her. "Mom, we can bake some cookies for you to take along. They can be stored for a while. That way, you can enjoy treats made with space water." "Cookies? That's a good idea," Lian Jingying agreed. With the plan set, they acted quickly. Joan immediately opened her tablet and searched for baking videos. There were quite a few tutorials on how to make cookies. Watching the videos, Joan exclaimed in surprise, It seems like these cookie recipes don't use much water at all. Just eggs, milk or butter and flour. How could they leave out water?" She was making these cookies specifically because of the space water. Lian Jingying also noticed this issue. "Maybe we should make a small change. Let's try the simplest, most traditional method. Replace the liquid with water." Joan agreed. "Yes, let's change it. Instead of milk, we'll use milk powder." They had milk powder at home. Pei Jianqing had brought some earlier. Mother and daughter chose a simple, practical old-fashioned cookie recipe and studied how to make it. They reduced some ingredients and added more water as much as possible. After several attempts, they finally succeeded in making the cookies. They created a batch of crispy, buttery cookies with a rich, simple flavor. The space was filled with a sweet, milky aroma. Joan, she took a bite of the cookie and smiled, saying, "Mom, this is pretty good. The flavor really fits this era, simple and pure, just milk and eggs." Lian Jingying also tasted a bite. "Nice, it tastes like old-fashioned milk cookies." "Dad, try some." Joan, she put a cookie into Xiao Yinghuai's mouth while he was focused on carving a stamp on the sofa. "Very good, no fancy flavors." "I like it," Xiao Yinghuai said with approval. Then mother and daughter baked several more trays. After a few days of busy packing, everything was almost ready. Most of the belongings had been packed. The family decided on the departure time for Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. Joan, she called Pei Jianqing to inform him. "Okay, you don't need to worry. Just wait. I'll buy the tickets and go back a day early." Arriving in the evening, Pei Jianqing said on the phone. "All right." After hanging up, Joan, she returned home and helped her parents make the final preparations for leaving. Since they were going to Beijing, they probably wouldn't see each other for a while. Joan, she kept trying to make food for her parents during this time. Food supplies were still limited, so even when they returned to Beijing, they wouldn't get to eat many good things. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying touched their now thicker waists, wanting to protest. But seeing their daughter, worried they'd go hungry, always busy and looking at them with big, watery eyes, encouraging them to eat more, they couldn't bear to disappoint her. In the end, the elderly parents took on all the work. Their waistlines grew thicker and thicker. Time quickly passed to the night before Pei Jianqing was coming. Joan Shi and Lian Jingying were busy preparing food in the space to take on the train for the couple. They knew hot food wouldn't last long on the journey. But there were some cooked dishes in the fridge. "Mom, I packed these cooked foods in lunchboxes. I'll secretly put them in your bags when we go to the station," Joan, she said. She packed beef with sauce and some marinated dishes into lunchboxes. There were also rice in the fridge, and she took a few. Fresh fruit could be sliced and packed into a box. In this time of scarcity, most ingredients were hard to find, so she didn't dare to bring many for the trip. Lien Jingying looked at the packed items and said, "No need so much. We should make some more at home to take along, or Jiancheng will think we didn't bring enough to eat." "Okay, I understand." The next day was the day Pei Jiancheng was coming. He said he would arrive only in the evening. During the day, the family of 3 continued their final packing. In the kitchen, Lien Jingying and Xiao Anxi were tidying up together. Looking at the pots, bowls, and utensils, Lien Jingying asked, "Are you still planning to take these cooking tools?" "Depends on the situation. Most of them are no longer needed. They've been used for many years. I'll take the ones that are easy to carry and don't take up much space," Xiao Anxi replied. They still had to cook today, so they hadn't packed up everything in the kitchen. Most of the pots and bowls wouldn't be taken. The items were old, with the big pot patched repeatedly, very worn out, with small holes. The clay pot was black and looked very old, probably cracked before, with a ring of iron wire around it. The dishes, needless to say, had many cracks and chips. Except for the few new white porcelain bowls she bought earlier this year, she packed those first. Lien Jingying looked at the items and said, "You better not take these. They're too broken. Your little home should buy some new ones. Don't worry, Mom and Dad have money now. All these years' wages will be fully paid back soon." Xiao Anxi chuckled. Lien Jingying gently pinched her daughter's face and said, "That's yours, and your parents too. We'll give it to you." Xiao Anxi grinned and said, "Thanks, Dad and Mom. You need money to settle down at home too, so don't worry about me." Lien Jingying squeezed her daughter's face and laughed. "All right, don't worry. We have everything under control." Xiao Anxi, a bit annoyed, held Lien Jingying's hand. "Mom, I'm grown up now, not a kid anymore. Please don't keep pinching my face." Lien Jingying laughed loudly. "Here with me, you'll always be a kid." "Anxi, Anxi," outside the yard, Wang Auntie's voice was heard. "It's Wang Auntie." Xiao Anxi turned to look outside, then stepped out of the kitchen and went to open the yard gate. "Anxi." Wang Auntie immediately grabbed her hand excitedly upon seeing her. "What's wrong, Wang Auntie?" Seeing Wang Auntie so excited, Xiao Anxi was a bit confused. "Anxi, thank you. Thank you, Officer Pei. Thank you." Wang Auntie kept saying thank you, her face full of excitement and happiness. "Come inside and sit for a while." Xiao Anxi smiled and led Wang Auntie into the yard. Wang Auntie sat inside the house and started talking excitedly. It turned out that this year, the village had 2 recruitment quotas and one was given to Dezhu. Although the county always had recruitment quotas, there were so many villages under it that the resources were limited. Some villages haven't been able to get a single quota for many years. Every village fights hard for these recruitment spots because everyone knows how valuable they are. This year, unexpectedly, Shirko village received 2 quotas. The village chief now walks with his head held high, his back straight, and looks very proud, like a proud rooster. Snicker. Zhou Anxi couldn't help but laugh when she heard Wang Ant's description. Zhou Yinghuai and Lien Jingying also showed smiles on their faces. Hee. Wang Ant also smiled shyly. The 2 recruitment spots in the village were fiercely contested, but one was personally given to Dezhu. Nowadays, going to serve in the army is many people's dream. Wang Ant didn't expect such a big good thing to happen to their family. But thinking about what Pei Jiancheng asked Dezhu that day and guiding Dezhu, she understood everything. She was truly very grateful now. Zhou Anxi finally understood why Wang Ant was so excited. Although Pei Jiancheng didn't tell her about this, she could guess it. She smiled and said, "No need to thank us. The physical exam and selection depend on Dezhu himself." Wang Ant gratefully said, "Yes, but this quota is rare. Our whole family doesn't know how to thank you." Zhou Anxi smiled and said, "You don't need to thank us. Dezhu's own effort got him this chance. Let him work hard in the future and do well in the army." Definitely, definitely," Wang Ant nodded vigorously. While speaking, Wang Ant opened a small cloth bag she carried and took out the shoe soles she had already sewn, handing them to Zhou Anxi. "Anxi, I've also sewn the shoe soles. Take a look and see if they're okay." Zhou Anxi took the soles, noticing how carefully they were made, with tight and even stitches. She praised, "They're really well made." Lian Jingying also took one to look, saying, "The stitches are so beautiful, and they feel very comfortable to the touch." Wang Ant looked at their satisfaction and finally relaxed. Zhou Anqi opened the cloth bag with the shoe soles and was surprised, saying, "So many." Wang Ant smiled. "I made all the white cloth you brought, and I added some scraps inside for one pair, so it's not obvious from the outside." "Thank you, you really put a lot of effort into this." Zhou Anqi was very pleased with the shoe soles Wang Ant made, as they now fit everyone in her family. She stored the soles carefully and reminded her not to forget to come again tomorrow to help move the household items. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Ant left first. The house was left with just the three of them. They will be separated soon and probably won't see each other for a while. The three of them cherished this time together very much. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying, worried about their daughter, carefully and patiently remind her, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. The most important thing is for you to take care of yourselves. I have everything I need here, and life is much easier for me." Zhou Anqi, who has her own space now, feels confident about her life, but she is more worried about her parents. "We are at school, which is much simpler. If we don't want to cook, there's a cafeteria," Lian Jingying said. Zhou Anqi smiled. "I'm the same. In the army, it's simple too. There's also a cafeteria." They all realize that's true. But because they care about each other, they worry about each other's food, clothing, and sleep. The family of three can't help but laugh. "Dad, where will you stay when you go back?" Zhou Anqi asked. "At the school first. The old house's situation is uncertain, so we'll see when we get there," replied Zhou Yinghuai. Zhou Yinghuai doesn't know what's happening in Beijing either, so he plans to adapt once he's back. Lian Jingying said, "In the future, we should try to live alone. It's more convenient for our family."
Definitely, yo Huai nodded.
Both he and his wife are professors at a university in Beijing, so they will definitely have a place to stay. While chatting, the three of them checked their packed belongings again. Zhou Anqi took the opportunity to put the slightly larger new shelf into the storage space. Only two small shelves, which seemed to fit in the back seat of the car, were left out. They planned to secretly put the larger shelf into the storage space once the furniture at their destination is arranged. All these shelves are newly made, with decent craftsmanship, and can still be used. In the afternoon, Zhou Anqi and Lian Jingying prepared snacks in the kitchen for the trip. They didn't really know what to make, but finally, Zhou Anqi had an idea. "Let's boil some tea eggs with the water in the storage space," she suggested. "Tea eggs are fine," Lian Jingying agreed. Zhou Anqi quickly looked up the recipe for tea eggs. It's quite simple. Boil eggs in plain water, the shells, then simmer them in marinade and tea leaves. After that, turn off the heat and soak overnight. Once done, they set the tea eggs aside to soak, ready to pack tomorrow before leaving. "Mom, how about I make fried rice in the morning to put in your lunchbox? It won't be too cold by noon, and you can reheat it with hot water before eating. What do you think?" Zhou Anqi asked Lian Jingying. "That's fine. Let's prepare the ingredients we need today, so we can cook quickly tomorrow." Lian Jingying nodded. Mother and daughter started washing vegetables and cutting them into pieces, also beginning to prepare dinner. As night fell and it started to get dark, Lian Jingying lit the oil lamp in the house. When the dim orange light spread out, the sound of a car came from the door. Zhou Anqi, who was chatting with her parents, heard the noise and a happy smile appeared on her face. She dropped her cup onto the table, jumped off the bed, put on her shoes, and hurried outside. Opposite, Qiao Yinghuai's face instantly darkened as he glared sourly at his daughter. That naughty girl. Pei Jiancheng had just gotten out of the car with his backpack when the gate of the yard creaked open. His young wife was standing happily at the door, smiling brightly in the dim light. Pei Jiancheng smiled and quickly walked over, took Zhou Anqi's hand, and led her into the yard. "Didn't you have dinner?" Zhou Anqi asked. "No, I ran here right after training. We haven't eaten either, waiting for you." Holding hands, they entered the house closely. Pei Jiancheng greeted Lian Jingying and Qiao Yinghuai. Lian Jingying smiled and told Pei Jiancheng to go wash his face first. Qiao Yinghuai looked annoyed and glared sourly at the couple. They didn't notice his expression and put down their backpacks, then took each other's hands to wash their faces. After lighting the candle, Lian Jingying smiled and patted Xiao Yinghuai. "Stop glaring, go serve the dishes." Xiao Yinghuai quickly got up and went to help his wife. The meal was already prepared, kept warm in the pot. It was past dinner time now. Seeing the hot food on the table, Pei Jianqing felt a warm feeling inside, thinking that the family was waiting for him to arrive so they could eat together. "Jianqing, you've traveled a long way. Have a bowl of soup first," Lian Jingying said, pouring him a bowl. "Thank you." Pei Jianqing quickly took the bowl, and when Lian Jingying was about to serve soup to Joan Shi, he took her bowl and filled it himself. After eating, the two men tidied up together. Pei Jianqing took out 2 train tickets and handed them to Xiao Yinghuai. "The train leaves at 8 a.m. tomorrow. 2 bunks together." "Okay." Xiao Yinghuai took the tickets. Train sleeper tickets are very hard to buy nowadays, usually difficult for ordinary people. Xiao Yinghuai didn't ask much about how Pei Jianqing managed to get the tickets. He knew Pei Jianqing was reliable, so he wasn't surprised that he could get 2 connected lower bunks. Still, he said, "Thanks, not just for the tickets." Pei Jianqing's eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Yinghuai is a smart person. I am not surprised he guessed correctly. So he said, "That's what I should do. We are family." Xiao Yinghuai nodded happily. Neither of them said more, as they both understood each other well. The next day, they needed to catch a train at the station. The family at Shiko didn't waste time and finished washing up early to rest. After Pei Jianqing made the bed for Qiao Anxi, he took her hand, wanting to cuddle a little. "Let go, I need to untie my braid." Qiao Anxi sat on the kong, a traditional bed, pulled away his hand, and untied the hairband on her braid. Pei Jianqing reached over, holding her braid, and slowly untied it. Her wavy hair spread across her back like silk. Pei Jianqing let go of her hair and pulled his little wife close, wanting to cuddle again. Xiao Anxi brushed her hair back, then coldly kicked Pei Jianqing aside. "Too late, I have things to do tomorrow. Go to sleep quickly." After saying that, she snuggled into the quilt, pulled the blanket tight, and after a few seconds, suddenly poked her head out. "Call me early tomorrow. I need to prepare food for my parents. I'm afraid I'll oversleep." Then she retracted into the quilt, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Pei Jianqing smiled helplessly and affectionately, then went to his side to make his bed. The next day, outside it was just dawn. Xiao Anxi felt a gentle touch on her face from a big hand. She slowly opened her eyes, again waking up in Pei Jianqing's arms. This time, she was much calmer, used to it, and not surprised. She looked around drowsily. Then she closed her eyes again and buried her face in Pei Jianqing's arm. "Didn't you say get up early?" A deep voice sounded above her head. "Just a little longer," Xiao Anxi mumbled. Pei Jianqing chuckled softly and hugged her tighter. A few minutes later, Xiao Anxi opened her eyes again. Pei Jianqing, holding her close, sat up slowly. He swayed with the quilt for a while before finally waking up completely. Then she dressed, styled her hair, got off the kong, put on shoes, all in one smooth motion. When she entered the kitchen, Pei Jianqing followed. Xiao Anxi looked back in surprise. "Aren't you going for morning exercise? Isn't this guy supposed to exercise every morning without fail?" "I finished and came back." "Really? So early?" Xiao Anxi was surprised, thinking he just got up like her, but he had already gone for a walk and come back. Pei Jianqing poured hot water from the pot for Xiao Anxi and prepared it. After she finished washing up, she started preparing breakfast. Actually, there's no need to do much. She and Lian Jingying had already prepared almost everything yesterday. Lian Jingying also got up early to come and make breakfast. At the door, she saw the young couple in the kitchen and quietly turned back. "Are you making something?" Pei Jianqing asked. "Just some porridge." So Pei Jianqing went to get the rice and wash it. Xiao Anxi took a few cooled steamed buns and sliced them. Together, they quickly finished preparing breakfast. They cooked a pot of porridge, fried some slices of steamed bun, and took out a few tea eggs from last night's pot. Finally, Xiao Anshi used a bowl of rice left from last night, along with chopped sausage and carrots, added eggs, and made a hearty fried rice. They packed 2 full lunchboxes. After everything was ready, they brought the breakfast into the house. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were already sitting on the kong, a traditional bed. To avoid disturbing the young couple in the kitchen, they washed up in their own room with hot water from a thermos. Xiao Yinghuai looked unhappy. The father-in-law hasn't even shown his strength, and he still has to give up space. Eat breakfast quickly. After eating, we need to leave. Xiao Anshi held a cup and helped them prepare milk powder, giving each person a glass of milk. Pei Jiancheng had already brought the breakfast to the table. This tea egg is quite good, it's flavorful. Lian Jingying took a bite of the tea egg peeled by Xiao Yinghuai and praised it repeatedly. Xiao Anshi brought over a glass of milk. It looks good too. The pattern on the egg is very pretty. Eat up. Pei Jiancheng also handed over his peeled tea egg to Xiao Anshi. The family quickly finished their breakfast. Pei Jiancheng tidied up and went to wash in the kitchen. Xiao Anshi stayed with Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying to check their luggage. Knock, 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 Anshi. It was Wang Shun's voice, accompanied by knocking on the door. Xiao Anshi ran to open the courtyard door. Wang Shun was holding a small basket covered with a cloth. Xiao Anshi hurriedly invited her in. Inside, Wang Shun lifted the cloth cover, and a fragrant sesame smell wafted out. These are some sesame cakes I made. Professor Qiao and Professor Lian, take them for the road. Smells so good. Thank you, Wang Shun. The family quickly came to thank her. Now, flour is precious, and Wang Shun had to use a lot of her household supplies to make these cakes. Knowing they were in a hurry, Wang Shun didn't stay long. After taking out the cakes, she carried the basket and left. Wang Shun, we'll come by later to move the things. After we finish at the station, we'll come back. Xiao Anshi said as she left. Wang Shun promised, and then left. There are still quite a few baked buns left. I'll leave some for you. Lian Jingying wrapped a few buns in oil paper and took them away, leaving a few for Xiao Anshi and the others. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying only had one big box and a cloth bag on their backs for food. They had nothing else. They checked everything one last time before leaving for the train station in Rongqing. At this time, there shouldn't be any traffic jams. They didn't need to worry about running out of time. The journey was smooth, and they arrived at Rongqing train station right at 7:30. The Rongqing station was small and simple. The train to Beijing wasn't the starting point. It just passed through this small station. Inside the small, plain waiting room, there weren't many people. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying held hands with Xiao Anshi, saying their tearful goodbyes. While Pei Jiancheng went to buy platform tickets, Xiao Anshi quietly put the food from the space into Lian Jingying's bag. Then she hugged her mother's arm, looking very reluctant to part. But no matter how sad, time kept passing second by second. The station staff loudly called out for passengers to line up for ticket checks and boarding. Xiao Anshi and Pei Jiancheng handed over their platform tickets and saw Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying onto the train. The train slowly started moving, and Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying waved goodbye from the window. Xiao Anshi waved her hand as the train gradually disappeared from sight. Let's go. It's time to head back. Are we going to the base today or tomorrow? Xiao Anshi asked.
Anytime.
When do you want to go? Xiao Anshi thought for a moment. Let's go after we finish packing at home. If there's enough time, we can go today.
Okay.
Back in the village, they began packing their things. They didn't have many belongings, just some bedding, mats, and that small stove table. Everything could fit in the trunk and the back seat. And for kitchen utensils, Pei Jiancheng didn't want to take any more. Don't bring these. We'll use new ones in the new house. They were too old and broken, and taking them would just take up space in the car. It's better to buy new ones after arriving at the base. Xiao Anshi agreed with this idea. Do these small shelves fit in the car? She asked, pointing at the small shelves they left behind. Pei Jiancheng looked and said yes, they can go on the back seat. He then moved the shelves outside and placed them in the back seat. Finally, all the items they wanted to take were packed into the car, which was almost full. Not long after they finished packing, Aunt Wang, Uncle Wang, Daju, and a few others came to help move things. Daju was very excited when he saw Pei Jiancheng. "Officer Pei, I will work hard. I will try my best to pass." Pei Jiancheng patted his shoulder to encourage him. While their family was moving things, Qiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng took the house keys to see the village chief about returning the house. When the village chief saw Pei Jiancheng, he was very excited. "Officer Pei, thank you so much." He kept thanking him while shaking his hand. These days, he felt proud and confident. The neighboring village's village chiefs looked at him with envy and admiration. Pei Jiancheng handed over the house keys and explained they were moving out. "You're leaving now?" The village chief had already known they planned to leave and was mentally prepared. But when it actually happened, he felt a bit nostalgic and sad. They had just helped his village get 2 recruitment spots. He quickly calculated the rent and refunded the remaining money. Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Anxi didn't stay long. After finishing their business, they hurried to leave. The village chief felt a little reluctant. "Anxi, Officer Pei, come back and visit when you have time." When they returned to the yard, their belongings had already been moved. Aunt Wang was sitting on the now empty Kong bed. "Aunt Wang, are you done moving?" Xiao Anxi entered and saw the room was empty. Aunt Wang quickly stood up. "Yes, everything is moved. Thank you all." Xiao Anxi smiled. "No need to thank us. Aunt Wang, thank you for taking care of us. We're leaving now." Aunt Wang's eyes turned a bit red. She held Xiao Anxi's hand. "Anxi, take good care of yourself. Come back to visit Aunt Wang when you can." "Of course, Aunt Wang. You also take good care of yourself." After saying goodbye, Qiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng got into the car. The car started and slowly headed toward the village entrance. The families of Old Su and Second Su listened to the approaching car sounds, staring tightly at the gate. As the sound grew closer, a car finally appeared and drove past the gate. The car's sound gradually faded away. The Su family looked disappointed as the car disappeared from sight. The indifference of the Qiao family made them feel upset and frustrated. This year, the village received 2 recruitment spots, and everyone knew it was definitely related to Pei Jiancheng. When they heard the news, they felt even more upset and unwilling. Later, they learned that one of the recruitment spots was specifically given to Daju. Their emotions reached a boiling point. First, the few eligible men in their family became very unhappy. "Why do you all insist on causing trouble? That dead wife of the deputy factory director isn't that lucky. Otherwise, these spots would be ours now." Old Su and Second Su deeply regretted it, feeling so remorseful they almost wanted to cry. Currently, Zhou Anxi is not only impressive as a man but also has the support of her parents from the capital city. However, those who should be her relatives are now nothing to her. They understand that once the car leaves this village today, they will have no connection with Zhou Anxi anymore. She is unlikely to return. She no longer needs her family from her hometown. She now has a more powerful family support from the capital city. After all their efforts, they gained nothing but disappointment and are now holding in a lot of frustration. The younger family members feel that their rightful place has been taken by some adults, leading to resentment and constant chaos at home. Although the Su family's plans to scheme against Zhou Anxi didn't become public in the village, everyone knew something was going on. Seeing Zhou Anxi marry and completely ignore them, with almost no normal contact, everyone understood there was some trouble. Some even asked them with a tone of envy if they were reluctant to send their children to join the army, worried about hardships. Others mocked their family for being clueless, making the Su family feel embarrassed and ashamed in the village for a long time. The jeep leaving Shirko village moved at a steady pace on the road. Zhou Anxi sat quietly in the front passenger seat, feeling little emotion about leaving the village. She is not the original owner and has no deep feelings for this place. Shirko village is more like a quick stop during a hurried trip with her parents. Leaving means starting a new journey with different scenery. "Are you hungry?" Pei Jiancheng saw the quiet young wife next to him and asked worriedly. Zhou Anxi turned with a smile. "Not really." Pei Jiancheng said, "You should eat." Let's go to the state-run restaurant in Rongqing first before we leave.
Okay.
The car slowly entered Rongqing streets and stopped in front of the state-run restaurant. It was past mealtime now, and many people had finished eating and were leaving. Inside, there weren't many people, and there were plenty of empty seats. As soon as they entered, they attracted many glances. The weather was no longer cold. Zhou Anxi wore a thick, hand-knitted, mid-length cardigan sweater. The department store didn't sell the very thick yarn from later generations. She used the thickest yarn available here, combined with a thin yarn she took from a sweater in her space. Two lines are sewn together, a thick dark blue line combined with a thin white line, creating a starry effect. The originally dull and old-looking color now appears calm and elegant, with a touch of charm. The front of the garment has two panels, with two large braided patterns running from the shoulders to the hem. The sleeves have a braid running from the shoulders to the cuffs, with a large fold-over collar. The sweater fits snugly to the body, and there is a belt around the waist. However, the belt is not wrapped around the front. It is loosely tied at the back with a pretty bow. The top buttons are the simplest large buttons she took from an old shirt, wrapped in a small piece of yarn. The effect is surprisingly good. She also wears a thin white round-neck sweater she knitted herself underneath. For the bottom, she wears light-colored, modified jeans that look a bit like workwear fabric. This outfit is what Zhou Anxi changed into before leaving. She wears a pair of low-heeled leather shoes, and with her height of 1.68 meters, she looks bright, charming, and confident. At that moment, she almost blinded Pei Jiancheng with her shining presence. Now, she is not just catching everyone's attention when entering a state-run restaurant. Both of them, used to being noticed, don't care about the surrounding looks. They walk to the window to order food. "What do you want to eat?" Pei Jiancheng softly asks, turning his head. Zhou Anxi looks at the menu on the small blackboard. They whisper a few words and order spicy chicken cubes, stir-fried celery with pork slices, stir-fried bean sprouts, and a bowl of egg drop soup, with rice as the main dish. After paying, they find a seat by the window. Since it's past the busiest time, the food arrives quickly. They eat quietly and gracefully. Many people in the restaurant secretly glance at them, and even the waiters keep stealing looks. They finish eating quietly, almost done, and Pei Jiancheng serves Zhou Anxi a bowl of soup. "Drink some soup." Zhou Anxi picks up the egg drop soup and slowly sips it. Suddenly, there is a commotion in the restaurant. From the corner with a white curtain hanging, there are sounds of talking and footsteps. The usually proud waiters carefully lift the curtain with respectful manners. Everyone else in the restaurant looks over curiously. The curtain is pulled aside, and a group of people come out. They are not very old, dress neatly, and clearly come from well-off families in this county. Zhou Anxi and Pei Jiancheng remained completely unaffected, not paying attention to that side. The two quietly drank their soup, took a break, and prepared to leave. Watching Zhou Anxi put down her bowl, Pei Jiancheng softly asked, "Are you finished? Can we go now? Do you want to rest a little longer?" Zhou Anxi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her mouth. "No need to rest, we can go." They stood up, ready to leave. "Jiancheng?" A surprised voice came from the crowd. Zhou Anxi and Pei Jiancheng paused and turned around. Zhou Hao was already walking quickly toward them. His eyes were shocked and fixed on Zhou Anxi beside him. His amazement couldn't be hidden. At this moment, a classic exclamation of surprise crossed his mind. Really, no words could fully express how stunned he was. Could she be Pei Jiancheng's wife? Sure enough, Pei Jiancheng nodded slightly and introduced her. "Zhou Anxi, my wife. Zhou Hao, my childhood friend." "Hello, sister-in-law. Nice to meet you." Zhou Hao greeted warmly. Zhou Anxi also smiled and greeted him back. Zhou Hao looked at Pei Jiancheng. "You and sister-in-law want to come to my house later? Stay for dinner tonight?" Pei Jiancheng politely declined, "No, next time. We need to return to our base today." Zhou Hao was persistent. "Then don't rush off. Sit and chat for a bit. It's rare to meet like this." Pei Jiancheng glanced at Zhou Anxi, asking for her opinion. She nodded slightly. Zhou Hao happily moved to a nearby clean table. He pulled out chairs for them and enthusiastically invited them to sit. Then he happily sat down himself. The group he came out with earlier had already been forgotten by him, and they, in turn, were stunned by what they saw. Zhou Hao, who had just been cold and proud, ignoring others, suddenly became so warm and attentive. They never expected this. They had never seen Zhou Hao act like this before. Two people among this group were completely stunned. These two were Li Guosheng and his cousin Wang Qinghui. They both recognized Joan Shi immediately, shocked by her outfit, style, and commanding presence. And the young officer with her, probably her soldier boyfriend, had an imposing aura. He was dressed in military uniform but looked noble and proud. Even the richest young masters in Manchun couldn't compare to his presence. What truly stirred their hearts was Zhou Hao's attitude. Li Guosheng felt he was now the top person among his peers in Rong City. He believed he could walk freely in Rong City and didn't need to pay attention to anyone. However, Zhou Hao was from a prominent family in Beijing, sent here to gain experience. Li Guosheng dared to offend anyone but not Zhou Hao. His family repeatedly told him not to provoke Zhou Hao and to maintain good relations with him. Zhou Hao was very proud, with a spoiled young master attitude. He often acted indifferently toward them, sometimes ignoring them, sometimes engaging but not warmly. They had arranged this dinner many times, and he finally agreed to come out once. No one dared to say anything because everyone knew Zhou Hao had a strong background. But today they saw something different. They saw Zhou Hao being warm and enthusiastic in front of others. Li Guosheng glanced at Wang Qinghui, sweating nervously. Earlier, his wife and mother had mentioned meeting Qiao Anxi and her partner at the department store. He thought they were exaggerating. Women tend to overstate things. His mother was overly nervous. He knew he couldn't offend them, but he still doubted that this person could have the power to ruin their family. But today, seeing her in person and Zhou Hao's attitude, he completely agreed with his mother. Fortunately, they didn't let Andy's family cause trouble. That girl was not someone his younger cousin could match. The couple looked perfectly suited, like they were made for each other. Li Guosheng looked at Wang Qinghui with disdain. He felt he couldn't match the woman, and he was no match for the man. Where did she get such confidence? Wang Qinghui clenched his lips, feeling somewhat defeated as he looked at the perfect pair. He didn't dare to have any more ideas now. No matter how proud he was, he knew this couple was beyond his reach. His pride and arrogance were crushed when he saw the young officer. But looking at the stunningly beautiful Qiao Anxi, he felt truly uncomfortable inside. Li Guosheng understood that glance, and he became even more embarrassed and annoyed. The others were also sharp, seeing how outstanding the couple was. They knew they came from an impressive background. Seeing Zhou Hao's attitude, they understood his background was extraordinary. They all approached, hoping to find a chance to make connections. But just as they moved forward, before they could get close, Zhou Hao waved his hand to stop them. "Go ahead, I'll go back on my own later," he said. Hearing this, they didn't dare to step closer. Joan Shi also saw Wang Qinghui, but she paid no attention and showed no signs of emotion. She just saw a complete stranger who was unrelated to her. Zhou Hao didn't bother with that group anymore and happily chatted with Pei Jiancheng and his wife. During the conversation, he realized that Pei Jiancheng's wife was truly extraordinary. To be honest, he felt that the girls in their courtyard were all a bit inferior. This girl was stunning in appearance, perfect in figure, elegant in temperament, and her manners and speech were very graceful and appropriate, extremely refined. Together with Pei Jiancheng, she was a perfect match. Because he was stationed in Rongqing, far from Beijing, and busy with work, he knew nothing about Pei Jiancheng's marriage gossip. If he knew, he would definitely laugh out loud. Thinking that the girl from the countryside was not good enough for Pei Jiancheng? That Pei Jiancheng was just using gratitude as an excuse? And Pei Jiancheng's expression when looking at his wife, that look of indifference, what does it mean? He truly didn't expect to see such a gentle Pei Jiancheng. This girl, in terms of thinking, speech, and knowledge, was outstanding. She could handle any topic they discussed. Zhou Hao was just chatting happily with the two of them. He didn't ask or mention anything about the girl's background, her situation, or their marriage. The three of them talked very harmoniously. Just as Zhou Hao was enjoying the conversation, Pei Jianqing called a stop. He looked at the time and said, "Howsy, let's talk again next time. We need to leave now. Can't we chat a bit longer?" Zhou Hao was reluctant. "It's too late to get to the base. You should go to work," Pei Jianqing said. Zhou Hao also knew it was too late and inappropriate, so he said regretfully, "All right, then next time you come to find me." The three of them stood up and headed outside together. "Did you drive?" "If not, I'll take you first." Pei Jianqing opened the car door. "No, I didn't drive." "Thanks." Zhou Hao opened the back door, surprised to see it was full. "Squeeze in yourself." Pei Jianqing sat in the driver's seat, and Zhou sat in the passenger seat, smiling as she helped move some things. Zhou Hao pushed around and finally found a space to sit in. Rongqing wasn't big, and soon, Pei Jianqing took Zhou Hao to the county committee compound. "Bye now, see you later." The two said goodbye to Zhou Hao and continued on their way. On the road, Pei Jianqing drove slowly. "Is this speed okay? Will it be uncomfortable? Bumpy?" The road was uneven, and he was worried she might feel uncomfortable, so he drove more smoothly. "It's fine. This speed is good, very steady." It was indeed very quiet. At first, Qiao Anxi occasionally chatted with Pei Jianqing, but gradually she stopped making any sound. Pei Jianqing glanced to the side and saw she was already sleeping peacefully against the back of the chair. So he slightly slowed down the car. They drove at a steady pace toward the military base in Langcheng. Since the drive was not fast, and they also spent a bit more time in Rongqing at noon, they arrived at the base after dark. Pei Jianqing looked at his sleeping wife and gently ruffled her hair. Qiao Anxi sleepily opened her eyes. When she looked outside the window, it was already dark. The car stopped in front of a building. "Are we there?" she asked in a hoarse voice, just waking up. "Yes, we've arrived. Let's go inside first." "I'll come out later to move the luggage," he said, handing her a key. He then turned off the car, got out, opened the back door, and carried some things inside. Xiao Anxi woke up a bit more, took the key, and got out of the car. It was very dark outside, and she couldn't see anyone. She followed Pei Jianqing upstairs to the second floor and stood in front of a door. He signaled for her to use the key to open it. Inside, they turned on the light. Pei Jianqing put down his things and then went downstairs to move more stuff. The house was newly divided, so it was empty and had nothing inside. Qiao Anxi looked around the house. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, roughly 70 to 80 square meters in size. There was no shared space, so the actual area was quite spacious, making the house feel very open. If there were more family members, they could even add another room. The kitchen and bathroom were both large. Since only the two of them lived there, Qiao Anxi was quite satisfied. They had agreed early on that once the house was settled, she would handle all the decoration and furniture choices. So right now it was just an empty room. There was only one room with 2 single military beds, which they temporarily set up before finishing the house. Qiao Anxi had also asked Pei Jianqing to arrange this in advance. The beds could be folded easily, didn't take up much space, and wouldn't interfere with decorating. While she wandered through each room slowly, Pei Jianqing had already moved everything inside. He first laid out the bedding on the empty military beds. Since he hadn't stayed in this house after it was divided, he still lived in his single dormitory. After placing everything, he said, "I'll go to the canteen to get some food. What would you like to eat?" Qiao Anxi looked at the time. It was almost past mealtime. "Is there still food at the canteen now?" "There is a small cooking window, and the time will be a bit later. Then you decide what to do." "I am fine with anything." After Pei Jianqing went downstairs, Qiao Anxi opened the cushion that was originally on the Kong table and laid it on the floor in the living room. She then placed the Kong table on top. When Pei Jianqing returned, he was carrying not only a lunchbox but also 2 thermos flasks. "Wash your face first," he said, taking out a basin, pouring in some hot water, then turning on the tap to add a little cold water. When Qiao Anxi finished washing her face, several open lunchboxes were already placed on the Kong table. The room was filled with the smell of delicious food. There was a mushroom stir-fry with meat, chives scrambled with eggs, and stir-fried cabbage. They looked very good, with a nice presentation, and smelled very fragrant. Your canteen makes pretty good food. Xiao Anqi sat on the cushion. The small cooking window here is indeed better than the state-run restaurants outside. After finishing their meal, they talked briefly about decorating and arranging the house. Let's discuss the rest tomorrow. We've been busy since early morning today, so it's best to rest early, Pei Jianqing said as he went to the bathroom to prepare water for Xiao Anqi. After washing up, each of them occupied a military-style bed. Now, they felt a bit like an old married couple, especially in this empty house. With simple beds and having been tired all day, there wasn't much romantic feeling. They each covered themselves with a quilt, said goodnight to each other, and went to sleep. The next morning, when Xiao Anqi woke up, Pei Jianqing had already brought back hot water and breakfast. Xiao Anqi enjoyed the crispy fried dough sticks and sweet soy milk, sighing contentedly. This canteen is really convenient. No need to cook myself. Pei Jianqing smiled and said, if you want homemade food, I'll make it for you after I get off work. If I don't have time, we'll just eat at the canteen. Haha, that works, Xiao Anqi said happily. After breakfast, Pei Jianqing went out to work. Xiao Anqi also started her own work. She took out paper and a pen, then leaned over the Kong table to sketch and draw. She needed to design some furniture. Drawing was no problem for her. Back then, their children had all taken many interest classes, learning all kinds of skills. Her drawing was pretty good, and designing was her hobby. She even took a special art design course later. She also helped out at her teacher's studio for a while. Now, sketching furniture was easy for her. She liked spacious spaces, so she planned to make simple, minimalistic furniture. For several days, she carried a soft ruler, measuring here and there inside the room. Then she would write and draw on paper. She didn't go outside at all during this time. Whenever mealtime came, Deputy Commander Pei would go to the cafeteria, get the food, and bring it back for everyone to eat together. She wanted to finish fixing the house quickly and saw no reason to go out for no reason. What she didn't know was that while she was busy designing at home, the residents in the compound had been eagerly waiting. Everyone knew that Pei had brought his wife to live with him. They were all excited and looking forward to seeing the new wife. But on the first night, they arrived too late. It was too dark and no one saw her. Even the neighbors across the hall, when they heard noises and came out to look, only saw Pei carrying things upstairs alone. The next morning, the women in the compound, like they had been energized, brought small stools and sat downstairs, chatting and working, as if they were about to hold a meeting. The place was lively and busy. However, by noon, no one had seen her. She just arrived yesterday. Maybe she's too tired and needs to rest, they said. But everyone felt that this country girl was being a bit delicate. After all, it was Commander Pei, no, now Vice Regiment Commander Pei, who had come to pick her up. How could she be tired? Even if she was, she shouldn't be sleeping all morning. They thought she would come out later to eat at the cafeteria. Their new house was still empty inside, so she couldn't cook. So, several women waited eagerly for her to appear, but all they saw was Vice Regiment Commander Pei returning with a few lunch boxes and water bottles. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Let's go home now, and come back in the afternoon, they decided. In the afternoon, the courtyard was lively again, but her figure still didn't appear. During dinner, Vice Regiment Commander Pei carried several lunch boxes and water bottles back home. The women were puzzled. How could she not come downstairs all day, even to eat? And how could she rely on Pei to bring her food? What was going on? What confused them even more was that for several days, they kept gathering downstairs with enthusiasm, but her wife never showed up. It was always the same, Pei carrying lunch boxes, walking home as usual. Of course, no one dared to approach and ask about the cold-looking Pei Jianqing. They had all been somewhat warned by their family men to avoid asking about Vice Captain Pei's wife. But curiosity was too strong, so they could only gather and guess. Everyone secretly wondered if Vice Captain Pei was too shy to let his wife come out and meet everyone. They automatically imagined her as a rough village girl. Then someone shared a rumor that a few days ago, Vice Captain Pei borrowed 2 single military beds from the logistics department. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding each other silently. Zhou Anqi's few days of absence made the atmosphere downstairs in the family compound strange yet lively. Various guesses and discussions kept coming up. But no matter how curious they were, no one dared to knock on their door. No one dared to provoke Pei Jianqing either. Still, with nothing else to do, they just stayed downstairs every day. They would go downstairs eventually so they could see her, right? With that thought, everyone relaxed a bit. However, Zhou Anqi was eager to finish her drawings before the weekend. That way, they could go to the furniture factory to order custom furniture on the weekend. Finally, on Saturday evening, she finished drawing all the furniture designs she needed. She also made a long list of things to buy for the house. Finally, it's all done. Looking at the pile of sketches on the table, Zhou Anqi let out a long sigh. These past few days, she had been busy with this, eating and sleeping aside. Have some milk powder and rest, Pei Jianqing said tenderly, handing her a cup of prepared milk. It smells so good. She wasn't tired. When Pei Jianqing wasn't around during the day, she drank plenty of water in the room. She was full of energy. Pei Jianqing didn't know this. He gently pulled Zhou Anqi into his arms and massaged her shoulders. Hey, it felt so comfortable. No wonder her mother always asked her father to give her shoulder massages. Zhou Anqi half closed her eyes, leaning against Pei Jianqing's leg, happily enjoying the moment. Her lazy expression looked just like a little cat. Pei Jianqing felt his throat go dry and moved his Adam's apple. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. He cupped her delicate face in his hands. Zhou Anqi was startled, eyes wide open. Close your eyes, he whispered softly in her ear. She couldn't help but obey and closed her eyes. A pair of warm, moist lips covered hers. After a long while, Zhou Anqi opened her eyes, blushing with a misty, moist look. Then she was pulled into a strong, warm embrace. Zhou Anqi smiled softly, quietly listening to the strong heartbeat nearby. After waking up and tidying up in the morning, Pei Jianqing returned with a prepared breakfast after morning exercises. It's good to have a cafeteria. Breakfast is different every day. Zhou Anqi enjoyed a warm little dumpling, looking very beautiful. The army cafeteria is indeed good. There are many options for breakfast, and every day there's something new. Pei Jianqing was busy preparing milk, as Zhou Anqi has the habit of drinking a glass of milk every morning. After they finished eating and drinking, they carried the sketches of the furniture they had drawn and opened the door to leave. Today is the weekend, so everyone woke up a bit later than usual. There aren't many people downstairs now. Most haven't come out yet, but a few are working and chatting nearby. As Pei Jianqing and Zhou Anqi walked down the stairs side by side, suddenly, the lively scene in front of the building falls silent. Vice Captain Pei and his wife appear unexpectedly. Is this the wife of Vice Captain Pei from the countryside? Everyone stares blankly as they see the couple close and smiling, talking and laughing as they walk forward. Their figures disappear from view. A few people come back to their senses like waking from a dream. An aunt murmurs, "Is this a mistake? Isn't this Vice Captain Pei's wife? Or is she a colleague from the art troupe? No way, Vice Captain Pei wouldn't dare be so close with someone in front of everyone." A sister shakes her head. But that's... Everyone shakes their heads in disbelief. No, this isn't what they expected. Oh my, her face is so beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl. Her figure is great too, everything you could want. She looks like she's well raised. An older woman's focus is different. Look at her clothes. She's never worn anything like that before. Much prettier than the colleagues from the art troupe. Isn't this place supposed to be in the countryside? Why does she look like she's from the big city? I think even the daughters of our military leaders are not as good-looking. What's going on? Is this a mistake? Or are the rumors not accurate? With her looks, she wouldn't be afraid to meet people. Why doesn't she go downstairs to the cafeteria to eat? Maybe she's too lazy. Meanwhile, The young couple didn't notice the attention from their family members. They reached the parking lot, got into the car, and headed toward Langcheng. The road from the base to Langcheng was specially built because military vehicles often traveled there. So, the road was quite smooth and not bumpy. They arrived in Langcheng without much time passing. Langcheng is much larger than Rongcheng, with wider streets and more pedestrians and vehicles, making it quite lively. Pei Jian is very familiar with this place and easily finds a furniture factory. When Xiao Anxi takes out a stack of furniture sketches to place an order, the staff who initially seemed indifferent to the drawings is surprised and wide-eyed when they see the sketches clearly. An experienced worker nearby looks at his surprised expression and leans over curiously. Upon seeing it, he is also very amazed. The drawings are very professional, clear, and beautiful, even more so than their own factory's designs. The effect images, all the front and side views, detailed measurements, and information about materials and paint colors are extremely thorough and easy to understand. They don't even need to know what exactly is being ordered. They're already attracted by the drawings. Can't you do it? Xiao Anxi asks. Her sketches are simple styles with no complicated techniques. Even an ordinary carpenter could make them, let alone a sizable furniture factory. Oh, we can do it, no problem, the staff quickly replies. What's the issue?
Can't do it?
A middle-aged man, looking like a manager, comes over after noticing the activity. We can do it. Here, take a look at this drawing. The staff hands the sketches to the man. The factory manager takes the drawings and looks surprised. He examines the sketches carefully. The furniture design is simple and quite different from current trends. The sketches look good, but the final product's effect still needs to be seen. What impresses most is how professional and detailed the design is. Comrade, where did you get these drawings? He asks Xiao Anxi. Xiao Anxi replies, I drew them myself. You drew them yourself? Are you into furniture design? The others are even more surprised. Not really, just a hobby, Xiao Anxi smiles. The factory manager is amazed. Someone with a hobby can draw so well. He considers her sketches carefully, but still needs to see the actual furniture to judge. The designs look a bit simple, so he asks again, can you draw other styles too? Xiao Anxi nods. Yes, I can.
Of course she can.
These sketches are intentionally drawn this way. Otherwise, she could just quickly sketch a few furniture pieces that look understandable without needing such detailed drawings. Now, it seems the desired effect has already been achieved. Once the furniture is finished, there will be more updates, but there's no rush. Take your time. The factory manager nodded in agreement. Joanxi asked about the progress of the furniture. When will these pieces be finished? Can we complete a batch and send it out first? Yes, it's possible. Your style is quite simple, so it won't take too long. I don't need painting, just the natural wood color with a layer of clear protective oil. Pei Jianqing asked nearby, can it be expedited? The factory manager nodded. Yes, it can. Pei Jianqing said, then let's speed it up. Joanxi took Pei Jianqing to choose the wood first. Both of them didn't care about the price, only whether the material was suitable. They finally chose a beautiful piece of wood, which was quite expensive, but the color and grain were very lovely. Since Joanxi said she didn't want any paint, they picked a nice natural wood tone. They negotiated the price with the staff, set the delivery date, paid the deposit, and then left the furniture factory. They continued to their next stop, the department store. The department store in Langcheng was much larger than the one in Rongcheng, with 2 floors. The items inside surpassed those in Rongcheng's department store in quality, quantity, and style. Almost everything could be bought there. Most products required tickets. There were special counters without tickets, where many items could be purchased, but at higher prices. That morning, they bought a lot of things, almost everything needed for their home. With a carload of goods, they returned to their residence. The car drove into the staff housing area. When they reached near their building, they noticed it was very lively. Such a lively scene in the staff housing? Joanxi looked at the crowd with some surprise. Pei Jianqing also noticed that there were especially many people there today. Groups of 2 or 3 sat on small stools, working and chatting at the same time. Some stood in groups, talking. Under the trees, beside the flower beds, along the paths. There were people everywhere. Usually, these were just family members, but today, there seemed to be many familiar green faces. Is it because today is the weekend? Pei Jiancheng was unsure. Their car slowly approached. Suddenly, the crowd there stirred, and everyone's eyes turned sharply toward them. Everyone's faces showed a faint excitement and anticipation. Pei Jiancheng naturally saw this clearly. Joanxi also noticed, and she suddenly became suspicious. Why do I feel like they're coming for us? Seems like it, Pei Jiancheng said confidently. The people in front of the family building watched the approaching car with great excitement. This morning, news of their appearance spread quickly through the neighborhood. A crowd ran over to wait here specially. Everyone found it hard to believe how exaggerated their story was this morning. This disbelief only made people more curious. Not just ordinary family members. Even the usually non-gossiping men from the neighborhood couldn't help but come out. A few of them pretended to chat, but everyone knew they were just curious like everyone else. The family members secretly teased those men. Now, Pei Jiancheng's car was getting closer. Everyone was so excited that they all dropped what they were doing. All eyes were fixed on the car. Through the clear glass, faint figures inside could be seen, but not clearly. When the car stopped, everyone held their breath. Pei Jiancheng was the first to open the door and get out, then open the trunk to take out some things. The passenger seat door was also pushed open. Xiao Anxi, dressed in a sweater and coat, got out gracefully, calm and poised. The whole scene was silent, with everyone's eyes on her, all showing surprise. Xiao Anxi felt the gaze from all directions. She confidently accepted their looks, without feeling nervous, and calmly went over to see Pei Jiancheng taking things. Don't touch it, Pei Jiancheng said as he moved 2 large boxes himself. They found big boxes and packed most of the purchased items together for easier carrying. Xiao Anxi knew Pei Jiancheng's personality, so she didn't pretend to be busy in front of everyone. Everyone watched in amazement as she stood still, watching Pei Jiancheng carry the 2 large boxes. The men quickly came forward to help carry the items once they realized. People had already gone upstairs, but those downstairs were still dazed and hadn't recovered. Oh my goodness! A shout broke the quiet downstairs. Everyone snapped out of their daze, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. And Andy stared toward the upstairs, saying, I thought you guys were exaggerating, but it's not at all. Really like a fairy, someone sighed. You didn't hear what Deputy Captain Pei said? Don't let her touch anything. They didn't even let her carry a thing. So, it's not that his wife is lazy and doesn't cook, it's probably that Deputy Captain Pei cares about his wife. No wonder I never thought Deputy Captain Pei was like this. Did you get a good look at his wife? With someone like that, any man would be deeply in love. Oh my, who spread the rumor that the country girl wasn't good enough? Who said Deputy Commander Pei wouldn't like her? Not willing? They seem a perfect match. The older women talked animatedly. The younger sisters-in-law looked toward the staircase, their expressions becoming much more complicated. No one expected that Deputy Commander Pei's wife would be so different from everyone's guesses. She also seemed different from the other family members here. She looked too outstanding. Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anxi arrived at the house, thanking the men who helped carry their things. They didn't dare lift their heads or look at Xiao Anxi directly, hurriedly setting down the items and leaving quickly. At noon, Xiao Anxi finally went to the cafeteria with Pei Jiancheng for meal. As expected, it caused quite a stir again. Fortunately, these scenes were small for them. The main cafeteria was very crowded. Pei Jiancheng didn't stay long, leading Xiao Anxi to the small stir-fry window. There were far fewer people there. It was mainly for entertaining guests and preparing meals for the leaders. Others occasionally came to improve their meals. But honestly, the food in the big cafeteria was pretty good, just served in large pots. If I go on a mission in the future, and you don't want to cook, just come here to eat. Pei Jiancheng intentionally brought Xiao Anxi to familiarize her with the place. Okay, this looks pretty good, Xiao Anxi said, looking around the cafeteria. She checked the menu at the stir-fry window, which had quite a variety of dishes. On weekends, there were even fewer people at the stir-fry window. Most people were cooking at home. That day, Pei Jianqing's wife finally appeared, looking as beautiful as a fairy. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire military district. Everyone was excited and curious. The rumors were so different from what they imagined that those who hadn't seen her yet felt anxious and eager. When Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua heard the news and arrived at the cafeteria, the couple was already gone. Just one step away, Yang Hongming said, feeling very annoyed. Next time, we must meet her, Qian Weigua promised. Now, they were even more curious, but dared not go knocking on Pei Jianqing's door. Knowing his house had just been built and nothing was set up yet, and that his wife hadn't been introduced properly, they didn't dare to be so presumptuous. They could only leave the cafeteria disappointed and go home. So, did you see her? When Yang Hongming got home, his wife Yuli couldn't wait to ask him. No, he left early, Yang Hongming said as he sat on the sofa. The military district is quite large, and the family apartments are spread out in several places. Their apartment building is not close to Pei Jianqing's. So Yuli hasn't seen Xiao Anqi either. But rumors and gossip had already spread to their side. Everyone was curious now, especially since the rumors were so different from before. Yuli asked curiously, "Do you think they're exaggerating that much?" At this moment, Yang Hongming naturally supported his brother. What's strange about it? Haha, I wonder how Jianqing agreed to this marriage. Maybe he liked her at the hospital and just won't admit it. He looked like he had already figured it out. Pei Jianqing, who was caught, was busy tidying up the things they bought today, under his wife's direction. The kitchen, which was empty before, was now filled with pots, bowls, and utensils. Xiao Anqi was busy cutting and sewing curtains. At Shirko village, they only had 2 curtains at home. There are more windows here, and she spent half a day shopping at the department store before finding a checkered fabric, only in blue and white. She planned to make curtains from it. She also bought a ball of white fine cotton thread to edge the curtains. So she started working again. She hadn't gone downstairs for several days, but Pei Jianqing still brought her meals home every day. The residents downstairs noticed that after Xiao Anqi hurriedly appeared that day, she disappeared again. Deputy Commander Pei was also bringing home several lunch boxes 3 times a day. Everyone sighed, thinking that Deputy Commander Pei really loved his wife. Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua had complained several times that Pei Jianqing wouldn't let them meet his wife. When will we get to meet my sister-in-law? When can we all have dinner together?
Yang Hongming complained.
His gossip-loving mother had called several times to ask for news. But he still had no information. Pei Jianqing thought about his busy little wife and said, "It will be a few more days. Once everything is ready at home, we can gather." Yang Hongming and Qian Weigua had no choice but to wait. The wives of several leaders also heard the news and wanted to meet her. They knew the dinner was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Pei Jianqing also went home to discuss with Xiao Anqi. Once everything was prepared, they planned to invite some familiar comrades for a meal. It would also make up for not having a formal wedding. Okay, once everything is ready, we'll host a dinner. Joan happily agreed and went to the military district. She knew she had to fit in there. Let's not cook at home ourselves. I'll order 2 tables at the cafeteria for a small gathering. Hosting is fine, but with so many people, he didn't want his wife to work too hard. Everyone here usually hosts at home, even with 10 or 20 people. Family members are busy in the kitchen, working hard to cook. After the meal, cleaning up is also a big job. He couldn't control how others did things, but he wouldn't let his wife get tired. Joan definitely agreed, since ordering food was easier. A small gathering with just a few people, she could cook herself, which was nice for the atmosphere and feelings. But for so many people, there was no need to bother herself. Once the plan was set, Joan went back to work on decorating her home. She was busy, and soon the first batch of furniture arrived. This batch included beds, sofas, and a dining table. The factory manager personally delivered the furniture. When Joan saw him, she guessed why he came. But she kept her expression calm. She calmly directed the workers to place the furniture in the right spots. Put the big one in this room, the smaller one in that room. There were 2 beds, one in each room. The master bedroom had a 1.8-meter bed, a bit larger, and the second bedroom had a 1.5-meter bed. While the workers were installing the furniture, the factory manager started talking to her. Pei Jian, who had come back briefly, came inside to watch the workers. The factory manager introduced himself as Wu. He was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. He said he liked her furniture designs and that the finished products looked good. He mentioned the bed, which had a simple, elegant style with 2 large storage drawers underneath. Everyone at the factory praised the bed when it was finished. They said the idea was clever and practical, not only beautiful and convenient but also able to store many things and make the bed more sturdy. The other furniture pieces were simple, practical, and innovative. For the first time, he saw that a whole set of natural wood-colored furniture without paint could look so nice. He smiled sincerely and asked Joan, "Are you working now? Would you be interested in working at our factory?" "Your factory?" Joan smiled. "It's a bit far and it takes a lot of time to get there." She didn't want to spend too much time commuting. "Comrade Xiao, are you interested in a part-time job designing furniture for a factory?" Factory director Wu understands Qiao Anqi's idea. Since the residence is far from Langcheng, commuting takes a lot of time each day. He knows some family members in the residence also work in Langcheng. But everyone has different thoughts. However, for design work, the main thing is the quality of the work. Whether it's full-time or part-time isn't too important. Part-time? Xiao Anqi nods secretly, as she indeed wants a part-time job. "Don't worry, the pay will satisfy you," Wu director quickly says. Xiao Anqi nods and asks about some basic details. Wu director explains everything to her in detail. Regarding pay, part-time workers don't receive a basic monthly salary, but do get employee benefits. They earn a fee for each design they produce, and if sales are good, there can be bonuses. Finally, after reviewing the benefits and work conditions, Xiao Anqi agrees to take the job. Wu director is very happy. "Welcome, Comrade Xiao. When would be convenient for you to come to the factory and handle the paperwork?" Xiao Anqi asks, "Can you handle the paperwork on the weekend?" HR and finance are closed on weekends, so it has to be on a weekday, Wu director replies. "No problem. Just tell me which day to go, and I'll take you there," Pei Jianqing offers. Xiao Anqi nods and says to Wu director, "I'll find a day soon to go." Good. After finishing official matters, Wu director checks on the workers' progress and finds that installation is nearly complete. He does a final inspection, then leaves with the workers. Xiao Anqi happily pulls Pei Jianqing aside. "I have a job now." "That's impressive," Pei Jianqing praises warmly. He knows his wife is very capable. But he can't stay long. He takes a short leave and needs to return to the office. "I'll go back for a while." "What do you want for lunch?" "Anything tasty is fine," Xiao Anqi replies, feeling unsure about what to eat at mealtime. She leaves the decision to Pei Jianqing. Pei Jianqing pats her head and walks out. Thinking about her new job, Xiao Anqi feels very satisfied. Since she learned she would be accompanying the army, she had already started considering what kind of work to find. She couldn't just stay idle here. She needed to earn her own money, some income, no matter how small. Since she was coming to make new furniture, she had some ideas. While drawing design sketches, she also put in a little effort. Of course, she wasn't sure if she would succeed. If she didn't succeed, she would try other methods. She was well prepared and believed she could succeed eventually. In any case, she was very happy with the result now. She had just arrived at the base and had already solved her work problems. Yes, she needed to report to her parents. She took out some stationery and honestly started writing a letter on the Kong table. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Qiao arrived in the capital, they called Pei Jianqing to check in and also shared their address. She wasn't against calling them, but suddenly she wanted to enjoy the slow pace here. Slow travel, slow mail. She wanted to slowly share the little things of these days. The more she wrote, the happier she felt. Xiao Anqi suddenly found joy in writing letters. Thinking back before, if she had something to say, it was always by phone or video. Either voice messages or texts, quick, simple, passionate, and lively. Now, she was beginning to feel a touch of sentimentality, a small happiness that flowed like gentle water. At lunch and dinner, Pei Jianqing brought back very hearty meals. He called it a celebration for his wife finding a job. Especially the dinner was quite a feast. There was even a roasted lamb chop. This small kitchen's chef really knew his craft. The lamb chop was crispy on the outside, tender inside, bursting with juice and rich aroma. Delicious, delicious. Qiao Anqi ate happily. It was rare to have such a meal now, less meat, especially less beef and lamb. Do you like this? Pei Jianqing looked at his wife gently. So fragrant. Who knew she hadn't had such a smoky barbecue in a long time? She missed the old days of grilling.
I'll make it for you again, next time.
Qiao Anqi smiled happily with her eyes squinting. Pei Jianqing gently tucked her unruly bangs behind her ear. When we go back to the capital, I'll take you to eat barbecue. Qiao Anqi, biting her lamb chop, looked bright-eyed and nodded happily with pouting lips. Pei Jianqing felt especially satisfied seeing her adorable expression. After washing up at night, they prepared to rest. Pei Jianqing took the bedding to set up the new big bed in the master bedroom. He had already removed the bedding from the two single military-style beds. Qiao Anqi watched him busy, with a cold look. Seeing him so busy and happy, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you take away my bedding too? The bed has arrived. Why sleep on the small one when there's a comfortable big one?" Qiao Anqi mischievously smiled. "Aren't you afraid it'll be uncomfortable?" Both of them were particular about comfort, so they agreed to stay peaceful until the house was fully decorated. Neither of us wants the first time to happen in such a messy environment. Surely, there should be some happy memories. Pei Jianqing doesn't want Qiao Anqi to feel wronged, often making himself uncomfortable. Also, they decided to invite someone to dinner as a small ceremony, and everything else can be discussed later. "It's not the first time I felt uncomfortable," Pei Jianqing said casually. "All right." Qiao Anqi thought about her mischievous sleeping position. She probably didn't realize how many times she had disturbed him. Sure enough, when they were sleeping, Pei Jianqing first held her in his arms, saying, "Don't run so far away. Come back soon." Humph. Qiao Anqi snorted and kicked him lightly. Pei Jianqing held her tighter and softly comforted her. "Go to sleep quickly." Qiao Anqi quietly curled her lips and closed her eyes. To go back to the furniture factory with Qiao Anqi and handle the paperwork, Pei Jianqing specifically finished his work early and took a day off to accompany her. "Actually, you don't need to take a day off just to stay with me. I can take the bus too," Qiao Anqi said while braiding her hair. Last time they went out, Pei Jianqing had told her about the local bus schedule. There is a bus at the station that leaves in the morning and returns in the evening. The timing is perfect for family members commuting between the station and Langcheng. They can take one bus to Langcheng and then transfer to another to reach their destination, which is much more convenient. At other times, they can wait outside the station for the bus to Langcheng, which runs at different times throughout the day, though it's a bit far, and they have to walk a little. Pei Jianqing said, "It won't delay anything. I've arranged everything." He really didn't want his wife to squeeze into crowded buses and walk all day. Qiao Anqi fixed her hairband on her braid, then used a small round mirror to check her outfit from head to toe, feeling satisfied before putting the mirror away. The house is missing a full-length mirror. But it's okay. Her designed wardrobe has a mirror, and it will be ready soon. "All right, let's go." Qiao Anqi called Pei Jianqing to leave. The weather is getting warmer now. She was wearing a white shirt with a loose green round neck sweater over it. The shirt collar was visible, giving a fresh campus vibe. She wore black tapered pants below. Pei Jianqing kept looking at her, his eyes bright. His wife was really good at dressing up. Every outfit she wore made him feel excited. They went downstairs, and their presence surprised the family members downstairs again. It was a bit sudden, but Vice Captain Pei and his wife appeared together again. After the last time Vice Captain Pei's wife showed up, they stayed nearby for a few days, then suddenly disappeared. Many days have passed since then, and everyone still can't understand how Vice Captain Pei's wife can stay so calm. Without warning, they appeared together once more. Everyone watched them with eager eyes. But no one dared to go over and say hello. They still felt a bit intimidated by Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng is different from the rough men in the camp. He looks refined and elegant, giving off a sense of distance that commands respect. All the rough men in his family respect him. Now, looking at Xiao Anxi, people realize she also gives off a similar feeling, someone not easy to approach. Could they really not be related or from the same family? Compared to the cold aura of Pei Jiancheng, everyone thinks Xiao Anxi seems a bit nicer. If Xiao Anxi were alone, the women and aunties might dare to go say hello. But since she's with Pei Jiancheng, no one dares to approach. They haven't spoken to her before, and they're still afraid of Pei Jiancheng. Even if Xiao Anxi didn't go downstairs, no one would casually knock on their door. If it were someone else's house, they would have knocked loudly by now. Now, everyone doubts the earlier rumors. It doesn't seem like Vice Captain Pei's wife is from the countryside at all. She looks fair and delicate, young and lively, obviously not used to hard work. How could a rural girl not work? Many people in their family compound are from the countryside, but none look like her. The city folks' wives are not as fair and tender as she is. Just look at her outfit, so pretty and well put together. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng walked confidently through the crowd. As they disappeared into the distance, the atmosphere quickly became lively again. And Annie sighed, "This girl is really beautiful. Matches Vice Captain Pei perfectly." One of the wives focused on her clothes. "The sweater looks great, loose and comfortable, unlike ours, which are tight." Another wife chuckled, "Are we not trying to wear loose clothes? It's just that wool is so expensive. 1 pound costs a lot." Everyone nodded in agreement. But she knows how to dress well. That outfit last time was nice too. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng, walking away, didn't hear these comments. The two of them didn't care much about others' looks or comments. Did they not notice the intense gazes in the family compound? Of course they knew there would be some gossip. But neither of them paid attention. Soon, they arrived at the furniture factory. Manager Wu was very happy to see them. He personally took her to the HR department to handle the paperwork. The process was simple, just filling out a few forms. Many people in the office were secretly watching, drawn by the beautiful young woman. Naturally, she attracted a lot of attention. There were many young men in the factory, but none dared to have any ideas. Did no one see the handsome young officer standing nearby? Someone, unable to resist, asked, "Is that your brother?" The girl smiled sweetly. "He's my husband." "Husband? That settles everything." Pei Jiancheng immediately noticed these looks. His little wife attracted attention wherever she went. He was very happy to be there, able to quietly show his claim of ownership. After finishing the paperwork, Xiao Anxi wanted to see how her furniture was coming along. Manager Wu cheerfully led them over. "It's over here. It should be ready to deliver in a few days, and the results are very good." Xiao Anxi saw her furniture and was very pleased. It looked exactly as she wanted. Now only some final details needed polishing. "Not bad, very good." She nodded as she looked. "Can we use these drawings?" "Consider them your work. We'll pay you according to the standard fee," Wu asked. Several pieces of furniture finished here attracted many visitors. Especially that large wardrobe with a mirror inside the door. Many people loved this design. The inside space was cleverly designed and practical. It was different from traditional wardrobes, which often had only half the height for hanging clothes to save space. Surprisingly, her taller design was very popular, as it made hanging long coats and dresses more convenient. Each shelf inside was adjustable, making the space flexible. The exterior was simple and sleek, not bulky at all, saving space. The bed she previously designed was also very popular. But without Xiao Anxi's approval, they dared not use her drawings freely. She happily agreed. She wasn't trying to create unique furniture. She just wanted to make money. Her personal style was reflected in her creative soft furnishings, not in the furniture itself. When the two of them left the furniture factory, it was still early. However, Joni still had plans. "Let's find a bigger photo studio. Want to take photos?" Pei Jiancheng started the car. Joni smiled and shook her head. "No, I want to buy some things." I want to get a few picture frames. Last time, she bought paints and paper at the department store. She planned to paint a few pictures to decorate her home. She didn't know where to get picture frames here, so she came up with an idea: just use picture frames. Luckily, they come in all sizes, and she didn't need anything too big. Soon, Pei Jianqing took her to the largest state-run photo studio in Langcheng. The window display was full of photos. Joni looked at the frames in the window. Simple and plain, just what she wanted. When they went inside, the staff thought they wanted to take photos. "No, we want to buy some frames," Joni said. "Come over here." The staff directed them to a counter with various frames. Joni chose a few simple wooden frames, some big, some small. Seeing the handsome man and woman, the staff couldn't help but ask, "Comrades, are you planning to take a photo here? Our photographer is very good." Joni was about to decline, but she had already secretly taken many photos with her phone from the space. She wasn't very interested in these small black and white photos. Then, Pei Jianqing, curious, asked her opinion, "Shall we take one?" Joni almost said no, but then she remembered they had never taken a proper photo together. So she agreed. Under the photographer's guidance, they sat on a bench and took a picture with their heads close together. In front of the fake background inside, Joni took a few more photos freely, some of the two of them, some solo. Finally, they carried the newly bought frames back to the car. It was still early. Pei Jianqing started the car. "Where do you want to go next?" "Just drive around anywhere." Last time, they hurriedly left to buy things, rushing back and forth. This time, with nothing else to do and finally having a chance to go out, they didn't want to rush home. They planned to explore Langcheng properly. Pei Jianqing drove slowly, like taking a leisurely stroll. Now it's spring, and the breeze and sunshine are especially gentle. Joni rolled down the window halfway. A gentle breeze feels very nice, but occasionally little floating fluff drifts by, which is a bit annoying. The two walk along the roadside looking around. "You know this place well?" Joni notices that Pei Jianqing seems to know everything here. "Just okay. Usually places I pass through I remember." This is also a skill they have trained for, but Pei Jianqing is better than most. Oh, Joni suddenly understands. Yes, people like them are said to be capable of things others can't do. And since they are so close to Lang City, they must know the city very well. "Want to get out and walk around?" Pei Jianqing asks.
No, Joannie si refuses.
She feels a bit lazy. Sitting in the car and relaxing is much more comfortable. Pei Jianqing smirks, knowing the girl is lazy. "Let's just tour the city first, then later I'll take you to the seaside." Joni looks at Pei Jianqing happily. "There's a sea here?" "Yes, it's not far from here." It's a pleasant surprise. Joni didn't expect the sea to be so close. The gentle wind blows through the car window. "Oh no," Joni reaches out to rub her eyes. The annoying floating fluff finally hits her eyes. "What's wrong?" Pei Jianqing quickly stops the car and leans over. "The little fluff got into my eye," Joni says a little sadly. Pei Jianqing pulls her hand down. "Don't rub it." He cups her face carefully and gently removes the fluff from her eye. All done. Joni blinks comfortably. Suddenly, she looks ahead and widens her eyes. Pei Jianqing turns his head to follow her gaze. A young girl has collapsed in front of the car, and a slightly older boy beside her is anxiously shaking her and shouting loudly, "Sister." Joni watches as they come over, thinking they're just passing by and will walk away. But it turns out the girl has fainted. If this were in the future, Joni might suspect they were faking an accident. But now it seems unlikely. Pei Jianqing's expression hardens as he immediately opens the car door and gets out. Joni quickly follows and opens her door as well. The boy, seeing them get out, looks a little panicked. He's worried about his sister and also scared. He speaks with a crying tone, "My sister didn't hit your car." Joni quickly comforts him. No, I saw everything." She leans down with Pei Jianqing to look at the girl. Her face is pale, lips slightly white. Both siblings are a bit thin and weak, wearing thin clothes with patches. The little girl has scrapes on her hands and feet. The little boy carries a bamboo basket, faintly smelling of fish. She suspects the little girl might have fainted from low blood sugar. She sees her eyes move slightly and slowly open. Joanxi reaches into her pocket to take out some candy just as Pei Jianqing's voice calls out, "Anxi, did you bring any candy?" "I did." She quickly pulls out a milk candy, unwraps it, and puts it into the little girl's mouth. Luckily, she thinks the rabbit-shaped candies Pei Jianqing bought are very tasty, so she tosses some into her space for easy access whenever she wants to eat. They help the little girl sit down nearby, noticing she still limps a little. Surprisingly, her first words are tearful. "Big brother and sister, I hope I didn't hit your car?" The little boy quickly replies, "Sister," she says no. The little girl feels relieved, tears in her eyes as she on the candy. "Sister, it's so sweet." "Brother, try some." She reaches out to take some candy to share with the boy. Joanxi quickly but gently gives the boy a piece, saying, "Don't give it to him. He has some too." "I don't need it," the boy declines. "Take it," Joanxi insists, pressing the candy into his hand. "Thank you," the boy says, holding the candy but not eating it. Pei Jianqing looks at the little girl's knee, noticing faint blood seeping through her pants. He asks Joanxi to help check her knee. "Anxi, lift her skirt, so I can see," he says. Although the girl is young, about 7 or 8, Pei Jianqing hesitates to lift her pants himself. Joanxi understands his concern and gently pulls up the girl's pants to reveal her knee. There's a large wound, bleeding slightly. "What happened?"
she asks.
She timidly replies, "Fell down." The little boy beside her says, "We were running too fast." Pei Jianqing turns to open the trunk of the car and takes out a first aid kit. He skillfully cleans and treats the wound. Joanxi asks the boy, "Why were you running so fast?" The boy and girl exchange nervous glances, tightly pressing their lips, afraid to speak. Joanxi sees this and doesn't press further. Pei Jianqing quickly treated the young girl's wounds, covering the larger cut on her knee with gauze and securing it with adhesive tape. The girl winced in pain during disinfection but didn't cry out, showing she was quite strong. "Thank you, brother and sister," the two children politely said. Pei Jianqing closed the medical kit and asked, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you back." The little boy hurriedly shook his head with his sister, saying, "No need, it's too far." Xiao Anxi smiled and asked, "How far?" "Your sister's foot is hurt. Can she walk that far?" The little boy looked a bit troubled, glanced at his sister, and said, "It's okay. My sister can't walk, so I'll carry her. We'll go slowly." Pei Jianqing held the medical box in one hand and pushed the boy toward the car with the other, saying, "Get in the car." His tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. The boy hesitated and said, "We are from Shuaying village." "It's too far." "Perfect, we're going there too," Pei Jianqing replied. He helped the boy take down the basket on his back and placed it along with the medical box into the trunk. He then opened the back door for the boy to get in. Xiao Anxi also led the girl over and helped her into the back seat of the car. Pei Jianqing said to Xiao Anxi, "Their village is right by the sea." So, the two of them, with the children, headed toward Shuaying village. It was the children's first time riding in a car. Sitting in the back, they felt cramped and worried about getting the car dirty. They sat quietly, not daring to move or touch anything out of curiosity. Xiao Anxi smiled and chatted with them, trying to help them relax. During the trip, she learned the girl's name was Xiaoyu, she was 8 years old, and the boy's name was Xiaohai, he was 10. The children liked Xiao Anxi and Pei Jianqing very much and trusted them naturally. Xiaoyu quietly whispered to Xiao Anxi that they were siblings who had sneaked out to see if they could exchange something. But when they saw Pei Jianqing in military uniform, they were afraid to say they had secretly gone to the black market and soon encountered someone with a red sleeve band coming to catch them. The siblings ran desperately, and Xiaoyu fell heavily. Although they didn't dare to say this, Xiao Anxi guessed what had happened but chose not to mention it. They had left early in the morning without breakfast and had run a long way, which caused Xiaoyu to faint. The trip was quite long, and they had been driving for a while. Xiao Anxi was surprised and asked, "Did you walk such a long distance? How long did it take?" "Big sister, we didn't walk here. We took the mountain trail," Xiaoyu explained. Pei Jianqing also said, "This big road goes around. The mountain path is hard to walk, but it's much closer. Once we cross the mountain, we'll be there." Xiao Anxi then understood. She also admired the little brother and sister for carrying a basket of things over the mountains and walking such a long way. From their words, it was clear that the children were very sensible. The car finally arrived at Shuaying village, which is actually a small fishing village close to the sea. Many fishing boats were docked by the shore, and many fishermen lived on the boats. They stopped the car near the village and let the siblings off. Big brother and sister, would you like to come to our house? The siblings invited them. They politely declined, saying, we want to walk along the beach. After saying goodbye to the children, Pei Jiancheng drove a little further ahead and found a quiet place with fewer people to park the car, away from the fishing boats. Xiao Anxi got out of the car and couldn't help but jump and skip on the sand. Facing the salty sea breeze, she smiled and said, just now, near the village, it felt a bit fishy and salty, but here it's very fresh. In spring, the sea is gentle and the sea breeze is soft, yet the ocean is full of life. Right now, the sea is clean and peaceful. Looking at the deep blue water and the distant horizon, Xiao Anxi felt very open and calm inside. She kicked the sand excitedly and said, I heard there are many good things in the sand. Let's go find some treasures. Pei Jiancheng followed her, gently watching her happy face. Still need a stick. Xiao Anxi turned to look at Pei Jiancheng. Wait a moment, he understood instantly, ran to a distance, and found a branch for her. Xiao Anxi held the branch and happily dug in the sand for treasure. She also drew a heart on the sand and said, this is for you. Then she added another heart, saying, this one's mine. The two hearts intersected. See, hearts are connected. Xiao Anxi giggled, pulling him to stand inside one of the hearts. Pei Jiancheng's eyes sparkled like stars, shining with tiny diamond-like glints. Under the sunlight, their shadows stretched long. After struggling with the branch for a while, she finally dug out some small shells and other tiny treasures. She held up an unknown shell, excited like a child, and showed it to Pei Jiancheng, saying, I'll cook soup with this when we go back. Okay, Pei Jiancheng replied with a loving smile. Big brother and sister, you're here, a small voice called out. It was Xiao Hai, pulling along a little fishing boat who was walking carefully and limping a little. The siblings came over and took their hands. Mom asked us to find you. Come to our house for dinner. They naturally declined, but the children held onto them tightly. Smart little Hai watched as Xiao Anxi dug up a bunch of small items. Sister, after we eat, we'll take you to dig these again. I know where there are more. These shells aren't fat right now. Xiaoyu said, sister, my mom makes these really tasty. It was indeed mealtime now, and they should find a place to eat. Eating at Xiaoyu's home was also fine. They could just pay for the meal later. These small things are everywhere by the sea, not expensive, and won't take up their food supply. The two looked at each other and understood each other's meaning perfectly. So they took the two children back to the car. Pei Jiancheng also found a container to put all the small items Xiao Anxi dug up into. Then they drove to Xiaoyu's house. Most houses in the village are made of stone, and every home has fishing nets hanging outside. Xiaoyu's family was the same. Their home was simple with few things, but kept very tidy. A large fishing net hung on the wooden rack outside, with some fishing spears and tools nearby. Their mother, Tian Xiaofang, was a plain woman who looked very clean and worked very efficiently. She kept expressing her gratitude to Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng. Now, there was also a grandma at home who was not very old and worked quickly.